The Azure Dragon Institute Grand Elders, Zhang Chu included, were dumbfounded staring at Huang Xiaolong. Their faces were ashen, drowned in the dread of death. Several Grand Elders felt dampness at their crotch as lines of pungent yellow liquid flowed down their legs. Huang Xiaolong looked at Qin Yi, mockery and bloodthirst in his cold gaze. Institute Principal Qin Yi, take out those 100 giant redwood coffins that you ordered. For the sake of those coffins, I will leave your corpses intact. Fear squeezed those Azure Dragon Institute masters' hearts. Their bodies went cold even as they stood there. Huang Xiaolong, I'm the Azure Dragon Institute's principal. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Qin Yi repeated, his words not making any sense. Huang Xiaolong's lips curved into a faint smile. Just because you're the Azure Dragon Institute principal? Feng Chu was a core disciple of the Fortune Gate, while Yelu Chufei was the Yelu family patriarch. Qin Yi's face lost all color. Even at this point, Qin Yi couldn't believe it. Why? Why was that primordial divine dragon Huang Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong was a human. How could this be? Most of all, how could Huang Xiaolong's strength have reached such a terrifying level? Impossible, this must be a dream. That's right, it's definitely a dream. Qin Yi shook his head like a rattled drum, mumbling, trying to convince himself, when all of a sudden a sword appeared in his hand, slashing down at his own arm. Pearls of bright red blood flowed down his arm. Qin Yi looked blankly as his own flowing blood. In the distance, a large group of people was flying in the Huang clan manor's direction. This group was composed of none other than Beitang family masters. Beitang family patriarch, Beitang Yang, spoke. Strange. Why are things so calm? Could it be the Yelu family and the others still haven't arrived? The Yelu family should have reached Martial Spirit World already, but this place is too calm. I think they most probably have already dealt with Huang Xiaolong. With Yelu Chufei's strength, killing Huang Xiaolong shouldn't take any effort at all. A Beitang family grand elder stated his opinion. I agree, there's hardly any master in the Huang clan manor. The strongest of them is only that ascending moon old man, with a mere fourth order high god realm cultivation. Another Beitang family grand elder chimed in. The Huang clan manor has most likely been annihilated by now. The Yelu family's actions were too swift, killing Huang Xiaolong so fast. Beitang family patriarch Beitang Yang frowned. I had assumed Huang Xiaolong could last some time. That way, we would have arrived at the ripe time to collect the harvest with the least effort, dividing half of Huang Xiaolong's treasures with Yelu Chufei. Those are the Azure Dragon Institute's people. A Beitang family grand elder suddenly pointed up ahead. That's Huang Xiaolong? He's still alive. Another Beitang family grand elder shouted. Patriarch Beitang Yang's eyes glimmered. Go! Let's have a look. Subsequently, all Beitang family masters flew forward, toward Huang Xiaolong and the Azure Dragon Institute's people. Huang Xiaolong was about to devour the Azure Dragon Institute's masters when he saw the Beitang family's group flying over, and his actions halted for a second. When Qin Yi, Zhang Chu, and all other Azure Dragon Institute masters saw the people flying toward them, joy rose to their faces as they hurried forward. Huang Xiaolong watched this silently, showing no signs of stopping them. Beitang Patriarch, save me, save me, Qin Yi shouted from afar. The North Hall Galaxy wasn't far from the four galaxies. Due to some interests as the principal of the Azure Dragon Institute, Qin Yi had met the Beitang family patriarch a couple of times in the past. Hence, they could be considered as associates. The Beitang family masters noticed the fearful expressions on the Azure Dragon Institute people's faces, watching them flee in panic towards them, screaming for help. All of them were dumbfounded. Beitang Yang raised his hand to stop the Beitang family masters behind him from advancing, waiting for Qin Yi where they were. Institute Principal Qin, what is happening? Beitang Yang asked. Qin Yi shouted anxiously, Patriarch Beitang, Patriarch Yelu is dead. All of his grand elders and elders are dead. It was Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong killed them. We must run. Hurry. I beg you. Bring us with you. Don't leave us here. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Beitang Yang and his group shuddered, looking at Qin Yi with shock. What? Yelu Chufei is dead? All the Yelu family grand elders and elders are dead. You're saying they were killed by Huang Xiaolong? A Beitang family grand elder exclaimed out loud in shock and doubt. All of them knew that Yelu Chufei was a mid-7th order high god realm master. How could Huang Xiaolong have killed the man? Not forgetting that Yelu Chufei didn't come alone. He brought a huge group of 5th order and 6th order high god realm masters with him. Huang Xiaolong might be strong, but not to this extent. That was why none of the Beitang family masters believed Qin Yi's words. They even suspected that Qin Yi was in cahoots with Huang Xiaolong to trick them, forcing them to leave without a fight. Institute Principal Qin, what benefits did you get from Huang Xiaolong? A Beitang family grand elder said sarcastically aloud. Do you know the consequences of lying to us? Seeing that Patriarch Beitang and the Beitang family masters wouldn't believe him, Qin Yi became even more anxious and urgent, waving his hands and shouting, No, it's true. Huang Xiaolong really killed Patriarch Yelu and the others. You say Huang Xiaolong killed the Yelu family group? Then where are their corpses? Beitang Yang demanded solemnly. His gaze swept over the surrounding. There were several crumbled cliffs around, and deep pits in the ground with cracks running through the earth. Beitang Yang had to admit that it was a very convincing scene. Qin Yi hurried to explain. Patriarch Yelu and the rest were all sucked dry and turned into dried corpses by Huang Xiaolong. Then he shattered those corpses into dust. Sucked into dry corpses? Shattered into dust? Hearing Qin Yi's explanation, all Beitang family masters laughed out loud. A high god realm master's body was almost indestructible, especially a high-level high god realm master like Yelu Chufei. His body was even stronger, so tough that even divine artifacts could hardly make a cut through his flesh. But now, Qin Yi claimed that Huang Xiaolong turned all of those high god realm masters into dust? The Beitang group could hardly be blamed for laughing out loud. Beitang Yang watched Qin Yi, his gaze chillingly cold. Wang Yi, you go and capture Huang Xiaolong, but don't kill him yet. Beitang Yang said to one of the grand elders behind him. I want to verify some things. Yes, Patriarch. Beitang Wang Yi respectfully complied. This Beitang Wang Yi was a 6th order high god realm master. In his eyes, his own strength was more than enough to capture Huang Xiaolong. Beitang Wang Yi flew toward his target. Huang Xiaolong. Beitang Wang Yi was just about to tell him to surrender obediently when a figure flickered and Beitang Wang Yi felt an overwhelming force rushing at him. Alarmed, he wanted to dodge but was a step too late. He was sent flying right into a mountain peak. A thunderous boom resounded in the air. The abrupt change in the situation was like a cork over the Beitang family master's laughter. Flabbergasted, they looked at Beitang Wang Yi embedded into the mountain peak. Shock was clearly written over his face. At this time, high in the air, Huang Xiaolong approached the Beitang family masters with unhurried steps. His gaze indifferent. Beitang Yang, what do you want to ask me? Beitang Yang opened his mouth, but no words came, his expression extremely ugly. A powerful suction force pulled Qin Yi, who had reached Beitang Yang's side, in front of Huang Xiaolong. In the 4 galaxies, Qin Yi was considered one of the more powerful people with his cultivation realm of peak mid-3rd order high god realm, but in front of Huang Xiaolong, his struggle was powerless. Huang Xiaolong, don't kill me. Qin Yi's bloodless face was distorted due to fear, pleading for his life. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were void of any emotion. Don't worry, I've already said that. For the sake of those 100 giant redwood coffins, I will leave you with an intact corpse. With that said, Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil Supreme Godhead rotated, releasing streams of devouring power. The Beitang family's masters watched from the side as Qin Yi's body shrunk and dried up at a rapid pace. Within 2 breaths' time, he had completely turned into a dried corpse. Huang Xiaolong's fingers loosened his grip and Qin Yi's corpse fell to the ground. Watching this, the Beitang family masters were astounded and a little frightened. Dried corpse. Qin Yi was sucked into a dried corpse by Huang Xiaolong. Then what Qin Yi claimed earlier? A strong ominous feeling rose in the hearts of Beitang Yang and the Beitang family masters. However, right at this time, a brilliant light shone from Huang Xiaolong's body, who transformed into a primordial divine dragon with his claws stretched out, slamming down on Beitang Yang. Huang Xiaolong's speed was too fast. It happened so quickly that Beitang Yang barely had time to react, even less the time to dodge, and was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw. Patriarch! The surrounding Beitang family masters cried out. With a slight sway of his draconic body, Huang Xiaolong once again arrived above Beitang Yang, his dragon claw striking out again. A great rumble sounded from the earth as Beitang Yang's body was embedded into the ground as a result of Huang Xiaolong's attack. Only then did the Beitang family masters react, throwing words of anger and hollering as they swarmed toward Huang Xiaolong in retaliation. Watching these people attacking him together, Huang Xiaolong sneered coldly and rushed into their midst instead of dodging. In an instant, blood-curdling wails filled the air. Huang Xiaolong resembled a hungry tiger that ran into a herd of sheep. Every swipe of his claws drew blood from tens of Beitang family's masters and sent twice as many of them flying. In a short few breaths' time, only half of Beitang family cultivators remained standing. The Azure Dragon Institute's Grand Elders, including Tsang Chu, lost half of their soul watching this and no longer wanted to stay even a second longer. They flew off in different directions for a chance at life. But after running for barely a moment, they noticed an overwhelming suction force pulling at them. In the next second, their bodies flew backwards. Following that, their blood essence and God force started rushing out from their bodies, out of their control. No matter how fiercely they struggled, how they screamed and wailed, or how they begged for mercy, it was useless. Soon, Huang Xiaolong turned Tsang Chu and all the other Azure Dragon Institute masters into nothing more than dried corpses. A quarter of an hour later, all Beitang family masters were now injured, knocked away by Huang Xiaolong. Looking at the surrounding pits in the ground with half-protruding body parts, Huang Xiaolong first arrived above Beitang Yang in a flicker. With a slight clawing motion, Beitang Yang was pulled into Huang Xiaolong's hand from a deep pit. But Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to kill him. Yelu Chufei had to die. Beitang Yang, on the other hand, could die, but he could also be spared. Huang Xiaolong decided to give this Beitang Yang a chance. If the man was willing to submit to him, then he wouldn't mind receiving him as a follower. After all, controlling the Beitang family was a means of expanding his forces, which was a more favorable result compared to exterminating them. Hence, Huang Xiaolong woke the unconscious Beitang Yang. However, when he heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted him to submit, Beitang Yang sneered disdainfully. "What a joke! You want my Beitang family to submit to you? Huang Xiaolong, don't dream about it." Hearing this reply, Huang Xiaolong shook his head in pity. Without another word, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power ran at full force, causing Beitang Yang's blood essence and God force to rush out uncontrollably from his body and Godhead. His eyes widened in fear and tried to say something, but to his dismay, he couldn't utter a word. In less than a second, Beitang Yang turned into a dried corpse. Huang Xiaolong's God force quivered, shattering Beitang Yang corpse into dust, disappearing from the world. The wounded Beitang family grand elders and elders watched this scene with petrified faces. Huang Xiaolong inhaled, pulling all of them from the pits in the ground and mountain cliffs. "You have already seen Beitang Yang's ending." Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over these Beitang family masters. "I will also give all of you one chance to choose whether you're willing to submit or would rather die." Those grand elders and elders were deathly pale. Death? There was no one who wasn't afraid of dying. But to betray their own family and submit to Huang Xiaolong? They were 100 times unwilling, and even more unable to accept it. While these Beitang family masters were still hesitating, Huang Xiaolong grabbed a fifth-order High God Realm Grand Elder to his front, and his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power rushed out. In the blink of an eye, that fifth-order High God Realm Grand Elder turned into a dried corpse. Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand and the dried corpse turned into dust, floating away in the air. The hesitating Beitang family masters immediately tensed up. I don't have much patience right now. You have 10 breaths to consider the matter. After 10 breaths, those unwilling to submit to me shall die. Huang Xiaolong's glimmered with bloodthirst. The Beitang family masters felt a cold shiver down to their hearts. 10 breaths. 2 breaths later, a grand elder finally stepped out, willing to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this, several others began to speak up, willing to submit. Soon, half of the Beitang family grand elders and elders were willing to submit to Huang Xiaolong. Several breaths later, more than half had already submitted. Beitang Yang had selected more than 600 Beitang family masters to follow him to the martial spirit world. Now, more than 500 of them were willing to submit to Huang Xiaolong, leaving a little more than 100 that had yet to decide. Huang Xiaolong's eyes swept over those 100 over people, his voice extremely cold. 10 breaths have passed. Since you all can't decide, then be buried here. Just as Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, violent waves of God force gushed out from these 100 over people. Those Beitang family grand elders and elders who had silently refused to submit seemed to have reached a tacit agreement to self-detonate, wanting to bring Huang Xiaolong with them to hell. Still, Huang Xiaolong was already prepared for this. With a light sway, he reverted back to his human form, after which 1,000 arms fanned out from his back. Godly Shumi art. In the next instant, 1,000 arms executed the God-binding palm at the same time, raining down on those Beitang family masters and binding their God force. Inside the Vermilion Bird Institute's Great Hall, Institute Principal Qiu Baifei was staring at the sun setting on the horizon, speaking to the grand elders behind him without turning around. The sun has set. Huang Xiaolong has probably died in the hands of Yelu Chufei and Beitang Yang by now. It was the day of Huang Xiaolong's wedding. All forces in the 4 galaxies, be they big or small, were aware that the Yelu and Beitang families wanted to slaughter the entire martial spirit world. There were more than a few people in the 4 galaxies who wanted to see Huang Xiaolong dead, and one of them was the Vermilion Bird Institute Principal Qiu Baifei, who was now waiting for news. It's certain that Huang Xiaolong is dead by now. He has no way of fighting back against both Yelu and Beitang families at the same time. He Fifan laughed. There should be an elder bringing good news soon. Right at this time, a Vermilion Bird Institute elder ran in with a flustered expression. How is it? Qiu Baifei asked anxiously. Is Huang Xiaolong already dead? That Vermilion Bird Institute elder's tongue quivered as he spoke, shaking his head, unable to hide his trepidation. Institute Principal, that Huang Xiaolong did not die. He didn't die. He didn't die? Qiu Baifei, he Fifan, and the other grand elders present looked dumbfounded. Did he flee? He Fifan asked anxiously. The Yelu and Beitang families have so many masters. They actually let Huang Xiaolong escape? Qiu Baifei was extremely upset. Such garbage Yelu and Beitang families. They have so many masters, but they can't even kill one Huang Xiaolong? They even let him escape. After hearing that elder report that Huang Xiaolong did not die, Qiu Baifei, he Fifan, and everyone else naturally took it for granted that he had escaped. There was no other possibility in their eyes. The same Vermilion Bird Institute elder answered fearfully. No, Institute Principal, that Huang Xiaolong did not run away. Did not run? Qiu Baifei and he Fifan repeated with doubt. Could it be? Both Yelu and Beitang families were interested in his talent, and they decided to let Huang Xiaolong keep his life? Qiu Baifei muttered under his breath in doubt. No, it's both Yelu and Beitang families' masters are dead. No, the Yelu family masters are all dead, and those Beitang family masters who did not submit to Huang Xiaolong were also killed. That Vermilion Bird Institute elder dared not conceal anything, explaining fearfully. What? All of the Yelu family's masters are dead? Killed by Huang Xiaolong? Qiu Baifei and everyone else jumped to their feet with deep shock on their faces. Their eyes protruded, their minds buzzing. Yes, all Yelu family masters were killed by Huang Xiaolong. The elder added cautiously, including their patriarch, Yelu Chufei. Not a single person escaped. Later on, Beitang Yang arrived, and he too died in Huang Xiaolong's hands. but a large number of Beitang family masters have chosen to submit to Huang Xiaolong, thus escaping death. Qiu Baifei, He Fifan, and everyone else were stunned agape. Dead? All dead. Yelu Chufei actually died in Huang Xiaolong's hands. Beitang Yang too. Impossible, impossible. Yelu Chufei, Beitang Yang, both of these people are high-level high-god realm masters. How could Huang Xiaolong be a match for them? Qiu Baifei vehemently shook his head, shouting as if he had lost reason. He Fifan and the other present were also in disbelief, finding it hard to accept this news. Black Tortoise Galaxy, Tummed World. Inside an inn, Ancestor Tsang Xiong and more than a dozen people were clinking wine cup, merrily toasting each other. This group of people, Ancestor Tsang Xiong included, were none other than the dozen ancestor who had recently terminated their blood contracts with Huang Xiaolong. I wonder what the situation is like in Huang Clan Manor. Ancestor Tsang Xiong put down his wine cup, speaking without any concern. How else could it be? They were definitely all slaughtered. Blood flowed into a river with nothing left. Based on the Yelu and Beitang families' combined strength, forget a measly Huang Clan Manor, they could easily rampage through the 4 galaxies. A high god realm ancestor answered carelessly. Thank God we were smart enough to terminate our blood contracts with him. Even though we suffered a bit of backlash due to that, it is still better than dying together with Huang Xiaolong. Another one of the ancestors laughed, adding, the news of Huang Xiaolong's death is likely to spread very fast throughout the 4 galaxies. But, sure Xiaofei, that little wench, what a pity. She really was an enticing little girl. Who can say for sure, maybe she is being used by both families right now. Just imagining her stripped naked. My lower part throbs. Everyone erupted in laughter. All of a sudden, one of them stopped laughing, hastily taking out his communication talisman with a disbelieving expression. One of his disciples had just reported to him about the situation in the Huang Clan Manor. And the news was, what wrong? Is Huang Xiaolong dead? Ancestor Tsang Xiong noticed that particular companion's flustered expression and made a joke. Even if that Huang Xiaolong is really dead, you need not show such a shocked expression, right? That high god realm ancestor wasn't in the mood to laugh at all. His hand slowly extended out the communication talisman, speaking in a solemn voice. You take a look. With doubt in his eyes, Ancestor Tsang Xiong received the communication talisman and his divine sense swept over it. The smile on his face was frozen as disbelief and shock took over. The other ancestors detected their strangeness, and each of them took turns in reading the message within the communication talisman. In an instant, their merry mood vanished, leaving a gloomy silence hanging over their heads. How can it be that Huang Xiaolong is still alive? Impossible. How can he possibly kill Yelu Chufei? How could he kill Beitang Yang? One of the high god realm ancestors shrieked. Ancestor Tsang Xiong seemed paler than any other person there, mumbling to himself. Huang Xiaolong didn't die, but we terminated our blood contracts and betrayed him. Later, to us, he will surely. Thinking of their impending doom, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The other ancestors' faces became ashen at the thought. How about we hurry back now and kowtow in forgiveness? One of them suggested, his voice a bit scratchy. It's no use, it's already too late. Tsang Xiong shook his head. Indeed, it was already too late. From the time they decided to terminate their blood contract, in Huang Xiaolong's heart, they were already dead. The reason they were able to live until now, why Huang Xiaolong did not kill them immediately, was to let them know Yelu Chufei and Beitang Yang's ending. And now that they knew, their own deaths were not far away. The news of Yelu Chufei and Beitang Yang having been killed by Huang Xiaolong spread throughout the 4 galaxies at an alarming speed. In a short period, the 4 galaxies' forces were in an uproar, astounded. Of course, there were even more people feeling regret and apprehension. Above all else was the astonishment about the fact that the previously missing Heavenly Mountain had actually been taken away by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was the mysterious master who took the Heavenly Mountain years ago. Then came the news of Huang Xiaolong's orders, that cultivators who had resided in martial spirit world and left before the two families' attack would no longer be permitted to enter martial spirit world again. Following that, another one of Huang Xiaolong's orders spread out, ordering all 4 galaxies' patriarchs and ancestors to gather at the Huang clan manor within 1 month's time. Those who were absent would be killed, whereas those who could bring the heads of the ancestors who had terminated their blood contracts with Huang Xiaolong would be rewarded with 100 sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. As one order after another came from Huang Xiaolong and news of it spread out, the 4 galaxies were once again in an uproar, filled with unease and panic. Due to the Huang clan manor's extensive damage, Huang Xiaolong pushed back the wedding date to 2 months later, instructing Ancestor Bifang and the others to rebuild the manor. Deep into the silent night, Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged above the lightning dragon's spiritual vein, absorbing its energy at rapid speed. Although Yelu Chufei and Beitang Yang were dead, the Yelu and Beitang ancestors were still alive. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong dared not relax, planning to completely refine the lightning dragon spiritual vein in 2 months, enhancing his cultivation further. While he was in seclusion in order to refine the lightning dragon spiritual vein, inside the Vermilion Bird Institute's Great Hall, Principal Qiu Baifei as well as the Institute's Grand Elders were discussing the matter of Huang Xiaolong demanding that all High God Realm Masters of the 4 galaxies travel to the Huang clan manor in 1 month's time. That Huang Xiaolong is really lawless and arrogant. Who does he think he is, actually ordering us, all 4 galaxies' High God Realm Masters to assemble at the Huang clan manor within 1 month? He fumed. We refuse to go over, let's see what can he do to us. We'll join hands with the 4 galaxies' ancestors and patriarchs. I don't believe he will dare to kill the High God Realm Masters of all 4 galaxies. I heard the number of brilliant geniuses who died in Huang Xiaolong's hands in this term's High God Advancement Tournament isn't a small, and one of them was an even greater talent than Yelu Chufei and Beitang Wuji. He was the Fortune Gate's core disciple Feng Chu. Qiu Baifei spoke solemnly. The Fortune Gate is the everlasting galaxy's most powerful and most ancient superforce, not that much weaker compared to the current Wang clan. He brightened. What master means is? Qiu Baifei's eyes gleamed. The Fortune Gate is not a power the likes of which those Yelu and Beitang families can be compared to. Huang Xiaolong can't be arrogant for long. Very quickly, the 1-month deadline arrived. Sitting cross-legged in the Heavenly Mountains underground space, Huang Xiaolong, who had been cultivating for the past 1 month, slowly opened his eyes. Fine streaks of lightning flashed in the depth of his pupils. After 1 month of continuous refinement, he finally finished absorbing the remaining energy inside the lightning dragon spiritual vein. Adding the blood and god force he had absorbed from 2 mid-7th order High God Realm Masters, Yelu Chufei and Beitang Yang, as well as a large number of both families' masters, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation finally rose to late 4th order High God Realm. Late 4th order High God Realm. Although it was only a small breakthrough, Huang Xiaolong's strength actually more than doubled. Now, even without transforming into his dragon form, Huang Xiaolong believed he could completely defeat Patriarch Yelu and Patriarch Beitang. After a moment, he exited the Heavenly Mountain space, appearing in the main hall of the newly rebuilt Huang clan manor. He then summoned both Green Dragon Beast King and Ancestor Bifang to report to him the latest situation in the 4 galaxies, not forgetting about the patriarchs and ancestors who were supposed to gather at the Huang clan manor within the stipulated 1 month. The Green Dragon Beast King hesitated before reporting, "Master, so far, slightly over 400 patriarchs and ancestors have arrived." Just around 400? A piercing glint shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. On the surface, the 4 galaxies had more than 700 High God Realm Masters, but this number merely counted their human race High God Realm Masters and did not include the demonic beast clans nor the High God Realm Masters who were in prolonged seclusion. Overall, Huang Xiaolong believed that the 4 galaxies had no less than 1,000 High God Realm Masters. In other words, less than half of them came to Huang clan manor. What's the reason? Huang Xiaolong asked. His low voice seemed to exude an invisible pressure. The Green Dragon Beast King and Ancestor Bifang exchanged a glance. Ancestor Bifang still reported honestly. The Vermilion Bird Institute's Principal Qiu Baifei, has led a large number of High God Realm patriarchs and ancestors to submit under the everlasting galaxy's fortune gate, about 1,000 of them. Submit to the fortune gate? Huang Xiaolong's expression sank. That Qiu Baifei even said that Master can't be arrogant for long. Thus Master and those following you will die miserably. Green Dragon Beast King spoke. Huang Xiaolong harumphed coldly, sounding like a thunderclap through the main hall. Master, should we hunt down Qiu Baifei and his group? Ancestor Bifang inquired. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No need. Let them go and submit to the fortune gate. When the time comes, he would deal with them in one fell swoop. What about Ancestor Zhang Xiong and the rest? Huang Xiaolong asked another question. Ancestor Zhang Xiong and the rest are already dead. Their heads are here. Green Dragon Beast King said as he took out Ancestor Zhang Xiong and several other people's heads. One could see the regret, unwillingness, and fear still etched on their faces. The gaze in Huang Xiaolong's eyes was cold. With a flick of his fingers, a sliver of fire element god force fell on the severed heads, burning them to ashes. Here are 1,700 sacred grade immortal spirit stones. Pass them down, Huang Xiaolong said while waving his hand. He had stated before that anyone who brought over the head of an ancestor who had terminated their blood contract with him would be rewarded with 100 sacred grade immortal spirit stones. Including Ancestor Zhang Xiong, there was a total of 17 heads, amounting to 1,700 sacred grade immortal spirit stones. Thank you, Master. Green Dragon Beast King and Ancestor Bifang said in unison. Huang Xiaolong nodded and had them call in the 400 patriarchs and ancestors from the 4 galaxies. After the over 400 High God Realm Masters entered the Huang Clan Manor's main hall, Huang Xiaolong did not bother with any pleasantries and went straight to the point, telling them to submit to him. Of course, Huang Xiaolong employed the stick and carrot method, providing remuneration according to the person's cultivation. First Order High God Realm Master would receive 1 sacred grade immortal spirit stone on an annual basis. Moreover, it would be mid-sacred grade immortal spirit stone. As for Second Order High God Realm Masters, it would be 2 mid-sacred grade immortal spirit stones. So on and so forth. Initially, several patriarchs and ancestors were extremely upset listening to Huang Xiaolong ordering them to submit, but when they heard that a First Order High God Realm Master could receive 1 mid-sacred grade immortal spirit stone, all of them turned red from excitement. But in the next second, Huang Xiaolong stated that those submitting to him must be branded with a soul mark, causing everyone's excitement to be extinguished like throwing cold water over fire. No doubt, a sacred grade immortal spirit stone was extremely tempting, but no one would be willing to leave their life in another's hand. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over those in the hall, continuing with an indifferent cold voice. Those unwilling can leave any time. I will not hinder you. However, whoever steps out of this hall will never have the chance to take a single step in ever again. Everyone's face tightened. Huang Xiaolong, we can agree with you placing a soul mark on us. However, a single sacred grade immortal spirit stone is too little for a First Order High God Realm Master to serve you for a year. All of a sudden, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. We want 10, and Second Order High God Realm should get 20 pieces every year. That's right, we want 10 each year. Another voice chimed in, adding, if not, we'll rather submit to the fortune gate like the Vermilion Bird Institute principle. Yes, we'd rather go submit to the fortune gate. Many present High God Realm patriarchs and ancestors were surprised, their eyes looking left and right looking for the owners of the voices who seemed to come from all corners of the hall, so much that one could hardly determine who was speaking. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. His right hand suddenly extended, pushing at a particular location in the air. 3 miserable shrieks rang in the hall at the same time as 3 figures were sent flying out from the group of people, with blood spurting out from their mouths. These 3 people were none other than Crimson Devil Shi Jutian, Flaming Devil Ruan Ji, and Gorb Fiend Wang Han. All 3 of them had fear in their eyes looking at Huang Xiaolong. The elusive devil's voice was an ancient sound technique which, when executed, caused their voices to blend with the surrounding space, making it hard for others to pinpoint the speaker's location. But how did Huang Xiaolong find them? Huang Xiaolong, what is the meaning of this? Crimson Devil Shi Jiutian quickly concealed his fear with indignation, angrily shouting, "We from the Devil Domain mainland came to submit to you. Yet you attacked us out of nowhere? Despicable!" Huang Xiaolong watched Crimson Devil Shi Jiutian's stubborn act. Then he snorted, revealing his impatience. A soul force sword flew directly at Shi Jiutian. Flaming Devil Ruanji and the others watched as Crimson Devil Shi Jiutian suddenly stiffened and tumbled to the floor, no longer breathing. Small gasps sounded in the hall, causing the group of High God Realm patriarchs and ancestors to feel a chill blowing down their necks. Weren't you three clamoring for 10 and 20 sacred grade immortal spirit stones every year? Otherwise you'd rather submit to the fortune gate? Huang Xiaolong looked at Flaming Devil Ruanji and Gorb Fiend Wang Han. How about now? We're willing to submit. We hope Master will show clemency and not kill us. Flaming Devil Ruanji and Gorb Fiend Wang Han knelt down and pleaded. Watching this scene, many unwilling patriarchs and ancestors hurried to announce their submission to Huang Xiaolong, no longer daring to play any tricks. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong proceeded with branding these High God Realm Masters' souls, completely holding their lives in his hands. After giving out the remuneration he had promised, he had them leave the hall. However, sitting in the main hall, there was a deep frown on Huang Xiaolong's forehead after those people left. Even though his overall forces weren't considered weak after adding these people, it was still far from being able to go against a super force like the Fortune Gate that possessed a long heritage. Therefore, he urgently needed to increase his own strength. The question was, where could he find more godheads that belonged to dead heavenly gods? Where should he go to find rare treasures like the Lightning Dragon spiritual vein? Huang Xiaolong inevitably arrived at the Ascending Moon Old Man's yard to inquire if he knew where he could go in order to enhance his strength in the shortest amount of time. The old man answered without hesitation, "Go to the City of Devils." City of Devils? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Previously, before he killed Yelu Chufei, during soul scouring he discovered that the Yelu family's ancestor was in the City of Devils. In fact, not only the Yelu family's ancestor, the Beitang family's ancestor was there as well. Going to City of Devils can help enhance my strength in a short time? Huang Xiaolong asked the Ascending Moon Old Man. Although he had some information about the City of Devils from Yelu Chufei's memories, it was very limited. The Ascending Moon Old Man nodded. If there is a place in hundreds of thousands of galaxies that can help enhance one's strength in a short amount of time, the first on the list would be the City of Devils, while the second one is the Path to Hell. The City of Devils, the Path of Hell. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yes, the City of Devils and Path to Hell. The old man continued, "It is said that the City of Devils is a remnant city left behind by an ancient devil king, inside of which is a Hellion tower going up 12 floors. Passing each floor entitles the challenger to a great reward. The higher the floor, the greater the reward you will receive." The Hellion Tower. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. The Ascending Moon Old Man went on, "This Hellion Tower is a place of limitless treasures. It is said that it existed even before the City of Devils was built, and the City of Devils has been standing for 300 million years. 300 million years. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in astonishment. Didn't this mean that the Hellion Tower could be 400 million years old? 500 million years? Perhaps even longer. The Hellion Tower has a total of 12 floors. How are the rewards for each floor? Huang Xiaolong asked. This was the point he was most concerned with. The Ascending Moon Old Man shook his head. I've only passed the first 2 floors, so those are the only rewards I know about. But, from what I've heard, as long as one passes the 9th floor, the reward is a heavenly god's godhead. Other than that, there are even more shocking treasures. However, passing the 9th floor is just too difficult. In the last several hundred years, the number of people who passed the 9th floor can be counted with 2 hands. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely shocked. With the Ascending Moon Old Man's strength, he merely passed the first 2 floors? Watching Huang Xiaolong's shocked expression, the old man explained as if he guessed what his little disciple was thinking. The truth is, challenging this Hellion Tower does not fully rely on one's strength. It isn't necessarily true that the stronger you are, the higher you can go. Oh, Huang Xiaolong was curious now. The ascending moon old man went on. The most important element in challenging the Hellion Tower is one's talent. The higher your talent is, the higher you can reach. Talent. Huang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Challenging the Hellion Tower actually relied on one's talent. Based on his 3 supreme godheads' potential. Huang Xiaolong's excited expression did not escape the ascending moon old man's eyes. Shaking his head, he said to Huang Xiaolong, "Little Huang brat, I know what you're thinking. Your talent is indeed monstrous. A rare genius that appears once in millions of years. But challenging the Hellion Tower is a different matter. In so many years, there has only been one person who managed to pass the 10th floor. Only one." Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. The ascending moon old man nodded. "Yes, that person is the ancient devil king who built the city of devils. He's the only one who successfully passed the 10th floor. It is said that, when he passed the 10th floor, his reward was a 10 million years old devil fruit. A 10 million years old devil fruit." A feverish gleam shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. A treasure of this level. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know what kind of spiritual fruit the devil fruit was, he was sure it was a precious and rare treasure. A 3 million years old medicinal herb was already extremely rare in the world. One could already imagine the value of a 10 million years old spiritual fruit and the amazing energy contained inside. No one has ever stepped onto the 11th and 12th floors, much less past them. The ascending moon old man added, "Hence no one knows about those rewards. Some guessed it might be a 100 million years old spiritual fruit. Others said it could be a supreme divine pellet. Some claimed it to be a supreme heritage. 100 million year old spiritual fruit. A supreme divine pellet. A supreme heritage." Unknowingly, Huang Xiaolong was clenching his fists. Passing this Hellion Tower relies on the extent of one's talent. Does that mean anyone can attempt to challenge it? Whether it be a Saint Realm or God Realm cultivator? Huang Xiaolong asked. The ascending moon old man shook his head as he spoke. That is not the case. The challenger must at least be a High God Realm master, because the Hellion Tower entrance can only be opened with the challenger's own god force. Initially, Huang Xiaolong planned to bring Shi Xiaofei together with him to try passing the Hellion Tower. But now that he heard the old man's explanation, he smothered that thought. Then, one can challenge the Hellion Tower any number of times? Huang Xiaolong asked another question. The ascending moon old man said, "Not really. Every person has 2 attempts, but the second time's difficulty would be higher than the first time. Naturally, the rewards of each floor would also be much greater." Huang Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cold air. Subsequently, he asked a few more questions related to the Hellion Tower and the path to hell. The ascending moon old man told Huang Xiaolong all he knew about these 2 places. The most powerful force in the city of devils was the ancient devil race, the descendants of the very same devil king after generations of thriving prosperity. Other than this ancient devil race were the scattered forces of other galaxy sects and families, such as the Wangu clan, Fortune Gate, Mu clan, the Dark Elf tribe, Tempest Academy, and even the Giant tribe. However, the power of those branch forces wasn't really that strong. The ancient devil race allowed the Wangu clan, Fortune Gate, and other forces to establish a branch at the City of Devils, but their power was kept in check, holding the City of Devils' highest authority in their hands. That Hellion Tower was also guarded by the ancient devil race. Although they allowed anyone to challenge they must first pay 10 top divine grade spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong noted these details in his mind. Then what about the path to hell? Huang Xiaolong asked. Since the City of Devils had the Hellion Tower, did the path of hell also have something like it? However, the ascending moon old man shook his head. The path to hell is extremely dangerous. Its other name is Path of No Return. According to rumors, once one enters the path of hell, it would be hard to come out alive. Among tens of thousands of cultivators that enter, only one person can come out alive. I advise you not to go. This advice only stoked Huang Xiaolong's curiosity further. This path of hell, what dangers does it hold? Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist asking. The old man explained. This path to hell resembles a lair of countless evil spirits. Rumor has it that it's actually the entrance to hell's ghost plane. No one knows if this is true, for no one has ever reached the end. Although there are countless evil spirits roaming in the path to hell, there are also countless million-year-old herbs and spiritual fruits. Some people claim that there are even 10 million years old and above medicinal herbs in the depth of that place, as well as other precious treasures. The end of this path to hell was actually the entrance to hell's ghost plane. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised by this piece of information. The Azura tactics that he cultivated allowed him to summon the gate of hell that led straight to the Azura plane. However, the Azura plane and the ghost plane were two different realms. It had been a long time since Huang Xiaolong summoned the gate of hell and entered the Azura plane, but it was done for a reason. Although the Azura plane's spiritual energy was extremely tempting, a great help in enhancing his cultivation speed, it was still a higher realm, the risk was too high. The path to hell. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. If there was a chance, he would like to see the end of this path to hell. Still, all of that needed to wait until after his wedding. Huang Xiaolong decided to make a trip to the City of Devils after his wedding 1.5 months later to challenge the Hellion Tower. A while later, he left the Ascending Moon Old Man's yard, entering the Heavenly Mountains Manor. Currently, his parents, siblings, relatives, Shi Xiaofei, the blessed Buddha Emperor Shi Fantian, and the rest were staying inside the Heavenly Mountain. The amazing level of spiritual energy there was beneficial to their cultivation, but most important of all, even if the Fortune Gate Masters came, as long as it wasn't a 10th Order High God realm, Huang Xiaolong needn't worry for his family's safety. With the several High God realm subordinates under him guarding the Huang clan manor, even a 9th Order High God realm master wouldn't be able to break the Heavenly Mountains barrier formations once activated. Of course, if the Fortune Gate really sent a 9th Order High God Realm Master to deal with him, Huang Xiaolong could have the Heavenly Mountain conceal itself and flee. His family and friends' safety wouldn't be jeopardized. Huang Xiaolong appeared in the main hall of the Heavenly Mountains Manor. He then spent some time talking with his parents and Shi Xiaofei before entering a concealed space, continuing his cultivation. Before the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition, he had to strive for a breakthrough to 7th Order High God Realm. Only then would he have a chance to defeat Feng Chu's master, Sun Yi. He was pressed for time. That short period of less than 10 years was far from sufficient for him to grow stronger. He needed to invest every second he could in improving his strength. Huang Xiaolong activated his 4 divine fires, when all of a sudden from the void above him, a stream of shimmering gray energy flowed down, entering his body, which his 3 supreme godheads then devoured, converting it into godforce. All 3 of his godheads shook after they made contact with that energy, emitting a radiant light. Huang Xiaolong was startled. What exactly was that shimmering gray energy? It had such high quality, many times higher than the energy contained in the lightning dragon spiritual vein he had refined. Even his 3 supreme godheads showed such a vigorous reaction as they absorbed it. That lightning dragon spiritual vein was formed from countless years of accumulating the spiritual energy of a higher realm. Yet this shimmering gray energy's quality was many times higher than that. Huang Xiaolong couldn't begin to imagine the source of that energy. But he quickly suppressed the amazement in his heart. Once again stimulated the 4 divine fires, which caused a stream of shimmering gray energy to flow out from the void into his body. In his soul sea, his 3 supreme godheads shone brightly. This time, Huang Xiaolong could clearly sense the source of this shimmering gray energy. It was coming from the divine world instead of the lower realm. What exactly was that spiritual energy? Huang Xiaolong had read almost all the records in the 4 Galaxies Institutes, but he still hadn't the slightest clue about what kind of spiritual energy would emerge after the 4 divine fires merged. A while later, Huang Xiaolong suppressed these headless thoughts, fully focusing on stimulating the 4 divine fires and absorbing the shimmering gray energy coming from the void. This time, the stream of shimmering gray energy was thicker, about the size of a thumb. Huang Xiaolong increased his effort in stimulating the 4 divine fires. That stream of shimmering gray energy continued to flow out from the void, devoured by his 3 supreme godheads like a famished person did with food. The radiant light from Huang Xiaolong's soul sea extended outside of his body, expanding, becoming ever more fascinating. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes. After a day of absorbing the shimmering gray energy, he felt a significant improvement in his cultivation, especially the god force within his three supreme godheads, which seemingly went through some kind of changes, becoming purer and more powerful. One thing that depressed Huang Xiaolong was the fact that only one thumb-sized stream of gray energy would flow out from the divine world no matter how hard he pushed the four divine fires. That was to say, in every breath's time only a single stream would flow out. Not to mention the speed with which his three supreme godheads were swallowing up that energy. In every breath, each of his godheads could devour 100 streams of gray energy, and having three supreme godheads tripled the amount to 300 streams. Therefore, one little stream of energy every other breath wasn't enough to be divided between his three supreme godheads. Although the lightning dragon spiritual vein's energy was of lower quality, it could feed all three of Huang Xiaolong's godheads until they were full each time. He then made a quick estimation in his head. If he cultivated with this shimmering gray energy, there was a very high chance he could break through to 5th Order High God realm in a short 2 to 3 years. This speed may be unprecedented to others, but it was a little too slow for Huang Xiaolong. After all, there were less than 10 years until the Alchemist Grandmaster Union competition. Merely relying on this shimmering gray energy wasn't sufficient for him to break through to 7th Order High God realm within 10 years. Looks like I still need to make a trip to the City of Devils and challenge the Hellion Tower, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Hence, at night, Huang Xiaolong would use the four divine fires to absorb the shimmering gray energy, while during the day he would spend time with his family and Shi Xiaofei. The days quickly passed by, and Huang Xiaolong and Shi Xiaofei's wedding day arrived. After 2 months of rebuilding, the Huang clan manor had restored its previous magnificence. In fact, the whole residence was even grander, filled with a lively, festive air. 2 months prior, due to the Yelu and Beitang families releasing word that they were going to paint martial spirit world red with blood, other than Huang Xiaolong's master Fengyang, his eldest senior apprentice brother Lu Yun, third apprentice sister Qiwen, and a few others, no one else dared to show up at his wedding. However, this time around, cultivators from the 4 galaxies could be seen all around, akin to an ocean of people. They were enough to fill the whole martial spirit world. The 4 galaxies' big and small patriarchs, ancestors, grand elders, and elders all arrived in martial spirit world bearing gifts. The Huang clan manor was even more packed with guests, extremely lively. Such a grand occasion had never occurred in the 4 galaxies for millions of years. Gifts were piled several mountains high, lining next to each other. In fact, the Huang clan manor servants had reserved a large empty square to place these gifts. But as time passed, they realized that the space was far from enough. After going through a string of marriage rituals which included the ceremonial bows and tea ceremony, Huang Min and the others happily sent Shi Xiaofei to the bridal chamber, while Huang Xiaolong was left to accompany the toasting guests at the banquet. Naturally, those ancestors, patriarchs, grand elders, and elders were all flustered when toasting to Huang Xiaolong, bowing nervously while uttering cautious words of flattery as if Huang Xiaolong would be upset if they were half a step too slow. Darkness gradually pulled a veil over the sky, and the guests from the 4 galaxies bid their farewells and left. After everyone left, Huang Xiaolong made his way to a decorated yard, stopping in front of the bridal chamber. His palms pushed open the doors in front of him and stepped inside where Shi Xiaofei had long been waiting, sitting at the edge of the bridal bed, made from 10,000 years old elm wood. Although the 2 people were at different ends of the room, Huang Xiaolong could hear Shi Xiaofei's loud heartbeat. He slowly approached Shi Xiaofei, who was fully clad in a red wedding dress, and took a seat in front of her, causing her heartbeat to audibly quicken. Huang Xiaolong removed the red scarf covering her head, revealing Shi Xiaofei's alluring face, slightly red from shyness. Today, Shi Xiaofei was specially dressed up, enhancing her alluring beauty to another degree which caused all other living beings to pale in comparison. Huang Xiaolong's feelings rose to his chest, softly calling her name, Xiaofei. N. Shi Xiaofei answered, barely louder than a mosquito, as if what was about to happen next flickered in her mind. Her delicate face turned red like an apple. Huang Xiaolong inched closer, placing his lips close to her ears, whispering, "Tonight, you're mine." A shiver ran down Xiaofei's petite body hearing his low whisper. The shyness of a girl was fully displayed on her delicate face. Her ears were red down to her earlobes. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's arm reached out, and before Xiaofei knew it, she was already leaning against his firm chest. Even through the layers of her wedding dress, Huang Xiaolong could feel Xiaofei's rising body temperature. Aroused, his hands began to roam around. Xiaofei's body was soft and supple, completely leaning into Huang Xiaolong as his hands teased her as he liked. However, as time passed, the pair of masculine hands lit a fire in her body everywhere they touched, causing her breathing to gradually grow heavy. The faint scent of Xiaofei's body drilled into Huang Xiaolong's nose. His head lowered, after which his lips met a pair of dainty cherry-red lips, sending a shiver down Xiaofei's body. They became engrossed as their kissing deepened, as if they had blended into the heaven and earth, forgetting all else. Slowly, not knowing who or when, their clothes were peeled off and piled at their feet, leaving skin against skin. Huang Xiaolong's gaze traced the white skin that was like translucent jade yet had a visible pinkish undertone. Her mesmerizing curves, high breasts and rounded behind, spurred the heat from Huang Xiaolong's groin. As for Xiaofei, her sight was filled with Huang Xiaolong's chiseled muscles, especially the enormous horizontal pillar. Her face was indescribably red. A short while later, soft moans and grunts sounded from the bridal chamber and primal desire filled the room. The yard. 3 days and 3 nights later, Huang Xiaolong and Xiaofei emerged from the bridal chamber. When they entered the hall and saw everyone there with bloodshot eyes, Huang Xiaolong and Xiaofei couldn't help turning red. His younger brother Huang Xiaohai discreetly gave Huang Xiaolong a thumbs up. Huang Xiaolong rolled his eyes and pretended not to see, whereas Su Yan and Huang Min quickly walked up to Xiaofei, talking in low whispers. Xiaofei lowered her head, her face all red. In the blink of an eye, a month went by. In this 1 month, Huang Xiaolong's days were spent in cultivation, stimulating the 4 divine fires and absorbing the shimmering gray energy, while his nights were spent tumbling between the sheets with Xiaofei. In between, he would bring Xiaofei and his family on little trips around martial spirit world. Time trickled by and another month passed. After a month of absorbing the shimmering gray energy, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose significantly. Xiaofei was still a virgin on their wedding night, adding her pure luminance enlightened Buddha physique. After their coupling, Huang Xiaolong obtained a part of her Yin essence, hence his cultivation speed was even faster. This improvement was even more obvious looking at Xiaofei's cultivation. 2 months after his wedding, before the Huang families and Xiaofei's reluctant gazes, Huang Xiaolong left the martial spirit world for the city of devils. Before leaving, he listed a number of things that Dragon Emperor Aotai, Ancestor Bifong, and the other needed to pay attention to. A day later, he had left the territory of the 4 galaxies. According to Speed of Chiu Baifei's group, they should now be arriving at the Fortune Gate's headquarters in the Everlasting Galaxy. On the way, Huang Xiaolong sneered as he thought to himself. As predicted, not long after he left the 4 galaxies, Chiu Baifei's group arrived at the Everlasting Galaxy. The Fortune Gate chief, Wang Yu, personally welcomed them. No doubt, if this was any other time, with the identities of Chiu Baifei's group members, they would never be qualified to meet the Fortune Gate's chief. However, when Wang Yu heard that Chiu Baifei's group came from the Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon galaxies, and most of all that they had information related to Huang Xiaolong, Wang Yu decided to welcome this group of people personally. "You're saying Huang Xiaolong killed the 7th Order High God Realm Yelu Chufei and Bei Tangyang?" Hearing Chiu Baifei's report, Wang Yu's expression stiffened due to shock for the briefest moment. His disbelief was obvious. "Yes, Chief Wang." Chiu Baifei respectfully replied, "This matter is absolutely true. This news has spread throughout the 4 galaxies. None of us expected Huang Xiaolong to have concealed his strength so deeply, reaching this extent." Wang Yu's expression darkened visibly. Huang Xiaolong actually had such strength? Then the one who killed their sect's elder Wang Zhong wasn't someone else, but Huang Xiaolong. At that thought, Wang Yu's expression grew even more sullen. His Fortune Gate's disciples had always maintained a strict line, guarding the border of the Eternal Galaxy and its neighboring galaxies. It was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to leave without them knowing, but now not only had Huang Xiaolong returned to the Black Tortoise Galaxy, he had also exterminated more than half of the Yellow family's masters and reigned in just as many Beitang family cultivators. Those groups of useless trash. A chilling light flickered in Wang Yu's eyes. Chief Wang, that Huang Xiaolong is arrogant and overbearing in nature, not to mention lawless and reckless. He actually fantasized about conquering the 4 galaxies. That is why we were forced to leave our native land, hoping to be of service to the Fortune Gate. A White Tiger Galaxy Third Order High God Realm family ancestor cautiously spoke. Wang Yu finally revealed a smile. For you to be willing to place your hopes on our Fortune Gate, submitting to us, we naturally welcome everyone. Rest assured, we will definitely capture Huang Xiaolong and torture him to death. Although the strength of Qiu Baifei's group didn't enter Wang Yu's eyes, they were still High God Realm masters. Even a long heritage hegemon force like their Fortune Gate would need to spend a large amount of resources to nurture a High God Realm master. Now, there were close to 1,000 High God Realm masters willing to submit to them. Wang Yu was naturally happy. With this, the Fortune Gate's power would rise by another level. The kneeling High God Realm masters from the 4 galaxies rose to their feet, thanking Chief Wang. Subsequently, Wang Yu had one of the Fortune Gate's Grand Elders arrange cultivation grounds for Qiu Baifei's group. However, just as he planned to send someone to capture Huang Xiaolong, a disciple ran inside reporting that Huang Xiaolong had already left the Black Tortoise Galaxy and was heading to the City of Devils. Of course, this news was deliberately released by Huang Xiaolong. After Wang Yu heard this report, he sneered, Huang Xiaolong, ah Huang Xiaolong. Since it's like that, I'll have my Fortune Gate Grand Elders prepare to welcome you at the gates of the City of Devils. Thus, Wang Yu took out his communication talisman to contact the Fortune Gate's branch Grand Elders located in the City of Devils, having them prepare well to welcome Huang Xiaolong. Following that, Wang Yu gathered a group of 30 people consisting of 7th Order, 8th Order, and 9th Order High God Realm Masters, sending them to Martial Spirit World with the absolute order of capturing all the Huang clan manners people alive, especially Huang Xiaolong woman, Shi Xiaofei. Watching those 30 people leave, Wang Yu let out a hearty laughter. Huang Xiaolong, you'll reunite with your family and woman very soon in the City of Devils. Due to the distance between the Black Tortoise Galaxy and City of Devils, even if Huang Xiaolong used greater space teleportation consecutively in between transmission arrays, it still took him 3 months before reaching his destination. In those 3 months, he continued absorbing the gray energy to cultivate as he traveled, narrowing his cultivation to peak late 4th Order High God Realm. According to his estimation, he would be able to step into peak late 4th Order High God Realm in 2 months if he continued at this rate. Looking at the enormous city that stood in the middle of space, the tall city walls and devil chi roiling above the City of Devils, Huang Xiaolong subconsciously accelerated. A short while later, he was standing in front of the city gates. However, before entering the City of Devils, Huang Xiaolong's divine sense swept around and immediately discovered a large number of hidden Fortune Gate disciples. Among them was an imposing old man exuding a suffocating pressure, definitely an 8th Order High God Realm Master or above. This old man was most likely the Grand Elder responsible for the Fortune Gate branch in the City of Devils. Huang Xiaolong sneered. He deliberately released news of his departure to the City of Devils, certain that the Fortune Gate would send their people to block his path. But he wasn't perturbed by this. Before he appeared in front of the city gates, he had already changed his physical appearance. Forget these Fortune Gate disciples, even if Fang Chu was standing in front of him, he still wouldn't be able to recognize him. After paying the fee of 1 Saint-grade spirit stone, Huang Xiaolong swaggered into the City of Devils. He even wickedly walked past in front of several Fortune Gate disciples, but their gazes were fixed on a female cultivator entering the city behind Huang Xiaolong. It has to be said that the female cultivator was quite pretty, especially the 2 peaks on her chest, big and jiggling as she walked. After smoothly entering the City of Devils, Huang Xiaolong followed the flow of the crowd, his eyes surveying the streets and shops around him. All of those shops mainly sold items related to the devil race, but there were a few shops that offered medicinal herbs and pills suitable for human cultivators. He strolled around, but did not make any purchases even though those herbs and pills weren't bad. After making some inquiries about the Hellion Tower, Huang Xiaolong headed there straight away. There was a rule in City of Devils that prohibited flying in the city's airspace and greater space teleportation for the High God Realm cultivators. Hence, it would take Huang Xiaolong 3 to 4 days to reach the Hellion Tower. He was in no hurry since he was already in the City of Devils. A delay of 3 to 4 days wasn't an issue. It could be considered as enjoying sceneries of a new place. Unless absolutely necessary, Huang Xiaolong preferred not to violate the City of Devils rules. According to the Ascending Moon Old Man, this particular ancient devil race clan's power wasn't any weaker than the Wangu clan. If possible, he wished to avoid having any conflict with them. As he proceeded along, the sky gradually turned dark. Huang Xiaolong took a look at the sky, then found a dilapidated yard a short while later, planning to stay the night there and continuing on his way tomorrow. After entering the dilapidated yard, Huang Xiaolong cleaned up a corner of the room with a light wave of his hand and sat in a meditative position on the floor. He then swallowed an extraordinary divine pellet and started doing breathing exercises. In the blink of an eye, it was already deep into the night. Silvery moonlight shone down, casting a soft glow over the yard. Huang Xiaolong was resting in a meditative posture when he heard the sound of whistling air some distance from the yard he was in. He opened his eyes and saw the descending figure of a middle-aged man. His blood-stained robe was clear under the moonlight, wobbling unsteadily as his feet touched the ground, his breathing chaotic. Huang Xiaolong noticed that this person's godhead was forcefully damaged by an overpowering force. When the middle-aged man noticed Huang Xiaolong in the yard, his eyes brightened and made an effort to approach him. However, before he could say a word, a sharp sword light slashed through the void, cutting across the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man stiffened where he was. The eyes on his falling head widened. After the sword light vanished, a young man clad in a brocade robe appeared in the yard, walking straight to the middle-aged man's body with a cold sneer on his face. His palm suddenly struck out, completely shattering the middle-aged man's godhead, destroying his soul in the process. When all of this was done, the young man removed the middle-aged man's spatial ring, taking out a black bead. The instant this black bead emerged, the surrounding spiritual energy vigorously rippled. The devil chi intensified, roiling throughout the yard. However, seemingly restricted by the black bead, this soaring devil chi did not spread out from the yard. The brocade-robed young man looked at the black bead in his hand with delight in his eyes. In the next second, he let out an insuppressible laugh before putting the black bead away into his own spatial ring. Only then did he focus on Huang Xiaolong. Late Fourth Order High God Realm. The young man determined his cultivation with a single glance. He didn't interrogate Huang Xiaolong, merely looked coldly at him, throwing a question. "Runt, are you going to kill yourself, or should I do it?" A faint frown wrinkled Huang Xiaolong's brows, showing his displeasure. It seems like he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Hence this young man planned to silence him. This brocade-robed young man's strength wasn't all that bad. A mid-7th Order High God Realm cultivator. "You're a disciple of the Devil Clan?" Huang Xiaolong asked, glancing at the young man's attire. The brocade-robed young man chuckled. "That's right. Your strength isn't bad. A tiny bit better than that Fortune Gate disciple, but don't think you might be lucky enough to escape. Before me, you won't have this chance." Huang Xiaolong's brows smoothed as his expression returned to his usual indifference. "I don't want to kill you, and have no interest in interfering with your devil clan's matters. Leave now and neither of us shall bother with each other." Huang Xiaolong really did not want to be dragged into the devil clan's matters. In this city of devils, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to tear face with the devil clan. At Huang Xiaolong's words, a fleeting tinge of bloodlust flitted in the young man's eyes looking at him, making an exaggerated action of digging his ear. "I didn't hear wrongly, did I? You just said you don't want to kill me?" The sound of whistling sounded in the distance, interrupting his words. Another disciple wearing the same brocade robe descended in the yard. Emo-chan, did you find the devil bead? The second Devil Clan disciple asked the first disciple. All core disciples of the Devil Clan used the surname Emo. The first Devil Clan disciple Emo-chan answered, "You know you can rest assured when I do things. I already got the devil bead, but this runt saw some things he shouldn't have. I told him to kill himself, but guess what he said to me? He said he doesn't want to kill me and told me to leave, not bothering each other." The second Devil Clan disciple shook his head and laughed, looking strangely at Huang Xiaolong, then glanced at Emo-chan, saying, "Seeing that this runt is silly to the point of being cute, let him enjoy our ancient Devil Clan's 10,000 purgatory devil hands." Emo-chan nodded. "That is, of course." Finished saying that, he strode toward Huang Xiaolong. His god force surged and concentrated in his palm, striking at his target. In an instant, alarming devil chi rushed out, condensing into numerous devil hands. Not one more, not one less, precisely 10,000. Just as those devil hands were about to close in on Huang Xiaolong, radiant rays like a million suns burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, bright and sacred. His light element god force flowed out like a galactic river, submerging all devil hands it touched, purifying them. Huang Xiaolong lifted a finger and pointed in the air. The absolute soul finger force combined with his light element god force and instantly pierced through Emo-chan's temple. Emo-chan tumbled to the floor, his dying face filled with disbelief. The second Devil Clan disciple Emo-rue was stunned. Then dread warped his face. Light element god force. He had already turned around, fleeing without hesitation. He had just turned around when a figure flickered, blocking in front of him. Naturally, it was Huang Xiaolong with his earthen Buddha palm, slapping down on Emo-rue, causing boundless Buddhism energy to flow into his chest. Emo-rue screamed as his entire body turned into a pool of light, disappearing from the world. After killing Emo-rue, Huang Xiaolong reached the side of Emo-chen's corpse, found the black bead from his body, and flicked a sliver of fire element god force, erasing all traces. At this time, there were several sounds of piercing wind coming from the distance. Each of their auras was many times more powerful than Emo-chan and Emo-rue's. Without dallying, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from the yard quietly. Such shocking light element god force. There's also remnants of fire element god force. There is Buddhism energy around. Those 5 ancient Devil Clan elders felt alarmed several times in a short moment. A snow-white-haired elder amongst the group stopped at the spots where Emo-chan and Emo-rue had been killed and destroyed. His hands waved in the air as if gathering something from all directions, condensing a pool of light that separated into 2 images of Emo-rue and Emo-chan. Although the 2 images were extremely vague, it was clear enough to tell their identities. Both Emo-chan and Emo-rue are dead, the snow-white-haired elder confirmed with a gloomy expression. It seems the devil bead has already been taken by the other side. Hearing his words, the other 4 people's expressions turned extremely ugly. Such astonishing light element god force and also Buddhism energy. Was it someone from the Bodhisattva branch? One of them made a guess. The Bodhisattva branch was a very old super force that had conquered tens of thousands of galaxies at one point. However, several 100,000 years back, they suddenly withdrew to their headquarters. Now, their disciples rarely ventured into the outside world. This Bodhisattva branch's cultivation technique was mainly derived from Buddhism cultivation techniques. One of the reasons why the Devil Clan elder wondered if it was someone from the Bodhisattva branch. In his opinion, only a Bodhisattva branch disciple who had cultivated the Buddhism cultivation technique would possess such astonishing Buddhism energy and light element god force. The devil bead is gone. The patriarch will definitely be furious. The scope of this matter is too big. What we must do now is to hurry back and report this to the patriarch, then lock down the whole city of devils. Even we have to dig 100 feet below ground, we must get the devil bead back. One of the 5 elders spoke, his expression grim. The others nodded in agreement, disappearing from the yard in a flicker. At this time, in another abandoned yard, space rippled in silence as Huang Xiaolong's figure emerged. Underneath the moonlight, The devil bead between his fingers reflected a faint black glow. As he turned the black bead, Huang Xiaolong caught glimpses of an ancient devil race character. Although he didn't know the usage of this devil bead yet, it was undoubtedly something with great significance for the devil clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out so many masters to search for it. He released an inquisitive strand of divine sense into the black bead, but it was repelled by a mysterious force. What he did manage to discover was the fact that the ancient devil race character slightly quivered when his divine sense entered the devil bead. Did that mysterious force originate from that ancient devil character? Despite spending the next hour studying the devil bead, Huang Xiaolong had no gains. He subsequently put the devil bead away, leaving it for later, then swallowed an extraordinary divine pellet and continued with his breathing exercises. At the same time, inside the devil clan's great hall, the clan patriarch Mo Dingtian was extremely upset. He had just received his subordinate's report saying that the devil bead had been taken away by an unknown master that cultivated Buddhism techniques. A group of trash. Mo Dingtian roared to vent his anger, causing the entire great hall to quake. Several steps below the dais, a group of devil clan elders shuddered down to their hearts, guiltily lowering their heads. Devil chi sparked in the depths of Mo Dingtian's eyes whenever he thought of the lost devil bead. The path to Hell's Devil King Palace couldn't be opened without it. He felt like killing someone. Why aren't you bastards locking down the city? Search every inch. Get back the devil bead for me. Mo Dingtian barked. I don't care who that person is. Kill them without mercy. Also, that Fortune Gate spy who mingled into our disciples. Investigate if this matter is related to the Fortune Gate. Things won't end here. Yes, Patriarch. Immediate action was taken, hence it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to hear news of the Devil Clan locking down the City of Devils. The streets were filled with ancient Devil Clan disciples checking everyone, but Huang Xiaolong did not place this matter to heart. 3 days later, he reached the north side of the City of Devils where the Hellion Tower was located. He noticed that the closer he got to the Hellion Tower, the stronger the surrounding devil chi became. Soon, Huang Xiaolong reached the lofty tower standing in a large square. The Hellion Tower, entirely black through and through, was emitting a terrifying devil chi. Thick streams of it wound around the black tower like several evil dragons. The surface of the tower was inscribed with ancient devil race symbols, and very floor's characters were different. The lowest floor was several hundred square meters large, gradually growing smaller the higher it went. The higher the level, the more intense the devil chi surrounding it was. Booming inns and restaurants could be seen all over the Hellion Tower Square. Apart from them, there was also an exchange market that traded in medicinal pellets, armors, weapons, and other items. Thinking back to what the Ascending Moon Old Man said, Huang Xiaolong didn't waste much time finding the registration place to enter the Hellion Tower. He paid the required 10 top divine grade spirit stones and received an identity token, after which he was informed by the ancient devil clan disciple behind the counter to wait 3 days at the square for the appointed entry time. Huang Xiaolong kept his identity token and went searching for a big restaurant, choosing a table next to a window. He then called for the waiter and ordered some dishes and wine, slowly enjoying them as he gazed outside. The restaurant he chose had quite a lot of customers. Throwing a quick glance around, he saw disciples wearing robes of different families and sections. For instance, the Wangu clan, Fortune Gate, Ouyang clan, as well as the Swordless sect. Huang Xiaolong actually spotted a familiar face, one of the disciples he saved from Feng Chu's hands in the Lightning God space. The Orthodox Yang sect's Lu Dongwei. This Lu Dongwei is also planning to enter the Hellion Tower? Huang Xiaolong thought with interest. Did you hear? 3 days later, the immemorial Devil Clan's Devil Son Mo Su will also be challenging the Hellion Tower. A voice from a nearby table belonging to a Swordless sect disciple drifted into Huang Xiaolong's ears. What? Devil Son Mo Su wants to challenge the Hellion Tower 3 days later. I heard this Devil Son Mo Su is similar to the ancient Devil King, possessing an innate devil physique from the time he was born. Not to mention that his physique is one of the more powerful ones. Hence his talent isn't any weaker than the ancient Devil King himself. He actually wants to challenge the Hellion Tower? Another disciple blurted out in shock. Other swordless sect disciples wore the same shocked expression on their faces. Others say that this devil son Mosu has never challenged the Hellion Tower. This is his first time, right? In the past, some speculated that if this Mosu challenges the Hellion Tower, he would be able to pass the 10th floor just like the past Devil King. One of the swordless sect disciples sighed. Pass the 10th floor? That's definitely going to be shocking. If that's really true, it's going to be lively 3 days later. However, how does this Mosu compare to our human race's Huang Xiaolong? I wonder whose talent is higher. Of course Mosu would win. There's a rumor that his godhead is of emperor rank. As good as that Huang Xiaolong is, he cannot be placed in the same category as Mosu. Those several swordless sect disciples chattered on, and their chatter attracted the attention of surrounding tables, raising shock in everyone's hearts. That's right, during the High God Advancement Tournament that has just passed, our Devil Son was in seclusion cultivating a supreme devil technique, hindering him from participating. If not, the High God Advancement Tournament's first place would absolutely belong to our Devil Son, not that Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, an arrogant voice resounded from outside the restaurant. Huang Xiaolong and everyone else looked toward the entrance as a group of more than 10 Devil Clan disciples strode in. Watching the group of Devil Clan disciples walk into the restaurant, all human race disciples quieted. Despite the dissatisfaction they felt toward those Devil Clan disciples' arrogance, no one spoke out. The Devil Clan disciples haughtily swaggered in until they reached a table next to the window, one of them gesturing to the person occupying it to scram. That person could do nothing but swallow his anger, obediently give up his table, and find another seating far away. The several Devil Clan disciples sat down around the table without any embarrassment. From the way they acted, they seemed to be regular patrons of this restaurant. Just as they sat down, a waiter was already scurrying towards them with a tray of dishes and wine. I don't know what kind of dogshit luck that shitty Huang Xiaolong stepped into for him to win the High God Advancement Tournament's first place. Had he run into our Devil Son, I bet he wouldn't even dare fart in front of him. One of the Devil Clan disciples grumbled loudly. That's right. If that Huang Xiaolong dared to come challenge the Hellion Tower, the best he could do is passing the 8th floor. Another ancient Devil Clan disciple harumphed. The 8th floor? In my opinion, it would already be a miracle if he could reach the 7th floor. Another Devil Clan disciple snickered with disdain. The 4th-placed Mu Qi from the Mu clan tried challenging the Hellion Tower before the High God Advancement Tournament, but he only managed to pass the 4th floor. Wang Guyanhui's talent is slightly higher, he could probably pass the 5th floor, and if that Fang Chu was still alive, I say the highest he could reach is the 6th floor. That's why I said that Huang Xiaolong could at most reach the 7th floor. I'm already giving him a very high evaluation. Huang Xiaolong could merely reach the 7th floor, while our Devil Son will definitely pass the 10th floor. The gap between them is 1,000,000 miles. That Huang Xiaolong is not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as our Devil Son. That group of Devil Clan disciples felt even more disgruntled as they grumbled on. In their words, Huang Xiaolong was nothing more than an average genius who had a little bit more luck, and their Devil Son was the irrefutable peerless genius. Before their Devil Son Mosu, Huang Xiaolong was mere leftovers. The other patrons inside the restaurant grew increasingly dissatisfied listening to the Devil Clan disciples grumbling. But all of them endured. No one said anything. Whereas Huang Xiaolong was inwardly sneering as their words entered his ears. At this point, a patter of footsteps sounded as another group of people entered the restaurant. A group of ancient clan disciples clad in law enforcer robes rushed in, exactly 300 of them. The leader of the group was an ancient Devil Clan elder, an 8th Order High God Realm Master. Watching this group rushing into the restaurant all of a sudden, everyone inside was bewildered. The ancient Devil Clan elder spoke. Everyone, don't be nervous. We're only performing a routine inspection. Everyone just needs to lightly display your god force. After the devil bead was lost, the whole city of devils was locked down while they rounded up every person who had light or Buddhism energy god force, or even fire element god force regardless of identity. The 300 ancient Devil Clan disciples spread out to different corners of the restaurant and began the inspection. Very soon, several of them reached Huang Xiaolong's table, instructing him to display his god force. Streaks of lightning suddenly wrapped around Huang Xiaolong's body as his lightning element god force surged for a brief second. Confirming this, the several law enforcer disciples no longer bothered with him, moving on to the next person. A short while later, the law enforcement group left, bringing with them 2 cultivators possessing fire element god force. Despite their vehement resistance, their struggle was futile. Huang Xiaolong spent a little more time in the restaurant before leaving, renting an independent courtyard at one of the many inns in the square. He then started cultivating quietly in his room, waiting for 3 days to pass so he could enter the Hellion Tower. He didn't go inquiring about the usage of the devil bead in case it attracted the attention of the ancient devil clan. It wasn't an urgent matter after all. He could look into it after coming out from the Hellion Tower. The next 3 days were uneventful, gone in a blink. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his yard, heading straight to the Hellion Tower square that was already crowded with people. The square wasn't usually this crowded, but news of Devil Sun Mo Su challenging the Hellion Tower this time has spread, attracting numerous cultivators. Huang Xiaolong maneuvered through the crowd of people, holding the identity token in his hand. When he reached the waiting area, there were already 500 to 600 disciples waiting. Glancing around, he spotted the Orthodox Xianxia's Lu Dongwei. As he guessed earlier, this Lu Dongwei appearing in the City of Devils was also for the Hellion Tower. At this time, apart from Lu Dongwei, Huang Xiaolong saw 2 more familiar faces. One of them was the Zhou clan's Zhou Yao, while the other one was the Tempest Academy's Zhang Xiaosu. Seeing a woman like Zhang Xiaosu also coming to challenge the Hellion Tower, Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. Since he had already altered his physical appearance before entering the City of Devils, no one recognized him. Then, the crowd of people stirred with excitement. It's the Devil Sun, the Devil Clan's Devil Sun. The surrounding ancient Devil Clan disciples cheered in excitement. Following the direction of the crowd's gaze, Huang Xiaolong saw a young man clad in a black brocade robe, surrounded by a group of ancient Devil Clan disciples, walking toward the waiting area. As he approached, the crowd parted. With spirited eyes like shining stars and domineering brows like sharp blades, he exuded a natural overbearing air. This kind of overbearing air was different from Huang Xiaolong, whose overbearing air was due to his fearlessness and confidence. This Mo Su's overbearing air came from his desire to possess, to hold everything between heaven and earth in his palm. Devil Sun, there are a few human race geniuses challenging the Hellion Tower this time as well. Other than the Orthodox Xianxia's Lu Dongwei, the 3rd-placed Zhou Yao, and the 8th-placed Zhang Xiaosu are here as well. An ancient Devil Clan elder following behind Mo Su informed him with a satirical smile. Mo Su chuckled. What human race geniuses? In my eyes, there's no such thing as a genius among them. Zhou Yao? Merely a waste that grasped a sliver of the Tao of slaughter dares to title himself a genius? Zhang Xiaosu, however, I heard she has a few points of charm. Perhaps she's qualified to be my little concubine. Mo Su did not lower his voice saying this. In fact, he amplified his voice with a trace of his god force, reaching all corners of the square. Zhou Yao's expression was extremely ugly. Zhang Xiaosu wasn't looking much better, turning red and green from anger. Pity that Huang Xiaolong didn't come. If he did, I would let everyone know who the real peerless genius is, who the title of number 1 in the tens of thousands of galaxies truly belongs to. Mo Su snickered. A faint frown formed between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. Although this Mo Su was too arrogant, he had the qualification to do so. Huang Xiaolong could see that his cultivation had already reached 8th Order High God realm. This was truly startling. From what he heard a few days ago, this Mo Su's bone age didn't exceed 2,000. In other words, he had been cultivating for less than 2,000 years. Such terrifying cultivation speed was enough for him to feel proud. Shortly, accompanied by a group of people, Mo Su arrived at the waiting area. Devil Sun, this here is Miss Zhang Xiaosu. An ancient Devil Clan elder pointed toward her, saying to Mo Su, Mo Su's eyes lit up. His lecherous gaze roamed over Jiang Xiaosu's body and he nodded approvingly. Still a virgin, higher than average face, totally qualified to be my little concubine. Jiang Xiaosu harumphed coldly and turned away from Mo Su. Mo Su laughed, unconcerned with her manners. Led by the ancient Devil Clan elder, Mo Su came at the front of the line, standing in front of the Hellion Tower entrance. As the Devil Son of the ancient Devil Clan, Mo Su was naturally the first to enter the Hellion Tower. Before the excited eyes of the large crowd, a shocking burst of devil chi was released from Mo Su's body, sweeping out in all directions. Sensing the soaring devil chi, the cultivators who came to challenge the Hellion Tower tensed up, and so did the crowd. Several disciples who were dissatisfied with Mo Su's arrogance, such as Zhou Yao and Jiang Xiaosu, now had deep fear in the depths of their eyes. Although Zhou Yao and Jiang Xiaosu couldn't see through Mo Su's true strength, they could still roughly estimate that his strength had entered the high-level high god realm. Mo Su laughed, enjoying the shocked expressions on the crowd's faces. Then he gathered a small amount of god force in his palm and pressed it against the Hellion Tower's entrance. Almost instantly, the entrance to the first floor released a brilliant light. He then turned into a streak of light, flying into the Hellion Tower. After Mo Su disappeared into the entrance, the Hellion Tower's first floor emitted a bright light. The ancient devil race symbols on the walls of the first floor glimmered, emitting a mysterious force. After Mo Su entered, another Devil Clan disciple followed, until all of the registered Devil Clan disciples entered. Only then was it the human race disciples' turn, but because challenging the Hellion Tower relied on one's talent and had nothing to do with the time one entered the tower, none of the human cultivators raised any objections. Shortly, Zhou Yao, Jiang Xiaosu, and Lu Dongwei disappeared into the Hellion Tower one by one. Seeing that Zhou Yao and a number of other people had already entered, Huang Xiaolong was about to step up to the line when the second floor of the Hellion Tower emitted a bright light, causing the ancient devil race symbols inscribed on the walls to glimmer brightly. Huang Xiaolong was surprised by this. It's Devil Son Mo Su. He actually reached the second floor in such a short time. So fast, he has only entered for a few minutes. It is said that his ancestor, the Devil King of that year, took more than 20 minutes to pass the first floor. Does this mean that Mo Su's talent is higher than his ancestor? The usual amount of time the other genius disciples take to pass the first floor is about 1 month. Yet this Mo Su took less than 10 minutes. Amazing! The spectating crowd gasped and exclaimed loudly. The cultivators who had yet to enter the tower were shocked. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered, but there were no changes to his expression as he reached the entrance. God force swirled in his palm as placed it against the tower walls, followed by a great suction force pulling Huang Xiaolong into the Hellion Tower. The scene in front of Huang Xiaolong changed in an instant, arriving at an empty plain. Before he could take a look around, a burst of light shone right above him, condensing into a group of 10 devils. Their bodies were entirely black, with devil chi floating on the surface of their skin. 2 bat-like wings grew out from their backs, while their eyes were crimson red. Each of them held a long black blade in their hands. Those long black blades were formed from pure concentrated black devil chi, with devil race characters moving on their surface. The moment those winged devils appeared, they started raining attacks on Huang Xiaolong. However, their strength wasn't that high. The leader was just a mid-first order high god realm, while the rest were between early first order to peak early first order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong's current bone age was less than 300 years. According to what he knew, the power of the devils created by the Hellion Tower was based on the challenger's skeletal age. On average, the top 1,000 disciples in the High God Advancement Tournament would at least have a cultivation between early to peak early First Order High God realm at the age of 300. Hence, those top 1,000 geniuses would be able to pass the first floor of Hellion Tower after some arduous effort. Watching the 10 devils attacking him, Huang Xiaolong lightly blew out. The light element god force he emitted spun into a twister, pulling the devils inside, reaping their lives and turning them into pure energy to be swallowed by Huang Xiaolong. Such pure underworld energy! Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise after absorbing the purified energy. This level of pure underworld energy wasn't any lower than the shimmering gray energy gathered by the combined four divine fires. What kind of treasure was this Hellion tower? It was actually able to channel such pure underworld energy. In the next second, another bright light shone above Huang Xiaolong like a gate, sending over the second wave of devils. This time, 20 devils appeared with 2 leaders of mid-first order high god realm. The rest had cultivations between early and peak early first order high god realm. This time, Huang Xiaolong directly used his innumerable Buddha Supreme Godhead's light element god force and Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power, pulling those devils toward himself. In the blink of an eye, they were cleanly devoured by Huang Xiaolong. After he dealt with the 20 devils, another burst of light appeared above the plains as the third wave emerged. It was a group of 30 devils with 3 mid-first order devils as leaders. As if settled into a pattern, Huang Xiaolong completely devoured this group of 30 devils in the blink of an eye. Then the fourth wave appeared, 40 devils, 4 of them having mid-first order high god realm strength. Wave after wave passed, and soon the 10th wave appeared, which had 10 mid-first order high god realm leaders. From what the ascending moon old man told him, there was a total of 10 waves on the first floor. In other words, this was the last wave of devils he would need to kill before passing through to the second floor. Huang Xiaolong still defeated them by directly devouring them. When the 10th wave of devils was gone, the sky above the plains no longer released any light, but a shocking amount of spiritual energy flowed out like a river from the space above, nearly drowning Huang Xiaolong. This was the reward for passing the first floor. Every gulp of this astonishing spiritual energy was equivalent to the energy contained within a 2-million-year-old medicinal herb. This astonishing amount of spiritual energy flowing at him was no different from tens of thousands of 2-million-year-old medicinal herbs raining down on him from the sky. Huang Xiaolong wasted no time in accelerating his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power, swallowing this energy madly. In a dozen breaths, every last strand of spiritual energy went straight into his body. The spiritual energy rewarded on the first floor could last for a day's time. However, in 1 day's time, the average disciple could barely manage to refine 1/millionth of it, perhaps even less. What Huang Xiaolong did, cleanly devouring all the spiritual energy in a few short breaths of time, was unheard of. Huang Xiaolong did not rush to the second floor. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in meditation for 1 hour before walking toward the end of the plains, entering the pathway connected to the second floor. When he stepped into the second floor, the ancient devil race characters on the external walls of the second floor glimmered brightly. Watching this, the spectating crowd was in an uproar. Someone actually passed through to the second floor in a little over an hour. Could it be the High God Advancement Tournament's third-placed Zhou Yao? This Zhou Yao's talent is actually this amazing. For a second, Zhou Yao was the topic on everyone's mouth. Some Zhou clan disciples waiting outside the tower were proudly beaming. I didn't expect this Zhou Yao's talent to be so high. It looks like we've underestimated him. Outside the tower, an ancient devil clan elder named Mo Shurong muttered with a frown. Although this Zhou Yao might be highly talented, he's still far from being in the same league as our devil son. Another elder disagreed. The highest he could reach is probably the 5th floor. Huang Xiaolong was ignorant of the uproar he caused. After stepping into the second floor, he came to a primitive forest. The environment of the second floor was a primitive forest. It was filled with towering trees that shaded the ground. Each tree had a trunk so thick that 10 adult men would be needed to embrace it. But more importantly, every single one of them was an extremely rare scarlet fire black lotus tree. The scarlet fire black lotus trees had a faint layer of scarlet fire burning on their surface, with leaves entirely black instead of the common green, just like a blooming snow lotus. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked. Scarlet fire black lotus trees were extremely hard to grow, rising 1 meter in 10,000 years. For this forest to be filled with trees reaching 100 zhang in height, didn't this mean they were more than 3 million years old? Just a small portion from 100,000 years old scarlet fire black lotus tree was worth 1 billion. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't estimate the worth of a whole forest. What a pity that he couldn't bring these trees out. Otherwise, building a magnificent palace from scarlet fire black lotus trees would bring great benefits to their cultivation, whether it was for him or his family. Huang Xiaolong pushed away these thoughts and walked into the depths of the primitive forest. Right at this time, a sharp sword light slashed through the air, arriving behind him in the blink of an eye. When this sword light looked like it was about to split Huang Xiaolong into halves, a bright light enveloped his body, completely blocking the sword light 10 zhang away. Subsequently, he raised a palm, creating a powerful suction force that pulled a peak late first order high god realm devil from one of the trees into his hand. Right at this time, another sword light flew toward him, aimed at his back. In a split second, a third sword cut through the air, targeting to blind Huang Xiaolong. Almost in an instant, there were 9 piercing sword lights flying out from various locations, attacking him. Huang Xiaolong stood where he was, circulating his god force to form a protective barrier around himself. Those sword lights clashed against his protective barrier and rebounded, followed by 9 figures falling down from the surrounding trees. This was the first wave of devils hiding among the scarlet fire black lotus trees. Similar to the first floor, the first batch was comprised of 10 devils. The difference was that the weaker devils formed on the second floor were mid-first order high god realm, and the leaders had cultivations of peak late first order. Moreover, the scarlet fire black lotus tree themselves had a natural dark element force. With those devils hiding amongst the trees, one could barely distinguish any difference in energy fluctuations between the two, making it harder to defend against attacks. Hence, the difficulty of the second floor was 10 times higher than the first floor. However, for Huang Xiaolong, there was no difference between the first floor and second floor. He gathered all the devils in front of him, devoured their energy, then continued to move forward. He had just taken a few steps when the second wave of devils started attacking. In a short few breaths' time, Huang Xiaolong had annihilated the second wave of devils, followed by the third wave, then the fourth wave. Roughly 6 minutes later, the second floor's 10 waves of devils were completely devoured, converted into Huang Xiaolong's god force. Once he dealt with all the devils on the second floor, the scarlet fire black lotus trees quivered, emitting a golden red light. Every tree bore a scarlet fire black lotus fruit. Every fruit shone with a resplendent light, emitting a refreshing fragrance that immediately drowned the primitive forest in a sea of fragrance. Just taking in a breath, Huang Xiaolong felt comfortable and refreshed. Even his soul force seemed more consolidated. In a glance, the youngest of those scarlet fire black lotus fruits were at least 2 million years old. But even more of them were 3 million years old. Although every tree only had 1 fruit, just how many scarlet fire black lotus trees were in the entire forest? These fruits were the reward for passing the second floor. Huang Xiaolong's eyes were sparkling as he quickly flew up into the air above the primitive forest. With a wave of his hands, numerous golden red fruits flew up into the air and sped towards him. Huang Xiaolong's archdevil supreme godhead had already begun devouring the energy contained within them. These scarlet fire black lotus fruits would only exist for 1 month and then disappear from the world. Just like the amazing spiritual energy on the first floor, one was only limited by time regarding how many fruits they could refine in a month's time, and this relied on individual capability. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Scarlet fire black lotus fruits flew toward Huang Xiaolong like a river, being continuously refined and absorbed, turning into god force. Compared to the first floor spiritual energy reward, which took Huang Xiaolong no more than a dozen breaths of time, the amount of scarlet fire black lotus on the second floor was really too much, especially considering that a large number of them were 3 million years old spiritual fruits. After 20 minutes, Huang Xiaolong merely absorbed half of them. More than 40 minutes later, he finally completely absorbed the enormous amount of spiritual fruits. When all was done, Huang Xiaolong noticed that his cultivation had broken through to peak late fourth order high god realm. Peak late fourth order high god realm. Just one more step to fifth order high god realm. Delight surged in his heart. This Hellion Tower was truly a cultivation treasure land. Following this trend, if he could pass the 12th floor, there was a very high chance that he could break through to 7th order high god realm. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong forced himself to calm down. Similar to what he did on the first floor, he sat down and adjusted his condition for 1 hour. I wonder if that Mo Su has reached the 3rd floor. As he was standing up, this thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. Although he entered the 2nd floor later than Mo Su, the space everyone appeared in was different. Therefore, he couldn't sense Mo Su's presence or the situation on his end. Huang Xiaolong no longer pondered about the matter, flying past the primitive forest, reaching the 3rd floor's entrance. In a flicker, he arrived at the 3rd floor. Just as he appeared on the 3rd floor, the outside wall of the Hellion Tower shone brightly. The ancient devil race symbols on the walls glimmered. The spectating crowd saw this and gasped in surprise. Mo Su actually passed the 2nd floor in such a short time, entering the 3rd floor. It's been less than 3 hours since he entered, right? A human race cultivator exclaimed in disbelief. In the past, the Devil King took a full day to pass the 2nd floor. This Mo Su's talent is really shocking. Truly frightening. Looks like the ancient Devil clan is about to return to its old glory. A Zhou clan elder lamented. The Devil clan disciples and elders all around wore beaming smiles. Elder Mo Shurong was laughing as he said, "The Devil Son really gave us a big surprise." Another Devil clan elder named Chang Bongi agreed. With the Devil Son's advancing speed, I estimate he will only need 1 day to pass the 3rd floor. The crowd outside was talking about the matter with excitement. Everyone took it for granted that the person who entered the 3rd floor was Devil Son Mo Su. But what these people didn't know was that Mo Su was still stuck on the 2nd floor. Although he entered the 2nd floor an hour earlier than Huang Xiaolong, he had just finished killing the last wave of devils a while ago and was currently refining the rewarded Scarlet Fire Black Lotus fruits. Mo Su sat in a meditative posture above the primitive forest, and floating high in his soul sea were actually 5 enormous godheads. Each godhead exceeded a shocking 7,000 li in diameter. Mo Su actually had 5 high-grade emperor-rank godheads. If this were made known to the outside world, it would absolutely shock 100,000 galaxies. Condensing 1 emperor-rank godhead was already a cause for uproar. Lauded as a peerless genius in 1,000,000 years, what's more 5 high-grade emperor-rank godheads. A supreme-rank godhead was the lord of all godheads, standing at the pinnacle of all other godheads. Yet, between heaven and earth, other than the supreme-rank godheads, there were also a few types of unique godheads. For example, the 5 elements godhead, 9 sons of the heavenly mother godhead, 9-colored rainbow godhead, sky dragon godhead, and darkful infernal godhead, among a few others. Mo Su's godheads were precisely one of the unique existences amongst godheads, the 5 elements godheads consisting of the 5 natural elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements were in harmony with each other, yet also restrained each other, all within one entity. This was also the reason why Mo Su could achieve a cultivation realm of 8th order high god realm, even though he had cultivated for less than 2,000 years. For a person possessing high emperor rank 5 elements godheads, a slow cultivation speed would be ridiculous. This kind of unique godheads only appeared once in 10 million years. Then again, godheads of supreme rank were the lords of all godheads. Regardless of how many emperor rank godheads someone condensed, they would always be on a lower level. There was a heaven and earth gap between the two of them. Mo Sui's 5 godheads spun, emitting colors representing the 5 elements as they absorbed the energy contained within a scarlet fruit black lotus fruit, turning it into god force. While Mo Su's 5 element godheads were absorbing the scarlet fire black lotus fruits, one by one on the 2nd floor, on the 3rd floor, Huang Xiaolong's figure appeared on a barren island. This barren island was 3 times the size of the wind snow continent, with devil qi enshrouding it like a thick fog that actually befuddled the mind. Huang Xiaolong noticed that there was a restriction laid out on the island's perimeter, suppressing his strength to a certain degree. Right at this time, 10 sword lights cut through the devil qi fog, arriving before him. Huang Xiaolong snorted, lightly pressing his palm at the void. The first wave of devils hidden within the fog was sent flying out into the open. The weakest of those devils were late 2nd order high god realm, while the strongest ones were peak late 3rd order high god realm. The level of difficulty of the third floor was 100 times higher compared to the second floor. Even so, in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, the devils on the third floor were just as easy to kill. With his soul force, the fog on this barren island didn't have much of an effect on him, and despite the fact that his strength was slightly suppressed by the island's array formation, these second-order and third-order High God Realm devils didn't pose any problem to Huang Xiaolong. After taking care of the first wave, he continued to fly deeper into the barren island. The second wave of devils appeared a few seconds later. Blade lights crisscrossed in the air. Huang Xiaolong didn't even move his hands, using purely his soul force to deal with them. The third wave followed, then the fourth. Time flowed by. A short while later, all 10 waves of devils on the third floor had been eradicated by Huang Xiaolong. Every time he killed a wave of devils, they would be devoured. As the strength of those devils increased, the underworld energy they contained grew. For Huang Xiaolong, this energy was a rare supplement, and he wasn't someone who wasted resources. Moreover, after absorbing these devils' underworld energy, Huang Xiaolong noticed an additional benefit. The corrosive power of his Archdevil Supreme Godhead's Dark Element God Force was significantly strengthened. After he dealt with all 10 waves on the third floor, the thick devil chi fog that enshrouded the island emitted a golden radiance, merging and condensing, forming a shining thumb-sized drop of golden water. Is that a drop of weighted metallic water essence? A tremor of excitement ran down Huang Xiaolong's back, delight written all over his face. Weighted metallic water essence. This kind of thing was a rare treasure from hell. Every drop was formed from the accumulation of the purest water element spiritual energy, an accumulation that happened through 100,000 millennia. Not only could it enhance one's strength, it could also improve one's physical body and nurture the soul. It was even beneficial for the godhead. A cultivator's godhead, according to its rank, could be strong or weak just like a cultivator's body, where their offensive and defensive power varied from one cultivator to another. The same principle applied to the godhead as well, and there were some rare treasures in the world that could actually strengthen a cultivator's godhead. Treasures such as this weighted metallic water essence. A treasure that could enhance a godhead's resilience. Although a mere drop or two of weighted metallic water essence wouldn't bring a visible benefit, the amount of it forming above this barren island could probably turn into a river with the length of 100 zhang. If Huang Xiaolong refined every drop here, he couldn't even imagine what level of enhancement his 3 supreme godheads would experience. Here on the third floor, these drops of weighted metallic water essence would only exist for 3 months before disappearing. Huang Xiaolong swiftly sat in the air in a meditative pose, stimulating all 3 of his supreme godheads and began devouring madly. In an instant, the drops of weighted metallic water essence above the barren island shone brightly and flew toward him. Those water golden drops were continuously refined by Huang Xiaolong as they rushed into his body. Above his soul sea, his 3 supreme godheads released a radiant light that covered over 10,000 zhang. 1 hour quickly passed by. Huang Xiaolong felt a significant change to his 3 supreme godheads, although it wasn't visible to the naked eye. Seconds ticked by, turning into 4 hours. Finally, every last drop of weighted metallic water essence had been completely refined. Huang Xiaolong inhaled deeply and breathed out before getting to his feet. His divine sense submerged internally and discovered that his physical body, soul, and 3 supreme godheads had undergone different degrees of improvement. Especially the power of his body and soul, which had definitely increased by about 10%. For a cultivator like Huang Xiaolong, the force brought about by a 10% increment in power was terrifying enough in such a short time. Forget increasing 1/10, even half of that was already shocking. The joy in Huang Xiaolong's heart was hard to describe. Next is the 4th floor. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he flew out from the barren island in a flash, heading to the 4th floor's entrance. The top 100 disciples in the High God Advancement Tournament could pass through the 3rd floor of the Hellion Tower without much problem. But the 4th floor was where the difficulty really began. According to what Huang Xiaolong knew, the 4th to the 6th floors were akin to a boundless hell, every level of which was different. The closer one got to the end, the harsher the purgatory fire was. Look, the 4th floor is lighting up. Someone has entered the 4th floor. It's definitely Devil's Son Mo Su. Mo Su actually passed the 3rd floor so fast. God. It has been a little more than 4 hours since he entered the Hellion Tower. So fast. What incredible talent. The crowd was in a frenzy, while the ancient Devil Clan disciples were hooting proudly. While the crowd outside was in an uproar, especially the ancient clan disciples, Mo Su was still sitting cross-legged in the air above the primitive forest on the 2nd floor, refining the scarlet fire black lotus fruits. 3 more hours passed before he completely refined all the spiritual fruits. Over 9 hours. Mo Su stood up with a satisfied smile on his face. In the past, his Devil King ancestor spent a whole day on the 2nd floor, whereas he only spent a little over 9 hours. Mo Su reached the entrance to the 3rd floor and flew in. The 3rd floor lit up again. The Zhou clan's Zhou Yao actually entered the 3rd floor in such a short time. When the Hellion Tower's wall surface glimmered, the Devil Clan elder Mo Shurong exclaimed unexpectedly. This Zhou Yao can be considered a genius. Devil Clan elder Changbongi nodded in agreement, then his tone changed. I have already informed the Patriarch that the Devil's Son passed through the 3rd floor in 4 hours' time. The Patriarch and the Grand Elders were all astounded and will be coming here later. On one side, the Devil Clan Patriarch and a group of Grand Elders were making their way to the Hellion Tower, while some people within the spectating crowd were busy sending the same message back to the Elders or Grand Elders of their families and sects. At the Fortune Gate headquarters in the Everlasting Galaxy. When the Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu received a report from Grand Elder Zhang Lin in the City of Devils, he was taken aback, nearly shouting loudly, "What? Devil's Son Mo Su only used slightly over 4 hours to pass through the Hellion Tower's 3rd floor." Hearing Wang Yu's exclamation, the present Grand Elders were startled, turning towards him. It could be said all the Fortune Gate's Grand Elders had tried challenging the Hellion Tower before, and most of them passed the 3rd floor, thus they knew very well the difficulty of doing so. Half of them had used more than a month to pass the 3rd floor, whereas Chief Wang Yu himself spent more than 20 days. Now, it was said that Mo Su merely used a little more than 4 hours. Chief, is this news true? Grand Elder Sun Yi couldn't help asking out loud. He even suspected that Zhang Lin exaggerated on purpose. Wang Yu breathed in deeply, exhaling. Absolutely true. Zhang Ling went to the Hellion Tower after receiving reports from the disciples. This matter has already spread over the Hellion Tower square right now. It will spread through the galaxies in a short time. The Hellion Tower had existed for a long time, and was a wonderful divine artifact to gauge a cultivator's talent. Mo Su using 4 hours to pass the 3rd floor was proof of his monstrous talent, something that made others speechless. This piece of news was even more shocking than Huang Xiaolong winning 1st place in the High God Advancement Tournament. Wang Yu could already imagine the shock this would create across the galaxies after the news spread out. If it's like this, that Mo Su is truly frightening. Once he breaks through to 10th Order High God Realm, I'm afraid he's really going to be invincible under the heavens, without any opponents. Sun Yi lamented, then added, even that Huang Xiaolong is just garbage in front of Mo Su. I heard this Mo Su is a lecherous character. He already has 138 concubines in his backyard. How about we send that Li Lu to Mo Su as a token of goodwill? Another Grand Elder, Li Zhou, suggested in a solemn voice. Li Lu. Wang Yu frowned in contemplation. Hesitation flickered across his eyes, then he finally shook his head. This matter must be approved by the ancestor first. She is the ancestor's most favored disciple. He definitely won't agree to this. Not to mention that ancestor has already said that Li Lu's talent isn't weaker than Feng Chu's. Now that Feng Chu is dead, Li Lu is our Fortune Gate's hope. That's right. Li Lu's talent was praised by the ancestor as being unparalleled. The Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition is around the corner and Li Lu will be participating. Our Fortune Gate will have a chance at the 1st place. Grand Elder Chani said. At the same time, the Wangu clan, Mu clan, Zhou clan, Swordless sect, Giant tribe, Orthodox Yang sect, Flying Rock Chamber, and others received the news of Mo Su's progress at the fastest speed. The patriarchs of those forces were astonished. In a short span of time, all forces in the galaxies were in an uproar. At this time on the fourth floor, Huang Xiaolong had no idea of the ruckus he caused in the outside world. The fourth floor was the Devil Inferno. Huang Xiaolong surveyed his surroundings and could only see boundless dark earth in every direction, piled high with withered bones of ancient fierce beasts. Other than ancient fierce beasts' bones, there were also bones of some exotic tribes. As Huang Xiaolong was looking around, a frigid cold wind blew toward him. This was truly frigid cold hell wind which, upon contact, would cause overwhelming frigid coldness to seep into one's body, freezing their four limbs in less than a breath's time. Not to mention the fact that this frigid coldness couldn't be expelled using God force. The victim would be turned into an immemorial frozen statue with just a little delay. Watching the hell wind coming at him, Huang Xiaolong merely allowed it to blow past his body. Other types of God force might not be able to expel the frigid coldness, but Huang Xiaolong's was more overbearing. The instant the frigid coldness started to invade his body, it was immediately expelled by Huang Xiaolong. In the next instant, a giant blue fireball fell from the sky, covering a radius of 1,000 li with Huang Xiaolong at the center. This was purgatory fire. This purgatory fire could refine all things, one of the higher grade flames in hell. It could even incinerate the soul within a godhead. Just like the previous hell wind, Huang Xiaolong merely allowed this purgatory fire to fall onto his body. To others, it might be one of the most terrifying things, but to Huang Xiaolong, who had the true dragon divine physique, this purgatory fire was nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention that within his body were the four divine fires. Any one of them could hold their own against this purgatory fire. Huang Xiaolong planned to use this purgatory fire to further temper his true dragon divine physique and his three supreme rank godheads. In the blink of an eye, the blue purgatory fire engulfed him, causing all of his pores to open, as if he had fallen into a burning furnace. Huang Xiaolong continued forward through the fourth floor in this pattern, using both the hell wind and purgatory fire to temper his true dragon divine physique and three godheads. From time to time, concentrated devil chi would from hell devils which attacked him. These devils' strength was between mid-fourth order to late fourth order high god realm. What was different from the first three floors, which only had 10 waves of devils, was the fact that, starting on the fourth floor, these devils were endless. There was even a time when there was a wave of several hundred devils. Against them, Huang Xiaolong used his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power, swallowing them all. Half a day later, he reached the end of fourth floor. The hell wind, purgatory fire, and attacking devils all vanished. Then, thumb-sized black crystals fell like rain from the void above, which contained a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Devil cores. Huang Xiaolong's face brightened. This was the fourth floor's reward. Devil cores were an energy source found in the bodies of nether blood devils, but since their clan was extremely small in number, they were also very rare. Each of these falling devil cores contained an even more startling amount of energy compared to a 3 million years old herb several times higher. Huang Xiaolong quickly pushed his three supreme godheads, absorbing those devil cores with full effort. These devil cores, once they fell, would melt into the black earth below, wasted. In the void above, devil cores continued to fall. Still, Huang Xiaolong was faster, absorbing them into his body before they managed to touch the ground. A day later, Huang Xiaolong's body quivered, followed by resplendent light coming from his body, soaring to the sky. He had finally broken through to fifth-order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, followed by a dragon roar erupting from his chest, reverberating throughout the fourth floor space. He had finally broken through to fifth-order high god realm. Compared to before, his power had increased by several times. Before entering the Hellion Tower, Huang Xiaolong had no confidence to defeat that devil son Mosu, but now he was certain he could thoroughly defeat him. More so after tempering his body through the hell wind and purgatory fire, Huang Xiaolong noticed that his true dragon divine physique and three supreme godheads were even more solid than before. He no longer spent an hour to adjust his condition, coming to his feet. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong's figure appeared at the entrance of the fifth floor and flew in. Outside, The Hellion Tower's fifth-floor walls immediately glimmered brilliantly. The ancient devil race characters shone increasingly bright. Watching this, the crowd outside broke out in another uproar, shocked as they could be. "Oh, mother! Am I seeing things?" The Hellion Tower's fifth floor actually lit up. Devil Son Mo Su actually passed through the fourth floor. Didn't he just enter it not long ago? He merely took a day's time, passing through the Hellion Tower's fourth floor in just a bit over a day. What kind of peerless genius came out of the ancient Devil clan? In the past, the Devil King took at least 3 months to pass through the fourth floor. The crowd outside felt as if their minds had jumped off the cliff of reason. Deep amazement and shock etched onto their faces. No one in the crowd ever imagined that Mo Su, who had passed the third floor less than 2 days ago, would pass the fourth floor so soon. The ancient Devil clan disciples around the Hellion Tower were cheering until their voices went hoarse, while Elder Mo Shurong and Chang Bongi's faces were wrinkled with smiles. At this moment, the Devil clan patriarch Mo Dingtian and group of Grand Elders finally arrived at the Hellion Tower. Before, Elder Chang Bongi reported to Mo Dingtian that Mo Su merely used a little over 4 hours to pass the third floor. However, when Mo Dingtian and the group of Grand Elders arrived, they noticed that the fourth floor's tower walls were dark and bleak. Instead, the fifth floor was lit up. Mo Dingtian and the Grand Elders behind him stared with eyes rounded with surprise. Elder Chang Bongi noticed their arrival and was hurrying towards them, smiling from ear to ear as he reported, "Patriarch, the Devil Son has succeeded again, passing the fourth floor. In less than 2 days. Advanced again." Mo Dingtian and the Grand Elders felt like as if a clap of thunder boomed in their minds. Several seconds later, Mo Dingtian let out a mad whoop of laughter. "Good! Good! Good! This is the heaven's blessing for our Devil clan. Congratulations, Patriarch. The Devil Son's peerless talent will be talked about for a long time, surpassing the Devil King ancestor, bringing our clan back to the pinnacle of glory." Grand Elder Mo Jinru laughed. The other Devil clan Grand Elders present quickly followed, singing congratulatory words and praises. Mo Dingtian laughed heartily. "Pass down my order, have the disciples below prepare for a banquet. When the Devil Son comes out, we'll hold the biggest celebration banquet." The group of Grand Elders merrily acknowledged the order. "Should we send out invitations to patriarchs and ancestors of other forces?" Grand Elder Mo Jinru suggested in the form of a question. "Yes, of course we must invite them." Mo Dingtian waved his hands, breaking into another bout of laughter. The news of Mo Su having succeeded in passing the fourth floor in a single day spread like wildfire through the world, reaching the ears of the higher echelon from various galaxies' hegemon forces, leaving a sea of shocked cultivators everywhere. Inside the Hellion Tower, after Huang Xiaolong entered the fifth floor, Mo Su was still on the third floor, killing the 9th wave of devils on the barren island. On the fifth floor, that infernal scene was still present, but there was also a difference between the fourth and fifth floors. The devil chi here was denser and the environment harsher. Other than bones piled up high on the black earth, streams of blood flowed into a river while endless bone devils became the stars of this floor. These devils were formed from bones that had been contaminated for long by the environment's devil chi, slowly evolving, giving birth to consciousness. Their strength ranged from second order, third order, up until fourth order high god realm. There were also a few of fifth order high god realm devils. The strongest bone devils actually reached late fifth order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong directly slashed out with a devil blade to deal with these bone devils, crushing his way forward. Any person who successfully passed through the fourth floor, refined the devil core, and comprehended the devil's darkness origin force could condense such a devil blade. Mu Qi, who previously passed the fourth floor, could do this as well. The more devil cores one refined, the stronger the devil blade they could condense. The devil blade Mu Qi could condense was about the size of a common blade, about 2 to 3 meters in length, whereas Huang Xiaolong's devil blade exceeded several hundred li. Other than these bone devils, the hell wind and purgatory fire on the fifth floor were more intense than before. Just like he did on the fourth floor, Huang Xiaolong used the hell wind and purgatory fire to temper his body and 3 supreme godheads. The devils on the 5th floor attacked again and again. There was no end to the killing. Even though these devils didn't pose any danger to Huang Xiaolong, dealing with this many was depleting his god force. If he didn't have his instant recovery ability, allowing him to recover his god force in the shortest time, passing the 5th floor would take much more effort. Even so, Huang Xiaolong reached the end of the 5th floor in 5 days' time, and the reward comprised of devil god pills. A whole lot of them. These devil god pills resembled devil cores in appearance, falling from the void above, swallowed by Huang Xiaolong. The 6th floor. The 6th floor is shining. 5 days. He passed the 5th floor in 5 days. Didn't the ancient devil king spend close to a year's time? When Huang Xiaolong appeared on the 6th floor, the outside wall emitted a mesmerizing light. The crowd that had been paying attention to the slightest changes on the Hellion Tower was once again submerged in shock. Patriarch Mo Dingtian watched the shining 6th floor and commented to Elder Chung Bongi beside him with a wide smile. Record the time the Devil's Son used to pass every floor. It is to be kept in our ancient devil clan's sacred temple, so the later generations can look at it. Elder Chung Bongi acknowledged with a wide smile on his face. Patriarch, the Eternal Galaxy's Zhou clan patriarch, Zhou Yuan, has just sent over a pair of twin sisters, hoping they could be the Devil's Son's concubines? What do you think? At this time, Grand Elder Mo Jinru interjected. Mo Dingtian chuckled. This is a good thing. Receive it on behalf of the Devil's Son. Inside the Hellion Tower, Mo Su finally passed through the 3rd floor, entering the 4th. Outside, the 4th floor walls of Hellion Tower glimmered again. This change attracted everyone's attention. Watching this, Mo Dingtian smiled. I didn't expect that Zhou Yao to reach the 4th floor so fast. It looks like there's also a rising genius in the Zhou clan. Soon, half a month flew by. During this time, Huang Xiaolong had completed the 6th floor, entering the 7th. For passing the 6th floor, his reward was 4 million years old blood Ganoderma, covering the entire surface of the Black Earth. After refining those stalks of blood Ganoderma, his cultivation rose to mid-5th order high god realm. On the 7th floor, it was no longer the Devil Inferno. This is the kingdom of devils? Huang Xiaolong stood high in the air, looking at the tall buildings in the city in front of him, his brows furrowed. This kingdom of devils was precisely the challenge of the 7th to 10th floors. To pass each floor, one had to locate the entrance to the next floor, which was hidden. But, in order to do that, the participant had to first find the key. More importantly, to open the hidden entrance on every floor, one had to collect 10 keys altogether. These 10 keys could be found in the hands of several castellans of the Kingdom of Devils. The problem was, this Kingdom of Devils had at least 10,000 cities, if not 100,000. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong had to first determine which castellan held a key and move to snatch it. A dark glow cocooned Huang Xiaolong's body, altering his face and physical appearance. In a few short moments, he looked exactly like a devil, whistling through the air as he flew towards the closest city. A short while later, he stood in front of a devil city's gates. This city's walls were actually built out of a rare material from hell called Underworld Marvel Stone. Those rare stones were piled high over each other, glistening and emitting devil chi. Stepping into the city, Huang Xiaolong could feel pure and dense devil chi pressing down on him for all around. As he moved forward, he secretly purified this devil chi close to him and absorbed it. Inside this devil city, devils roamed the streets just like common people, while shops lined both sides of a street. Just like the human race, the devil race was also made up of tribes and clans such as the Nether Blood Devils, Giant Winged Devils, Green-Eyed Devils, Azura Devils, Devilish Elves, and many others. Amongst them, the Giant Winged Devils and Green-Eyed Devils were the 2 most commonly seen types. On the backs of the Giant Winged Devils were 2 enormous wings, which gave them the best flying ability, while the Green-Eyed Devils cultivated their soul force and were experts at soul attacks. Amongst the devil tribes and clans, the Azura Devils and Devilish Elves had the most beautiful appearances. The Azura Devils had the noblest bloodline in the ranks of devils, causing their talent for cultivating darkness force to be the highest, hence they were also the strongest. Huang Xiaolong's altered appearance was that of an Azura. The devils passing by Huang Xiaolong would subconsciously retreat some distance in awe and apprehension, giving way to him first. Huang Xiaolong exuded a natural aloofness and did not put these devils in his eyes. His divine sense spread, guiding him to the city's castellan manor. 2 years passed by in the blink of an eye. On the 10th floor of the Hellion Tower, the condensed devil blade in Huang Xiaolong's hand chopped down, splitting an early 9th Order High God realm Azura into 2 from the head down. His archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power came to life, absorbing its energy. A glittering golden object the size of a thumb fell from the void above, this floor's 10th key. He had finally gathered all the required keys for the 10th floor. Grasping the golden key in his hand, Huang Xiaolong couldn't conceal the glimmer of joy in his eyes. With the 10 required keys gathered, he could open the entrance to the 11th floor. The Hellion Tower 11th floor. For the unknown number of years since the Hellion Tower had stood here, only the ancient Devil King had ever passed the 10th floor, entering the 11th floor. I wonder what's on the 11th floor, Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself. In the past, although the ancient Devil King managed to enter the 11th floor, he failed to pass it and had never mentioned any details about that floor to the outside world. Thus, the 11th and 12th floors had remained a mystery to everyone until now. Huang Xiaolong put away the 10th key when, all of a sudden, an enormous space tear appeared above him, revealing a giant tree descending through the tear. Dense devil chi roiled around it. When the giant tree fully descended, Huang Xiaolong noticed that his archdevil supreme godhead gave a buoyant reaction, trembling vigorously. He was startled by this. What kind of tree was it that brought such a big reaction from his archdevil supreme godhead? Hanging on the branches of this giant tree were 10 golden fruits, each of which as tall as a person and shaped like a devil. Fiend fruits. Huang Xiaolong's heart was racing. The 10th floor's reward were precisely those 10 million years old fiend fruits. Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath. In a flicker, he narrowed the distance between him and the giant tree, creating an attractive force that pulled all 10 fiend fruits from the branches. The giant tree then flashed with a golden light, disappearing from view. Huang Xiaolong quickly sat cross-legged in the air, pushing his 3 supreme godheads with full force to refine these 10 fiend fruits. As his 3 supreme godheads rotated at high speed, streams of terrifying energy was extracted from those 10 fiend fruits, rushing into his body. Huang Xiaolong's body shook from the overwhelming influx of energy. The energy from the 10 fruits was like a tsunami hitting his veins and meridians. It was ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Huang Xiaolong apart from within. He had the feeling that his body would implode in the next second. Within 2 years, Huang Xiaolong had passed the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. During this time, his cultivation had rose from mid-5th Order High God realm to early 6th Order, while his true Dragon Divine physique's defense and power were enhanced significantly. Even divine artifacts of higher grades could hardly pierce through his skin, but the amount of energy coming from these 10 fiend fruits was actually pushing Huang Xiaolong to the limit. As minutes passed, Huang Xiaolong's skin cracked. Red lines ran across his skin as more and more blood pooled out. However, his martial spirit's abilities had completely blended into his body when he broke through to the High God realm. Therefore, every time Huang Xiaolong's flesh cracked from the pressure, it would recover almost immediately, cracking and mending again and again. In this manner, another month passed. Huang Xiaolong finally adapted to whelming force coursing inside of him. Above his soul sea, his 3 supreme godheads emitted rings of resplendent glow. 3 months passed. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose to peak early 6th Order High God realm. Yet streams of energy were still rushing into his body, greedily devoured by his 3 supreme godheads and converted into God force. By the time 8 months had passed since he had cleared the 10th floor, Huang Xiaolong, sitting cross-legged, suddenly quivered again as he advanced to mid-6th Order High God realm. Several more days passed before the 10 fiend fruits exploded into a flash of light, vanishing in the air. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes and stood up. Only then did his divine sense start checking his body's condition. he discovered that, after absorbing the 10 fruits, the 4 divine fire spirits actually doubled in size. Stoked, Huang Xiaolong stimulated the divine fires, causing streams of shimmering gray energy to flow out from the void. This time, however, there were 10 streams of energy, each of them as thick as an adult's arm. Delight sprung in Huang Xiaolong's chest. He didn't expect those fiend fruits to actually help increase the 4 divine fire spirits' ability to summon the gray energy. Shortly, Huang Xiaolong suppressed the delight in his heart and took out the 10 keys, combining them. A blinding light burst from his hand, slowly opening a black hole not far in front of him. After a brief moment of hesitation, his figure disappeared, heading to the 11th floor. When Huang Xiaolong entered the 11th floor, the walls of the Hellion Tower released a radiant light, expanding further until it reached the edges of the City of Devils. By this time, the crowd on the square had grown many times bigger, all of them exclaiming in awe. Shock, boiling excitement, and whispers filled the square. Devil Sun Mo Su actually passed the 10th floor, becoming the second expert to enter the 11th floor in 100 million years. From the 1st to the 10th floors, Devil Sun Mo Su only spent 3 years' time. The ancient Devil King used more than 100 years. This is stretching the title of a heaven-defying genius. The Zhou clan patriarch who had arrived roughly a year ago cupped his fists, congratulating Mo Dingtian. Congratulations, Brother Dingtian. Devil Sun Mo Su's talent is unparalleled. He will definitely be able to clear the 11th floor as well, becoming the very first person to do so. The Devil Clan Patriarch laughed heartily. I'll borrow Patriarch Zhou's auspicious words. Frankly speaking, even I did not expect Mo Su to clear the 10th floor so fast. In his subtle words and voice was complacence, undisguised complacence. Many other patriarchs and sect chiefs present at the square hurried to convey their congratulations to Mo Dingtian with obvious flattery in their voices. On any other day, due to their status and identities as patriarchs or sect chiefs of superforces, they wouldn't need to fawn over Mo Dingtian this way. Now, however, due to the talent shown by Mo Su, everything had begun to subtly change. It was all because Mo Su had used less than 4 years' time to clear the first 10 floors of the Hellion Tower, because of the fact that it was very likely he could pass the 11th floor that no one had ever reached in over several 100 million years. Maybe even the 12th floor. Listening to these family patriarchs and sect chiefs fawning congratulations, Mo Dingtian laughed happily while saying some perfunctory words. In the last few thousand years of his life, today was probably the most Mo Dingtian had ever laughed. While the crowd outside was still exclaiming in awe at the lit-up 11th floor, Mo Su had just cleared the 6th, entering the 7th floor, whereas Zhou Yao and Zhang Xiaosu had just entered the 5th floor, while Lu Dongwei had just stepped onto the 4th floor. Upon entering the 11th floor, Huang Xiaolong found himself in a vast chaotic space. Far in the distance loomed the figure of a great giant. Huang Xiaolong couldn't even begin to estimate how tall this giant was. Just one of his palms resembled an indomitable immemorial mountain. Standing there, the giant held a great axe in his hands, chopping at the chaotic universe. Under this chop, the chaotic universe quaked violently, raising numerous space storms that drew everything into their spiraling vortex. The nearby planets were pulverized. Huang Xiaolong was alarmed, quickly employing his god force without any hesitation, transforming into a primordial divine dragon, speeding away to safety. Despite his swift reaction, he was still struck by a piece of large rock. His dragon scales broke from heavy impact, causing blood to spurt like arrows. Out of nowhere, Huang Xiaolong had received a heavy injury, but just as quickly, his broken dragon scales were replaced by new dragon scales. At this point, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to check his injuries, fully focusing his attention on the giant's every action. That single axe strike earlier seemed disorderly and messy, but actually contained profound supreme Tao and power. However, the giant's action was so fast that Huang Xiaolong didn't have time to look carefully. While he focused all of his attention on the giant, it moved again. The giant once again swung the axe in his hands at the chaotic universe, causing space to violently quake. More planets were destroyed. God force surged out from Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads, forming a protective barrier around himself. At the same time, the 4 divine fire spirits flew out, creating a sea of flames to protect Huang Xiaolong. Despite the shockwaves and rocks flying past him in space, Huang Xiaolong's remained fully focused on the way the giant swung his axe. Still, that giant's movement was too fast for Huang Xiaolong. Despite using every last strand of focus to observe it, he merely captured some vague blurred movements. Several pieces of shattered planets were sent flying in Huang Xiaolong's direction by the space storms, cutting through the God Force barrier and sea of flames before hitting him. Huang Xiaolong's dragon body tumbled and rolled in space, but it was still better than the previous injury. Although a few of his dragon scales broke here and there was much less blood spilling out. The first thing Huang Xiaolong did after recovering was to watch the giant again, focusing with full effort. The giant raised his axe again, splitting down for the 3rd time. Huang Xiaolong was sent flying further away. The 4th time, the 5th time, each of the giant's axe strikes was one more powerful than the last. Even though Huang Xiaolong did his best to defend, by the giant's 7th strike, his dragon body was littered with wounds, blood clotting over his scales. At the 9th strike of the axe, his primordial divine dragon body finally couldn't bear the impact, exploding into pieces, leaving only his head. However, from his dragon head, his flesh began to heal, growing a new body. New dragon scales then covered his new flesh. While all of this happened, most of Huang Xiaolong's attention was still on the axe-swinging giant. The giant held his axe up again, chopping down for the 10th time. In Huang Xiaolong's sight, it seemed like this entire vast chaotic universe was shaking fiercely, not knowing if he himself or the universe had flipped over. Everything went silent, akin to being thrown into a vacuum. In the distance, fissures and cracks appeared where the giant axe fell for the 10th time. The space cracks extended further, deepening, creating turbulent waves of energy that wreaked havoc. Affected by the overwhelming shockwaves, Huang Xiaolong's primordial divine dragon body that had just been mended exploded again. Bloodied pieces of flesh floated in space, leaving only 3 supreme godheads that emitted strong, resplendent light. Under the resplendent light, the pierces of scattered dragon flesh slowly gathered, merging, followed by new dragon scales growing out from his skin. By this time, the axe-holding giant had disappeared. The turbulent current and fissures disappeared as well, causing the chaotic universe to gradually regain its calm and silence. Huang Xiaolong reverted back to his human form, sat down and closed his eyes to heal. In his mind, Huang Xiaolong repeatedly saw the scene of the giant swinging his axe. All 10 axe strikes played repeatedly in his mind. As time passed, Huang Xiaolong's soul and mind seemed to blend into one with the world he was in. Streams of star force and shimmering gray energy flowed out from the depths of the universe, entering Huang Xiaolong's body. Those 2 energies were similar to the star force and gray energy brought by the 4 divine fires, yet different. 1 month, 2 months, 12 months passed by in a blink. Huang Xiaolong was completely submerged in a strange ambience, unknown to himself, continuously absorbing the star force and gray energy from this chaotic universe. A year later, his strength reached peak mid-6th order high god realm. At the same time, the 3 supreme godheads in Huang Xiaolong's soul sea were undergoing tremendous changes, becoming more brilliant, more solid. While Huang Xiaolong was absorbing the star force and gray energy, Zhou Yao on the 5th floor could no longer endure the hell wind and purgatory fire, thus crushed his identity token. In a split second, he was sent out by the Hellion Tower's array formation. Outside the tower, the crowd's attention was glued to the 11th floor when a figure flew out from the 5th floor. When the crowd saw the person's face, most of them were astonished. Zhou Yao! How could it be him? Didn't he reach the 7th floor? Or, could it be that the one on the 7th floor isn't Zhou Yao? A wave discussion spread through to the crowd. The Devil Clan patriarch Mo Dingtian was just as surprised as everyone else, for he too had thought that Zhou Yao had reached the 7th floor. Who would have thought he would actually give up halfway at the 5th floor? Mo Dingtian's brows furrowed slightly, saying, Could it be Jiang Xiaosu on the 7th floor? Grand Elder Mo Jinru quickly agreed. It should be. Looks like we've guessed wrongly. Jiang Xiaosu is on the 7th floor. A few more days passed whilst the crowd outside accepted the fact that the person currently on the 7th floor was without a doubt Jiang Xiaosu, when all of a sudden, another figure was sent out from the Hellion Tower's 5th floor. Looking at the person who had just emerged, the crowd had either a dazed or stupefied look. Jiang Xiaosu? How could it be Jiang Xiaosu? The square was in a furor. The Devil Clan patriarch Mo Dingtian's brows were tightly scrunched up. If the person on the 7th floor wasn't Jiang Xiaosu, who could it be? The present Devil Clan Grand Elders and Elders were exchanging silent looks amongst themselves, showing a serious contemplative expression. Other family patriarchs and chiefs wore the same serious expression. By this time, a number of people were already suspicious, wondering if the person on the 11th floor really was Devil Son Mo Su. Some distance away, the Fortune Gate's Grand Elder Sunny hesitated before whispering to Chief Wang Yu, "Chief, do you think the person on the 11th floor could be that runt Huang Xiaolong?" Chief Wang Yu's face turned grim in an instant, but very quickly recovered, shaking his head in disagreement. "Sunny, you're overthinking things. There's no way it could be Huang Xiaolong. If it was Huang Xiaolong, do you think this matter could be hidden from the ancient Devil Clan? Moreover, when we discovered that Huang Xiaolong was heading to the City of Devils, I ordered Zhang Lin to keep an eye on the city gates and the Hellion Tower disciple registration location. But Huang Xiaolong has never shown up." "That's right, Grand Elder Sun Yi. Even though that Huang Xiaolong's talent isn't bad, do you really think he could get all the way up to the 11th floor?" Another Fortune Gate Grand Elder, Wang Feng, disagreed with Sun Yi. Sun Yi nodded. "Perhaps it's just me overthinking things." One more month passed. The 8th floor is shining. Someone entered the 8th floor. But who is it? When the Hellion Tower's 8th floor shone, the crowd started making a ruckus. Maybe it's a low-profile genius disciple of some superforce. There's always one or two that leave their sects occasionally, receiving an order from their sects to challenge the Hellion Tower in order to test their talent and improve their strength. Could it be the Bodhisattva branch? A few days ago, I heard the ancient Devil Clan lost their devil bead. It was said that it was stolen by someone from the Bodhisattva branch. Not necessarily. I think it's more likely someone from the Linglong clan, or the Forsaken tribe, maybe even a disciple from Celestial Dragon Temple. All of a sudden, a disciple in the crowded exclaimed out loud, "What do you think? Could it be a disciple of the Ghost Refining Sect?" Ghost Refining Sect? A disciple felt a sudden dryness in his throat. It won't be the Ghost Refining Sect, right? After all, it's been a good 10,000 years since they've last appeared, rarely leaving the path to hell. The Ghost Refining Sect was concealed within the depths of the path to hell, literally an abhorrent sect that made people pale at the mere mention of its name. Every time a Ghost Refining Sect's disciple appeared, they never failed to raise a storm of carnage, leaving rivers of blood in countless galaxies. Then again, a Ghost Refining Sect disciple rarely left the path to hell. Counting the time, it had been more than 10,000 years since one had appeared in the outside world. Again, time trickled by as the crowd pounced on another wave of discussion and speculation. Gradually, more than a year passed. During this time, Devil Son Mo Su had cleared the 8th floor, entering the 9th. Huang Xiaolong was still sitting in the chaotic universe, still absorbing the star force and gray energy, comprehending the giant's axe-swinging Tao. Another half a year later, Huang Xiaolong, who had been sitting still on the 11th floor, slowly opened his eyes. The entire space shook with this slight movement. He breathed out a breath of foul qi which turned into countless hurricanes. Late 6th Order High God Realm. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense traced the changes in himself. His current cultivation was touching the border of peak late 6th Order High God Realm. Needless to say, after such a long period absorbing the chaos star force and shimmering gray energy, Huang Xiaolong's true dragon divine physique evolved again. It was as if his flesh and blood had disappeared. The chaos star force and shimmering gray energy had completely integrated with his flesh and blood, reflecting glimmering starlight. The 4 divine fire spirits inside his body grew bigger again, while his three supreme godheads were more solid than ever and his god force many times more refined and powerful. Huang Xiaolong once again circulated his four divine fires, causing shimmering gray energy to flow out from the void. From being as thick as an arm before, these streams of gray energy were as thick as an adult's leg now, and this time, there were more than 20 streams of energy in one go. Needless to say, Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic seeing this. Based on the current speed with which the four divine fires summoned the gray energy, even after leaving the Hellion Tower, Huang Xiaolong was confident he could break through to 7th Order High God Realm within 10 years. I wonder who that giant is. Huang Xiaolong looked toward the spot where the giant previously stood, thinking to himself. Of course, by this time, the giant had disappeared long ago. That devil son Mo Su should have reached the 9th floor by now, Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. This time, cultivating and comprehending on the 11th floor delayed a lot of Huang Xiaolong's time, therefore, he estimated that Mo Su had probably reached the 9th floor. Huang Xiaolong got to his feet and flew toward the end of the chaotic universe. The 12th floor's entrance gradually appeared in his sight. Huang Xiaolong watched the 12th floor's entrance growing bigger in his eyes. There was the tiniest bit of apprehension in his heart. What kind of trial was there on the 12th floor? Without his three supreme godheads, the trial on the 11th floor would have been the death of him. Just the terrifying shockwaves caused by the first axe strike were enough to kill him twice over. If another giant appeared on the 12th floor, maybe not even his three kings of godheads could withstand the impact. Although he had three supreme godheads, possessing an unfathomable amount of good fortune, it didn't mean that he wouldn't die. At least, as far as Huang Xiaolong knew, no one had ever dared to claim themselves as immortal for eternity. Upon reaching the entrance of the 12th floor, he took several deep breaths to calm down, then sped through the opening in a streak of light. Almost instantly, the 12th floor of the Hellion Tower on the outside emitted a prism of resplendent light. The resplendent rays of light soared skyward, piercing through the thick layers of devil chi looming over the city of devils, lighting up the outer space of the city of devils. Everyone who saw the resplendent light was mystified. Previously, when Huang Xiaolong entered the 11th floor, the tower's light reached the edges of the city of devils, bewildering everyone. But now it had gone beyond bewilderment. Beneath this prism of light, everything under the city of devils lost its brilliance. Those resplendent rays of light bloomed like petals falling from the heavens, blossom after blossom, lasting for more than 10 minutes before they dimmed and gradually disappeared. The sky then returned to its previous appearance. Our devil son has cleared the 11th floor. No one has ever succeeded in passing it in the past. The devil clan disciples screamed passionately. Although most of them did have some doubts earlier, their feelings of certainty that the person on the 11th floor was Mo Su still won. The first person since time immemorial. The first person since time immemorial. All Devil Clan disciples were cheering at the top of their lungs, one wave higher than the other. The group of Devil Clan elders and Grand Elders slightly hesitated for a second before turning to congratulate Patriarch Mo Dingtian. Mo Dingtian beamed, nodding his head. At this time, Huang Xiaolong once again arrived at a vast space, with a great tower looming over it. This tower actually looked the same as the Hellion Tower. Looking at the great tower in front of him that resembled the Hellion Tower, Huang Xiaolong stood dumbly for a moment. Before stepping onto the 12th floor, he had imagined various possibilities, even a universe in the midst of destruction, but it did not cross his mind that there would actually be a great tower in this place. Most of all, there was nothing else but this huge tower in this vast space. Then, was this the Hellion Tower's weapon spirit? In the brief moment Huang Xiaolong was in a daze. A dazzling light moved up the tower before it started flying toward him. The moment the great tower moved, the entire space trembled, raising more than a few turbulent hurricanes that tore through space. Huang Xiaolong was startled. The destructive power of those turbulent hurricanes was 10 times more terrifying than the shockwaves produced by the giant's axe strike. Even if Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached late 6th Order High God Realm, infinitely close to 7th Order, the tower's surging force wasn't something he could withstand. Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred. Already in the midst of dodging, But to his dismay, he discovered that the tower possessed an overbearing force of attraction that he couldn't struggle free from. Instead of flying away as planned, he was pulled towards the tower. In a split second, the turbulent hurricanes had already wrapped around Huang Xiaolong. Before he could react, even less defend himself, his flesh was cut and shredded, turning into a mist of blood. His true dragon divine physique had been completely destroyed, just like previously on the 11th floor. Only his 3 supreme godheads remained in space. His 3 supreme godheads emitted radiant light, rebuilding Huang Xiaolong's flesh and blood into a complete new body. However, just as his new true dragon divine physique had reformed, it was again torn apart by another turbulent hurricane. Rebuilt. Torn apart. After more than a dozen times of being rebuilt and torn apart, the tower halted its advance, causing the ferocious turbulent hurricanes to vanish. Finally, Huang Xiaolong was able to maintain a complete body for more than a breath's time. At this time, Huang Xiaolong discovered that after being torn apart so many times by the turbulent hurricane, his newly rebuilt true divine dragon physique had integrated with the darkness element force. This is darkness element force? However, Huang Xiaolong didn't have the luxury of time to explore the usage of this darkness element force, for that great tower was hovering right above his head, releasing frenzied waves of dark energy rushing into Huang Xiaolong's body. This influx of dark energy was simply stretching Huang Xiaolong's physical limits. His true divine dragon physique was like a overstuffed sack that was bursting at the rims, until it finally gave out. Huang Xiaolong's body once again exploded. Then it was rebuilt. Similar to the turbulent hurricanes, Huang Xiaolong experienced countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. Around 10 days later, his true divine dragon physique gradually adapted to the newly integrated darkness element force. Sitting cross-legged below the great tower, Huang Xiaolong's body expanded like an inflated ball. It was only 3 months later when he finally regained some semblance of his normal appearance. While the tower on the 12th floor was releasing a great amount of dark energy, the ancient devil race symbols inscribed on its body were shining brightly, exuding an intimidating pressure. Although Huang Xiaolong's soul force was quite powerful, against this pressure, he was no different than a weak baby about to collapse in the next second. In fact, there were many times when he was tempted to give up and leave the Hellion Tower, but every time he would grit his teeth and endure, telling himself just a bit more, just a little bit more. Half a year flowed by. After being tempered under the tower's whelming pressure, Huang Xiaolong's god force grew increasingly stronger and sharper. From the hard-to-endure pressure in the beginning, it became increasingly easier for him to withstand it. Huang Xiaolong's strength also rose to peak late 6th Order High God realm. The 7th Order was merely one step away. Still, the 7th Order was a boundary that had curbed many High God realm masters who, despite bitterly cultivating for tens of millennia, were stuck at peak late 6th Order High God realm, unable to step into the 7th Order in their lifetime. If one was lacking in talent, there was little hope of them touching the 7th Order no matter how hard they worked. For those with godheads below rank 5, advancing to 7th Order High God realm was nothing but a dream. Only High God realm cultivators with rank 5 and above godheads had any hope, but then again, even a rank 5 godhead merely had 1/10 of a chance, whereas a rank 6 godhead would rise their chances to 1/3. While Huang Xiaolong was absorbing the dark energy on the 12th floor, attempting to break through to 7th Order High God realm, Devil Sun Mo Su finally cleared the 9th floor and entered the 10th. When Mo Su stepped onto the 10th floor, resplendent light shined on the outer tower walls, causing a big stir on the square. More than a few in the crowd were trying to guess which sex disciple that was. At the same time, they were guessing whether this disciple could pass the 10th floor, entering the 11th. Outside at the square, the Fortune Gate Chief Wang Yu was frowning looking at this scene. In the last couple of years, Grand Elder Zhang Lin had flipped the City of Devils several times over searching for Huang Xiaolong. Yet there hadn't been a single clue of that runt after all this time. Chief, that Huang Xiaolong, maybe he didn't come to the City of Devils at all. Perhaps the news we received before was fake. Zhang Lin said. Only this explanation was the most logical as to why they had never found Huang Xiaolong in the City of Devils. Wang Yu reluctantly agreed. That seems like it. Then he turned toward Sun Yi. Any news on the Huang family? Sun Yi shook his head. After the Huang family escaped the last time, there has been further news of them. Who would have thought the Heavenly Mountain's defensive barriers are so powerful? Not even Ninth-Order High God Realm Masters can destroy them. However, this subordinate estimates that the Huang family is still in the Black Tortoise Galaxy. The temperature in Wang Yu's voice became chillingly cold. Give the order to our disciples. Regardless of the cost, send everyone out to find Huang Xiaolong and the Huang family's whereabouts. Anyone who finds them will be heavily rewarded. Yes, Chief. 2 years passed quickly. Before the spectating crowd, Mo Su, who was on the 10th floor, finally cleared it, stepping onto the 11th floor. The Hellion Tower's resplendent lights covered the whole city of devils once more. Watching this, the crowd outside broke out in a thunderous cheer, excitement surging in the air. When everyone was punching the air with their hands, cheering excitedly, a black shadow flew out from the brightly shining 11th floor. Even though the Mo Su was a rare talented genius, just as he appeared on the 11th floor, he couldn't withstand even the first shockwave of the giant's axe strike. Hence, in mere seconds after entering, he ran out. The noisy cheering crowd plummeted into silence, as if an invisible hand suddenly squeezed their throats, robbing them of their voices. In the abrupt silence, the figure that flew out from the 11th floor became increasingly clear in the crowd's eyes. It's Devil Son Mo Su. Devil Son Mo Su. This, how could it be? Similar exclamations sounded from all over the square. All Devil Clan disciples, elders and grand elders stiffened on the spot, whereas Mo Dingtian felt as if a large hand clutched his heart, a sharp pain piercing him. His expression was extremely ugly. The one who cleared the 10th floor but failed the 11th floor trial was actually their Devil Son Mo Su. Then, who was the person on the 12th floor? Mo Dingtian stared dazedly at the Hellion Tower's 12th floor. Its resplendent light seemed particularly glaring in his eyes right now. In the end, before the flabbergasted crowd, Mo Su's figure plummeted to the square. The ground quaked with a thunderous boom. Only then did the Devil Clan disciples react. Some hurried over to help Mo Su up. After a flurry of confusion, Mo Su regained consciousness. Having regained his consciousness, he looked at the Devil Clan disciples around him, laughing jubilantly. He had just cleared the 10th floor. Mo Su got to his feet and strode proudly toward the Devil Clan patriarch Mo Dingtian. Only after taking a few steps did he notice that the gazes of the surrounding people, as well as the Devil Clan disciples, were slightly odd-looking him. But Mo Su understood in the next moment. He had just cleared the Hellion Tower's 10th floor, becoming the second person to do so after his ancestor, the Devil King. It was absolutely normal for these people to look at him a little differently. Patriarch. Coming to a stand in front of Mo Dingtian, Mo Su saluted. Watching Mo Su's proud expression, Mo Dingtian squeezed out a stiff smile, nodding woodenly. You did quite well. At any other time, witnessing Mo Su's achievement in passing the 10th floor, which was proof of his astounding talent, Mo Dingtian would have been laughing heartily. It was just that he didn't feel like laughing at all at this moment. Mo Su was sure the patriarch would lavish him with praise, but who would have thought all he got was a lukewarm "you did quite well." What the hell is going on here? Mo Su was extremely baffled. Then, he noticed Mo Dingtian furtively glancing at the Hellion Tower behind him several times. Following the direction of Mo Dingtian's gaze, Mo Su turned around, looking straight up at the tallest point of the tower. In the next second, he stood frozen on the spot with disbelief in his eyes as he stared at the brightly shining 12th floor. The 12th floor was shining. Someone actually reached the 12th floor. No! How is this possible? Impossible, impossible. Mo Su felt like his brain was scrambled, an endless buzzing in his ears. There was actually someone who had a higher talent than him. When Mo Su entered the Hellion Tower, there was no one else inside. He was the first person among his batch to enter. In other words, this person entered after him. Yet this person had already reached the 12th floor. Who is he? Su's eyes were red, glaring at the shining 12th floor, his cold voice directed at the Devil Clan elder Shurong beside him, each syllable sounding like a snarl. Shurong was the elder in charge of the disciple registration area. The elder detected a scary, murderous aura coming from Su's body, causing him to shudder, answering Su in a strained voice, replying to Devil's son. This subordinate is not certain. Although this person was in the same batch of registered disciples, there were 500 to 600 people entering the Hellion Tower on the same day. Other than those who failed to pass through the trials and were sent out, there were quite a few still inside the tower. Therefore, it was hard for Shurong to narrow them down and confirm the identity of the one currently on the 12th floor. There was a menacing gleam in Su's eyes. Find out. I don't care what method you use. I want to know who that person is. Shurong could only bow and comply. At this time, Grand Elder Jinru cautiously inched closer to Dingtian, whispering, "Patriarch, that celebration banquet, are we going ahead with it?" Previously, Dingtian had ordered the Devil Clan disciples to prepare for a grand celebration banquet. So their Devil Clan headquarters was extravagantly decorated. Their initial plan was to invite all the present chiefs and patriarchs to the celebration banquet when Su came out from the Hellion Tower. But now, push it back for the time being, Dingtian instructed with a gloomy voice. Jinru respectfully complied. The surrounding Devil Clan disciples, elders, and grand elders did not utter a word. By this time, the gazes of other cultivators moved away from Su's body, returning to watch the Hellion Tower's 12th floor, discussing with their companions and sharing their opinions. While everyone was guessing his identity, Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting cross-legged on the 12th floor, suddenly shook. Crepuscular rays of lights shone out from his body, drowning his vast surroundings in a majestic divine might. Huang Xiaolong's heart skipped a beat in delight. 7th Order High God Realm. He had finally shattered the peak late 6th Order barrier, stepping into the 7th Order. However, he remained in the same posture, continuing to absorb the darkness element force from the tower above him. After breaking through to 7th Order High God Realm, Huang Xiaolong's absorbing speed greatly increased. The darkness element force from the great tower seemed inexhaustible, surging continuously into Huang Xiaolong's body. In the meantime, 2 more months passed. At one point, the dark energy being released from the tower halted. The tower then floated high up, all the ancient devil race symbols flying out from its walls, forming individuals black pearls of light that drilled into Huang Xiaolong through his forehead, directly imprinting into his soul. When all the characters and symbols had left the walls, the tower released a bright radiance and disappeared in a streak of light. When those ancient devil race symbols forcefully rushed into him, they forced his soul sea to expand. Huang Xiaolong felt a tearing pain, as if someone was trying to break his head from within. This pain lasted for a full 3 days before it went away. This is the sky-splitting tenet? Huang Xiaolong was surprised, in a good way. Before the tower vanished, all the characters on its body actually fused into a heaven-splitting tenet technique manual. Although Huang Xiaolong was unable to determine the grade of this heaven-splitting tenet, one didn't need to be a genius to know it was definitely a supreme-level technique. As long as I reach the 12th stage of this heaven-splitting tenet, I can take away this Hellion Tower? Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. According to the information in the manual, as long as he reached the 12th stage of the technique, he would be able to take away the Hellion Tower. Soon, however, Huang Xiaolong revealed a wry smile. Cultivating this heaven-splitting tenet until the 12th stage, how many years would that take? Huang Xiaolong was sure it couldn't be done in a short 100 years' time. By then, more likely than not, he would have already ascended to the divine world. Not to mention that the heaven-splitting tenet was too profound and hard to comprehend. Huang Xiaolong studied it for a while without any harvest and decided to put it away. Getting to his feet, he took a quick look around before speeding off towards the edge. Roughly counting, about 9 years had passed since he came to the Hellion Tower. There were 3 to 4 months left until the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition, thus he needed to leave the tower. A moment later, he reached what seemed to be the edge of the 12th floor and spotted an exit. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong flew through the exit. The glaring flash of light made him close his eyes. When he opened them again and looked around, he was dumbfounded. What is happening? He was standing above a vast ocean. Wasn't the Hellion Tower in the City of Devils? How was it that he appeared here after exiting the 12th floor instead of the City of Devils? Huang Xiaolong was beyond bewildered. He had a wry smile on his face. Appearing in the middle of this vast ocean on God knows which world's surface, the first thing he needed to do was to find out precisely where he was right now. He then chose a direction and sped away, wind whistling in the air, soon leaving the ocean area. At the same time at the Hellion Tower Square, the crowd was jumping like ants on a hot pan. The moment Huang Xiaolong left the 12th floor, the shining walls immediately dimmed. They had been waiting for long to see the person who went all the way up to the 12th floor. But now, what is happening? Why is no one coming out? Did he die inside the 12th floor? The crowd grew noisier. Mo Su, who planned to block that person and force him to a battle to decide who was better, was also dazed. No one came out, but the 12th floor walls had already dimmed. Did that person really die inside? Every floor trial of Hellion Tower was extremely dangerous. A careless mistake could cost one's life at any moment. Mo Dingtian was also staring at the dimmed 12th floor with a deep frown. Patriarch. That person really died inside the tower? Grand Elder Mo Jinru asked, curious and doubtful at the same time. A light gleamed in Mo Dingtian's eyes. Let's wait a little longer. But 3 days later there was still no movement. More and more people left while shaking their heads. I really didn't expect this kind of result. The Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu snickered. This is really the most ironic joke. The greatest genius, the first person to reach the 12th floor of Hellion Tower, and also with such incredible speed, actually died inside in the end. Wang Yu then looked over toward the group of Fortune Gate Masters. Let's go back. The Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition is around the corner. We still need to rush over to the Divine Dan world. I'm really curious who that person was. If such talent could be used by our Fortune Gate, would we need to fear the Wangu clan? On the way, Sun Yi lamented. As the Fortune Gate chief, Wang Yu nodded his head in agreement with Sun Yi. Yes, what a pity he's dead. But this kind of monstrous genius is not a variable any sect or force could completely control. That person dying inside the Hellion Tower might not be a bad thing at all. As the Fortune Gate group left the square, masters from superforces such as the Wangu clan, Mu clan, Zhou clan, the Giant Tribe, and others also started leaving. In these masters' eyes, several days without any movement indirectly equaled to having died inside. Even though, in another sense, this conclusion seemed a little surreal even to them, this was the truth displayed in front of their eyes. Even the gods were jealous of his talent. Once a person's talent went beyond a certain level, even the heavens couldn't tolerate it. After 2 more days passed in waiting, the Devil Clan Patriarch Mo Dingtian and others still at the square finally dispersed. Naturally, Devil Son Mo Su also followed Mo Dingtian's group. At this moment he was thankful and finally able to relax. In his opinion, since that person had died, he was the final winner. Mo Su, the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's grand competition is coming. Get ready. A few days later I will have Mo Zhenru accompany you to the Divine Dan world. Mo Dingtian suddenly spoke. Mo Su snapped out from his own thoughts, respectful and full of confidence as he said, Yes, Patriarch, please rest assured. I will definitely win the Pill God Ring in the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. Other than divine pellets, precious herb elixirs, and being allowed to enter and cultivate in the Dan River. The first place winner also received a Pill God Ring. This ring was forged from numerous precious materials gathered by the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, having a myriad of wonderful uses. Not to mention that the person possessing it would have a significant level of authority and special benefits. Mo Dingtian nodded. Both your cultivation and alchemy talents are very high, and with your current strength, winning the first place shouldn't be difficult for you. However, at that time, you must be careful of the Wangu clan's Wangu Yi, as well as the Fortune Gate's Li Lu. These 2 people's talent in alchemy doesn't lose to yours. In terms of talent amongst the Wangu clan's younger generations, Wangu Yanhui was the uncontested number one. But in terms of alchemy refining talent, it was Wangu Yi. Moreover, Wangu Yi had several thousand years of cultivation under his belt. His cultivation was even higher than Wangu Yanhui's, already having stepped into 8th Order High God realm. Mo Su nodded and heeded Mo Dingtian's words. Then a light of confusion flickered in his eyes. The Fortune Gate's Li Lu? He already knew of Wangu Yi, but since when was there a Li Lu in the Fortune Gate? This was his first time hearing this name. Noticing Mo Su's perplexed expression, Mo Dingtian explained, "This Li Lu is a personal disciple the Fortune Gate ancestor took in over 200 years ago. Since she has been cultivating inside the Fortune Gate domain, not many people outside of Fortune Gate know about her existence. However, from the information I received, this Li Lu has a very high talent in alchemy, not lower than Wangu Yi. Perhaps she even exceeds him by an inch. A talent higher than Wangu Ye's. How can that be?" Mo Su exclaimed in shock. Mo Dingtian went on. "It goes without saying that there might a few points of exaggeration by the Fortune Gate. From this action, we can be sure that this Li Lu's alchemy refining talent is definitely high, but her cultivation realm is not that high, most likely between 3rd Order to 4th Order High God realm, which is why she isn't that much of a threat to you." Hearing this, Mo Su regained some composure. "This Li Lu is truly a charming beauty," Mo Dingtian added. "When you meet her, it would do no harm trying to get closer to her. I've heard that she's extremely favored by the Fortune Gate ancestor, so if you can rein her in, it would be considered a great merit to our ancient devil clan." A confident smile spread over Mo Su's face. "Please rest assured, Patriarch, I definitely won't let you down." In the frozen river world, the snow-capped mountains painted a picturesque scene. At this time, the frozen river world's transmission array was flickering, followed by a figure walking out from it. Who else but Huang Xiaolong? Stepping out from the transmission array, Huang Xiaolong surveyed his surrounding environment. Stretches of white snow-capped mountains entered his sight. He then sped off in a certain direction. It had been a good few days since he exited the Hellion Tower. In these last few days, Huang Xiaolong already determined his location. Based on his speed, he could arrive at the Divine Dan world in 1.5 months' time. Thus he wasn't exactly in a hurry to reach his destination. He planned to stay for a couple of days in this frozen river world before traveling onward. The sceneries of this frozen river world were very famous, its name well known in many galaxies. After all, there were more than 3 months left until the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. He had ample time. A while later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at a giant ice city whose buildings and walls were all built from enormous blocks of ice. Huang Xiaolong entered the ice city in large strides. The city was quiet. There weren't many people on the streets, giving it a tranquil beauty. No fights, no scent of blood. If there's a chance later, I'll bring Xiaofei and stay here for a few years, Huang Xiaolong quietly planned in his mind. He remembered that sure Xiaofei liked ice and snow, and was certain she would be very happy to see this frozen river world. Huang Xiaolong stopped before a restaurant, then entered the premise and found a table. After placing his order of some small side dishes and a jug of wine, he sipped his wine leisurely while enjoying the view outside. Soft, white snow drifted from the sky. He was embracing a rare moment of tranquility, his heart at peace. "I heard there's someone who actually went all the way up to the 12th floor of the Hellion Tower." "Yes, too bad that person died inside." Not far from his table was a group of cultivators, and the content of their discussion stumped Huang Xiaolong. Died on the 12th floor? As he continued to listen in on their conversation, he was finally able to make a conjecture about what happened. The people waiting outside the Hellion Tower thought he died on the 12th floor after they didn't see him come out. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, smiling. The several cultivators' discussion gradually moved to the upcoming Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. There was a mention of Devil Son Mo Su, saying that he had the highest possibility of winning the first place. From these disciples' conversation, Huang Xiaolong came to know that Mo Su had cleared the 10th floor, finally failing on the 11th floor. Mo Su. Huang Xiaolong repeated the name in his mind. It was unexpected to him that this Mosu would be participating in the upcoming Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition, but it was more interesting this way. 1 month later, as the Divine Dan World Transmission Array's light diminished, Huang Xiaolong was stepping out from it. The Divine Dan World at last. Huang Xiaolong did not linger around. Inquiring some information from one of the disciples guarding the transmission array, he flew straight toward the Divine Dan city. The Divine Dan World's spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Its many mountain peaks were filled with countless medicinal herbs, causing weak medicinal properties to intermingle with the spiritual energy. While Huang Xiaolong was making his way to the Divine Dan city, cultivators from various forces of numerous galaxies were also making their way there, forming something like human rivers. The closer one got to the Divine Dan city, the more crowded it was. Did Master come? Has he arrived? Huang Xiaolong sighed inwardly, watching the distance to the Divine Dan city narrowing as he moved forward. Before he left Martial Spirit World, the Ascending Moon Old Man said to him that he would also come to the Divine Dan city when it was time for the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. Shortly, Huang Xiaolong descended some distance away from the Divine Dan city's gates, landing on the main path, blending into the large stream of people heading forward into the city. A while later, he reached the gates, paid 10 high Saint grade pills and stepped into the city. In general, the payment to enter any Superforces cities was either made with money or spirit stones. Only the Divine Dan city set the rule of using medicinal pellets as currency. Once inside the Divine Dan city, Huang Xiaolong first inquired about the whereabouts of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's headquarters and headed there directly. Although there were roughly 2 months left until the grand competition, he still needed to acquire the official rank of an alchemist beforehand. After taking the alchemist assessment, he could register for the Union's Grandmaster competition on the spot and leave to search for a place to stay. However, he couldn't help complaining a little. There were really too many people. Even a fly would find it hard to maneuver through the crowd. Huang Xiaolong was moving forward step by step, covering a pitiful distance of the street after half an hour of walking. By this point, his brows were already scrunched up, feeling vexed. At this rate, even if he were given half a month, he still wouldn't be able to make it to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters. Huang Xiaolong tilted his head upwards, looking at the carriages that occasionally flew past in the air belonging to one family or another. It seemed like he should go and get one himself for convenience's sake. The Divine Dan city had a rule that forbid any families or sex carriages to enter or fly over the city. Moreover, individuals weren't allowed to fly as they liked within the city area either, nor could they use greater space teleportation, with one exception. In order to fly freely inside the city, one could do so with the luxury carriages provided by the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Naturally, their rental fees were exorbitant. Then again, Huang Xiaolong didn't lack money. He asked around for the Alchemist Grandmaster Union Chamber of Commerce and headed there. The Chamber of Commerce had more than 100 branches within the Divine Dan city itself. Saying that each street had a branch of it was no exaggeration, hence, Huang Xiaolong was able to find the closest branch in a short time. After taking a step into the Chamber of Commerce's branch building, Huang Xiaolong was bedazzled by the arrays of luxury carriages displayed inside. There were no less than 10,000 carriages displayed inside. These carriages were exquisite, grand, majestic, and of course, extravagant. With one look, Huang Xiaolong could tell that the carriages were made from top-quality spiritual wood and spirit stones, with profound flying formations inscribed on the wheels. Moreover, pulling these carriages were not the common flying horses, but rare and top-breed spiritual beasts. Because there was already quite a number of family disciples inside picking their carriages before Huang Xiaolong entered, he was left unattended, but this didn't bother him. He walked without the slightest hint of impatience, looking at the different carriage types. At last, Huang Xiaolong stopped in front of a luxurious carriage made from phantasm color crystal. This phantasm color crystal carriage was pulled by a peak late 10th order God realm blue Luan phoenix. The flying formation inscribed on the wheels of this carriage was one of the higher grades. Huang Xiaolong called over a chamber employee, then pointed at the phantasm color crystal carriage without even asking for the price, stating that he would rent it. However, The employee revealed a difficult expression as he explained to Huang Xiaolong. This young master? I am truly sorry, but this Luan Phoenix Phantasm Color Crystal Carriage is young Master Zhang Lei's long-term rental carriage. We do not rent it out. Young Master Zhang Lei? Clearly, Huang Xiaolong had no idea who this person referred to. The employee elaborated patiently due to Huang Xiaolong's extraordinary bearing. Young Master Zhang Lei is our union's eminent elder Zhang Bai's personal disciple. Every time he comes over, he only takes this Luan Phoenix Phantasm Color Crystal Carriage. Therefore, our Chamber of Commerce president had already instructed that this carriage cannot be rented out. The Alchemist Grandmaster Union's Chamber of Commerce was also managed internally by the union's own members. Not to mention the fact that their Chamber of Commerce president was merely an elder. If an eminent elder's personal disciple wanted to use this carriage, he naturally dared not rent it to others. Right at this time, a young man in fine brocade robes walked in with his arms over two luscious women. Seeing that young man, the chamber employee who was talking to Huang Xiaolong hurried over to greet him. Young Master Zhang Lei, your excellent self is here. That brocade-robed young man was literally walking with his nose pointed to the sky, giving a crude snort as an answer to the employee. Zhang Lei reached the Luan Phoenix Phantasm Color Crystal Carriage, giving Huang Xiaolong a glance over, breaking into a satirical snicker. What, brat? You want to rent this carriage? Do you know how much it costs? Let me tell you, renting this carriage costs 100 high divine grade spirit pellets. Do you even have them? Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows pulled into a faint frown. Next, Zhang Lei burst into laughter. Even if you do have 100 high divine grade spirit pellets, you still can't afford to sit your ass on it. Only someone with my status and identity could sit in this carriage. But if you can take out those spirit pellets, I'll be generous enough to consider letting you touch the carriage. This phantasm color crystal carriage was his private surrey. Hence, when Zhang Lei saw Huang Xiaolong fantasizing about renting his private carriage, he was extremely unhappy and vented his irritation with sarcasm. Zhang Lei let out a wanton laugh after saying that. The two women in his arms were giggling so hard their milky white breasts were jiggling out of control. The employee risked a furtive glance at the two young women, swallowing his saliva hard. His mother, these two wenches are really high-grade rumpus ah. Huang Xiaolong was as indifferent as ever, looking at Zhang Lei. Is that so? You will regret your words today very soon. Zhang Lei was stunned, but quickly recovered. He started laughing even louder, even more unbridled as he said to the two women in his arms. Did you two hear him? There's actually someone who dared to threaten me. Zhang Lei. Threaten me? Eldest young Master Zhang. The two women giggled even harder. Young Master Zhang. That brat doesn't know how powerful you are. He's stupid and naive. Otherwise, if given 10,000 leopard guts, he wouldn't dare to threaten you. One of the women said, trying to flatter Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei ceased laughing, his piercing gaze directed at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, you're here to participate in the Alchemist Grandmaster Union Grand Competition. Am I right? Do you know the consequences of offending me? Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders. I'm really curious. Zhang Lei sneered. You will know very soon. He looked over his shoulder at the chamber employee with a smile on his face. This brat is displeasing to my eyes. Get someone to throw him out. The man was stupefied, then hesitated at Zhang Lei's request. Zhang Lei's eyes narrowed maliciously. Do I need to do it myself? Just as that employee was about to say something to persuade Huang Xiaolong, an authoritative voice interrupted. What is happening here? Everyone turned over to look, seeing an old man clad in an Alchemist Grandmaster Union elder robe walking towards them together with several young men with imposing bearing. Huang Xiaolong was slightly dazed for a second. Wangu Yanhui. The several young men with the elder were all Wangu clan disciples, and one of them was none other than Wangu Yanhui. President, you're here? That employee quickly scurried over to the old man in elder robe. After a respectful greeting, he summarized the situation. This young master wanted to rent the Luan Phoenix Phantasm Color Crystal Carriage, conflicting with young Master Zhang Lei. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong. This old man was the Alchemist Grandmaster Union Chamber of Commerce's president. Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Huang Xiaolong, but before he could say anything, someone else spoke first. Brother Huang, we meet again. Wangu Yanhui stepped forward, greeting Huang Xiaolong with a bright smile on his face. You're also here to participate in the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition, right? Lin Xian was just about to reprimand Huang Xiaolong, but it never crossed his mind that Wangu Yanhui would know this brat, and judging from his demeanor, there was also caution and awe. Lin Xian was greatly shocked. Who was this black-haired young man? He knew very well Wangu Yanhui's status and identity, someone even he needed to be courteous to. The several Wangu clan disciples with Wangu Yanhui were looking at Huang Xiaolong with barely concealed astonishment, wondering about his identity. Although Huang Xiaolong attended the celebration banquet held by the Wangu clan patriarch, these disciples hadn't seen him at that time. Due to this interruption, Zhang Lei was looking with surprise in his heart. Wangu Yanhui was the Wangu clan's most gifted disciple in terms of cultivation talent in the last 10 million years. Thus it was granted that someone like Zhang Lei knew about him. Even though his master was one of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's eminent elders, as his disciple, Zhang Lei's status and identity were naturally higher than most people. However, compared to Wangu Yanhui, he took the back seat. Huang Xiaolong nodded at Wangu Yanhui, replying, "N. I came to participate in the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. You as well." Wangu Yanhui smiled, shaking his head. "Although my cultivation talent is not bad, my alchemy talent is only so-so. It may only be better than the average people by a tiny bit, so I'd better not embarrass myself at the grand competition." At this time, the young man standing close to Wangu Yanhui spoke. "Yanhui, this brother is?" Wangu Yanhui quickly introduced Huang Xiaolong. "Brother Huang, this is my big brother, Wangu Yi." Then he went on to introduce the rest of his companions. After that, Wangu Yanhui said to Wangu Yi, "This is the first place winner of the High God Advancement Tournament, Huang Xiaolong, Brother Huang. The first place winner of the High God Advancement Tournament, Huang Xiaolong." Those who heard what Wangu Yanhui said couldn't help but feel shocked, including the president Lin Xian and Zhang Lei. Some tried to guess Huang Xiaolong's identity, but none of them connected this young man to the High God Advancement Tournament's champion. The chamber employee that served Huang Xiaolong was covered in cold sweat. He had nearly kicked Huang Xiaolong out from the branch. Whereas the two women in Zhang Lei's arms were suddenly staring interestedly at Huang Xiaolong, their coquettish gazes like a lover's caress, as if they were on the verge of swallowing Huang Xiaolong whole. A second of brief astonishment later, Wangu Yi cupped his fists, greeting Huang Xiaolong with a smile. "So it's young brother Huang. I've already heard of young brother Huang's name. Meeting today is truly eye-opening. Young brother Huang is truly a dragon amongst men." The other Wangu clan disciples also cupped their fists and greeted Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong returned the courtesy, cupping his fists in greeting towards Wangu Yi and the others. "Brother Huang, just now both of you were..." Wangu Yanhui couldn't help asking. His gaze swept over Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei seized the timing, taking a step forward, flashing a radiant smile. "It's nothing, just some small misunderstanding. Brother Huang, right?" Huang Xiaolong replied sharply despite his indifferent expression. "I don't think it was a small misunderstanding. Moreover, who is your brother?" Zhang Lei's face turned ugly in a split second. Fury flitted in the depth of his eyes. He hadn't expected Huang Xiaolong to not give him face when he already placed himself at a lower position, calling him brother. Although Huang Xiaolong was the High God Advancement Tournament champion, Zhang Lei didn't really put him in his eyes. Just now, he was being humble because of Wangu Yanhui's presence, attempting to erase any misconception. This Huang Xiaolong was so tactless. Really? This Huang Xiaolong? I gave him face, but he doesn't appreciate my kindness. Zhang Lei glared daggers at Huang Xiaolong, chastising, "Huang Xiaolong, you think winning the first place in the High God Advancement Tournament means that you're so great? I don't believe your alchemy ability is as good as your cultivation talent. Winning the grand competition's first place as well." Then he snapped at the two women. "We're leaving." Before leaving, Zhang Lei took the time to cup his fists to Wangu Yanhui, Wangu Yi, and the other Wangu clan disciples and stormed off. Watching this, Lin Xian hastened to follow behind Zhang Lei as if he were walking on burning coal, trying anxiously to explain something to him. Wangu Yanhui turned back towards Huang Xiaolong with a grin on his face. "Brother Huang, you came to rent a carriage? We have just rented several carriages. Where is Brother Huang heading to? How about we travel together?" Huang Xiaolong saw no point of concealing the fact that he was indeed planning to rent a carriage to head to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters. Hearing this, Wangu Yanhui's grin widened. "That's great. We were planning to head there as well." He then invited Huang Xiaolong to join them. With Wangu Yanhui once again looping him in, Huang Xiaolong didn't feel good refusing. Hence, he boarded one of the carriages Wangu Yanhui's group rented, leaving the Chamber of Commerce together and heading towards the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters. Huang Xiaolong, Wangu Yanhui, and Wangu Yi shared a carriage, while the rest of the Wangu clan disciples shared the other two. The space inside the carriage was quite large, still comfortably spacious even with 3 people inside. As the carriages headed to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters, the 3 men inside passed the time with small talk. Wangu Yanhui started, "Brother Huang, I heard the Fortune Gate's forces have been searching for you everywhere. Feng Chu's master, Sun Yi, is one of the Fortune Gate's Grand Elders. Since you're here in this Divine Dan city, you must be careful. Also, although that Zhang Lei is nothing much to be feared, the friendship between his master Zhang Bai and Sun Yi runs deep." This caused furrows to appear between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. He didn't expect such a layer of connections to exist between Zhang Bai and Sun Yi. While Huang Xiaolong was on the way to the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters with Wangu Yanhui's group, inside one of the headquarters halls Sun Yi received a report from his subordinate, scoffing, that Huang Xiaolong really has the guts to walk into the tiger's mouth. "Master, since that Huang Xiaolong is here in the Divine Dan city, should we?" The disciple standing behind Sun Yi, Lu Hao asked as he made a gesture of drawing a line across his neck. Sun Yi tilted his head, a cold gleam in his eyes. "Letting him die so simply is luxury. You just said that he was heading to the Union's headquarters?" "Yes, Master. He's with Wangu Yanhui, Wangu Yi, and several Wangu clan disciples. Judging from the situation, they are heading to the headquarters." Lu Hao quickly replied respectfully. Sun Yi instructed with a sullen voice, "From my investigation, I found out that this Huang Xiaolong isn't a member of my Alchemist Grandmaster Union yet. Since he's heading there, he's most likely planning to get the certification from the Union. Since it's like that, I'll force him to be unable to pass the assessment in front of countless families and sects disciples. If a High God Advancement Tournament champion can't even pass the most basic level of alchemy assessment, he would become the laughingstock of 100,000 galaxies." Lu Hao was trembling with excitement. "Master is really thorough. This way is much better than merely taking his life. But he is an elder of the 4 Galaxies Alchemist Grandmaster Union branch. Moreover, he has won the first place in the 4 Galaxies Alchemy Refining competition, which shows that his alchemy refining skills aren't low. If it is the general assessment, it can't bring any difficulty to him. Also, he and you, Master, can be said to have some grudge. He is the Ascending Moon Old Man's disciple." Sun Yi sneered. "The Ascending Moon Old Man? A disciple that Old Man taught won't have any real skills. Even Huang Xiaolong's useless ancestral master was no match for me. What's more, a mere Huang Xiaolong. Well, if it's like that, then have the people below increase the assessment difficulty by 10 times. The assessment task is now refining a batch of Star Eclipse Heavenly Pills." "STR Eclipse Heavenly Pills." Lu Hao sucked in a breath of cold air. Amongst so many kinds of divine pellets, this Star Eclipse Heavenly Pill was one of the hardest to refine, frustrating some of the Union's elders. In 100 batches, rarely more than 1 batch was successful. What's more, Huang Xiaolong, who only had 1 chance. Lu Hao pulled his thoughts together, bowing respectfully, an evil snicker on his face. "Yes, Master. This disciple shall pass down the instructions." He then retreated. The carriage Wangu Yanhui rented was fast, hence, Their group reached the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters in a little over 3 hours. In fact, their headquarters was more like a small city, formed by a cluster of both tall and low buildings. The number of halls was akin to mushrooms in a forest after the rain. Alighted from the carriages, Huang Xiaolong, Wangu Yanhui, Wangu Yi, and the other Wangu clan disciples strode towards the main entrance, stepping inside. The main hall was undoubtedly built and decorated in a grand manner, yet at this moment it was crowded with people. Looking around, Huang Xiaolong saw an array of disciples in robes of various styles and colors, hailing from the numerous galaxies, families, and sects. There were so many people in the main hall that one could hardly find room to maneuver. Since Wangu Ye's group already had official alchemist positions, they were here to register for the grand competition, which was different from the location where Huang Xiaolong was going for the assessment. Thus, Huang Xiaolong separated from the Wangu clan disciples, going on his own. When he reached the assessment registration side hall, he was met with 2 queues as long as 2 dragons, with several hundred people in each of them. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Lining up and waiting for these people to complete their assessments one by one, it still won't be his turn after a month of waiting. Brother, you're also here to take the trial to become an alchemist, right? At this time, a certain family disciple approached and spoke to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked oddly at this person, but answered, "That's right. How about it? My brother is now lined up at the 32nd spot in this queue. Do you want it? I can sell the spot to you." The family disciple stated his intention. Selling spots? Huang Xiaolong was surprised, then immediately understood. These disciples were basically standing here to make the queue longer, having nothing better to do, then selling their spots to people who really came to take the assessment. However, this was an unexpected good surprise to Huang Xiaolong. He was just troubled by this matter. "Do you have any spots closer to the front?" Huang Xiaolong asked the question he wanted to know most. The family disciple gave Huang Xiaolong a glance over, then chuckled with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "There are some spots closer. One is at the 5th spot, another one is at the 16th spot, and there's also one at 23rd. Which one is this brother interested in buying? You should know. The further up front, the higher the price." Huang Xiaolong was deadpan. "How much is the 5th spot?" The family disciple raised one finger. "One top divine grade spirit stone." One top divine grade spirit stone was roughly 80 million. One spot was selling for 80 million. But Huang Xiaolong's brows didn't even wrinkle, and was too lazy to bargain. He directly threw a top divine grade spirit stone at that disciple. The man looked dazedly at the top divine grade spirit stone in his hands, but in the next second his face turned red from ecstasy as he fawningly led Huang Xiaolong over to the 5th spot in the queue, having the disciple who was standing there give out his place to Huang Xiaolong. Even though this scene was witnessed by more than a few Alchemist Grandmaster Union's disciplinary hall disciples, no one did anything to stop them. Clearly, since these people dared to do this, they had already communicated with these disciplinary hall disciples beforehand. Thanks to being in the 5th spot, it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong's turn to arrive. However, when he spoke his name, the eyes of the person in charge of his registration, Alchemist Li Jiang, seemed to light up, asking, "You're that High God Advancement Tournament champion, Huang Xiaolong?" Huang Xiaolong frowned hearing this. "That is so." "What? The first place winner of the High God Advancement Tournament? Huang Xiaolong." "It's Huang Xiaolong." The surrounding disciples definitely heard what Li Jiang said. Hence all of them were looking at him with astonished expressions. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong became the center of attention in the assessment side hall. Alchemist Li Jiang stood up, chuckling meaningfully and saying to Huang Xiaolong's face, "So you're the High God Advancement Tournament's champion, but it seems your reputation precedes you all. I can't see what's so great about you." Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. "What exactly do you want to say?" It was already clear in Huang Xiaolong's mind that this Alchemist Li Jiang was instructed by Sun Yi to make things difficult for him. He had expected early on that Sun Yi would not permit him to breeze through the alchemist assessment. Watching Huang Xiaolong's calm manner, Alchemist Li Jiang was secretly surprised, but sneered outwardly. "Huang Xiaolong, your cultivation talent was hailed as hard to come by in a billion years. So I'm wondering if your alchemy refining skills are just as startling. How about this? As long as you can refine a star eclipse heavenly pill right here in front of everyone, I'll deem you as having passed the assessment. What? He's actually telling Huang Xiaolong to refine a star eclipse heavenly pill. Hasn't the assessment requirement always been refining the exquisite 9 Flood Dragons pill? The star eclipse heavenly pill. Not even a Union's elder could successfully refine it on the spot. It's very obvious they're deliberately making things difficult for Huang Xiaolong. During the High God Advancement Tournament, he killed the Fortune Gate's Feng Chu, and Feng Chu's master is an eminent elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Only being able to pass if he successfully refines a star eclipse heavenly pill. This must be Sun Yi's doing. Sun Yi is one of the Union's eminent elder and no one can change his order. Looks like there's a good show coming up. If Huang Xiaolong cannot to refine the star eclipse heavenly pill and fails the assessment, how many people present will laugh? Various tones of voices sounded in the side hall, from guessing to schadenfreude. Some were anticipating a good show, others were indignant on Huang Xiaolong's behalf, while some felt pity. Alchemist Li Jiang ignored the cries and mockery around, merely staring at Huang Xiaolong. What? Huang Xiaolong? Didn't you want to take the Union's alchemist assessment? Don't tell me that, after hearing the condition, you're being a scaredy cat. If you don't have the guts, then roll out of here this instant, don't take up space. There are other disciples waiting to take the assessment. A sharp gleam shone in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In the next moment, a sudden overwhelming pressure soared to the sky. Facing Huang Xiaolong's terrifying pressure, Alchemist Li Jiang felt his soul tremble, his knees knocking against each other. The noisy bunch of disciples paled considerably looking at Huang Xiaolong. This? Fifth Order High God Realm. Heavens, he's actually a Fifth Order High God Realm Master. Didn't the rumors say that Huang Xiaolong was just a Third Order High God Realm at the end of the tournament? Why is it Fifth Order now? Just how long has it passed? Shock crashed onto the crowd of disciples. Although in actual fact Huang Xiaolong had broken through to 7th Order High God Realm, the time wasn't ripe for him to expose his true strength just yet, hence suppressing his strength to 5th Order High God Realm. But even then, the pressure was already too much for these disciples. Huang Xiaolong, why you? What are you doing? This is the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Do you dare to commit murder here? Alchemist Li Jiang detected the killing intent from Huang Xiaolong's body, forcing himself to calm down even though his voice was quivering. The overwhelming pressure coming from Huang Xiaolong's body went away just as abruptly. Looking coldly at Alchemist Li Jiang, "Don't worry, I won't kill you right now." Then his tone changed. "Can we begin the assessment, the refinement of the star eclipse heavenly pill?" Hearing Huang Xiaolong agreeing to refine the star eclipse heavenly pill, Li Jiang was confounded, and so were all present disciples. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong thought he could scrape through by luck and successfully refine the star eclipse heavenly pill? However, after being burnt by Huang Xiaolong's terrifying pressure earlier, Li Jiang dared not spout any more words of mockery. Li Jiang immediately sent people to bring the pill refinement ingredients they had prepared earlier. These ingredients were the most common grade of herbs, with a pitiful amount of spiritual energy in them. The crowd turned noisy again, filling the hall with whispers and talks. Even the Alchemist Grandmaster Union elders failed 99 times out of 100 when refining the star eclipse heavenly pill while using the best grade ingredients. What's more, these common herbs that had a meager amount of spiritual energy. Initially, there were a few disciples that harbored some hope for Huang Xiaolong, hope that he could create another miracle as he did in the High God Advancement Tournament. But now all hope was extinguished. Afterwards, Li Jiang had some disciples bring out a cauldron. Looking at the state of this cauldron, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. This cauldron was no different than those bought at the side of the streets with several tens of Dan coins. Dreaming to refine the star eclipse heavenly pill using this cauldron. When everything was ready, Li Jiang pointed at the herbs and cauldron and said, "Huang Xiaolong, we have prepared both the ingredients and cauldron for you. As long as you can refine the star eclipse heavenly pill within 3 hours, you pass." 3 hours. Loud gasps came from the crowd. Forget refining a star eclipse heavenly pill. Even refining the most common Saint-grade divine pellet required more than 3 hours. The level of trouble Sun Yi was causing for him was really extreme. He clearly didn't want Huang Xiaolong to have any chance of passing at all. After Li Jiang finished, he looked at Huang Xiaolong cautiously. He himself knew very well that telling Huang Xiaolong to refine a star eclipse heavenly pill with these ingredients and cauldron had gone beyond bullying. But Li Jiang had no choice in the matter. The order came from eminent elder Sun Yi. He dared not disobey. That's all. Out of everyone's expectation, Huang Xiaolong looked at the herbs and cauldron. He calmly asked. Li Jiang flinched, then nodded. That's all. Huang Xiaolong stopped speaking and slowly walked toward the center of the square. A force came from his palm, lining all the herbs high in the air. Subsequently, a shocking scene emerged before the crowd's eyes. The long line of herbs danced in the air, forming different shapes of divine beasts. This is the pill refining divine beast diagram. The legendary pill refining divine beast diagram. Someone in the crowd suddenly shrieked. In an instant, gasps of awe filled the square. It was actually the legendary pill refining divine beast diagram. This technique could only be performed by someone who had reached a certain realm in alchemy refining, proof of the alchemist's deep knowledge. The Alchemist Grandmaster Union had more than 100 elders, but those who actually reached this realm numbered no more than 10 people. So what if that Huang Xiaolong can use the legendary pill refining divine beast diagram? Don't tell me you guys think he has a chance of refining the star eclipse heavenly pill. At this time, a Union alchemist spoke satirically. This person was a Fortune Gate disciple. The initially excited crowd instantly cooled. That's right, even if Huang Xiaolong could use the pill refining divine beast diagram, it didn't mean he could successfully refine the star eclipse heavenly pill. In fact, it wasn't as if the Alchemist Grandmaster Union didn't have elders that were versed in the pill refining divine beast diagram. Still, that didn't mean they could successfully refine a star eclipse heavenly pill on the spot, moreover, at a time limit of 3 hours. The same Fortune Gate alchemist looked at Huang Xiaolong again, mocking again. Huang Xiaolong. This is just the beginning. The good show is yet to come. We will let you know the ugly ending of offending our Fortune Gate. At this time, Huang Xiaolong manipulated the herbs, forming one divine beast after another in the air. There were precisely 100 divine beasts. Following this, those divine beasts flew up and formed an ancient diagram. Then, darkness element god force surged out from Huang Xiaolong's body, wave after wave. Darkness element god force. Huang Xiaolong's godhead actually even has darkness element god force. The quieted disciples stirred up again. One of the reasons why the star eclipse heavenly pill was so hard to concoct was the fact that the ingredients required darkness element force to be refined. That Fortune Gate alchemist stubbornly sneered. So what if he has darkness element god force? I don't believe he could even manipulate the galaxy's star force. In order to concoct a star eclipse heavenly pill, other than darkness element god force, star force from the depth of the galaxy was another essential factor. Lacking either of them would only result in failure. However, just as that Fortune Gate alchemist finished speaking, there seemed to be an invisible hand squeezing his throat, his eyeballs protruding with disbelief. In the void above Huang Xiaolong's head, streams of glimmering star force were falling down. The surrounding disciples watched with mouths agape. Star force. That sparkling starlight was so brilliant. Definitely the purest kind of star force. It was no secret that even star force was divided into different grades. When the star force began pouring endlessly from the void, the divine beasts formed from various herbs opened their mouths, absorbing as much as they could. Moments passed and those herb divine beasts started glimmering with starlight. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's left hand waved, sending a stream of darkness element fire that transformed into a black dragon, winding itself around the divine beasts as it flew into the air. Every time the black dragon wound around a divine beast, the herbs within would light up with black fire, their essence blending together. Even as the herbs turned into essence, not only did the glittering starlight from the falling star force not diminish, it grew brighter instead. Soon, more than half of the ingredients were turned into essence, then all of them gradually combining into one. A dazzling light spread out from the center of the pool, expanding more and more. It was as if the light had jumped out from the pool of herbal essence to the square, filling the entire hall with a blinding light. A clear, melodious hum sounded in the hall. The crowd disciples watched on as round pellets appeared from the blinding light one after another. Every pellet was as big as 2 thumbs, emitting a faint black glow like miniature suns, while glittering rays of sunlight shone from the depth of dark glow, exuding its own charm. A mesmerizing fragrance spread out through the square. Everyone stood woodenly on the spot, looking dazedly at 20 over-star eclipse heavenly pills hovering in the air. Succeeded. Actually succeeded. The person responsible for Huang Xiaolong's assessment, Alchemist Li Jiang, and that Fortune Gate alchemist both had extremely ugly expressions. Huang Xiaolong not only successfully refined the star eclipse heavenly pills in public, judging from the medicinal fragrance emitted by those pellets, they were definitely the highest quality. Not to mention that, from the beginning until now, Huang Xiaolong had merely used a little more than 1 hour. He didn't even use the cauldron they prepared. Almost at the same time, inside one of the buildings of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, Sun Yi sat comfortably on a chair, leisurely sipping on his cup of wine while muttering, "I wonder how that Huang Xiaolong's assessment is going." His disciple Lu Hao replied, "How else could he fare? Very soon, a disciple will come to bring news of his failure to us. But Master, after Huang Xiaolong fails the assessment, what is the next step? What are we doing next?" Sun Yi issued a sinister chuckle. The High God Advancement Tournament champion failed to pass the Union's Elementary Alchemist assessment. This kind of good news. Surely we must ensure that it spreads far and wide at the fastest speed. Sharing is caring after all. Lu Hao grinned, flattering his master. Master is wise. Precisely at this time, Alchemist Li Jiang, who was in charge of Huang Xiaolong's assessment, ran into the yard, anxious and flustered. A film of sweat was on his forehead, sliding down the sides of his face. Only he himself knew whether it was because of the hot weather or the dread in his heart. Both Sun Yi and Lu Hao were frowning slightly, watching Li Jiang's flustered appearance. Li Jiang quickly saluted upon arriving in front of Sun Yi and Lu Hai, but his voice was quivering. Lu Hao demanded directly, "That Huang Xiaolong failed already?" Even though Li Jiang's behavior was odd, Lu Hao did not put much thought into it. Li Jiang stuttered and stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Sun Yi lost patience, snapping, "Speak! How did that Huang Xiaolong do?" Li Jiang's voice shook even more, plopping to his knees. "That Huang Xiaolong, he passed." "What? Passed?" Sun Yi and Lu Hao shouted in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. That Huang Xiaolong was truly successful in concocting the star eclipse heavenly pill? From the bottom of his heart, Sun Yi couldn't accept this result. Why yes, he refined it on the spot in the hall. Li Jiang dared not conceal anything, replying honestly. Sun Yi urged, "He used the ingredients we prepared?" "Yes." Li Jiang nodded. Sun Yi was adamant, refusing to accept. "He used that cauldron we prepared?" Li Jiang hesitated before replying, "No." Sun Yi was stunned by the answer. Then his anger roar resounded. "You really have guts. He used his own cauldron to refine, but you still allowed him to pass." Dust from the hanging beam above fell from Sun Yi's roar. Facing Sun Yi's angry roar, Li Jiang's face paled but quickly explained, No, eminent elder son, to that Huang Xiaolong, he didn't use a cauldron at all." "Did not use a cauldron?" Sun Yi, who was throwing a tantrum, suddenly became dazed. Even Lu Hao asked in disbelief, "What you are saying is that Huang Xiaolong used the ingredients we prepared, and, without using any cauldron, he successfully refined the star eclipse heavenly pills on the spot?" Li Jiang nodded vigorously. Yes. Also, from the beginning till the end, he used less than 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. Sun Yi and Lu Hao blanked. Are you sure what he refined wasn't inferior pills? It appeared as if Sun Yi was putting up one last struggle. If what he concocted was inferior star eclipse heavenly pills, then he could still use this as an excuse to hinder Huang Xiaolong from passing the Union's alchemist assessment. Not inferior pills, but top-quality pills. Li Jiang quickly removed a jade bottle from his spatial ring, offering it to Sun Yi with both hands. This is one of the Star Eclipse heavenly pills that Huang Xiaolong refined just now. Sun Yi took the bottle from Li Jiang's hands and pulled out the stopper. Instantly, refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the hall, followed by a small pill akin to a black sun that emitted glittering starlight floating out from the bottle. Looking at the Star Eclipse heavenly pill floating in the air, the last string of disbelief in Sun Yi's heart snapped. His expression was extremely ugly. Looking at the Star Eclipse heavenly pill, Lu Hao's face was stiff with shock. He could tell it was a fine quality top grade, close to tribulation grade divine pellet. Medicinal pellets were graded from the bottom as low, mid, high, top, and tribulation grade. As long as one refined a mid-grade pill or above, they were considered as having passed the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's alchemist assessment. It was 30 seconds later when Sunny sucked in a breath of air, his eyes sullen as he stared at Li Jiang. Tell me in detail the entire sequence of Huang Xiaolong's assessment. Yes, Eminent Elder Sunday. Li Jiang concisely recounted all that took place during Huang Xiaolong's assessment. The more Sun Yi heard, the uglier his expression became. It was out of his calculations that Huang Xiaolong was skilled in the pill-refining divine beasts diagram, even less that he would be able to manipulate high-quality Star Force. Star Force not only could expel the ingredient's impurities, but such quality of Star Force would also raise the herb's properties to the highest level possible during pill condensation. Therefore, the ability to manipulate Star Force would bring unimaginable benefits and a myriad of usages to an alchemist. The problem was, being able to manipulate Star Force was simply a feat hard to attain. Perhaps, not even one person could be found amongst 100,000 High God Realm Masters. Only a person who had gained comprehension of the space law to a certain degree would be able to do so. You said Huang Xiaolong's cultivation has reached 5th Order High God Realm? When Li Jiang reached the part when Huang Xiaolong displayed his aura to pressure him, Sun Yi was greatly shocked. His words blurted out, cutting off Li Jiang. Li Jiang frankly nodded. Yes, that is so, Eminent Elder Sunday. Furthermore, although Huang Xiaolong is only a 5th Order High God Realm, his aura and momentum felt stronger than a 7th Order High God Realm Master. The look in Sun Yi's eyes turned increasingly dark. Barely 10 years had passed since the High God Advancement Tournament, but Huang Xiaolong already advanced to 5th Order High God Realm. This level of heaven-defying cultivation speed gave Sun Yi a cold feeling. If Huang Xiaolong was allowed to grow further, a decade later, even he himself wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. 1 hour later, Li Jiang finished his report and Sun Yi waved him away. Watching Li Jiang's leaving figure, Sun Yi's gaze was colder than ice. Who would have thought Huang Xiaolong actually has such high skill in alchemy? Perhaps even better than his master, that ascending moon old man. Lu Hao ventured carefully. His heart was still beating loudly from what Li Jiang had said. Sun Yi's low gloomy voice sounded. It doesn't matter even if that runt passed the alchemist assessment. During the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition's preliminary and semi-final stages, I don't believe he'll be able to pass again. Saying this, a sharp gleam shone in Sun Yi's eyes. During the preliminary stage of the grand competition, every participant would be ushered into a different chamber to refine pills, and each chamber would be equipped with ingredients and a cauldron provided by the Union. At that time, Sun Yi merely needed to have the people below him secretly change several ingredients. As skillful as Huang Xiaolong was, he wouldn't be able to complete the task. On the other end, after Huang Xiaolong passed his alchemist assessment and obtained the alchemist identity token, he headed straight toward the registration location to register for the upcoming grand competition. Although the grand competition registration line also reached a great number, it was merely a registration procedure. Thus the line moved along quite speedily. Roughly half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong had completed his registration and walked a complete circle around, but did not find Wangu Yanhui, Wangu Yi, or any of the Wangu clan's disciples. He then left Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters without dallying further. Next on his list was to find an accommodation and cultivate as he waited for the day of the grand competition 2 months later. However, learning from previous experiences, Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to go searching for an inn. He went straight towards the property trading market, throwing out over 4 trillion to acquire a luxury residence at the center of Divine Dan City named Sun Moon Residence. Naturally, when Huang Xiaolong took out more than 50,000 top divine grade spirit stones to pay for the residence, it drew shocking gasps from the other customers. This Sun Moon Residence's materials were many times more extravagant than the mansion he had bought in the Aeon City. Every stone and artificial mountain inside the Sun Moon residence were made from 9 Yang sunstones, moontide crystals, and other rare, precious materials. The residence was also in a scenic location. It was especially beautiful at night, when the stones and crystals inside reflect the moonlight, looking like an ethereal landscape out of a dream. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside the Sun Moon residence, circulating the 4 divine fires. At the same time, from the void above him, the expected shimmering gray energy flowed out continuously. At the current power of the 4 divine fire spirits, there were more 30 streams of gray energy, slightly thicker than an adult's thigh. Those gray streams of energy were greedily absorbed by Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads, being converted into God Force. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed by. Huang Xiaolong sat in cultivation within the Sun Moon residence, ignoring the outside world, but the Divine Dan City was boiling with news of him. What? When that High God Advancement Tournament champion Huang Xiaolong was taking the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's Alchemist assessment, he merely used a little more than an hour to refine a batch of Star Eclipse heavenly pills. Top grade at that. Sun Yi wanted to make things difficult for him, but who would have thought Huang Xiaolong would succeed in the end? This is slapping Sun Yi squarely in the face. That old man's face was really thrown into the toilet this time. The toilet? More like stuck on a donkey's ass. The details of Huang Xiaolong's alchemist assessment were spread out by the crowd present in the hall back then, and were talked about with fervor in every corner of Divine Dan City. There were already quite a number of people who disliked the Fortune Gate's overbearing behavior. Thus the mocking words directed at Sun Yi were even harsher. Even those Fortune Gate disciples who arrived in the Divine Dan City to spectate the grand competition could no longer walk down the streets with their chests out and head held high. 30 streets away from Huang Xiaolong's Sun Moon residence, inside another luxurious mansion, a domineering young man clad in a black brocade robe snorted in dissatisfaction hearing the gossip about Huang Xiaolong, pill refining using the Divine Beast diagram, manipulating star force, merely some insignificant tricks. This black brocade-robed young man was none other than Devil Sun Mo Su, who had rushed over from the City of Devils to participate in the grand competition. The Devil Clan Grand Elder Mo Jinru smiled faintly. What Devil Sun says is right. Above that Divine Beast diagram are the 100 Divine Beasts diagram, the 1,000 Divine Beasts diagram, and the most difficult 10,000 Divine Beasts diagram. What that Huang Xiaolong displayed is merely the lowest grade of all. Compared to Devil Sun's 1,000 Divine Beasts diagram, the gap is obvious. A complacent curve tugged at the corners of Mo Su's lips. My 1,000 Divine Beasts diagram has already reached the perfection stage. With just one short step, my technique could advance into the 10,000 Divine Beasts diagram. This was also the reason why Mo Su had 100% confidence in winning the grand competition's first place. Mo Junru continued, still with the same smile on his face. Although the Star Force Huang Xiaolong can manipulate has a lot of benefits to an alchemist, it is still far from the Underworld River Force that Devil Sun can control. The Underworld River Force was of a higher grade than Star Force. Thus its usage in alchemy refining was even better. Mo Su changed the topic all of a sudden. I've heard that Wang Guyi has also arrived at the Divine Dan City. More importantly, several days ago, he and Huang Xiaolong traveled to the Union headquarters together. Mo Junru nodded, confirming Mo Su's words. That is so, Devil Sun. It wasn't only Wang Guyi, Wang Guyenhui is also here. But he did not register for the upcoming grand competition. Mo Su spoke. Huang Xiaolong does not pose any threat to me. Wang Guyi, however, is an opponent worthy of attention. Oh right, has that Fortune Gate chick, Li Lu, arrived yet? Mo Zhenru answered, Li Lu has reached the Divine Dan City. It's just that no knows where she is. Even the elder we placed inside the Fortune Gate couldn't get wind of it. Mo Su's gaze turned gloomy. Find her, use all means. It is imperative for her to be found before the grand competition. Speaking of Li Lu, a fire of desire flitted in Mo Su's eyes. Mo Zhenru nodded, complying with Mo Su's order. Another 3 days passed. Huang Xiaolong, who had been cultivating for the past 2 weeks inside the Sun-Moon residence, finally stopped and opened his eyes. It had been 2 months since he exited the Hellion Tower. Compared to the time he left, Huang Xiaolong's god force increased by a tiny bit again. However, there was still a distance from touching the peak early 7th Order High God realm. Huang Xiaolong made a calculation based on his current cultivation speed and estimated that he could probably advance to peak early 7th Order High God realm before the competition. After ending his cultivation session, Huang Xiaolong began studying that heaven-splitting tenet he obtained on the Hellion Tower's 12th floor. Although the heaven-splitting tenet manual was cryptic and difficult to decipher, too profound for the current Huang Xiaolong, he had gained a bit after some days of studying. This heaven-splitting tenet was actually a flesh, soul, and godhead cultivation technique. A fabled supreme 3-in-1 cultivation technique. In all his years of cultivation, even though he read every book in the 3 institutes' libraries, this was the first time Huang Xiaolong came across something like this. A cultivation technique that enabled the user to enhance their body, soul, and godhead at the same time. Forget other benefits. Just this one point was enough to earn this heaven-splitting tenet the title of greatest priceless treasure. According to what was written in the technique manual, all life forms in the universe were made up of a combination of various energies, which were categorized into 3 states: gaseous, liquid, and solid. The heaven-splitting tenet was based on swallowing solid-state energy to enhance one's own flesh, soul, and godhead, such as weapons, armors, ores and irons, etc. All were consumable. Naturally, not everyone could cultivate this technique. The minimum requirement was a high god realm cultivation. Weapons, armors, ores, and irons? An idea flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. There were mountain-high piles of weapons, armors, ores, and irons inside the Xuanji and Hailstone treasures that he hadn't found any great use for. Right now, he could use them to cultivation this heaven-splitting tenet. Once he made up his mind, Huang Xiaolong took out a large number of weapons and armors, cultivating in accordance to the heaven-splitting tenet. In a short amount of time, different kinds of energy began floating out from those weapons and armors, entering Huang Xiaolong's body, soul, and godhead. Roughly 5 to 6 breaths later, that pile of weapons and armors crumbled to nothing, disappearing from the world. All of these weapons and armors Huang Xiaolong experimented with were created with top iron and ores from the divine world. Yet after absorbing their energies into his body, he did not sense any difference. Thus, this time he took out several hundred weapons and armors. Outside, another day gave way to the night. By the time the number of weapons and armors Huang Xiaolong had swallowed reached 100,000, he finally felt a tiny improvement in his flesh, soul, and godhead. This improvement, however, caused Huang Xiaolong to shake his head. Cultivating in this manner was too slow for his taste. Based on his current freakishly strong body, soul, and godhead, only refining heaven-grade divine artifacts would have a visible result. Thus, at night, Huang Xiaolong activated the 4 divine fires to absorb the shimmering gray energy to cultivate his god force, whereas during the day he would refine and absorb the energies coming from the myriad armors and weapons that were piled up like stretches of mountains inside the Xuanji and Hailstone treasures. Despite the great number of weapons and armors, with Huang Xiaolong's absorbing speed, both treasures' supply of weapons and armors was emptied out in half a month's time. Huang Xiaolong then took out the 5-footed cauldron he got from the lightning god's dwelling. After a long time of deliberation, he finally decided against refining it. This lightning god cauldron was still useful for him during the preliminary and semi-final stages of the grand competition. Putting away the lightning god cauldron, Huang Xiaolong got to his feet, deciding to visit the Divine Dan City's weapon and armor trading market, as well as take a stroll around the city for a change of scenery. Stepping out from his manor for the first time in weeks, Huang Xiaolong asked a passerby for the direction of the weapon and armor trading market and headed there directly. However, the result was disappointing. Although the Divine Dan City had a big trading market, the grades of weapons and armors available were simply too horrendous compared to the Xuanji and Hailstone treasures. Huang Xiaolong spent a long time searching, but only found 20 or so passable items. For hours later, he made his way out from the trading market. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to stroll around the Divine Dan City. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened and Huang Xiaolong headed back to the Sun Moon residence. On the way, on street not far from his Sun Moon residence, Huang Xiaolong passed by a lively restaurant, causing his footsteps to halt. As if tempted, he turned and walked inside. He had been in seclusion in the recent days, thus knew very little of the news going around in the Divine Dan City. The best places to hear the latest news were none other than restaurants like this where a lot of people gathered. After entering, Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept around, but his brows creased slightly after seeing just a few empty tables. He called for a passing waiter, tipped him a top Saint grade spirit stone and told him to find him a good table. A top Saint grade spirit stone just for finding a good spot. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's request, the waiter was shaking with excitement, close to hugging his thigh in happiness. With a beaming face and a blooming heart, the waiter led Huang Xiaolong to the second floor of the restaurant. Coincidentally, the customers sitting at a table next to the window were just leaving. Taking his seat, Huang Xiaolong took out a top divine grade spirit stone and placed it on the table in plain sight, then ordered the waiter to bring up the restaurant's best dishes and the best wine. The waiter bowed repeatedly, scurrying away as fast as he could to prepare his order. About 5 minutes later, the waiter returned with a tray laden with dishes emitting a tantalizing fragrance, as well as 2 jugs of celestial blossom wine. As the waiter placed the dishes on the table, he introduced Huang Xiaolong to the celestial blossom wine, their restaurant's signature drink made from several hundred kinds of spiritual flowers aged 100,000 years and above. Each jug cost 200,000 coins. The waiter fawned. Only people with exceptional bearing like yourself can afford to taste this kind of good wine. Huang Xiaolong smiled. With a flick of his finger, the top divine grade spirit stone on the table flew into the waiter's hand. You can keep the change. The waiter's hands trembled as he caught the top divine grade spirit stone. For a second, it felt like his heart stopped beating. After what felt like a long time, the waiter shakily asked Huang Xiaolong if he meant it. 1 top divine grade spirit stone was equivalent to 80 million Ah. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The waiter suddenly gave Huang Xiaolong a kowtow, then respectfully retreated. As the waiter walked away, the spring in his steps looked like he was walking on clouds. After the waiter left, Huang Xiaolong opened one of the celestial blossom wine jugs, causing a crisp floral fragrance to permeate the surrounding air, lingering for a long time. He then poured himself a bowl, gulping all in one go, immediately feeling a comfortable warm energy spread through his body. His pores opened as the fragrance of wine filled him. Huang Xiaolong's eyes shone. The celestial blossom wine tasted even better than the heavenly pill wine he brewed himself, giving the drinker the illusion that they were right in a sea of flowers, forgetting all worldly troubles, their minds quiet and peaceful. Huang Xiaolong started eating, occasionally taking a gulp or 2 celestial blossom wine while listening to the conversations around him. But most of these disciples' conversations were centered around his alchemist assessment a month ago. At one point, Huang Xiaolong nearly laughed out loud when he heard the way someone described the scene of him refining the star eclipse heavenly pills. That person went on. That Huang Xiaolong merely waved one hand and 10,000 divine fire dragons instantly flew out. In the blink of an eye, he melted the divine beast diagram, followed by a 10,000 zhang bright light, covering the entire alchemist grandmaster union. Right at this time, several hundred top-grade star eclipse heavenly pills appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Huang Xiaolong remembered correctly that he had only condensed a single fire dragon, but from this disciple's mouth it became 10,000. Not to mention the pill condensation light wasn't as dramatic as that person described. Most importantly, his batch of star eclipse heavenly pills contained a little over 20 pills. definitely not several hundred of them. That Huang Xiaolong's alchemy refining skills aren't bad. But I say, compared to our devil son Mo, he's still worse off. At this time, a black-robed man interjected. The surrounding people who were talking about Huang Xiaolong more or less idolized him. Hearing someone suddenly interjecting, moreover stating that Huang Xiaolong was worse than devil son Mo, they became upset. A few disciples were angered and about to snap at that black-robed man. But all of them held off noticing his robe. An ancient devil clan disciple. The surrounding cultivators' expressions turned gloomy. What, are you dissatisfied? That ancient devil clan disciple watched the several disciples' black faces and sneered. During his assessment, the technique that Huang Xiaolong used was the 100 Divine Beast diagram, but after that there is the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram that is 100 times superior to it. Our devil son Mo's 1,000 Divine Beast diagram has already reached the perfection stage. 1,000 Beast diagram. All of a sudden, the restaurant's second floor was pin-drop quiet. Only the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's 12 eminent elders could perform the 1,000 Beast diagram, and some of them could merely perform the technique without really mastering it or reaching the perfection stage like Mo. Did this mean that Mo's skills were even higher than the Union's eminent elders? Seeing that his intimidation had succeeded, the ancient devil clan disciple continued complacently. What? Frightened now? Let me tell you lot frankly, the first place absolutely belongs to our devil son. Huang Xiaolong listened on with a calm face. He didn't expect that Mo to possess such a high talent in alchemy, achieving perfection stage in the 1,000 Beast diagram. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong spotted a familiar figure on the other end of the street. He was dazed briefly before jumping to his feet. His gaze swept over the street several times, but that figure disappeared. Not even his divine sense was able to detect it. Huang Xiaolong smiled faintly, shaking his head. Had he imagined things? A sigh sounded in his heart. So many years had passed. Had she been doing well all this time? For a second time, the restaurant's second floor was eerily quiet. Everyone's gazes were focused on the staircase. Feeling strange, Huang Xiaolong followed everyone's gaze. The result slightly unexpected. Devil son Mo. The person coming up the stair was none other than Mo. Following behind him was the very same person who had a conflict with Huang Xiaolong some days back at the Union's Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Lei. Mo had never seen Huang Xiaolong before this. Zhang Lei, on the other hand, immediately saw Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting close to the window almost immediately. He was stunned for a second, then snickered, pointing at him as he said to Mo, "Brother Mo, that brat is Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong. The quiet restaurant was noisy again. Everyone slowly turned to look at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief and shock. At Zhang Lei's words, Mo's eyes narrowed. Walking toward Huang Xiaolong's table together with Zhang Lei. Standing in front of Huang Xiaolong, Mo looked at him with a condescending gaze. "You are Huang Xiaolong? You really know how to enjoy yourself, still in the mood to drink wine? Or are you so confident that you're going to win the first place in the upcoming preliminaries?" Huang Xiaolong appeared unperturbed despite suddenly being the center of attention. "Whether I can get the first place or not, it doesn't seem to be related to you. Who are you? Who are you?" Mo's condescending expression froze. Then his face turned extremely ugly. Zhang Lei had just referred to him as Devil Son Mo. He didn't believe Huang Xiaolong hadn't heard Zhang Lei's words and was unable to guess his identity. Yet he actually dared to ignore him in public. A nefarious glint flitted across Mo's eyes, killing intent exploding from his body. The air current in his proximity stagnated. After he had passed through the Hellion Tower's 10th floor, his cultivation had risen to peak late 8th order. Just one step more and he would be able to break through to 9th order High God realm. Therefore, the moment Mo's killing intent erupted, the average low and mid-level High God realm cultivators in the vicinity felt an overwhelming pressure. The patrons in the restaurant quivered fearfully. Huang Xiaolong continued as if he didn't feel anything. "If there's nothing else, please roll away. Don't stand there and block my view. You're affecting my drinking mood." "What?" Both Mo and Zhang Lei were enraged. Just as Mo was about to attack, a figure wearing a wide brocade robe appeared. From this middle-aged man's appearance, he was most likely the restaurant owner. The owner arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong and the others, wearing a benign smile on his face. Several guests? Our restaurant is only a small business and the building is made of common wood and other such materials. Thus it cannot withstand any fights. Please give me some face. How about these guests set another day to exchange pointers? A sharp glint shone in the depths of Mo Su's eyes. He decided to kill the restaurant owner as well. But before he could make a move, Zhang Lei anxiously rushed to send him a sound transmission, beseeching him not to do anything. Mo Su frowned at Zhang Lei's plea, but was inwardly shocked as he took another glance at the restaurant owner. Obvious hesitation flashed across his face several times until his killing intent gradually converged. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong glanced meaningfully at the restaurant owner. What exactly was this restaurant owner's identity? Huang Xiaolong was sure that Zhang Lei must have said something to Mo Su in secret, causing him to be cautious. After converging his killing intent, Mo Su fixed a piercing cold stare on Huang Xiaolong, saying, "Huang Xiaolong, I hope you can still be this arrogant the next time we meet. Don't think you're going to win the first place just because you can use the 100-beast diagram. In my eyes, you don't even have the qualifications to be my disciple." Huang Xiaolong's expression remained deadpan. Then, just because you're skilled in the 1,000-beasts diagram, it means you are certainly going to win the grand competition? Mo Su was stunned for a second, then erupted into laughter. If I, who have achieved perfection stage in the 1,000 divine beasts diagram, cannot win first place in the grand competition, are you saying that you, who merely grasp the 100 divine beast diagram, can? Zhang Lei also erupted in loud laughter. Didn't I already say this brat is an idiot? But this level of idiocy exceeds my estimation. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was cold as frost as it fell on Zhang Lei. Mo Su spoke again. If I hadn't been in seclusion some years ago in order to comprehend the supreme devil art, missing the time to participate in the High God Advancement Tournament, you would never have had the chance to touch the first place. Let me tell you frankly that I have passed the Hellion Tower's 10th floor, reaching that point in less than 10 years' time. If you could achieve the same, passing through the 1st to the 10th floor of the Hellion Tower in less than 10 years, I shall acknowledge your talent as being equal to mine. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in response. I've no such need. He had already went all the way up to the 12th floor, clearing every floor's trial, and obtained the heaven-splitting tenet. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to compare himself with Mo Su. Mo Su's thoughts, on the other hand, were different. Are you afraid? Huang Xiaolong did not answer, returning to his wine. He was too lazy to bother further with these two clowns. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's attitude, Mo Su and Zhang Lei did not linger around, leaving to find a table. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong got and left the restaurant. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong called for the same waiter, buying the remaining Celestial Blossom wine using more than 2 billion. A sharp glint flickered in Mo Su's eyes as he watched Huang Xiaolong's departing figure, his voice extremely cold. I'm going to let this brat understand the consequences of offending me, Mo Su. Zhang Lei flashed a smile. Actually, Brother Mo need not do anything. The Fortune Gate would never let this Huang Xiaolong leave the Divine Dan City alive. Mo Su nodded and stopped mentioning Huang Xiaolong. Back in Sun Moon residence, Huang Xiaolong continued his semi-seclusion, spending his days in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. There were now 2 days left until the start of the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation finally reached the peak of early 7th Order High God realm. But during this period, due to the lack of divine weapons and armors, his heaven-splitting tenet saw little progress. As his cultivation reached peak early 7th Order High God realm, Huang Xiaolong ended his days of dull cultivation. Taking out over 100 jugs of Celestial Blossom wine, he drank alone. That old man still hasn't arrived at the Divine Dan City? Huang Xiaolong wondered where the ascending moon old man could be as he raised a wine bowl to his lips. He had been in Divine Dan City for several months now, but there was still no news of the old man. Logically, if the old man arrived in the Divine Dan City, he would have heard about his alchemist assessment that had been the talk of the city, and if the old man knew he was here, he would have surely come to find him. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong's brows scrunched together. Did something happen? Right at this time, someone triggered the Sun-Moon Residence's outer formation. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. When he came out, he saw Wangu Yanhui and Wangu Yi at his doors. Wangu Yanhui smiled when he saw Huang Xiaolong. "Brother Huang, us brothers came over. I hope we didn't disturb your cultivation." Huang Xiaolong returned a smile. "Of course not. I was just thinking how boring it is to drink alone. You guys arrived at the right time." He invited both to enter. Arriving at the yard, Wangu Yanhui saw the jugs of Celestial Blossom wine, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Celestial Blossom wine!" Even Wangu Ye's gaze turned a little hot. Wangu Yanhui laughed happily. "This Celestial Blossom wine is the Divine Dan City's most famous wine, ranked amongst the top 3 in the 100,000 galaxies. Looks like us brothers are really lucky today." Huang Xiaolong smiled. "If you two have the time, we can finish these 100 jugs of wine." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's invitation, Wangu Yanhui and Wangu Yi said they have all the time in the world. When the brothers stepped out from the Sun-Moon residence, it was already the next day. The three of them talked about a lot of things, most of them related to the grand competition. Of course, when the two left, all 100 over jugs of Celestial Blossom wine were emptied. Not a drop left. Deep into the quiet night, as the first ray of sunlight shone on the roof of the Sun-Moon residence, Huang Xiaolong, who was adjusting his breathing in the yard, slowly opened his eyes. Today, the Alchemist Grandmaster Union competition would begin. Stepping out from his residence, Huang Xiaolong headed off in the direction of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters. By the time he arrived, there was already a large crowd gathered. "Huang Xiaolong!" The instant he appeared, someone in the crowd shouted upon recognizing him, raising a wave of exclamation. Holding the token in his hand, Huang Xiaolong walked into the fenced-off section of the square, where only registered disciples could enter. However, even this section of the square was densely crowded. Even though the number of disciples participating in the competition was much less compared to the High God Advancement Tournament, it still reached 1.2 million people. After the preliminary round elimination, there would only be 10,000 participants remaining. Even after entering the competition venue, many participants were pointing at and talking about Huang Xiaolong. There was nothing that could be done about this. There was practically a huge sign above his head that said, "High God Advancement Tournament Champion." Wherever he went, once his identity was made known, he couldn't escape from being the center of attention. Of course, the attention increased further after Huang Xiaolong displayed the pill refining 100 divine beast technique during his alchemist assessment. When Mo Su, standing amongst the participating disciples, saw Huang Xiaolong becoming the center of attention the moment he appeared, and a cold light flitted in his eyes. He snorted. "This brat is really unpleasing to look at." Zhang Lei, who was standing next to Mo Su, smiled with ease. "Don't worry, brother Mo Su. I found out that eminent elder Sun Yi already made preparations to have his competition ingredients changed. At that time, as high as his skills are, there's no way he can succeed." Hearing that, Mo Su's face relaxed into a smile. "If it's like that, it's truly a pity. I cannot let him taste defeat myself and open his eyes to this devil son's alchemical greatness." Zhang Lei chuckled. With brother Mo Su's status, there's no need to act personally just to teach that Huang Xiaolong a lesson. He is someone who can't even pass the preliminary round, whereas brother Mo Su is fated to win the grand competition's first place. That Huang Xiaolong is not even qualified to carry your shoes. Laughter rose from Mo Su's chest. "You're right," because they were covered by a soundproof enchantment. Neither of them was worried that their little talk would be heard by others. As registered participants continued to trickle in, the sectioned-off competition ground became increasingly packed. Roughly an hour later, the grand competition overseer for the preliminary round appeared, an elder called Wang Zhe. He then briefly explained the rules of the preliminary round and motioned a union supervisor to activate the transmission array. When the transmission array finished activating, it would transfer all participants to individual alchemy refining chambers which contained ingredients and a cauldron prepared by the union. In the preliminary round, all participants were required to refine the same divine essence pellet. The divine essence pellet was a pill that rapidly aided the Godforce recovery of a High God Realm Master, a low-level scared grade divine pellet. This divine essence pellet wasn't difficult to refine. However, according to the competition rules, only the first 10,000 participants who first completed refining would be considered as having passed the preliminary round, allowing them to move on to the semifinal. Standing out from a pool of 1.2 million disciples was quite a task. For this preliminary round, the time given to the participants was 3 days. 3 days later, whether they were successful or not, they would be sent out by the array inside the chamber. Shortly, like the other participants, Huang Xiaolong was sent into an individual refining chamber which wasn't very big, about 30 square meters. Inside the chamber was an extremely common cauldron, and the over 400 ingredients were placed on the table in front of the wall. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense swept over the herbs and immediately noticed that, among the 400 over ingredients, 5 of them had been replaced. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong sneered. As expected, he already knew that Sun Yi would not let him pass the preliminary round smoothly, and the most obvious trick was tampering with the pill refining ingredients. According to the competition's rules, if a participant noticed any problems with the provided ingredients, they could have the Union disciples outside change them through the array inside the chamber. It goes without saying, the disciple in outside should have received instructions from Sun Yi. Therefore, it was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to request another set of ingredients. It was nothing but deluding himself. A bright light glowed from his palm as 5 different herbs appeared. These were precisely the 5 ingredients that were changed by Sun Yi 2 evenings ago when he was drinking with Wangu Yanhui and Wangu Yi. He found out from them that the preliminary round's task was to refine a divine essence pellet. Thus, Huang Xiaolong himself had prepared a set of herbs for refining this pill. Also, these individual chambers were monitored. If any participating disciple changed the prepared herb ingredients without authorization, their eligibility would be revoked. But for Huang Xiaolong, this monitoring function of the chamber was non-existent. Even if he changed all the ingredients in the chamber, the disciple outside wouldn't find out a thing. After replacing the 5 herbs, the remaining ingredients flew toward him with a wave of his hand as Huang Xiaolong began refining. Similar to the scene during his alchemist assessment, these herb ingredients danced in the air, gathering into the shapes of various divine beasts. Huang Xiaolong continued to refine the impurities using the fire element energy around him and not his 4 divine fires, forming a long fire dragon that finally melted the divine beasts. Then, following the divine essence pellets refining method, Huang Xiaolong continued to merge the herb essences together. From the beginning until the end, his refining process proceeded smoothly, without any hindrance. It was seemingly easy, but the slightest mistake could result in failure during pill condensation. Those divine beast images were refined following a certain sequence. Some earlier, some later, while a portion of them needed to wait until several others had blended before they could be added. Otherwise, a sudden conflict in the medicinal properties would cause everything to explode. The crucial point was to stimulate all medicinal properties to their highest level before merging everything, or it would also result in failure during pill condensation. Still, refining this divine essence pellet didn't require Huang Xiaolong to use his full set of skills, so he went on using the 100 divine beast diagram. As more and more herb essences merged together, they gradually emitted a bright glow. Half an hour later, a crisp hum of pill condensation rang in the chamber Huang Xiaolong was at. This humming was a sign of successful refinement, but more importantly, only a mid-sacred grade divine pellet and above could produce this type of sound during pill condensation. Right at this time, outside the competition area on the square, a flickering light appeared as a figure walked out from one of the chambers. This figure was Mo Su. When the spectating Devil Clan disciples saw this, their faces lit up, cheering for him. The Devil Clan elder Mo Zhenru stepped forward, congratulating. Congratulations to Devil's Son in obtaining first place in the preliminary round. From the time the competition started, no other disciple had emerged yet. Mo Su beamed. It's merely the preliminary round and doesn't count for much. There's still the semi-final round's first place waiting for me. That is true. That is true. Mo Zhenru laughed. Winning this competition's first place, for Devil's Son, is akin to taking something out from your own bag. Mo Su was exceptionally pleased hearing that. Then his tone changed. I wonder how that brat Huang Xiaolong is doing. Sneering, he added, he should be coming out very soon. With incorrect ingredients causing conflicting medicinal properties, what Huang Xiaolong was refining was going to explode soon, resulting in him being disqualified from the competition. In the meantime, a Union disciple entered the chamber. Mo Su was in to take out the divine essence pellet he had refined and hand it over to the overseer for judging. After the pill was assessed by the elder, the divine essence pellet that Mo Su had refined was determined to be a top sacred grade divine pellet. Refinement time, 31 minutes and 23 seconds. Pass. Just as Mo Su, Elder Mo Zhenru, and the present Devil Clan disciples were about to leave the square, another flickering light appeared on the square as a figure stepped out from the chamber. When Mo Su saw the person's face, he smiled widely, for the second person who came out was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Although he predicted that Huang Xiaolong would be coming out very soon due to failure, he did not expect it to be so soon. He approached Huang Xiaolong joyously. Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect you to be the second person to come out. Mo Su smiled was extremely wicked. Just that little bit slower than me. But my result is a top sacred grade divine essence pellet? What about you? Don't tell me you came out early due to failure. By this point, Mo Su could no longer contain his laughter. The Devil Clan disciples around Mo Su broke out in mocking laughter, sounding especially harsh to the ears. The gazes of the cultivators waiting outside the square perimeter inevitably fell on Mo Su and Huang Xiaolong. A failed refinement? What is happening over there? Could it be that Huang Xiaolong has failed to refine the divine essence pellet? Who knows, maybe his assessment a few months back is fake, just people trying to exaggerate things. I've already said early on, Huang Xiaolong might have incredible talent for cultivation, but it is impossible for him to also have that kind of flair for alchemy. In an instant, everyone in the crowd seemed to be talking about it. The overseer, Elder Wang Zhe, already received instructions from Sun Yi beforehand, understanding what Mo Su meant by Huang Xiaolong's pill concocting having failed. Wang Zhe announced, Huang Xiaolong, refinement unsuccessful, pill forming failed. Time used, 32 minutes and 50 seconds. In Wang Zhe's eyes, since the ingredients were incorrect, no matter how high Huang Xiaolong's alchemy refining skills were, his pill would never form successfully, which was why Wang Zhe didn't even bother to send any disciples to check Huang Xiaolong's chamber. At Wang Zhe's announcement, the crowd gathered around the square was in an uproar. Those in doubt earlier made noises of realization. Huang Xiaolong really failed. He can't even refine something simple like the divine essence pellet. Looks like the stories going around about his alchemist assessment are really fake. As the crowd at the edge of the square was clamoring, Mo Su laughed even louder as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. 32 minutes and 50 seconds. Huang Xiaolong, you've already broken the grand competition's record. For billions of years, there has to appear yet any participant who failed in their pill concoction so fast. Huang Xiaolong completely ignored Mo Su. His sharp gaze was directed at Elder Wang Zhe instead, speaking with an aloof tone. You're called Wang Zhe, right? You didn't even check my chamber, yet you so easily announced the result. Perhaps you already knew the result beforehand? Or can you foretell the future? Wang Zhe stiffened, his expression darkened. In terms of status, Huang Xiaolong was merely one of the many average alchemists within the Union. How dare he address him by name? At Huang Xiaolong's words, the crowd quieted slightly, seemingly thinking about what he had just said. Wang Zhe stared coldly at Huang Xiaolong. You only managed to pass your alchemist assessment by luck on that day. Huang Xiaolong, are you perhaps trying to tell me that your pill concoction did not fail and, like young Master Mo Su here, you successfully refined a top-grade divine essence pellet? His derisive tone did not escape the notice of the present people. Huang Xiaolong remained aloof. Just check and you'll know the answer. Wang Zhe looked at the closest Union disciple, ordering, Go, check Huang Xiaolong's refining chamber, and bring out the evidence of his failure, so everyone can see. The Union disciple complied respectfully and hurried away. Everyone waited. About 15 minutes later, that disciple returned. Wearing an ugly expression on his face, he extended his hand, in which was held a bottle. If one looked clearly, they would be able to see that his hand was shaking. Noticing this, Wang Zhe's brows couldn't help but crease into furrows. Did Huang Xiaolong really succeed in refining the divine essence pellet? Elder Wang. These are the divine essence pellets found in Huang Xiaolong's chamber. That disciple stood in front of Wang Zhe. Even his tongue seemed to be quivering as he spoke. Divine essence pellet. A stunned Wang Zhe quickly recovered. Is it low-grade pellets? If the ingredients were wrong, an alchemist with extraordinary skills could turn them into low-grade pellets, albeit there would only be a slim chance. Of course, low-grade pellets were also considered failures. The Union disciple stammered, "And no." Wang Zhe was taken aback. "No?" He took the bottle from the disciple's hand. Then, before Mo Su and everyone's baffled gazes, Wang Zhe released the bottle's restriction. Instantly, thumb-sized pills of jade green color appeared one after another, resembling morning dew on tender leaves. Medicinal fragrance permeated the air, reaching the edge of the square. Even those at the back of the large crowd could smell the fragrance coming from the pills. These are tribulation-grade pellets. Heavens! They are actually tribulation-grade pellets! Exclamations sounded from various corners of the crowd. A wave of surprise and shock filled the air. Disbelief was obvious in everyone's expressions. This was the tribulation grade they had only heard of. Every single divine essence pellet exuded a faint tribulation lightning aura. Impossible! Impossible! Mo Su shouted the same words twice, then pointed at Huang Xiaolong. You cheated! These divine essence pellets weren't refined by you. The certainty in Mo Su's tone sounded as if he was the overseeing elder from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. That's right, you cheated. These tribulation-grade divine essence pellets were definitely not refined by you. Wang Zhe regained his wits, biting hard on his statement, almost shrieking as he pointed an angry finger at Huang Xiaolong. Some big guts you've got. How dare you cheat in the competition? I'm revoking your participation qualification this instant, and you are forever forbidden from participating in the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. The ingredients were wrong. How could Huang Xiaolong have refined any tribulation-grade divine essence pellets? This is absolutely impossible. Wang Zhe was adamant that Huang Xiaolong cheated, blurting these words by reflex. The corner of Huang Xiaolong's lips faintly curved at a derisive degree. Cheated? Where's the evidence? Wang Zhe, as a Union elder, don't tell me you can't even determine that these tribulation-grade divine essence pellets were refined just now. Wang Zhe flinched. With his eyesight, of course he could see that the pills were just refined. Whether he cheated or not, just look at the chamber's recording and see. We'll know what is what. Mo Su sullenly stated. That's right, elder. We can check the chamber's recording. The Union disciple quickly said. Under Wang Zhe's agreement, a short while later, the Union disciple returned with the video recording array from Huang Xiaolong's chamber. Channeling his god force into the formation, it replayed the process of Huang Xiaolong's refining process. Watching Huang Xiaolong easily manipulate the herbs with his alchemy refining skills until he attracted pill tribulation lightning, producing tribulation-grade divine essence pellets. There was no sign of cheating that could be detected. Wang Zhe's face grew increasing uglier as he watched on. Were the ingredients inside Huang Xiaolong's chamber not replaced? Mo Su's expression was just as ugly. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Wang Zhe, do I pass the preliminary round now? Wang Zhe struggled internally for a while. Then he took a deep breath, revising his announcement. Huang Xiaolong, refinement successful. Rank 1 tribulation grade divine essence pellets. Time used, 32 minutes and 50 seconds. Huang Xiaolong nudged. And? Wang Zhe was confused. And? There's more. He didn't understand what Huang Xiaolong was implying. Huang Xiaolong spoke coldly. Earlier, you announced that I failed without even checking my refining chamber, and after you did, you were adamant that I cheated, wanting to rescind my qualification as well as forbid me from ever participating in the grand competition. Do you really think this matter is so easily solved just by you announcing that my refinement was successful and that I passed? I want you on your knees. Kowtow to me as an apology. What? Wang Zhe's face was red with outrage. Before Wang Zhe could say another word, the spectating crowd was shouting, "Yes, kowtow in apology. Kowtow in apology to Huang Xiaolong." The voices grew louder, reverberating like thunder in the square. Wang Zhe's face looked darker than muddy water, his loathful gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong. This matter ends here. If you continue to make trouble, I can still rescind your participation qualification. Make trouble? Hearing Wang Zhe accusing him of making trouble pushed Huang Xiaolong's patience over the edge. A sharp gleam flitted across his eyes. Noticing this, Wang Zhe mocked. What? Want to fight? Wang Zhe was aware that Huang Xiaolong was no weakling, however. He was a long-standing elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Even though his alchemy refining skills were lackluster compared to Huang Xiaolong's, his own cultivation wasn't bad. He was a peak late 7th Order High God Realm Master, which was why he believed that Huang Xiaolong was no match for him in terms of strength. Huang Xiaolong's tone turned icy. You will regret this very soon. He then turned and left. In a brief moment before Huang Xiaolong left the square, he sent an unnoticeable line of frigid force into Wang Zhe's body. When he was passing by Mo Su, Huang Xiaolong gave him a disdainful glance before looking away. Mo Su was already fuming after knowing that Huang Xiaolong actually refined those tribulation-grade divine essence pellets. Adding on that disdainful glance, the anger he had been reigning in exploded. Huang Xiaolong, stop right there for this devil's son, Mo Su bellowed, his fist already striking out at Huang Xiaolong's back. 10,000 Ghosts soul-locking fist. In the next moment, devil chi surged high like a tsunami, enveloping heaven and earth in darkness. Nefarious howling ghost heads appeared, locking onto Huang Xiaolong. Those ghost heads condensed from Mo Su's devil chi formed a giant fist with devil symbols swirling around it that covered Huang Xiaolong. Mo Su was already a peak late 8th Order High God Realm after he exited the Hellion Tower, and the 10,000 Ghosts soul-locking fist was one of the ancient devil clan's supreme techniques. The momentum of this combination made even the masters watching from the edge of the square palpitate. Just as everyone watching thought that Huang Xiaolong would be vomiting blood after being struck by Mo Su's sudden attack, Huang Xiaolong spun around, striking out a palm attack of his own in counter. The Earthen Buddha Palm. There were no other techniques such as the godly Shumi art incorporated into Huang Xiaolong's attack. It was a straightforward Earthen Buddha Palm that was used to counter Mo Su's attack. In a split second, the palm and fist collided. Tremors passed under the crowd's feet and their ears buzzed from the booming collision. The seemingly powerful 10,000 Ghosts soul-locking fist exploded in the air. All 10,000 ghost heads scattered like dust, and Mo Su himself tumbled in the air like a broken kite, crashing heavily. It did not stop there, though. His body rolled until the edge of the square, miserably lying there. Blood was flowing from Mo Su's mouth like it wasn't worth a penny. The crowd was stupefied, sucking in a breath of cold air as their senses returned. Wang Zhe felt his heartstrings twitch. He hadn't expected Mo Su to end up so embarrassing. After all, he was a peak late 8th Order High God Realm Master. Not only had his sneak attack failed, he was even sent flying by Huang Xiaolong. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Zhe's back, remembering that he had just taunted Huang Xiaolong moments ago. Had Huang Xiaolong really acted just now? Goosebumps ran down Wang Zhe's neck, imagining the worst possibility. Huang Xiaolong spared no glance at the figure that had rolled to the edge of the square. He turned and left with astonished gazes following him. The Devil Clan masters were enraged, but just as they wanted to encircle Huang Xiaolong, their impulsive actions were stopped by Elder Mo Zhenru. Mo Zhenru watched as Huang Xiaolong left the square, making no move to stop him. Not long after he left the square, another light flickered and a figure stepped out from one of the isolated chambers, Wan Guyi. When he stepped out from his chamber, the first thing he saw was Mo Su lying in a puddle of his own blood, something that genuinely shocked him. In a few short moments, He inwardly summarized what happened to Mo Su from the noisy crowd, which caused his shock to multiply. Huang Xiaolong did this. A peak late 8th Order High God Realm Mo Su was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong with a single palm strike. This matter must be reported to the Patriarch at the earliest, Wang Guyi noted, still feeling shocked in his heart. Although their Wanggu clan had a friendly stance towards their association with Huang Xiaolong, it wasn't to the point of publicly standing on Huang Xiaolong's side in the matter against the Fortune Gate. But now, in Wang Guyi's eyes, it seemed their clan would need to reevaluate their stance towards Huang Xiaolong. Some time later, Mo Su regained consciousness after Mo Zhenru treated his injuries. At this time, another light flickered from the direction of the refining chambers, and a young woman walked out. She was dressed entirely in white, including the thin veil that covered her face yet was unable to conceal her beauty. Seeing this young woman, one of the Devil Clan disciples whispered into Mo Su's ears, "Devil Son, that's the Fortune Gate's Li Lu." Li Lu. Hearing this, Mo Su quickly turned to look, desire shining in the depth of his eyes. But that dissipated just as quickly. Mo Su barked an order to the Devil Clan disciples around him. "We're leaving." If it was any other time, Mo Su would have approached Li Lu and attempted to strike a conversation. But right now, he was wounded by Huang Xiaolong, bloodstains all over his robe. How embarrassing he appeared right now. He then turned and left without another word. Inwardly, his killing intent towards Huang Xiaolong soared higher and higher. On another side, Huang Xiaolong was back in the Sun-Moon residence. In his yard, Huang Xiaolong circulated his 4 divine fires, absorbing the shimmering gray energy until 3 days later when the preliminary round would end and he would return to the square for the next round. In the next round, the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's 12 eminent elders would be present. Even if Sun Yi and Zhanglei's master, Zhang Bai, wanted to make trouble for him, they couldn't use underhanded tricks. Hence, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried about it. While he was cultivating in his Sun-Moon residence, within one of the many courtyards of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, Sun Yi had been waiting for news when he saw Wang Zhe walking in. Not waiting for Wang Zhe to speak, Sun Yi already asked, "Is the result of Huang Xiaolong's preliminary round out?" Sun Yi had instructed Wang Zhe to report to him once Huang Xiaolong's result was known. Yet Wang Zhe's head was so low that his forehead was about to stick to his chest. He dared not look at Sun Yi. "Huang Xiaolong, he passed the preliminary round." "What did you say?" Sun Yi, as well as Lu Hao standing behind him, thought they had misheard Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe cautiously took half a step forward, offering a bottle containing one of the tribulation-grade divine essence pellets that Huang Xiaolong had refined, explaining, "This is one of the divine essence pellets refined by him using 32 minutes and 50 seconds. Sun Yi grabbed the bottle from Wang Zhe's hands and wiped away the restriction. A round divine essence pellet floated into the air, emitting a refreshing herb fragrance. Tribulation-grade divine essence pellet. Both Sun Yi and Lu Hao looked as flabbergasted as they felt, brimming with disbelief. "This is the refining chamber's recording." Wang Zhe then handed over a monitoring bead obtained from the formation to Sun Yi, who imbued Godforce into it. Half an hour later, he finished watching the entire process of Huang Xiaolong refining divine essence pellet, looking extremely solemn by the end. "Eminent Elder Son, I still need to oversee the remaining participants. Why you see, may I?" Wang Zhe cautiously sought permission. Sun Yi waved his hand. "All right, your business is done here. Return to your duty." Wang Zhe was inwardly relieved, but on the surface, he respectfully bowed to Sun Yi and retreated. However, before leaving, as an afterthought, Wang Zhe decided to report to Sun Yi how Huang Xiaolong sent Mo Su flying with a single strike. Listening to Wang Zhe's report, Sun Yi and Lu Hai couldn't hide the astonishment from their faces. Until Wang Zhe's figure disappeared, the master and disciple duo were still standing in the same spot, barely moving an inch. A long time later, Sun Yi mumbled under his breath. "Even the 8th Order High God Realm Mo Su wasn't his match? It appears that we must absolutely not allow Huang Xiaolong to leave the Divine Dan City no matter what." As Sun Yi was saying this, A whelming murderous aura froze the air in his immediate proximity. The news of Huang Xiaolong successfully refining tribulation-grade divine essence pellets during the preliminary round spread throughout the Divine Dan city like wildfire. Every corner of the city was filled with exclamations of awe, shock, and astonishment. Naturally, the incident of Mo Su sneaking an attack on Huang Xiaolong but was sent flying with single a palm strike also spread through the city at rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days came and went. Huang Xiaolong stepped out from his manor. Tomorrow was the day of the semi-final round, but for unknown reasons, his heart seemed unable to calm down. In fact, it was a downright feeling of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. Unable to calm his heart to cultivate, Huang Xiaolong decided to take a stroll outside, inquiring about the latest news around the Divine Dan city while replenishing some celestial blossom wine. Stepping out from the Sun-Moon residence, Huang Xiaolong strolled idly around, but the feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger instead. At last, his feet brought him to the same restaurant he bought the celestial blossom wine from. Huang Xiaolong sat at the same table as previously, next to the window. His patronage was naturally welcomed with enthusiasm by the same waiter who served Huang Xiaolong last time. Similarly, Huang Xiaolong ordered some dishes and 2 jugs of celestial blossom wine, giving the waiter a top divine grade spirit stone. Similarly, the change was given to the waiter as a tip. The waiter was over the moon, giving Huang Xiaolong a kowtow in thanks. After the waiter left, Huang Xiaolong drank his wine without really tasting it while listening to the conversations around him, but most of them revolved around him refining tribulation-grade divine essence pellets during the competition's preliminary round and injuring Mo Su. Listening to the exaggerated descriptions all around, he wryly shook his head. Did you hear? Yesterday, 6 masters from the Inert Sword faction were murdered. It isn't only the Inert Sword faction. Several masters from the Eternal Galaxy's Mu clan and Zhou clan have also been killed. From what I've heard, a Wangu clan elder died miserably in the vicinity of the Virtuous Legend Square. All of those people were High God Realm masters. The scary thing is, after they died, their heads were cut off, leaving only incomplete bodies behind. At this point, Huang Xiaolong's ears caught the conversation of a few cultivators that were huddled at a corner table. Even a Wangu clan had been killed. Huang Xiaolong was shocked by this news. Who was it so daring as to provoke the Wangu clan? It didn't escape Huang Xiaolong's notice that the victims were all masters belonging to various galaxies' super forces and prominent sects. There is a black handprint on those people's body. Some say it's the sinister ghost refining palm. Really? The ghost refining palm. The ghost refining sect's supreme technique. Could it be a disciple from the ghost refining world that has come out from the path to hell? Hopefully it is not. Every time one of those ghost refining sect disciples emerges, a storm of carnage follows. In the last few days, more than 300 High God Realm Masters have been killed. At this rate, won't all the High God Realm Masters inside the Divine Dan City be slaughtered until there are none left? Is the Alchemist Grandmaster Union keeping their hands off this matter? Who said they are keeping their hands off? In the last 2 days, the Alchemist Grandmaster Union had ordered their enforcer disciples to lock down various points of the city and were given the authority to check all suspicious High God Realm Masters. But if the killer is truly a ghost refining sect disciple, do you think the Union's enforcer disciples are capable of restraining him? Even if the Union's 12 eminent elders joined hands, they still may not be able to capture this ghost refining sect disciple. Listening to these cultivators' conversation, Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a minute. The path to hell's ghost refining sect? He had heard the Ascending Moon Old Man mention this ghost refining sect, claiming that even the Wangu clan, Fortune Gate, the Ancient Devil clan, Zhou clan, the Giant tribe, the Dark Elf tribe, as well as other super forces walked on eggshells around this ghost refining sect. He didn't expect a ghost refining sect disciple to have emerged from the path to hell at this point of time. If he remembered correctly, those from the ghost refining sect supposedly to appeared every 100,000 years? Counting the time since their last appearance, barely half of that had passed. It was more than 3 hours later when Huang Xiaolong left the restaurant and headed back to the Sun Moon residence. Just like last time, before leaving, Huang Xiaolong bought more than 100 jugs of celestial blossom wine. Back in the Sun Moon residence, he didn't enter cultivation as he would normally do, but sat in the yard, thinking about what he had heard about the ghost refining sect. Without a doubt, this sect was the strongest force within the path to hell, not just one of the strongest. But where exactly on the path to hell the ghost refining sect was located was something that no outsider knew. Who was the founder of this ghost refining sect, or how long it had been founded for? This kind of questions about the sect were shrouded in a big mystery. Even more baffling to the people was why every time a ghost refining sect disciple appeared in the outside world, they deliberately hunted high god realm masters. Was it to cultivate a certain high-level ghostly technique? Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed. Time passed. Night pulled a blanket of darkness over the sky. Huang Xiaolong, who had been drinking alone in the yard, abruptly leaped far away from where he just sat. Almost in the same instant he seemed to be avoiding something. The whole Sun Moon residence started to shake. The yard Huang Xiaolong had been sitting in crumbled into rubble and part of the land below sunk in. Out of nowhere, a large black handprint appeared on the floor, ghost chi surging violently from it. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dignifiedly, his attention fixed on the black-robed young man standing opposite him. A thin curtain of devil chi veiled this black-robed young man, obscuring his features. The only part that was visible were his faintly glowing green eyes. A ghost refining sect disciple. Huang Xiaolong spoke in an unhurried tone, breaking the silence. The young man cackled with glee, although it sounded hoarse and harsh, resembling an owl in Huang Xiaolong's ears. However, there was a kind of medicinal pellet that could alter a person's voice within a certain time period after consuming it. Thus, this person's voice may not be his real voice. The High God Advancement Tournament champion Huang Xiaolong. Well, it looks like you are stronger than what I estimated. Even the average early 10th Order High God Realm Master wouldn't be able to dodge my ambush. The Ghost Refining Sect young man added as an afterthought, your strength is higher than what it's rumored to be. Huang Xiaolong was clearly frowning. But, as the Ghost Refining Sect young man was saying this, a hint of bloodlust filled his eyes, smacking his lips. This only makes killing you more meaningful. What rank is the godhead you condensed? High Emperor rank or top Emperor rank? I'm lacking a top Emperor rank godhead. Huang Xiaolong snickered in response. Many galaxies cultivators say that you lot from the Ghost Refining Sect are all peerless talents, possessing unfathomable strength. I too am very interested in what kind of godhead you've condensed. The Ghost Refining Sect young man let out a sonorous laugh. Then I shall satisfy your curiosity. His palm was already striking out at Huang Xiaolong before his last word sounded. So fast! The thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. With his current strength, he merely captured a blurred image. Huang Xiaolong did not hesitate. Immediately displayed his martial spirit innate ability, space concealment, vanishing from the spot. He had just concealed himself when the Ghost Refining Sect young man's eyes shone with a blinding green light, striking out another palm towards the concealed space where Huang Xiaolong was hiding in without a lapse in his actions. Huang Xiaolong was alarmed, his vigilance peaked. All three of his supreme godhead rotated madly as he struck out an earthen Buddha palm. Rumble! The impact from their palms torn open a large space rift. The pavement cracked and exploded. Even the Sun Moon residence's courtyards that were protected by formations became ruins. Huang Xiaolong fell out from his concealed space, tumbling in the air for several hundred li before he managed to shake off the force of the impact. I'm injured. Many years had passed since Huang Xiaolong was actually injured. Knowing how tough his current true dragon divine physique was, there weren't many things that could pierce through his body's defenses in this lower realm. Never had imagined that he would actually be injured by this Ghost Refining Sect cultivator. Moreover, he could feel a strange and powerful corrosive force inside his body, trying to devour his blood essence. Although Huang Xiaolong couldn't determine the exact cultivation of this Ghost Refining Sect, he still estimated his strength to be around late 10th Order High God realm. Still alive? It was evident that the young man was shocked. He had confidently assumed that Huang Xiaolong would die without doubt from the earlier attack, yet he only vomited some blood. After brief seconds of shock, the black-robed young man regained his composure, issuing a soft laugh. Following that, his body suddenly expanded to twice its size, attacking Huang Xiaolong once more. The black-robed young man's palm force ripped the fabric of space. The starlight disappeared as ghost qi devoured everything in sight, swallowing the world into the abyss of hell. This attack was 4 to 5 times more powerful than his last attack. The mansions neighboring Huang Xiaolong's sun-moon residence were easily lifted into the air by the ghost refining sect young man's palm force. Those mansions had their own defensive formations, but against the young man's palm force that was red like blood, their effects were insignificant. The residents inside the buildings had no time to escape at all. Caught under the terrifying palm force, they died, exploding into scattered blood mist in the air. Their blood essence and god force were all sucked away by the giant palm. After drinking those cultivators' blood essence and god force, the blood-red palm actually grew bigger again. At this point, Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated. His Buddhism god force roared, expelling the corrosive force out of his body. Simultaneously, his body swayed, transforming into a primordial divine dragon. A blue primordial divine dragon seemingly 10,000 zhang long suddenly appeared in the air above the divine Dan city, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw slammed down as hard as possible. The 11th move, Dragon Astounding the Fiend God. God force from his holy dragon's supreme godhead burst forth. Waves of dragon chi formed a giant divine dragon, flying straight at the ghost palm. Another thunderous boom reverberated in the air from the collision. Destructive shockwaves swept outward in all directions, destroying everything in their path. The impact also sent Huang Xiaolong, in his primordial divine dragon form, spinning back another several hundred li. At a closer look, blood was seeping out from underneath his dragon scales, flowing down his claws to the ground below. There were more scales shattered than those intact. On the other side, the ghost refining sect young man also tumbled back, but merely a dozen meters or so. The ghost chi enshrouding him roiled violently as he regained his balance. Primordial divine dragon clan, the ghost refining sect young man exclaimed. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's primordial blue divine dragon body, he was dumbfounded. Since when had a blue dragon existed in the universe? Just when the ghost refining sect young man wanted to attack again, sounds of whistling wind came from several different directions. Obviously, his fight with Huang Xiaolong had created too much disturbance, alerting other masters within the divine Dan city. Quite a few of them exuded powerful auras. Sensing this, the ghost refining sect young man decisively gave up on the idea of attacking Huang Xiaolong again, but not before flashing him a sinister grin. Huang Xiaolong, you really did give me a big surprise. Blue divine dragon? Interesting. 5 years later is the time when I will succeed the position of ghost refining sect chief. I wonder if you dare to step on the path to hell for a battle with me. Hearing this, Huang Xiaolong was slightly caught off guard. This young man was actually the successor to the ghost refining sect chief's position. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. When a new chief is taking up the position in our ghost refining sect, they would kill a group of high god realm masters during the ceremony as an offering to the ghost god, and I am no exception. After coming out this time, I also captured a bunch of high god realm masters. One of them seems to be called Ascending Moon Old Man. He is your master, yes? The ghost refining sect young man chuckled again. Huang Xiaolong's face completely sank. His master actually fell into the hands of this young man? Having said what he wanted, the ghost refining sect young man vanished from sight in a flicker. In this short time, the masters rushing towards them further narrowed the distance. In order to save himself from further trouble, Huang Xiaolong also vanished from the spot, deciding to leave first. A few breaths after he left, the first of the masters arrived above the ruins of the Sun-Moon residence. This person was Sun Yi. Surveying the appalling scene of damage below him, Sun Yi's face looked extremely grim, and beneath it was ill-disguised trepidation. From the extent of damage he was seeing right now, the people who battled here were more likely than not a little bit stronger than him. Sun Yi was still looking around when 2 figures arrived at the sound of whistling wind. These two were none other than the Devil Clan Grand Elder Mo Jinru and the Devil Son, Mo Su. Looking at the scene below, their faces weren't that much better than Sun Yi's. Huang Xiaolong's Sun Moon residence was around this area? Mo Su suddenly spoke. There was astonishment in his eyes. Could one of the parties battling just now be Huang Xiaolong? Mo Jinru shook his head, disagreed. Judging from the remnant destructive energy here, it cannot be Huang Xiaolong. He doesn't have such strength, merely one of the fishes in the same pond. Mo Jinru took another glance at the surrounding. It's just, did he die or has he fled? As more and more masters arrived at the scene, each of them revealed a grim expression seeing the ruins below. When the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's law enforcement team arrived, Sun Yi ordered them to lock down the main streets within the vicinity and search any suspicious people, as well as check if there were any survivors nearby. Above an empty courtyard at the edge of Divine Dan City, a faint light rippled as Huang Xiaolong appeared. In a flicker, he easily entered the courtyard and randomly picked a yard, arranging a formation before he could relax slightly to sit cross-legged in meditation. He then swallowed an undying god pill and adjusted his breathing. Although the ghost refining sect young man's ghost palm contained horrifying force, it was just some external injuries to Huang Xiaolong. This level of injuries didn't count for anything. Adding his instant recovery ability, in less than half an hour, Huang Xiaolong had returned to his peak condition. However, his eyebrows were tightly scrunched together at this moment. The old man actually fell into the hands of that ghost refining sect young man's hands. This was a problem, and not a small one at that. 5 years. It seems it was inevitable for him to make a trip to the path to hell. That, however, was another problem. Even though it was common knowledge that the ghost refining sect was located in the path to hell, where exactly was it? How was he supposed to rescue his master at that time? Huang Xiaolong shook his head as if he was trying to shake away every thought until the grand competition ended. Only then would he think of a way to save the ascending moon old man. The night gradually gave way to morning. Soft crepuscular rays were shining on the horizon, the sign that another day had arrived. Getting up, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred and disappeared from the yard faster than one could blink. Out on the street, he headed in the direction of the Union headquarters. Today was the day of the grand competition's second round. Regardless of others, he had to win the first place today in order for him to challenge Sun Yi. He planned to defeat Sun Yi with alchemy and take his life afterwards. But the cherry on top was the fact that he could enter the Dan River to cultivate. The Dan River was vital to improving his strength, helping his cultivation advance further, increasing his winning chances against that ghost refining sect young man. When reached the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, appearing the competition square, many participants who had successfully advanced to the second round were already there, talking about the battle yesterday that ruined several residences. Huang Xiaolong. Didn't they say Huang Xiaolong was killed yesterday? How is he still alive? When the participants and people in the crowd spotted Huang Xiaolong, their expressions clearly reflected their surprise and shock. The Sun Moon residence's damage led everyone to assume that he was already waiting in line for his next reincarnation. Sun Yi, who was at the main terrace overlooking the square, appeared right in front of Huang Xiaolong in a flicker, snapping curtly, "Huang Xiaolong, what exactly happened last night? Where did you run to?" From his tone and manner, anyone would think that Huang Xiaolong had committed the most unforgivable crime. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare a glance at him, walking past him with an aloof expression. Seeing Huang Xiaolong actually ignoring him, Sun Yi was outraged. Enough, Eminent Elder Sunday. Today is the grand competition's semi-final round. Leave all other matters for later. At this time, an eminent elder on the main terrace spoke. This eminent elder was one of the Wangu clan's grand elders, Wangu Byron. Several other eminent elders echoed their agreement to Wangu Byron's words. Sun Yi struggled. In the end, he snorted coldly but no longer insisted, returning to his seat on the main terrace. Huang Xiaolong watched Sun Yi, a murderous glint in the depth of his eyes that went unnoticed. When the end of the grand competition came, it would also be the end of Sun Yi. Huang Xiaolong looked away from the main terrace, his gaze sweeping over the rest of the participants. Soon, he saw Devil Sun Mo Su amongst the participants, but when his gaze moved onto the figure clad in a white dress next to Mo Su, Huang Xiaolong trembled slightly. Excitement rose to his eyes. Li Lu. Is it Li Lu? Yes, it's her. It's Li Lu. Although she was wearing a veil, Huang Xiaolong recognized her at a glance. This person could only be Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong walked over to Li Lu in hurried steps. It was obvious that she saw Huang Xiaolong walking towards herself. For a split second, there was panic in her beautiful eyes. In a span of 2 to 3 breaths, Huang Xiaolong reached Li Lu, his eyes bright like stars fixed on her. Li Lu? Is it you? A second before this, Huang Xiaolong had thought that his past with Li Lu had faded into memories that were sealed away in the deepest parts of him. Yet now, seeing her right in front of him again, Huang Xiaolong realized that she has always been on his mind. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. Li Lu's response to Huang Xiaolong seemed cold as she added, I don't know you. Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. Although Li Lu hid it very well, the flash of agitation in the depth of her eyes was clearly captured by Huang Xiaolong. He was convinced that she recognized him. She was lying. That year, after he killed the deity's Templar's preceptor, Li Lu's memories and consciousness should have recovered. Mo Su interjected, his tone hostile. Did you hear that, Huang Xiaolong? Miss Li Lu says she doesn't know you. Quickly scram. After seeing Li Lu, Mo Su was completely conquered. Though his 100 over concubines were beautiful, they couldn't compare to Li Lu. In Mo Su's heart and mind, she already belonged to him. Once he reined her in, she would be the empress of his harem. Now, right in front of him, this Huang Xiaolong actually struck up a conversation with his woman. Mo Su was extremely upset. Naturally, if this was someone else instead of Huang Xiaolong, he would have killed the bastard with a punch. Huang Xiaolong turned to Mo Su, looking at Mo Su with a chilling killing intent as he spoke in a low voice. Get lost! Get lost! Huang Xiaolong's voice thundered, containing overwhelming murderous aura. Other disciples all turned to look in Huang Xiaolong and Mo Su's direction. The anger in Mo Su's heart spiraled into a frenzy. In his life, there were only times he told others to scram, and this Huang Xiaolong was telling him to get lost? In front of so many people. His knuckles turned white from clenching his fists hard. Devil chi surged around him. But the scene from 2 days ago when he was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong flashed in his mind. The flashback was equivalent to icy cold water poured down Mo Su's head, extinguishing his anger. Good, good. Mo Su took a deep breath while glaring at Huang Xiaolong. He then fumed through gritted teeth. Huang Xiaolong, I admit that you're a tad stronger than me, but dare you compete with me in alchemy refining skills? Later, we'll determine the winner according to our ranking in the semi-finals. Huang Xiaolong retorted. In terms of strength, you're inferior to me, and in pill concocting you're even less qualified to compete with me. Mo Su laughed madly in anger. You say I'm not qualified to compete in alchemy with you? I'm the first ranker of the preliminary round, whereas you're number 2. Don't overestimate yourself. Don't you feel ashamed to say that I'm not qualified to compete with you? It's you who isn't qualified. Huang Xiaolong scoffed. Since you're adamant to compete, let's put our lives on the line. Betting their lives. Mo Su choked. Bet your life and mine. Whoever loses shall implode their godhead on the spot. Huang Xiaolong coldly stated the terms. Destroy their own godhead on the spot. Mo Su's expression was getting uglier. Although he was confident that his alchemy refining skills were a level above Huang Xiaolong's, he didn't have the guts to stake his life on it. What? Too scared? No guts? Then don't stand here and bark like a mad dog. Scram this instant. Huang Xiaolong snapped. Mo Su's face was on the verge of collapsing but said nothing in the end. He turned around in a huff and left. When he was out of Huang Xiaolong's sight, killing intent soared in his eyes, surging frenziedly. He would let Huang Xiaolong know who was truly unqualified. Huang Xiaolong turned his attention back to Li Lu, his voice gentle. I don't know what happened since back then, but after so many years past I have never given up on finding you. I will not give up on you. Without waiting for a reply, Huang Xiaolong turned and left. The semi-final round of the competition would begin shortly, thus everything would need to wait until after. Although Huang Xiaolong didn't know what happened to Li Lu at that time, how she fared since then, one thing he could be sure of was that Li Lu still had a pure body. In other words, after so many years passed, she did not have any male cultivation companion. She still hadn't forgotten him. Li Lu watched Huang Xiaolong's back. Her eyes turned slightly red, but due to her veil, no one noticed anything. Moreover, her composure returned almost immediately. In the main terrace, Sun Yi's face was as black as it could be watching what took place. Huang Xiaolong and Li Lu's relationship seemed to lean towards, because of the fact that Li Lu was received as a personal disciple by their ancestor while passing through a hinterland galaxy. Adding the fact that Li Lu had never mentioned her origins, no one in the Fortune Gate knew anything about her past. Sun Yi's eyes glimmered. No one could guess what he was thinking. As time trickled by, about 10 minutes later, the semi-final round of the grand competition finally began. Huang Xiaolong and the other 10,000 participants from various galaxies drew sticks. According to the number on their sticks, each participant went and stood at the allocated location. A formation was arranged above the competition square and its perimeter, locking down the whole area. The space within was then further separated into 10,000 uniform spaces of 100 square meters. When each of these 10,000 spaces array was activated, the participants would be isolated from the outside world, hindering any disturbance during refinement. On the other hand, these arrays were like invisible walls. All the participants could see the situation of other participants. The semifinals had a total of 12 rules. The Union's 12 eminent elders on the terrace each took turns to state one of the rules. After the rules were announced, Wangu Byron declared the beginning of the semi-final round. The instant Wangu Byron's voice sounded, the many chambers below lit up with different colored flames. Even though it was said there were 12 rules, things were actually very simple. Each of the divided spaces below was equipped with pill refining ingredients and a cauldron. The participants merely needed to refine the myriad cure holy pill within 3 days utilizing the prepared materials and cauldron. The ranking would be determined by the grade of the pills. If the grade and quality of the pills were similar, the time used to refine them would be taken into account to determine the ranking. The myriad cure holy pill belonged to the category of healing pellets, a top sacred grade divine pill, and also the highest grade of pellets in numerous galaxies. It was one of the hardest medicinal pills to refine. In the past, when Huang Xiaolong was preparing for the High God Advancement Tournament, he had spent a large sum in the Wangu clan's commerce hall to acquire the Undying God pills, extraordinary divine pellets, and myriad cure holy pills. Therefore, the myriad cure holy pill was no stranger to him. 1,000 divine beast diagram. Just when Huang Xiaolong was about to begin, some people in the crowd outside the square shouted. Huang Xiaolong turned to look. Not far from him, following Mo Su's hand manipulation, the materials in his chamber flew into the air in a row, forming various divine beast manifestations, exactly 1,000 divine beasts. Subsequently, in Mo Su's refining space, a stream black chi that glittered like crystals rushed up. Underworld river force. The crows stirred with excitement. Seeing Mo Su being able to manipulate the underworld river force, the eminent elders on the main terrace looked on interestedly. Look over there. The Fortune Gate's Li Lu is also skilled in the 1,000 divine beast diagram. A loud voice rang in the air. A person was seen pointing somewhere. Huang Xiaolong was stunned hearing that, and he turned over to look in Li Lu's direction. The herbs she controlled gathered into various divine beast figures that seemed alive, vivid, and exuded a greater amount of spiritual energy. This was a sign that someone had flawless control over each herb's properties. Although it was the same 1,000 divine beast diagram, it was clear that Li Lu's skill was a whole level above Mo Su. Then, 2 different glimmering energies, one red and one black, flowed out from the void above her. The fabled yin-yang force. Heavens! The yin-yang force. The yin-yang force was graded higher than the underworld river force. Initially, Mo Su's ability to manipulate the underworld river force had already shocked the crowd and other participants. Who would have thought that Li Lu, whom most of them had never heard of, was able to utilize an even higher-leveled energy, the yin-yang force. Even the 12 eminent elders watching this from the main terrace revealed a touch of surprise in their expressions. Looks like this term's grand competition is a lot more interesting than the last. Two participants who can use the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram have appeared, and even the two legendary yin-yang force and underworld river force have also appeared. However, that Li Lu's cultivation isn't that high. Her ranking might end up being lower than Mo Su's. An eminent elder sighed a little ruefully. That may not be the case. Sun Yi disagreed. Although an alchemist's cultivation plays a role during the pill condensation stage, their skill in concocting, or lack of, plays a more crucial role in determining success or failure. Below on the square, Wanggu Ye's alchemy refining skills also attracted the crowd's attention. He was also displaying the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram and was able to manipulate the metal jade force, which was comparable to Mo Su's underworld river force. Mo Su, Li Lu, and Wanggu Ye. All three are skilled in the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram. Makes me wonder if that Huang Xiaolong has advanced to the same level. Eminent Elder Wanggu Byron of Wanggu clan shifted his gaze in the direction of Huang Xiaolong's refining chamber. But Huang Xiaolong stood there without moving. Sun Yi snickered watching this. Whether it was during his alchemist assessment or the preliminary round, this Huang Xiaolong used the 100 Divine Beast diagram. This doesn't mean he is hiding his true ability. I think his skills definitely haven't reached the level of using the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram. Don't be so sure. That may not be true. An eminent elder that hailed from the dark elf tribe, Yu Wuxiang, couldn't resist interjecting. While these elders were exchanging tit for tat, Huang Xiaolong began to move. Under his fine control, the herb ingredients inside his refining chamber flew up, forming the shapes of divine beasts. Not one more, not one less, there were exactly 100 divine beasts. Watching this scene, Sun Yi's mocking laughter rang on the main terrace. Eminent Elder Wanggu Byron and Yu Wuxiang. See that? Didn't I already say that this runt only knows the 100 Divine Beast diagram? Therefore, when his pill forms, it can only be a rank 3 tribulation grade at most. Wanggu Byron and Yu Wuxiang's foreheads furrowed deeply, but with the fact right in front of them, neither of them could refute Sun Yi's words. Inwardly, the two of them couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Even though Huang Xiaolong would be able to refine a rank 3 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pill, which was astonishing in itself, he was destined to have no connection with the first place in this competition. Perhaps he wouldn't even make it into the top 3. All of a sudden, Sun Yi's beaming face distorted as if he had just seen a ghost, staring in disbelief in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Noticing his expression, both Wanggu Byron and Yu Wuxiang looked curiously towards Huang Xiaolong. The 100 divine beasts that he was controlling were beginning to subdivide. Each divine beast turned into 10. Is this a new method? Wanggu Byron and Yu Wuxiang's eyes protruded in shock. Neither of them had ever heard of or seen this kind of alchemy refining method. Not to mention, Huang Xiaolong's subdivided herb divine beasts remained vivid and spirited, exuding a powerful spiritual energy aura. When other eminent elders saw this, consecutive praises sounded from their lips. Recovering from their shock, Wanggu Byron and Yu Wuxiang issued a satisfied chuckle, glancing sideways at Sun Yi. Eminent Elder Sun Yi, didn't you say that Huang Xiaolong can't perform the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram? Care to explain what we're seeing now? Could it be that my eyes have become blurry with age? Or is that the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram? Wanggu Byron took a stab at Sun Yi. Despite the ugly expression on his face, Sun Yi stubbornly retorted, even if that Huang Xiaolong is capable of using the 1,000 Divine Beast diagram, so what? Who can say for sure he won't end up in the 4th place? In the next second, terror flickered in Sun Yi's eyes like he was seeing something inconceivable. Once again, Wanggu Byron and the others were stoked by Sun Yi's expression. Thus followed his gaze. Some distance away on the square below, Huang Xiaolong's 1,000 divine beasts began splitting, subdividing again. 10, 10, 10,000 divine beast diagram. fixing his gaze on the 10,000 beast shapes exuding whelming spiritual energy in Huang Xiaolong's chamber. Sun Yi became tongue-tied. His body subconsciously trembled. A few of the eminent elders were clutching the arms of their seat in shock. The Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition had been organized over 100 times since the 10,000 Divine Beast diagram had last appeared. And now, after several 100,000 years, they were able to see it once more. The 10,000 Divine Beast diagram. Outside the competition square, cultivators amongst the crowd were in an uproar, trembling with excitement. In an instant, Huang Xiaolong became the center of attention. Mo Su's face darkened watching this. That Huang Xiaolong's skills already reached the 10,000 Divine Beast diagram. Even if it's 10,000 Divine Beast diagram, so what? He can merely manipulate some lousy star force. It's far from enough to win the first place. Sun Yi forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, insisting on his view. Just as Sun Yi's voice fell, in the space where Huang Xiaolong stood, glittering star force started to rush out from the void. Seeing this, Sun Yi's tension loosened slightly. His eyes shone. Star force! That is not our lower realm's star force. Suddenly, Mu Clan's eminent elder Mu Li exclaimed in amazement, "That's Chaos Star Force! Chaos Star Force!" Wangu Byron, Yu Wuxiang, and the rest stared at Huang Xiaolong with mouths agape. The Chaos Star Force was something they had only heard of but never witnessed. In all truthfulness, amongst all of the Union's past chiefs, there were only a rare few who were said to be able to manipulate this Chaos Star Force. Chaos Star Force. Mo Su paled considerably when he heard Mu Li's exclamation. Li Lu and Wangu Yi were astounded. At this time, inside Huang Xiaolong's 100 square meters chamber, 10,000 divine beasts opened their mouths, swallowing the flowing Chaos Star Force. In a short time, those divine beasts' bodies were glittering with brilliant starlight. Their spiritual energy multiplied to another degree. Up until this point, Huang Xiaolong had yet to summon any flames to refine away the impurities, but the refreshing fragrance coming from his herbs was enough to intoxicate everyone present. After bathing his herb ingredients in Chaos Star Force, the medicinal properties were brought to their peak. Only then did Huang Xiaolong summon his 4 divine fires: icy blue, crimson red, metallic white, and azure. For colors of flame shone bright and radiant. Looking at the dancing flames formed from the black tortoise, vermilion bird, white tiger, and azure dragon divine fire spirits, another wave of amazement swept through the crowd. Everyone was guessing what kind of flame Huang Xiaolong was using. Under Huang Xiaolong's control, the 4 divine fires flew towards the 10,000 herb divine beasts, circling and weaving between them. The divine beasts lit up with flames from the 4 divine fires one after another. A burst of herbal fragrance, stronger than before yet not stifling, lingered in the air. About 2 hours later, all 10,000 divine beasts were refined by the 4 divine fires. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong slowly merged those different portions of essence into one. As he began merging the herb essences, the whole square seemed to fell into a silence. Everyone watched nervously with their hearts hanging in the air. On the main terrace, Sunny watched intently as Huang Xiaolong's herb essences smoothly merged together. His hands hidden beneath the sleeves were tightly clenched together until his knuckles became white. Inwardly, Sunny repeatedly prayed, "Burst, burst, burst, burst for me, ah." Sun Yi watched on without blinking. All of his focus was on Huang Xiaolong's every movement. However, those herb divine beasts and merging essence did not explode. Instead, as more and more herb essences merged together, the glow emitted grew increasingly bright, like a lustrous gem. As it grew brighter, the herbal scent became stronger as well, giving everyone in the crowd the illusion of bathing inside a fragrant ocean. Time flowed by. More and more divine beasts were refined and merged together. Watching all 10,000 divine beasts being completely refined and merged into one, Sun Yi, who had been praying incessantly in his heart, was finally enraged seeing that it still hadn't exploded, bellowing, "Goddamn son of a bitch! Burst for me! The unusually quiet competition square was shaken by Sun Yi's abrupt outburst that rumbled like thunder through the square, rendering everyone stupefied as they slowly turned towards the main terrace. Sun Yi himself was stunned silly, however. The words that had left his mouth couldn't be taken back. Wangu Byron had always found Sun Yi displeasing to the eyes. Hence, when he stumbled, Wangu Byron was right behind him, mocking. "What is Eminent Elder Sun Yi hoping to burst? Your chrysanthemum? I didn't expect Eminent Elder Sun Yi to have such a hobby." Chrysanthemum? Hearing such a classic jab from Wangu Byron's mouth, the dark elf Eminent Elder Yu Wuxiang guffawed. A few drops of saliva flew out from his mouth and his body bowled over, shaking. His laughing seemed exaggerated, infecting the other eminent elders as well. Sun Yi's face was black as charcoal, turning uglier from the snickers coming from around the square. On the square, when all of Huang Xiaolong's herb essences had completely integrated, a crisp humming sound could be heard. Brilliant light expanded outward as the herb fragrance gradually evolved into pill fragrance, like never-ending waves. This phenomenon lasted for more than 20 minutes before a lilting hum of pill condensation rang out from Huang Xiaolong's cauldron. The light coming from the integrated herb essences became too blinding to look at. In the next moment, thunder rumbled high in the air as a dark cloud swirled above the square. Although many people had estimated that Huang Xiaolong was likely to produce tribulation-grade divine pellets, the crowd still stirred anxiously upon seeing the dark tribulation clouds swirling above the square. All 12 eminent elders wholly focused their attention on one figure. The tribulation clouds appeared so fast. "I'm curious how many waves of tribulation lightning he will attract," Wangu Byron commented. Considering his use of the 10,000 divine beasts diagram, adding on Huang Xiaolong's current strength, it should be 7 waves. 8 waves is a little difficult, even more so 9, Yu Wuxiang said with a serious expression. The other eminent elders nodded in agreement, hearing Yu Wuxiang's conjecture. Commonly in the past, the participant who could refine a rank 7 tribulation lightning pill was inevitably the first-place winner. Still, there were a few exceptions. Sometimes an 8th wave of tribulation lightning could appear, but even so, a 9th wave was nothing more than a record in their Alchemist Grandmaster Union's archive. It hadn't occurred in the last several 100,000 years because the conditions for refining a rank 9 tribulation divine pellet were simply too harsh. First, the concocting had to be done using the 10,000 divine beast diagram. The second condition was cleansing all ingredients with chaos force. The third being the flames used to integrate the herb essences together must reach a certain level, and the fourth condition, the person concocting the pill must have a cultivation of 10th order high god realm. The last condition was easy to understand since only a 10th order high god realm master could withstand the power of the 9th wave of tribulation lightning. Any one of these 4 conditions was indispensable. Sunny scoffed. Until the pill condensation completes, any mishap could happen. Who knows? The cauldron might explode in the next second. Some alchemists were lacking in terms of cultivation, yet fantasized about attracting rank 8 or rank 9 tribulation lightning. Unable to withstand the might of tribulation lightning, at the last moments of pill condensation it would be struck by tribulation lightning, causing an explosion and resulting in failure. By this point, the first strike of tribulation lightning flashed towards the pill cauldron. Huang Xiaolong pointed a finger at the streak of lightning, easily dispersing it, causing pure lightning force to fall and integrate into the pool of herb essence. The next lightning strike was already rumbling in the dark clouds above, stronger than its predecessor by several times. Huang Xiaolong dispersed the second strike without any effort. Half an hour later. This is the 6th wave. Huang Xiaolong has attracted 6 waves of tribulation lightning. The crowd watched on with anticipation, their hearts in their throats. Huang Xiaolong steadily proceeded with another finger attack, dispersing the lightning, allowing the pure lightning force to blend with the pill. Say, do you think Huang Xiaolong can attract the 7th wave? This was what everyone in the crowd wanted to know the most. I heard that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation is at 5th order high god realm, but judging from how easy it was for him to withstand the 6th wave, I think he can withstand the 7th as well. As the crowd shared their thoughts with their companions, lightning struck again. This seventh lightning wave consisted of 7 lightning bolts akin to dragons. The overwhelming destructive power they emitted gave the present cultivators great pressure. In a split second, the tribulation lightning reached Huang Xiaolong. Each streak of lightning was as thick as an adult's thigh. The average 7th-order High God Realm Master would be hard-pressed to take on any single streak. Whereas Huang Xiaolong turned his palm to the sky, slamming out an earthen Buddha palm towards the falling lightning. The 7th wave streaks of lightning scattered before Huang Xiaolong's palm force. Watching this, Sun Yi's face warped with anger. A hint of crimson tinged his eyes. That runt actually withstood the 7th wave of tribulation lightning. The 8th wave. Huang Xiaolong attracted the 8th tribulation lightning wave. The crowd was in a frenzy. Sun Yi heard the commotion and looked to the sky. Above the crown of Huang Xiaolong's head, the 8th wave of tribulation lightning formed and struck. Looking at the 8 streaks of thick lightning, Huang Xiaolong's holy dragon supreme godhead spun quickly, causing lightning element god force to flood out through his fist as he punched out. An ear-splitting boom shook the square. During this short span of time, Sun Yi felt his heart twitching. Mosu, who was still in the midst of refining, felt dizzy watching Huang Xiaolong withstanding the 7th tribulation lightning. He felt like he was going faint the very next second. The 9th wave. This is fucking crazy, man. Huang Xiaolong actually attracted the 9th tribulation lightning wave. Everyone in the crowd was talking, shouting, exclaiming all at once. Mosu took another peek at the brewing lightning above. On the main terrace, Sun Yi, Wangu Byron, Yu Wuxiang, and the other 9 eminent elders jumped to their feet in astonishment. How many 100,000 years has it been since someone attracted rank 9th tribulation lightning? If Huang Xiaolong's refinement is successful, it will shock countless galaxies. This term's first-place winner would be none other than Huang Xiaolong. He's overestimating himself. The 9th wave isn't so easy to pass. I'm willing to bet that Huang Xiaolong's pill will burst. Those who heard Sun Yi whispered in hushed voices. A manic light flickered in Sun Yi's eyes as he stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong's every movement. Inwardly, he was hollering like a madman. Burst? 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 This old man wants you to burst. Looking at the falling 9th tribulation lightning wave, the calmness on Huang Xiaolong's face rippled. In the next second, 1,000 arms fanned out from his back. The godly Shumi art. His holy dragon supreme godhead roared. The 15th move, unrivaled myriad dragons. Thousands and thousands of divine dragons flew up, flying through the 9 streaks of lightning, scattering them. He actually withstood it. Rank 9 tribulation grade divine pellet. Huang Xiaolong's getting the first place for sure. The question now is, will Huang Xiaolong be able to attract the 10th wave of tribulation lightning and refine a divine pill that only existed in the ancient times? The excitement of the crowd boiled over after Huang Xiaolong managed to survive the 9th wave of tribulation lightning. Rank 9 tribulation lightning divine pellet. It goes without saying that a rank 9 tribulation divine pellet was priceless, something that couldn't be bought with money. Now that Huang Xiaolong had withstood the 9th wave when his pills successfully formed, there would at least be a dozen within a batch. If it was on the higher end, the number of pellets could even exceed 20. There were also a few people who, after recovering from their shock, wondered if Huang Xiaolong could attract the 10th wave of tribulation lightning. But Huang Xiaolong's movements had stopped. In the 9th wave of lightning, each streak was sufficient to heavily injure an early 10th order High God Realm Master. Even if Huang Xiaolong transformed into his primordial divine dragon body, there was no guaranteeing he would be able to take on the 10th wave. After all, with his rank 9 tribulation grade divine pellets, it was absolutely sufficient for him to win the first place. His goal was to become this term's champion. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had stopped and did not attempt to attract the 10th wave, the crowd sighed, feeling dispirited. The herb essences inside Huang Xiaolong's cauldron, after having absorbed pure lightning force from 9 waves of tribulation lightning, released bright rays of light and a medicinal fragrance much stronger than before. A humming that contained a heaven and earth force reverberated in the square. Following that, golden round pellets that emit a radiant luster flew out from the cauldron. A total of 26 golden pellets akin to miniature suns were floating in the air. Looking at the 26 rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills, Sun Yi's face was blacker than the bottom of a pot. He had underestimated Huang Xiaolong again. Not only had he underestimated Huang Xiaolong's alchemy refining skills, but he also underestimated his strength. Being able to withstand the 9th wave of tribulation lightning clearly proved that Huang Xiaolong's strength was on par with him, and he was a peak early 10th order high god realm master. The problem was, how long had Huang Xiaolong been cultivating compared to him? When Huang Xiaolong tested his bone age for the high god advancement tournament, it was merely 200-something. From that time until now, even though some time had passed, Huang Xiaolong's age was still below 300 years old. Mo Su had turned completely ashen seeing that Huang Xiaolong actually refined rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills. His previous complacency and high spirits all vanished without a trace. His gaze dull. In terms of strength, you're inferior to me, and in pill concocting you're even less qualified to compete with me. His alchemy talent and skills were incomparable amongst the ancient devil clan. Even their patriarch Mo Dingtian lamented about the fact that he wasn't as good as Mo Su in this aspect. Now, however, the alchemy skills he had always been proud of were squashed, worth nothing in front of Huang Xiaolong. Wang Guyi and Li Lu had been paying attention to the movements on Huang Xiaolong's side, and just like all others, they were amazed that he actually refined rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills. A short while later, a union elder arrived at Huang Xiaolong's chamber, placed one of the 26 rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills into a high-grade jade bottle, and brought it to the 12 eminent elders on the main terrace for the assessment. The remaining pills were put away by Huang Xiaolong. Truthfully, it was obvious that Huang Xiaolong's myriad cure holy pill need not be assessed by the eminent elders. After all, it had been refined on the spot. Everyone present witnessed Huang Xiaolong attracting 9 waves of tribulation lightning and withstanding the ordeal. Then again, the eminent elders couldn't be blamed for wanting to take a closer look at such a rare pellet. Staring at the rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pill, these eminent elders praised it, whispering in low voices among themselves. Soon, the group of eminent elders finished their assessment and officially announced the result. Huang Xiaolong result: rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pill. Time used: 3 hours, 36 minutes, 29 seconds. Wangu Byron's voice reached every corner of the square. Even though Sun Yi was extremely averse to this result, he was powerless to change it. Hearing Wangu Byron's announcement, Huang Xiaolong sat down on the floor where he was, waiting for the competition to end. According to the rules, regardless of the participant, once they finished refining, they would have to remain where they were and wait out until the time ended. 3 days quickly passed. This term's Alchemist Grandmaster Grand competition finally came to an end. In the end, without any suspense, Huang Xiaolong won the first place. In the second place was Wang Guyi, having refined a rank 7 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pill in 2 days and a little over 3 hours. At the third place was Li Lu, with a rank 5 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pill concocted in 2 days and 1 hour. On the other hand, the person who everyone thought was going to win the first place, Devil Sun Mo Su, came in fourth, dumbfounding everyone. Despite refining a rank 5 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills as Li Lu did, he took 4 hours more to complete the concoction. In fact, based on Mo Su's strength and alchemy refining skills, refining a rank 7 tribulation grade pill was nothing difficult. However, watching Huang Xiaolong successfully refine rank 9 tribulation grade pellets had impacted him, causing his mind to be in a turmoil. He was unable to calm down, further affecting the quality of his refinement, resulting in rank 5 tribulation grade pills. In the crowd's eyes, the fourth place was a glorious spot. To Mo Su, however, it was humiliating. Grand Elder Mo Jinru, who accompanied Mo Su, didn't look that good either. During the rewards ceremony, Huang Xiaolong received from Wangu Byron a spatial ring that contained 100 rank 9 tribulation grade divine pellets, 100 2-million-year-old medicinal herbs, 100 sacred grade immortal spirit stones, and 100 flame crystal stones. After the top 10 rewards were distributed accordingly, Wangu Byron genially said to Huang Xiaolong, according to the rules, other than entering the Dan River to cultivate, every term's champion can also challenge one of the eminent elders, competing in alchemy. Which eminent elder would you like to challenge? Huang Xiaolong decisively pointed at Sun Yi, his cold, Sun Yi. As an eminent elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union, dare you compete with me? Dare you compete with me? As he infused God Force into his voice, Huang Xiaolong's words thundered through the square. Everyone present turned to look at Sun Yi seated on the main terrace. From the time Huang Xiaolong took the alchemist assessment and preliminary competition, Sun Yi had been making things difficult for him. The grudge between Huang Xiaolong and the Fortune Gate was already common knowledge. Thus everyone watched Sun Yi with the attitude of waiting for a good show. Sun Yi snickered. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? What qualifications does a common union alchemist like you have to challenge me in an alchemy competition? Everyone waiting for a good show was stunned silly by Sun Yi's response. Although he didn't say it directly, the refusal was clear in his words. Sun Yi was refusing Huang Xiaolong's challenge. It never occurred to those present that Sun Yi could be so shameless. Not only was he refusing Huang Xiaolong's challenge, but he also said it so righteously. Huang Xiaolong was the grand competition's champion. Challenging an eminent elder was within his rights and part of the rules. Yet this Sun Yi claimed that Huang Xiaolong wasn't qualified. A deep frown sat between Wangu Byron's brows as he said to Sun Yi, Eminent Elder Sun Yi, as one of the union's eminent elders, you should know very well the rules of the grand competition. Huang Xiaolong can challenge any eminent elder. Sun Yi gave a satirical reply, Wangu Byron, is it stated in the grand competition's rules that an eminent elder cannot refuse the challenge? Wangu Byron, Yu Wushang, and the others stiffened. Indeed, although the grand competition's rules stated that the champion could challenge any eminent elders in alchemy refining, it did not state that the challenge had to be accepted. Wangu Byron was caught in a dilemma. After all, he wasn't the union chief, thus couldn't order Sun Yi to accept Huang Xiaolong's challenge. Sun Yi then turned to Huang Xiaolong with undisguised mockery on his face. Huang Xiaolong, I know what you're planning. I defeated your ancestral master through alchemy refining competition, causing his miserable death at the end, and you want to repeat that on me in order to avenge your ancestral master. But what if I don't accept your challenge? What can you do? Of course, if you're capable, you can go challenge the Sacred Dan Temple's 5 sections instead and become our union chief. At that time, you can just order me to compete with you. Then, Sun Yi's tone changed to ridicule. But, no one has had such luck for the past 1,000,000 years. Do you think you can do it? Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze turned sharp for a second. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong's momentum shot up, violent and mad, earth-shaking. In the next second, an intimidating giant black blade with a length of several hundred li appeared in his right hand. Oppressive devil chi swirled out from the length of the black blade, deterring anyone from approaching. A low bellow came from him as all 3 of his supreme godheads spun quickly, sending God Force into his body as the black blade in his hand slashed down toward Sun Yi. Sun Yi's expression changed greatly, letting out a roar as if he was trying to gather all the strength inside of him, swinging a punch at the incoming black blade. Rumble! A resounding boom was heard, followed by the collapse of the main terrace. An appalling blade mark split the competition venue and main terrace into halves, whereas Sun Yi was struck into the air, crashing heavily on the ground. Warm liquid rushed up his throat. His mouth spurted blood. Everything happened too fast, too quick for anyone to react. Only when everyone saw Sun Yi vomit blood did they realize what happened. Sun Yi, one of the Union's 12 eminent elders, a peak early 10th Order High God Realm Master, lost. Huang Xiaolong withstanding all 9 waves of tribulation lightning was less shocking than the scene in front of them. Quite a few people were staring at the black blade in Huang Xiaolong's right hand. That is? The devil blade. A several hundred li long devil blade. How is that possible? I've seen Mu Qi who passed the 4th floor of the Hellion Tower, and the devil blade he condensed is only 2 to 3 meters. How could Huang Xiaolong's devil blade be this big, this long, This horrifying. When did Huang Xiaolong clear the Hellion Tower's 4th floor? Why does the devil blade he condensed have such length? All of a sudden, the atmosphere turned tumultuous. Out of nowhere, a thought flashed through Mo Su's head, and his face turned a shade paler. He subconsciously pointed at Huang Xiaolong with a trembling finger, stammering, Some time ago the PP person who climbed all the way up to the 12th floor, was you? You actually didn't die inside. This matter was a hot topic even now. Everyone was trying to guess who the person who had managed to reach the 12th floor of the Hellion Tower was. Which sect or family did that person hail from? The burning question was, did he really die inside the tower? Mo Su's words attracted the crowd's attention. Hearing that the person who had stepped onto the Hellion Tower's 12th floor could have been Huang Xiaolong, they looked at him with incredulity, eyes widened as never before. Wangu Byron, Yu Wushang, and other eminent elders directed their shocked gazes at Huang Xiaolong, waiting for him to admit or deny. That's right, that person is me. Huang Xiaolong admitted without any ripple of emotion on his face. At this point, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother concealing the matter. What? It was really Huang Xiaolong. Really, it was Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong cleared the 12th floor of Hellion Tower. The Hellion Tower has been in existence for God knows how many millions, even billions of years. No one has ever reached the 12th floor, what's more clearing it. Huang Xiaolong actually passed. How monstrous is his talent to achieve that? Hearing Huang Xiaolong admit that he was that mysterious person who passed the 12th floor, the crowd was on the verge of losing control. Everywhere in the crowd were exclamations of shock and amazement. Disbelief and excitement spread throughout the square. Sun Yi was just getting up to his feet again when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. The admission was like a great hammer smashing at his heart. His legs quivered, forgetting to retaliate at that moment. Facing these people's shock, Huang Xiaolong appeared as indifferent as usual, but his gaze turned slightly cold when he looked at Sun Yi once more. Since you said that I can't pass through the sacred Dan Temple, then I will pass it for you to see. Then, I will take your life. At the end of the day, Sun Yi was still an eminent elder. If Huang Xiaolong insisted on killing him here and now, he would end up as the common enemy of the entire Alchemist Grandmaster Union. On the other hand, if he passed the Sacred Dan Temple trial, becoming the Alchemist Grandmaster Union chief, he could kill Sun Yi without any scruples. At that time, he would take care of the Fortune Gate as well, once and for all. As Huang Xiaolong was leaving, none of the Union Enforcer team disciples dared to block his path, leaving the rest in a daze after they heard that he planned to challenge the Sacred Dan Temple. Although, for the last million of years, no one has succeeded in passing all 5 sections of the trial, no one dared to utter a single sound of contempt. No one thought Huang Xiaolong was bluffing. After all, he was the person who had passed the 12th floor of Hellion Tower. Not long after Huang Xiaolong left the competition square, the news of him refining rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills, thus winning the first place of the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition, spread at a terrifying speed. Gasps of shock sounded in various galaxies. Whether it was about Huang Xiaolong winning the first place in the Grand Competition or about him being the mysterious person who cleared the Hellion Tower's 12th floor, each piece of information was enough to send waves of shock through numerous galaxies. Super forces and prominent sects jumping in agitation. The City of Devils. Inside the Great Hall of the ancient Devil Clan, Patriarch Mo Dingtian was totally flabbergasted when he heard the report. What? The person who passed the 12th floor was Huang Xiaolong? He didn't die inside. On top of that, he refined rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills, winning the first place in the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition. The present Grand Elders were just as dumbfounded. After what seemed like half a day, Mo Dingtian stared at the elder who came in to report the matter. What about our devil son? What place did he get? Is it the 2nd place? The Devil Clan elder hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he honestly reported. The 4th place. Wangu Yi is in the 2nd place, while the Fortune Gate's Li Lu took the 3rd place. Damnation! The 4th place. Mo Dingtian jumped up from his seat, his face warped in fury. Rubbish! Rubbish! The present Grand Elders were stunned. Their devil son actually got the 4th place? A few minutes later, a Grand Elder stood up and carefully spoke. Patriarch, if the person who passed the 12th floor was really Huang Xiaolong, then could the person who snatched our devil bead be somehow related to him as well? All these years, Patriarch Mo Dingtian had been investigating the whereabouts of the stolen devil bead. Mo Dingtian and the other Grand Elders froze slightly at the possibility. His solemn voice sounded. You're saying that the devil bead could be in Huang Xiaolong's hands? That Grand Elder replied. The time when our devil bead went missing coincides with the period when Huang Xiaolong entered the Hellion Tower. More importantly, when the Devil's Son had a conflict with him during the grand competition, that palm Huang Xiaolong struck out with was a Buddhist palm technique. It was said to exude extremely pure Buddhism energy. At the spot where the devil bead went missing, amazingly pure Buddhism energy lingered in the air, which led the Devil Clan to suspect that someone from the Bodhisattva faction stole it. Since Huang Xiaolong is planning to take the Sacred Dan Temple trial, he won't be leaving the Divine Dan City for the time being. The same Grand Elder went on. If we depart for the Divine Dan City right now and capture Huang Xiaolong, we'll know for sure after we interrogate him. Mo Dingtian's expression hardened. A piercing glint flickered across his eyes. Pass down my order. Have Mo Zhenru keep his eyes on Huang Xiaolong at all times. All of you, follow me to the Divine Dan City. Yes, Patriarch. In less than a few minutes, the Devil Cultivators clan set off in an imposing manner, heading to the Divine Dan City. At the same time, in the Fortune Gate's headquarters, the sect chief also received a report from Sun Yi, leaving him stunned. This Huang Xiaolong has such devilish talent. We cannot allow him to grow further. Otherwise, our Fortune Gate will. A Fortune Gate Grand Elder stressed with killing intent surging from his body. What we should do now is head to the Divine Dan City, while he's still there, and eliminate him completely. That's true. This is a great chance to kill him. We must not let him escape. If he manages to flee, where would we find him then? Killing him would be 1,000 times harder. Based on his devilish talent, he would be unmatched in a short few decades. All Grand Elders clamored to get rid of Huang Xiaolong as soon as possible. The extent of Huang Xiaolong talent had planted a seed of fear in these Grand Elders' hearts, and it was germinating at a rapid speed. The Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu stood up, a frenzied murderous aura bursting out from his body as he issued an immediate order. All Fortune Gate Grand Elders were to depart to the Divine Dan City with him. Silvery moonlight shone down on the calm and quiet night. Huang Xiaolong was standing in his yard, pondering about the Sacred Dan Temple. Initially, he planned to challenge the Sacred Dan Temple tomorrow but changed his mind afterwards. According to what his master the Ascending Moon Old Man told him before, a 7th Order High God realm could merely pass the first section of the Sacred Dan Temple trial. Even though Huang Xiaolong was confident in his strength, he wasn't so sure about the 5th section of the trial. The last section of the Sacred Dan Temple most likely required the strength of a late 10th Order High God realm to clear, which was why Huang Xiaolong decided to cultivate in the Dan River first, starting tomorrow. With his current peak early 7th Order High God realm cultivation, borrowing the accumulated medicinal energy in the Dan River would help him to break through to mid-7th Order High God realm at the very least, which would give him a higher chance of passing the trial. However, the reason for the frown on Huang Xiaolong's forehead right now was Li Lu. It had been over 10 hours since the grand competition ended. During this time, he found out that Li Lu was the Fortune Gate ancestor's personal disciple. Whilst Huang Xiaolong was contemplating about Li Lu, all of a sudden, in a certain corner, space rippled as a young woman clad fully in white appeared. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Then joy rushed to his face. Li Lu! The night visitor was naturally Li Lu. Because the Sun Moon residence was blasted into dust in his fight with the Ghost Refining Sect young man, Huang Xiaolong was currently staying in an independent courtyard inside a large inn. He didn't expect she would be able to find him, nor that would come to find him. Overexcited, Huang Xiaolong crossed the distance between them in a few large strides, reached out and held Li Lu's hands. Li Lu struggled for a while to pull her hands out of Huang Xiaolong's grip to no avail. He let out a low chuckle at her effort, looking a little silly. I was right. Your memories already came back. You do recognize me. Looking at the silly smiling face in front of her, the cold and tightly sealed door in Li Lu's heart loosened, sighing. The reason I came today is because of the matter between you and the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong did not interrupt her, waiting for her to continue. Li Lu hesitated, then said, I only just found out what happened between you and Fortune Gate. Can you put this matter down and spare the Fortune Gate? Spare the Fortune Gate? Huang Xiaolong heavily sighed in his heart, his voice solemn. Others I can spare, but Sun Yi and Wang Yu, these two must die. Huang Xiaolong somehow felt he owed Li Lu a lot in the past years. However, this was also his biggest concession. After all, his original plan was to kill Sun Yi first, then exterminate the Fortune Gate. Li Lu fell into silence. Knowing this was Huang Xiaolong's bottom line. After a minute or so of silence, her cherry lips moved. Thank you. With that said, she turned to leave. Huang Xiaolong tightened his grip, looking at Li Lu with deep affection. You really can't stay? In fact, Xiaofei knows about you and hopes I could find you. She hopes to be good sisters with you. Good sisters. The meaning of Huang Xiaolong's words was obvious enough. A trace of panic flashed across Li Lu's eyes. Shyness and inexplicable happiness mingled together. Still, she shook her head. I only want to concentrate on my cultivation right now. Other matters can be discussed later. Discussed later? Needless to say, Huang Xiaolong was dejected, but the latter part of Li Lu's words meant that there would be a chance in the future. I haven't seen you in so many years. I want to see what you look like now. Huang Xiaolong no longer insisted, changing the subject. Even now, she was wearing a thin veil that covered her entire face. Li Lu was reluctant. She hesitated briefly before taking off her veil, revealing an alluring face that could bring ruin upon a kingdom. Compared to the time she was still in martial spirit world, Li Lu's features actually didn't change much. But now, there was a hint of maturity on her beautiful face, a tranquil quality, and also a hint of sorrow in her eyes that aroused others' pity. At the receiving end of Huang Xiaolong's feverish gaze, a touch of red colored her cheeks. Unable to bear it any more, Li Lu turned her face to the side, putting her veil on again. In a flicker, she disappeared right before Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Huang Xiaolong stood dazed on the spot, feeling lost. A while later, he let out a sigh. As moonlight dimmed, the morning light peeked out from the east. Huang Xiaolong sat all night in his yard. When morning came, he left the inn, walking towards the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Because the inn he stayed at was on the same street at the Union headquarters, he was already walking through the entrance in a short few minutes. Waiting for Huang Xiaolong were two eminent elders, Chun Man and Zhang Xinchen. Huang Xiaolong's arrival was warmly welcomed by the two eminent elders. Young hero Huang wants to enter the Dan River to cultivate? It was a little unexpected for Chun Man and Zhang Xinchen that to hear that Huang Xiaolong planned to cultivate in the Dan River before taking on the sacred Dan Temple trial. Everyone assumed he would be taking the trial today. Huang Xiaolong nodded. May I enter the Dan River to cultivate now? Chun Man was quick to compose himself, smiling as he said, Young hero Huang is joking. You've won the first place in the grand competition. You can enter the Dan River anytime you like. We'll lead you over to the back mountain now. With that said, Chun Man and Zhang Xinchen led Huang Xiaolong through the Union's corridors and buildings, arriving at the back mountain a while later. Upon arriving at their destination, Huang Xiaolong saw a river several hundred li in length and a few hundred meters wide. Right above the water surface, the medicinal energy accumulated within actually formed chi dragons. Each of these dragons had obviously given birth to their own intelligence. Not to mention the fact that they were no soft persimmons. The weakest one had strength equivalent to a first-order High God Realm Master, and there were also dragons with 4th order, 5th order, 6th order, even 7th order High God Realm strength. Huang Xiaolong was secretly smacking his lips. Such splendiferous amount of pill chi, how long of an accumulation did it take to form these chi dragons? Zhang Xinchen pointed at the river in front of them, explaining to Huang Xiaolong. This is the Dan River. After young hero Huang enters the river, you must be careful. Although with young hero Huang's strength you might not be wary of these chi dragons, they have given birth to intelligence after all. They can form a battle array to attack. Moreover, their intelligence has begun merging with the Dan River itself, hence being extremely hard to kill. Chun Man and Zhang Xinshan subsequently informed Huang Xiaolong about things he needed to look out for in detail. Although winning the grand competition gave Huang Xiaolong a chance to cultivate in the Dan River, it was limited to a one-time entry. Therefore, Chun Man and Zhang Xinshan advised him to use this chance to the fullest. Huang Xiaolong nodded, indicating he had remembered everything. Then the two elders simultaneously opened a door through the restrictions. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong flew in, arriving above the river water. He had just appeared, but those chi dragons flew towards him like a moth to a flame, attacking Huang Xiaolong from every angle. Watching the chi dragons swarming towards him, Huang Xiaolong activated his Archdevil Supreme Godhead, causing currents of turbulent darkness element Godforce to rush out from his body and enshroud the entire length of the Dan River, forming an Archdevil barrier. He then punched forward, exploding with killing intent. Whether it was a 5th, 6th, or 7th order High God Realm Chi Dragon, all of them exploded with a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. The whole time, his Archdevil Supreme Godhead was buoyantly lapping up every strand of Pill Chi. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 6th order, 7th order, and so on. The number of Chi dragons was gradually reduced. As Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb energy from those dragons, he clearly felt his Godforce purity increasing slightly. Even his true dragon divine physique was reaping wonderful benefits from their energy. After all, those Chi dragons took form after years of accumulating the purest Pill Chi from the Dan River. With every Chi dragon Huang Xiaolong devoured, it was equivalent to refining several hundred kinds of 3-million-year-old herbs, and those dragons comparable to a 7th order High God Realm Master contained even more horrifying energy, equivalent to several thousand 3-million-year-old herbs. Unfortunately, those Chi dragons were formed from medicinal energy and not objects of solid state. Otherwise he could cultivate the heaven-splitting tenet as he absorbed their energy, enhancing his strength. Soon, 1 hour had passed since Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Dan River. Outside the restriction barrier, Chun Man and Zhang Xinshan exchanged a look. Because the entire length of the Dan River was concealed behind Huang Xiaolong's Archdevil barrier, the two of them were unable to see or probe what was happening inside. Even their divine sense was blocked outside. While both of them were praising this darkness attribute barrier, they were also guessing Huang Xiaolong's situation within. Huang Xiaolong has been inside for more than an hour. Based on his talent and strength, he could stay inside for a month's time, at the very least. Chun Man reckoned in a serious tone. From the time the Dan River came to be, there had yet anyone who could still stay inside a whole month. In fact, the longest someone had cultivated inside was 22 days. This was due to the potency of the Dan River's medicinal energy, which wasn't so easily refined. In the Dan River, every passing day increased a person's internal burden. When the person's burden reached a certain limit and was no longer able to endure the Pill Dragon's besiegement, they could only give up and leave the Dan River. Zhang Xinshan's eyes glimmered, saying, "Who knows? Maybe Huang Xiaolong can stay inside for 2 months, giving us all a pleasant surprise." Hee hee. 2 months? A sarcastic voice sounded in the two people's ears. You lot are really treating Huang Xiaolong like a peerless genius. Not even a late 10th order High God Realm Master could remain in the Dan River for that long. Moreover, this is barely relevant to one's talent. A figure appeared in front of them in a flicker. Who could it be but Sun Yi? Then, the sounds of whistling wind sounded again. Wangu Byron, Yu Wushang, and other eminent elders arrived almost at the same time. I didn't expect Huang Xiaolong would choose to enter the Dan River first. Upon arriving, Zhang Bai's mocking words sounded. Looks like he isn't as confident as he appeared about passing the sacred Dan Temple's trial. Sun Yi joined in on Zhang Bai's mocking. This is him knowing his limits. He knows he can't pass the trial, thus dared not challenge it. But does he really think he'll be capable of passing the trial after cultivating in the Dan River? What a naive thought. Wangu Byron couldn't help interjecting. He can clear all 12 floors of the Hellion Tower. Why wouldn't he be able to pass a mere 5 sections of the sacred Dan Temple? Sun Yi sneered. The Hellion Tower can only prove that he has a higher level of talent than others, but passing the 5 sections of the Sacred Dan Temple trial is related to one's alchemy refining skills and strength. This is this and that is that, completely unrelated. Yu Wuxiang's derisory glance fell on Sun Yi, his blunt words sharper than knives. Sun Yi, if I were you, I would have ascended to the divine world yesterday. I definitely wouldn't be staying in the lower realm, waiting for Huang Xiaolong to pass the Sacred Dan Temple trial before thinking of fleeing for my life. At that time, you won't be able to run even if you wanted to. Sun Yi's face turned black. Honestly, he indeed had this thought, but he was extremely unwilling to leave just like that. He was a 10th Order High God Realm Master, a Grand Elder of the Fortune Gate, not to mention being an eminent Elder of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Each of his identities gave him a distinguished status and veneration. Once he ascended to the divine world, he would probably be worth far less than the average Saint Realm cultivator in the Divine Dan City. More importantly, he couldn't be sure where in the divine world he would appear once ascended. If, by any chance, it was a primordial forest overrun with demonic beasts, it would be the end of the road for him. That was why he wouldn't give up until the 11th hour. Seeing Sun Yi keeping silent, Yu Wuxiang no longer continued to taunt him, turning his attention towards the Dan River. Just like Wangu Byron, Chen Man, Zhang Xinchen, and the others, he waited for any movements from within. As these eminent elders waited outside, 1 month came and went. Seeing that 1 month's time had passed yet Huang Xiaolong was still cultivating, Chen Man's face blossomed into a wide smile. Didn't I already say? With Huang Xiaolong's talent and strength, staying 1 month in the Dan River won't be an issue. Zhang Xinchen chuckled. Now, let's see if he can stay inside for 2 months. This little guy really fills me with anticipation. Maybe after he comes out from the Dan River, he can really pass the Sacred Dan Temple trial, becoming our union's chief. Chen Man laughed. If that really happens, we would have to address him as Union Chief Huang. Listening to Chen Man and Zhang Xinchen's merry conversation, Sun Yi was dark and sullen. Jiang Bai didn't look well either. He and Sun Yi's friendship had always been very good. He also knew that his disciple Zhang Lei previously had some conflict with this Huang Xiaolong, hence, similar to Sun Yi in this aspect, he also didn't wish to see Huang Xiaolong sitting on the position of Union Chief. Another month passed. Huang Xiaolong had been cultivating in the Dan River for 2 months now, but the people outside still couldn't see any movement at all. Seeing there was no sign of Huang Xiaolong coming out, Sun Yi's face had never been this grim. Granted, the longer Huang Xiaolong managed to cultivate in the Dan River, the more benefits he would gain. When the time came for him to take on the Sacred Dan Temple trial, the chances of him passing would increase significantly. Inside a luxurious residence within the Divine Dan City, the Fortune Gate's chief, Wang Yu, also wore a grim expression. He and a group of Fortune Gate elders had arrived at the Divine Dan City 1 month earlier only to find out that Huang Xiaolong had already been in the Dan River for 1 month. Thus he decided to wait for him to come out. After all, the Dan River was within the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters. As powerful as their Fortune Gate was, they would have to think thrice before offending the Union. Furthermore, in Wang Yu's opinion, since Huang Xiaolong had already entered the Dan River for 1 month, he should be about to come out soon. At most, it would be a 2 or 3 days wait. Never had Wang Yu imagined that this wait would end up being 1 month long. Chief, how about we just rush into the Union headquarters and be done with it? One of the Fortune Gate Grand Elders suggested. Wang Yu shot a look of daggers filled with killing intent towards that Grand Elder. Do you have a pig's brain in that head of yours? That Grand Elder shuddered, not daring to utter another word. On another side, when Mo Dingtian's group of ancient devil clansmen arrived at the Divine Dan City, they also found out that Huang Xiaolong had entered the Dan River to cultivate, thus made the same decision as the Fortune Gate group. They could only wait for Huang Xiaolong to come out. However, 3 months had passed yet Huang Xiaolong still wasn't out. For months, 5 months, half a year. Outside the Dan River restrictions, Chen Man, Zhang Xinchen, Wangu Byron, and other eminent elders who had been waiting here all this while, including Sun Yi as well as Jiang Bai, had a shocked expression that had deepened over the span of 6 months. Not one of them had imagined that Huang Xiaolong was able to stay inside the Dan River for 6 months straight. Say that again. Huang Xiaolong hasn't come out from the Dan River even though half a year has passed. That cannot be true, right? Since he hasn't come out after half a year, maybe he died inside? Even a peak late 10th Order High God Realm Master couldn't stay at the Dan River for half a year long. In a short time, the news of Huang Xiaolong still being in the Dan River after half a year reached the four corners of the Divine Dan City. Cultivators in all cities of the Divine Dan world were astounded at the news. Of course, more than a few voices said that Huang Xiaolong had died inside the Dan River. Essentially, the weight of the news was too hard for them to accept. In the past, there had been a grand competition champion with a cultivation of late 10th Order High God Realm, but that person only lasted for 22 days. 22 compared to half a year, these two were at different ends of a measuring scale. While various galaxies' cultivators were filled with shock, another half a year went by. By the time a whole year had passed since Huang Xiaolong entered the Dan River, the whole Divine Dan world was in an uproar about this. Every day, the inns and restaurants were noisy with discussions related to Huang Xiaolong. Wangu Byron, Yu Wuxiang, Chun Man, Zhang Xinshan, and the rest waiting outside felt ever more amazed as time passed. Huang Xiaolong couldn't have truly died inside, right? Chun Man asked doubtfully, his question directed at no one in particular, feeling a little worried and anxious. 1 year's time was simply too long a period. Chun Man couldn't help wondering if Huang Xiaolong really lost his life inside. That darkness attribute archdevil barrier Huang Xiaolong put up still covered the length of the Dan River, concealing the situation inside from view. Zhang Xinshan spoke with uncertainty. How about we open the restrictions and check? Sunny snickered at them. After being eminent elders of the Union for so long, don't tell me you lot have forgotten the rules. Only when the grand competition champion wants to enter at the Dan River are you allowed to open the restrictions. At any other time, regardless of who is it, they do not have the authority to open the restrictions as they like. Violators of this rule will be sent into the Gnawing Soul Cave for 100 years as punishment. The Gnawing Soul Cave. Both Chun Man and Zhang Xinshan shuddered at the thought of the Gnawing Soul Cave. Anyone who had entered that place, even after death, would never want to enter again. Chun Man and Zhang Xinshan could do nothing but give up on the thought of going inside to check on Huang Xiaolong. Days flowed past. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Huang Xiaolong entered the Dan River. After 2 years' time, literally every person in the Divine Dan world assumed that Huang Xiaolong had met his end. It was the most logical explanation they could come up with. It was easier thinking this way rather than believe that Huang Xiaolong spent 2 years cultivating at the Dan River. It was an entrenched concept in their minds that it was an impossible feat even for a 10th Order High God Realm Master. It reached the point where people like Chun Man, Wangu Byron, and Zhang Xinshan lost faith in Huang Xiaolong, inwardly shaking their heads in disappointment. Although the dark barrier enshrouding the entire Dan River was still present, in the minds of Zhang Xinshan and the rest, Huang Xiaolong most likely fell into a deep coma, half dead. In this kind of condition, though alive, it was no different than being dead. Perhaps it was due to Huang Xiaolong's urgency to enhance his strength as fast as possible, so that he could pass the Sacred Dan Temple trial that made him push himself over the limit in absorbing the medicinal energy from the Dan River, causing his Godhead and Godforce synergy to go awry, damaging his soul, hence falling into a deep coma. If that was really the case, being subjected to the Dan River's continuous medicinal energy waves, the chances of Huang Xiaolong regaining conscious was next to nothing. A dozen days sped past. At this point, Chun Man and the rest no longer harbored any hope. But all of a sudden the calm dark barrier that had covered the Dan River for more than 2 years rippled ever more violently. What is happening? Chun Man, Zhang Xinshan, and the others were alarmed. In the next second, a pillar of light pierced a hole through the dark archdevil barrier, rotating as it rose higher. Then, a second pillar of light appeared. Then another. More and more light pillars appeared, emitting an overwhelming pressure and destructive power as if aiming to shatter the firmament. As powerful as Chun Man, Zhang Xinshan, Wangu Byron, and the others were, the destructive fluctuations still affected them, pushing them far back. In the next moment, A dragon's roar reverberated between heaven and earth, shaking the entire divine Dan city. Billions of cultivators from various galaxies were startled, their gazes pointing in the direction of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. Could this be? Inside a luxurious residence, the Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu was shocked. An ominous thought flashed in his mind. At the same time, the Devil Clan patriarch Emo Dingtian anxiously gathered all the Grand Elders, sending them to find out what that earth-shaking dragon roar just now was. At this time, Huang Xiaolong was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the Dan River. Above his soul sea, his three supreme godheads were glittering brightly, while the surface of his body was covered in god force of myriad elements. Roughly half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong, who had been cultivating inside the Dan River, ended his practice, slowly opening his eyes. Right before Chun Man and the present eminent elder's eyes, the dark barrier gradually disappeared, revealing Huang Xiaolong's figure. Peak late 7th Order High God Realm, Sun Yi's exclaimed in a shaky voice. The other eminent elders were staring dazedly at Huang Xiaolong. They too had noticed that his cultivation had risen to peak late 7th Order High God Realm. 2 years ago, when Huang Xiaolong entered the Dan River, his cultivation had certainly been at peak early 7th Order High God Realm. How is this possible? As if he had just seen a ghost, Jiang Bai suddenly shouted, Those Qi dragons? Where did they go? Chun Man and the others looked away from Huang Xiaolong. Only now did they notice that the Dan River that used to be swarming with Qi dragons shaped from years of medicinal energy accumulation was now empty. All of the dragons were gone. Chun Man gulped, feeling a sudden dryness in his throat, a little speechless as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Could it be Huang Xiaolong? All those pill dragons? As the probability of it rose in Chun Man's mind, he and the others shuddered as the hair on their necks stood on end. Is he still human? That was potent medicinal energy taking shape in the form of dragons after countless years of accumulation. And this Huang Xiaolong merely used 2 years' time to completely refine them. What confounded them even more was that, after refining all the Qi dragons, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation merely reached peak late 7th Order High God Realm. Had it been any other High God Realm cultivator, more likely than not, they would have advanced to 8th Order High God Realm, right? Before the astonished group of eminent elders, Huang Xiaolong slowly strode towards them. Sun Yi looked deathly pale. When Huang Xiaolong was still a peak early 7th Order High God Realm, he already wasn't his match. Now that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had risen to peak late 7th Order High God Realm, didn't it mean that even their Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu couldn't suppress him? Now, the only person in the Fortune Gate capable of suppressing Huang Xiaolong would be their ancestor. Huang Xiaolong reached Chun Man's group, saying, I want to enter the sacred Dan temple now. May I? Chun Man and everyone else regained their senses, nodding incessantly. You can. We'll bring you there right now. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, they led Huang Xiaolong towards the sacred Dan temple, which was located close to the Dan River. After 3 to 4 minutes of flying, the group descended at the entrance to the temple. Looking at the sacred Dan temple that he had only heard of so far, Huang Xiaolong was a little speechless. The architecture of this sacred Dan temple was too unique in his eyes, resembling a common pill cauldron. The temple stood on 4 legs, and on the 5th floor, there was actually something akin to a cauldron top covering it. As if no one noticed Huang Xiaolong's expression, Chun Man and Zhang Xinshan began pointing out things he needed to watch out for. Committing them to memory, Huang Xiaolong flew into the temple in a flash. After entering the first section of the sacred Dan temple, the view in front of Huang Xiaolong blurred into a different scene. He arrived at a pill refining square that was completely empty except for him. As he looked around, mysterious talisman symbols appeared, lining into a formation around the square perimeter. Just as Huang Xiaolong wanted to move forward, the mysterious talisman symbols lit up one by one, lighting up the whole pill refining square. Following that, the square pill refining space shook, raining tens of thousands of medicinal pellets like a storm. Each of these medicinal pellets was as big as half a fist, forming a mysterious array that encompassed the entire square. Each pill emitted an alarming amount of qi. Judging based on the amount of energy contained within, Huang Xiaolong noticed they were close to being tribulation grade. He could tell these tens of thousands of medicinal pellets around him were all ancient sacred grade divine pills that were lost in the river of time. Subsequently, those medicinal pellets began pelting Huang Xiaolong following a peculiar rhythm and uncanny speed. Space was vigorously shaking, evident of the great force behind the attacks. At this speed and force, the average early 7th Order High God Realm Master would be hard-pressed to take a single hit. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong did not dodge at all. Instead, his clenched fist punched out. With his current strength, punching at full force could pulverize an ancient mountain range into dust. Thus, the tens of thousands of medicinal pellets that were trying to ram into Huang Xiaolong were sent flying all over the square. The shocking matter was that all those pills remained undamaged. After suffering Huang Xiaolong's powerful punch, these medicinal pellets didn't even crack. Moreover, they quickly rearranged themselves once more into an array in the blink of an eye, beginning their second attack. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with surprise. It seems like what his master, the Ascending Moon Old Man, described was true. Only by locating the mother pill and capturing it would he be able to break this pill array. The mother pill was the main pellet that controlled the rest. But how was he going to find the mother pill amongst these moving several tens of thousands of pellets? This was really troublesome. This not only required the trial challenger to be highly proficient in alchemy refining, they needed at least a 7th Order High God Realm cultivation and a certain degree of knowledge in array formations. Watching the pill array's second attack, Huang Xiaolong swung out another punch, smashing the array into pieces. Every time he broke the pill array, he would spread his divine sense to observe every pellet's movement and peculiarities, sensing the amount of qi they exuded. Although every single pellet looked similar to each other, the mother pill's qi would differ slightly. A skilled alchemist would be able to sense the difference. Huang Xiaolong continued to search for the mother pill in this manner. After smashing the pill array for the 16th time, his expression brightened all of a sudden as his gaze fixed onto a pellet emitting a subtle green glow. In a split second, Huang Xiaolong appeared above that pellet in a flicker and pulled it into his palm, limiting its qi from spreading out. The scattered pellets on the square that were about to reform the array abruptly stopped moving. The first section's pill array was now broken. Naturally, these medicinal pellets couldn't be wasted. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth akin to a whale swallowing water. He sucked every last pill into his mouth, refining and absorbing their energy into his body. Slightly over 40 minutes later, Chun Man and other eminent elders waiting outside immediately noticed the second floor lighting up. After the briefest moment of daze, they were overtaken by amazement. Even though they had expected that Huang Xiaolong could pass the first section in a short time, passing it in less 1 hour indeed shocked these elders. When Chen Man, Wangu Byron, and the rest had cleared the first section in the past, it still took the fastest one at least a day's time to complete. 2 months went by. The elders looked dazedly at the 5th floor of the sacred Dan temple. Just a few minutes ago, the 5th floor lit up. Huang Xiaolong merely used 2 months to pass the previous 4 sections. The 12 of them had all tried challenging the sacred Dan temple, but the fastest amongst them took over 3 years and 4 months to reach this stage. Also standing outside the sacred Dan temple, Sun Yi's face was warped with fear and panic from the core of his heart. Based on the frightening speed with which Huang Xiaolong had cleared the first 4 sections, his alchemy skills were extraordinary. Sun Yi was afraid it wouldn't take long before Huang Xiaolong would pass the 5th section as well. Picturing Huang Xiaolong passing the 5th section and becoming the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief, the consequences he would face made Sun Yi's face deathly pale. Pangs of regret crashed in his heart. He regretted that he killed Huang Xiaolong's ancestral master that year. Regretted every action he took against Huang Xiaolong in the past. Suddenly, a vibration came from inside of his spatial ring. His Fortune Gate communication talisman was vibrating, shaking Sun Yi out from his thoughts. He took out the talisman, sweeping his divine sense over it, which caused his expression to turn serious in an instant. The ancestor wants to see me and the chief? He quickly suppressed the fear and panic in his heart, flying away at rapid speed. Watching Sunny leave, Chen Man, Wangu Byron, and the others frowned, but no one actually did anything to hinder him. At this time, Huang Xiaolong, who had stepped into the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple, actually arrived above an endless sea of pills. The qi flowing up from the pill sea resembled magma beneath a volcano that shot up to the air from time to time. This qi was accompanied by violent and lethal purplish-scarlet flames that he estimated would be hard even for a 10th-order High God Realm Master to block. Across Huang Xiaolong stood an old man clad in the brocade robe of an alchemist. However, this old man had a body made of energy instead of being an actual person. While Huang Xiaolong was trying to guess his identity, the old man spoke, telling Huang Xiaolong that it was considered as having passed the 5th section if he could refine a rank 10 tribulation grade Bright Buddha sacred pill. Rank 10 tribulation grade Bright Buddha pill. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help blurting out. The Bright Buddha pill was one of many kinds of Buddhism-related pellets. Although it was on the same level as the Myriad Cure Holy Pill, the Bright Buddha Sacred Pill was harder to concoct. Not to mention that the old man wanted a rank 10 tribulation grade. Huang Xiaolong let out a bitter smile. Refining a rank 10 tribulation grade Bright Buddha Sacred Pill was already a difficult task. What's more, trying to do so above this sea of pills. The irregular spouts of pill qi occasionally flying into the air could affect the process of pill condensation. The moment that old man finished his words, his energy body disintegrated and vanished. At the same time, a large number of herbs fell from the void. Of course, these were the required ingredients for the Bright Buddha Sacred Pill. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong had no time to dally. Waving his hands in the air, he immediately controlled all the falling herb ingredients, separating them with the pill refining 100 divine beast diagram. Then, from 100 beasts they split into 1,000, then 10,000 divine beasts before cleansing these herbs with Chaos Star Force. Simultaneously, he had to control these divine beast manifestations to move and dodge the sudden pill qi geyser that could disrupt his refining. 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong's body swayed, transforming into his blue primordial divine dragon body. He appeared extremely dignified as he looked at the brewing 10th wave of tribulation lightning. In the next moment, the 10th wave struck down. 10 thick streaks of lightning roared towards Huang Xiaolong. A dragon's roar reverberated as Huang Xiaolong's 3 supreme godheads spun like crazy. His powerful dragon claw slapped out towards the streaks of lightning. On the outside, Chun Man, Wangu Byron, and the rest could see the entire Sacred Dan Temple swaying violently whilst the light on the 5th floor was flickering in and out. This went on for 5 to 6 minutes before calmness returned. Chun Man and the rest exchanged a baffled glance amongst themselves, not knowing what had just taken place inside. Was it a failure or a success? Zhang Xianxia was baffled looking at the peaceful 5th floor of the Sacred Dan Temple. It was probably a success. Chun Man didn't sound too sure himself. Since there hadn't been anyone who succeeded in the last million years, none of them had ever seen what it looked like when someone did pass it. There were too few records related to passing the 5th section, hence, the 11 elders could only make wild guesses. However, the constantly flickering light on the 5th floor was a sign that Huang Xiaolong was at least alive. Whether he succeeded or failed the trial, it would have to wait until the person himself came out. Thus, the 11 eminent elders continued to wait, craning their necks toward the 5th floor. In the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple, when the last bolt of tribulation lightning was dispersed by Huang Xiaolong, pure lightning force integrated into the herb essences. In that instant, medicinal herb fragrance permeated the air above the sea of pills. Bathed under rays of Buddha luminance, shiny golden pills floated up. At the core of these golden pills was the image of a golden Buddha in meditation, surreal and ethereal. He had finally refined the rank 10 tribulation grade Bright Buddha sacred pills. Huang Xiaolong heaved in relief as if he had exhausted his luck for the next decade. Joy rose to his face at the result. Fortunately, his cultivation had reached 8th order High God realm after clearing the first 4 sections. Otherwise, refining a rank 10 tribulation grade Bright Buddha sacred pill above this tumultuous sea of pills that randomly ejected pill qi into the air was asking for the impossible. Even so, Huang Xiaolong wasn't sure he could succeed. but he managed to refine it in the end. In other words, he passed the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple trial. At this time, Huang Xiaolong glanced up, seeing golden raindrops falling from the void above. Along with this golden rain came a jade token. His hand extended, grabbing it. The jade token felt warm in his palm, giving Huang Xiaolong an inexplicable comfortable feeling. The surface of the jade token was carved with the image of the Sacred Dan Temple, while on the back were 2 ancient characters. Union Chief. This was the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief token. Huang Xiaolong made a small cut across his finger and squeezed a drop of blood onto the jade token. The blood instantly sank into it, releasing a bright glow. Following that, high waves roared from the tumultuous sea of pills below, as if all the pill chi at the bottom of the sea erupted to the surface at once. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to look at the jade token in detail, throwing it into his spatial ring, and quickly sat down cross-legged. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power surged to the limit, swallowing all the chi that was coming out from the sea of pills. The amount of energy contained within the sea here actually surpassed the Dan River's chi dragons. It was much more potent. Countless streams of pill chi rushed into Huang Xiaolong's body, being converted into God Force. Together with the large amount of chi, purplish-scarlet flames also entered his body, continuously tempering his true divine dragon physique, godheads, and soul. Huang Xiaolong's strength was growing at a visible rate each passing day. Soon, half a year passed. In this half a year, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose from 8th Order High God Realm to peak early 8th Order. However, the amount of pill chi in the 5th section didn't seem to have lessened, endless and violent. Outside the Sacred Dan Temple. It's already been 1 year and 3 months. There won't be any accidents inside, right? Wangu Byron said with a deep frown. 1 year and 3 months had passed since Huang Xiaolong stepped onto the 5th floor of the temple. Although the 5th floor was still shining, there had yet to be any movement from it, baffling the elders below. Despite knowing that the chances of an accident happening were close to 0, anything could happen. As the 11 eminent elders waited worriedly, the furnace cover at the top of the Sacred Dan Temple released a radiant coruscating light as it spun and shrunk. A figure was seen flying from the furnace mouth. This figure was, of course, Huang Xiaolong. Chen Man, Wangu Byron, and everyone's gazes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. A shiver of excitement ran down their backs. Their eyes widened in shock and a hint of apprehension. Mid-8th Order High God Realm. Huang Xiaolong had already advanced to Mid-8th Order High God Realm. Although it was only Mid-8th Order High God Realm, the majestic momentum and divine might they felt from Huang Xiaolong actually made them feel pressure. Everyone felt a little short of breath, including Chun Man and Wangu Byron, who were peak Mid-10th Order High God Realm masters. Huang Xiaolong slowly walked in the air towards them. It was seemingly slow, but he descended in front of them in a breath's time. Young hero Huang, may I ask if you? Chun Man hesitated. He was just about to ask if Huang Xiaolong passed the 5th section when his remaining words were swallowed back. His eyes widened as he stared in front of him. A jade token appeared on Huang Xiaolong's right palm. On the front side of the jade token was the carved-out image of their Sacred Dan Temple, the Alchemist Grandmaster Union Chief's jade token. Chun Man, Wangu Byron, and the rest trembled, then hastened to bow, respectfully saluting. We greet the Union Chief. No need to stand on ceremony. Huang Xiaolong nodded. His gaze swept over the group of eminent elders. Not seeing Sun Yi, his brows creased slightly. Where is Sun Yi? Chun Man quickly took half a step forward respectfully. Replying to Union Chief, Sun Yi left not long after you entered the 5th floor of the Sacred Dan Temple. It seems he received a summons from the Fortune Gate ancestor, thus left. He left. Huang Xiaolong's frown deepened. He then instructed Chen Man, pass down my order. Have Sun Yi come see me at the headquarters right now. Yes, Union Chief. Chun Man complied. Huang Xiaolong subsequently turned to Jiang Bai. Seeing Huang Xiaolong looking at him, Jiang Bai felt a cold shiver down his back, quickly lowering his head, not daring to meet Huang Xiaolong's direct gaze. Jiang Bai. Huang Xiaolong called. Zhang Bai visibly flinched, his tongue in knots. Zhang Bai is here. That Zhang Lei is your personal disciple? Huang Xiaolong's pupils needled. Zhang Bai hesitated before replying, Yes, Union Chief. Have Zhang Lei come see me in the Great Hall. But remember, if he escapes, I'll hold you accountable. Killing intent flashed across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. There was obvious fear on Zhang Bai's face. He gave a few quick nods and retreated. When Zhang Bai turned around, Huang Xiaolong simply pointed at his back, leaving a marking on his body, giving Zhang Bai a blunt warning that he shouldn't think of escaping as only he could erase the marking on him. Zhang Bai's heart turned cold. When he stepped out from the Union headquarters, all color had drained from his face. After Zhang Bai left, together with Chun Man, Zhang Xinshan, Wang Gubairan, and the others, Huang Xiaolong flew away from the Sacred Dan Temple. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the Great Hall. Huang Xiaolong had just sat down on the main seat, but Zhang Bai already brought him Ashen Zhang Lei in, throwing him down at the front of the Great Hall. When Zhang Lei saw that the main seat that had been empty for over 1,000,000 years was now occupied by Huang Xiaolong, a pungent warm liquid flowed down his legs. He had fainted into oblivion without another word. However, when Chun Man came back, he brought less than desirable news for Huang Xiaolong. Sun Yi had ascended to the divine world. He actually fled. What about the Fortune Gate Chief Wang Yu? Huang Xiaolong asked. The Fortune Gate Chief has ascended to the divine world together with Sun Yi. Chun Man answered. Huang Xiaolong stood up from his seat, his right palm slamming down. The entire Great Hall shook, and the fainted Zhang Lei turned into meat paste on the floor by Huang Xiaolong's palm. Don't think you can escape by running to the divine world, that I won't be able to find you too. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. A moment passed and Huang Xiaolong turned to Zhang Xinshan. Where's that devil son Imosu? Is he still here in the divine Dan City? Replying to Union Chief, Devil Son Imosu, the Devil Clan Patriarch Mo Dingtian, and their grand elders have left the divine Dan City and are currently in the City of Devils. Zhang Xinshan answered solemnly. They returned to the City of Devils. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Huang Xiaolong's lips. Just as well, he would make a trip to the City of Devils and find out precisely what the devil bead was used for. A whelming divine might surged around Huang Xiaolong as his gaze swept over Wang Gubairan, Yu Wushang, and the rest. The news of me passing the 5th section hasn't spread, right? The 11 eminent elders shook their heads incessantly, claiming they dared not whisper even a word without his order. Huang Xiaolong stated, I hope the news of me passing all 5 sections of the Sacred Dan Temple will remain in our small circle in the coming week. His gaze turned chilling cold for a second as he added, Otherwise, whoever leaks the news shall be deemed a traitor of the Union and disposed of as such. 1 week's time, Huang Xiaolong was confident he could deal with the ancient devil clan and other troubles during this short period. The 11 eminent elders' hair stood on ends, sensing the killing intent coming from Huang Xiaolong. Their little hearts shuddered inwardly as they hurried to comply. All of you may withdraw. Zhang Bai, you stay behind. Huang Xiaolong ordered. Wang Gubairan and the others, except for Zhang Bai, saluted and left. Zhang Bai stood there with a pale face, daring not even fidget despite feeling as if his heart was about to explode from nervousness. Less than a dozen meters in front of him was Zhang Lei, who was slapped into meat paste a while ago. The scent of blood was still thick in the air, impacting Zhang Bai's senses. Huang Xiaolong watched the pale, slightly unsteady Zhang Bai, not wasting time with nonsense, directing into the topic. I'm giving you 2 choices right now. 1, open your soul sea for me to brand your soul. With that, I will erase the mark I put on you before. The second choice is death. Zhang Bai's body quivered involuntarily. His expression turned even uglier. Soul branding. Huang Xiaolong continued indifferently. Naturally, after you submit to me, I will provide you with 1 high-rank sacred-grade immortal spirit stone every year for cultivation. What? High-rank sacred-grade immortal spirit stone? His head jerked up in disbelief, looking at Huang Xiaolong. high-rank sacred-grade immortal spirit stone. Hadn't they stopped appearing after the ancient times passed? Was Huang Xiaolong saying he had? Huang Xiaolong lightly waved his hand in the air, and suddenly, high sacred-grade immortal spirit stones fell from the void one after another, filling the entire great hall with vibrant spiritual energy. Staring at the pile of sacred-grade immortal spirit stones in front of him, Zhang Bai's throat felt dry. Those truly are high-rank sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. 100 of them. All of them high-rank sacred-grade immortal spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded in Zhang Bai's ears. I'm giving you 3 minutes to think about it, and let me remind you, you only have one chance. Barely a minute had passed, but Zhang Bai was already kneeling, professing his willingness to submit. This result brought no surprise to Huang Xiaolong. Without delay, he branded Zhang Bai's soul with a soul mark. Among the initial 12 eminent elders, 6 of them, such as Chen Man and Zhang Xinshan, were patriarchs of families that had long been a part of the Alchemist Grandmaster Union. These 6 people were absolutely loyal to the Union chief, that was the current Huang Xiaolong. Adding Zhang Bai into the equation, Huang Xiaolong now held the advantage. Sun Yi had fled. As for the remaining Wangu Byron, Yu Wuxiang, and 2 other eminent elders, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to control them with a soul mark. Behind each of these eminent elders stood a super force. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong estimated that these 4 people wouldn't dare to defy his official orders. After exhorting Zhang Bai with some matters using a greater space teleportation, he disappeared from the Alchemist Grandmaster Union headquarters. When Huang Xiaolong appeared, he was already far from the Divine Dan world, arriving at one of the neighboring world surfaces, the ethereal world. The average High God Realm Master's greater space teleportation was limited to any location within the same world surface. Only high-level masters were capable of teleporting from one world surface to another, apart from a rare few mid-level High God Realm Masters that possessed a deep comprehension of the laws of space and time and could transfer between world surfaces. After having teleported to the ethereal world, Huang Xiaolong did not stop, using another greater space teleportation, arriving at the next world surface. After 16 consecutive teleportations, Huang Xiaolong finally stopped. Greater space teleportation depleted a large amount of God Force after all. Even the average late 10th Order High God Realm Master could, at most, perform 6 to 7 consecutive teleportations between world surfaces. Half an hour of rest later, Huang Xiaolong's depleted God Force returned to its peak, and he continued to teleport toward the City of Devils. In the short span of half a day, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the world surface closest to the City of Devils. As if he could already see the city's silhouette, Huang Xiaolong chose to fly on his sword for the remaining distance instead of teleporting. Even when using sword flight, his speed was alarming, rapidly narrowing the distance between him and his destination. At this time, inside the ancient Devil Clan's Great Hall, Devil Son Mo Su was coldly looking at Grand Elder Mo Zhenru. That Li Lu declined this Devil Son's invitation? Mo Zhenru hesitated, then nodded. Yes. She said she's currently focusing on cultivating the fortune cannon and is unable to leave the sacred Fortune Mountain. In recent years, ever since the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition ended, Mo Su had sent more than 20 invitations to Li Lu in the name of exchanging pointers in alchemy and cultivation. However, Li Lu used the same excuse every time, saying that she was cultivating the fortune cannon and was unable to leave the sacred Fortune Mountain, thus declining Mo Su's invitation. At Mo Zhenru's reply, Mo Su smashed the wine cup in his hand to the floor, bellowing in fury, "Your mother, just a stinky slut. She actually dared to refuse this Devil Son's invitation time and again. Wait until she falls into my hands. I'll do her until she can't even climb up." Mo Zhenru gave a few dry coughs, then said, "The rumors spreading outside are saying that Li Lu is also from the martial spirit world, that she and Huang Xiaolong are childhood sweethearts and had discussed marriage. Only later, due to some events, Li Lu went missing. The 2 of them haven't met for many years." As he was saying this, Mo Zhenru proceeded with caution. "Since this Li Lu has such a connection with Huang Xiaolong, wouldn't it be better if we forget it?" Mo Su's eyes spat fire, glaring at Mo Zhenru. "Huang Xiaolong again. Huang Xiaolong. Be damned." You lot are afraid of that Huang Xiaolong. But this devil's son is not afraid of him. I don't believe he can really pass the Sacred Dan Temple trial, and even if he did and became the Union chief, so what? What can he do to me? I'm damn well going to toy with his woman, even if I squeeze Li Lu's breasts till they burst. I want to see what that Huang Xiaolong can do. Hearing Mo Jinru mention Huang Xiaolong, the resentment in Mo Su's heart went berserk. If it weren't for Huang Xiaolong, he wouldn't have been pushed down to the 4th place, becoming a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. As Mo Su's anger echoed in the hall, an icy voice sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Mo Su and Mo Jinru jumped to their feet. Huang Xiaolong, bullseye, it is me. A bright light flashed in the hall, revealing Huang Xiaolong's figure when the light disappeared. Seeing it was really Huang Xiaolong in front of them, Mo Su, who had just thrown his temper around, uttering mighty arrogant words, now seemed deflated. Huang Xiaolong, how could you be here? Just a day before, didn't his subordinate report that Huang Xiaolong was still inside the 5th floor of the Sacred Dan Temple? Huang Xiaolong smiled at Mo Su, but it didn't reach his eyes. How I got here isn't important. The important point is that you must die today. The conversation between Mo Su and Mo Jinru earlier was entirely heard by Huang Xiaolong. Therefore, no matter what, Mo Su had to die today. Those who block him, die. Hearing Huang Xiaolong say he wanted to kill him, Mo Su swiftly recovered his composure, pointing a finger and laughing loudly at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, what did you say just now? Why don't you repeat that? Mo Su laughed as he turned toward Mo Jinru. Did you hear what he just said to me? He said I must die today, he wants to kill me. Mo Su's laughter grew increasingly manic, ridiculing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, although I admit you're stronger than me, do you really think you're invincible? At this point, Mo Su's face was twisted with rage. His eyes filled with killing intent were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Wake up. This is the City of Devils, my ancient devil clan's headquarters. Whoever I want dead will die without a doubt. Since you've got the guts to run into my ancient devil clan, I'll have you die without a burial place. After killing you, I'll take good care of that Li Lu. Mo Su gave in to insanity. Huang Xiaolong's strength might be shocking, but they were at the heart of the devil clan right now. Even if some peak late 10th Order High God realm came, Mo Su wouldn't put them in his eyes. At the same time, Mo Jinru crushed a jade talisman, releasing a bright surge of devil light that spread from the main hall. All the masters within the ancient devil clan noticed the astonishing light at once. That is, the main hall. Attackers at the main hall. The devil's son is there. From various corners of the clan, all grand elders and elders whistled through the air almost simultaneously, rushing towards the main hall. Huang Xiaolong had long since discovered Mo Jinru's action of crushing a jade talisman, but he didn't take any action to stop him, allowing him to summon all the devil clan masters. When Mo Su felt many powerful auras heading at great speed toward the main hall, he became reassured and more confident. Letting a burst of gleeful laughter, he taunted, Huang Xiaolong, how do you want to die? However, just as his voice fell, he choked and struggled. An overpowering, invisible hand was squeezing his throat. Panic seized him as he felt his feet leave the floor, flying toward Huang Xiaolong. Mo Jinru was furious seeing this, roaring, Huang Xiaolong, let go of the devil's son immediately, after which he threw himself at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare a glance in Mo Jinru's direction, sending him tumbling in the opposite direction at an even faster speed with just a finger flick, breaking a stone pillar and finally crashing several thousand li outside the main hall. The devil clan cultivators who were rushing in suddenly saw a silhouette shooting out from the main hall. Before these masters could react, several of them were knocked away. Huang Xiaolong held Mo Su up by the neck with a single hand. Fear filled Mo Su's eyes. To his horror, he discovered that he was unable to use any god force at all, as if his 5 elements godheads were restricted by a frightening force. Huang Xiaolong, don't kill me. Mo Su struggled to plead. His hoarse voice was barely audible. He could feel death bearing down on him from the killing intent exuded from Huang Xiaolong's body. "Don't kill you," Huang Xiaolong sneered. "Don't you remember? You just asked me how I want to die." Several sounds of whistling wind sounded in the main hall as the Devil Clan masters arrived. The first to arrive was none other than the Devil Clan patriarch, Mo Dingtian. Mo Dingtian's gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong's hand that was lifting Mo Su in the air by the neck. His face tightened, glaring at him. "Huang Xiaolong, you dare run rampant in my Devil Clan? Release the Devil Sun right now. If there's a hair missing from the Devil Sun, I dare guarantee you won't see the outside of this main hall." "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong gave a cold snort. His Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power burst out. Before Mo Dingtian and a group of Devil Clan Grand Elders' astounded expressions, Mo Su's body trembled violently, beginning to dry up and shrink. His entire body's blood essence and God force flowed rapidly into Huang Xiaolong. Five-element Godhead? When Huang Xiaolong was devouring Mo Su's Godhead God force, he discovered that Mo Su actually condensed the rarely seen five elements Godhead, giving a small surprise. This Mo Su's talent was slightly higher than the Fortune Gate's Feng Chu. Then again, that Feng Chu had merely been an avatar, which made Huang Xiaolong wonder how powerful his main body would be. "Pa Patriarch, save me." Mo Su's tongue quivered, grasping at the last straw of hope despite his voice growing feebler. Mo Dingtian snapped back to his senses. Not only did Huang Xiaolong not release Mo Su, but the bastard was also using some kind of secret technique to swallow all of Mo Su's blood essence and God force. Mo Dingtian bellowed, "Huang Xiaolong, go die for me." Devil King's fist. Mo Dingtian God force churned madly. At this point, he couldn't be bothered trying not to injure Mo Su in the process as he punched out with full force at Huang Xiaolong. Devil Chi pierced the sky. Missouri Dingtian's fist force condensed the image of a great Devil King. This great Devil King image looked brutal, lusting for blood, for slaughter. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong sneered. His three supreme Godhead rotated at the same time. Buddhism energy gathered in his palm, slapping out an earthen Buddha palm. Golden Buddhas shone in the hall like sacred lotuses. Mo Dingtian's Devil Chi was scattered. The great Devil King image ripped and exploded, and Mo Dingtian himself was sent flying out of sight just like the previous Mo Jinru. The outraged Devil Clan masters were stunned. Panic and fear crept up their faces. Their patriarch was a late 10th Order High God Realm Master, yet he was sent flying with a single palm strike from Huang Xiaolong. Mo Su watched the scenes before him with disbelief, but very quickly the light in his eyes dimmed. In the next second, he turned into a dried corpse. Huang Xiaolong's fingers tightened, crumpling Mo Su's dried corpse like a piece of paper, blowing off the dust on his palm. The present Devil Clan masters retreated in fear. No one dared to step forward. "To tell you the truth, I've already passed the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple. I am the current Alchemist Grandmaster Union Chief." Huang Xiaolong spoke with a stoic expression. A light flashed in his palm, revealing the Union Chief Jade token. "What? The Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief?" Huang Xiaolong actually cleared the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple. That indeed is the Union Chief's Jade token. The group of Devil Clan masters was in a commotion. "Now, you all have two options. One is submit to me, while the second option is to avenge your patriarch and Devil Son." Huang Xiaolong ignored their commotion as he added, "Of course, you can try to run, if you think you can." The noise halted abruptly. Several emotions flickered across their faces. All of a sudden, two figures streaked out from the main hall. These two figures had just flown up, but Huang Xiaolong's palm struck the air, causing the two fleeing figures to plummeted to the floor like flies, flattened. The Devil Clan masters looked over. Those two were both their Devil Clan's Grand Elders. Even though their strength was less than their patriarch Mo Dingtian, these two Grand Elders were still mid-10th Order High God Realm Masters. The remaining Devil Clan masters sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who had the same thought earlier felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. No one dared to make another move. "Anyone else wants to run?" Huang Xiaolong's gaze sharp, sweeping over them. Subjected to Huang Xiaolong's cold and ruthless gaze, the remaining Devil Clan masters felt a frigid coldness shrouding their hearts. No one dared to utter a sound. An hour later, most of the Devil Clan's Grand Elders and Elders, with the exception of a small number that refused to submit, were reined in by Huang Xiaolong. Whereas Mo Dingtian and Mo Jinru met the same fate as Mo Su, sucked dry by Huang Xiaolong. Same with the small number of Grand Elders and Elders who refused to submit. Before killing Mo Dingtian, Huang Xiaolong scoured his soul. From his memories, he discovered the real purpose of the Devil Bead. Inside a lavish manor within the City of Devils, two old men with complete silvery white hair sat in the main hall. Both of them exuded powerful auras. One had a stalwart build, while the other was almost bone-thin. These two silvery white-haired old men were the Yelu and Beitang families' ancestors. Initially, when Huang Xiaolong decided to head to the City of Devils to challenge the Hellion Tower, he had planned to deal with these two old men and tie all loose ends related to the Yelu and Beitang families. Later on, due to the troubles attracted by the Devil Bead, Huang Xiaolong delayed his plans in order to avoid the attention of the Devil Clan. Thus, both of them were still alive today. Huang Xiaolong destroyed my Yelu family. There will be a day when I make him wish he were dead. Resentment and wrath exploded in Ancestor Yelu's eyes, turning crimson with bloodthirst. By now, he already knew that the pillars of his Yelu family had been killed by Huang Xiaolong. Ancestor Beitang was also gnashing his teeth with hatred. That's right. Even if we can't kill Huang Xiaolong, we must torture his family to death one by one, the Yelu ancestor then said. But that Huang Xiaolong is probably looking for us as well. Perhaps he already knew we're in the City of Devils. Even that devil son Mo Su isn't his match. We should go out less in the future. In terms of strength, both of them were much weaker than Mo Su. Ancestor Beitang wasn't perturbed at all. You worry too much. I've quite a good relationship with the Devil Clan's Grand Elder Mo Jinru, and both of us have reached an agreement. He promised to give us elder positions once we join the Devil Clan. Moreover, we would be Grand Elder. At that time, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't dare do anything to us. Hearing that, joy brightened Yelu Ancestor's face, relaxed slightly. Is that true? Ancestor Beitang laughed. Absolutely true. Ancestor Yelu joined in with a hearty guffaw. Indeed, once we become Grand Elders of the Devil Clan, with the entire clan backing us, we would have no need to fear Huang Xiaolong. At that time, we could even borrow the Devil Clan's power to deal with him. Right at this point, a cold snicker interrupted their jolly conversation. Both Ancestor Yelu and Ancestor Beitang were alarmed. Just as the two old men wanted to bark at the intruder, a bright light flashed in front of them as Huang Xiaolong's figure appeared. Who are you? Ancestor Beitang demanded, his face darkened. Because neither of them had seen Huang Xiaolong nor a portrait of him, the two of them didn't recognize him. Huang Xiaolong scoffed at them. Weren't you two old men discussing how to borrow the ancient Devil Clan's power to deal with me? Ancestor Yelu and Ancestor Beitang's faces tightened grimly. You're Huang Xiaolong? That's me. Huang Xiaolong replied with a stoic face. The two elderly subconsciously moved backwards, away from him. Huang Xiaolong, we're now Grand Elders of the Devil Clan. What do you want to do? Ancestor Yelu put up a strong front despite his quivering heart. That's right. We know you're very powerful. But the Devil Clan won't let you go if you dare to kill us. Ancestor Beitang barked. If you kill us, you can just wait for the ancient Devil Clan's vengeful wrath. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help laughing out loud. Ancestor Beitang's forehead creased into a furrow. What are you laughing at? What was so funny? The sound of Huang Xiaolong's laughter faded away. A gleam of bloodlust shone from the depth of his eyes, saying, Hearing your threat, I'm really feeling a little scared now. Ancestor Yelu and Ancestor Beitang missed the bloodlust and sarcasm in Huang Xiaolong's voice. Thinking that he was genuinely wary of the ancient Devil Clan and didn't dare harm them, they inwardly breathed in relief. As expected, in the two elders' eyes, the ancient Devil Clan was a giant force comparable to the Wangu clan. As strong as Huang Xiaolong might be, He wouldn't have the guts to go against the entire ancient devil clan alone. However, before they could exhale in relief, Huang Xiaolong raised his hands, causing a whelming force to bind them and pull them toward him. His fingers gripped over Ancestor Yelu and Ancestor Beitong's throats. The two of them were merely 8th Order High God realm. In front of Huang Xiaolong, they didn't have the slightest power to resist. Huang Xiaolong, why you dare? Ancestor Yelu struggled to speak, half choking as his face turned liver red. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned icy all of a sudden. How about this? Since that Mo Jinru already agreed to let you two join the Devil Clan as Grand Elders, I shall send you to hell now so you can ask him clearly. The two elders' minds went blank at Huang Xiaolong's words. What did he just say? Does he mean? Huang Xiaolong stopped playing. His archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power feasted buoyantly on the blood essence and god force from the bodies of Ancestor Yelu and Ancestor Beitang. In a mere 2 breaths' time, he had turned 2 8th Order High God Realm Masters into dried corpses. With a flick of his index finger, 2 slivers of fire element god force flew out, incinerating the remains until nothing was left. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong vanished from the lavish manor. After dealing with the Yelu and Beitang family's ancestors, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Devil Clan headquarters instead of leaving the City of Devils. He summoned all the elders and grand elders to the main hall and made changes to the existing Devil Clan rules. Huang Xiaolong ordered these grand elders and elders to kill all disciples who were dissatisfied or unwilling to submit. Because he didn't deliberately conceal his actions, very soon, the news of Huang Xiaolong having killed the Devil Clan Patriarch Mo Dingtian, Devil Son Mo Su, as well as taking control over the Devil Clan spread like wildfire through the entire City of Devils. It was like a super thunderbolt over the City of Devils. Emotions ran high in the city. The disciples of super forces and prominent sects in every corner of the city felt their sanity collapse hearing the news. The ancient Devil Clan was the long-established power in the City of Devils, having existed for over 300 million years. A power that was comparable to the giant Wangu clan was actually reigned by Huang Xiaolong in a day's time. Not to mention that Mo Dingtian was killed. In the deep and quiet night, Huang Xiaolong was standing in the Devil Clan's main hall, looking at the soft moonlight. Inevitably, the faces of his family and Shi Xiaofei flashed in his mind. Now, he had obtained the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief position and took over the ancient Devil Clan. Everything was moving in the right direction, so it was time for him to bring his family and Shi Xiaofei over. Still, there was one more lingering danger, the ancient Devil Clan's ancestor, the previous Patriarch Mo Isher. From Mo Dingtian's memories, this Mo Isher went to cultivate in the path to hell more than 100 years ago and had yet to return. The path to hell. A light glimmered in his eyes. In that case, this matter would have to be put away until he went to rescue the ascending moon old man. Then he would go looking for this Mo Isher. Early next day, Huang Xiaolong left the City of Devils, rushing back to the Black Tortoise Galaxy. He planned to move his family, Shi Xiaofei, and a few others to the Divine Dan City, inside the Wangu clan's main residence. When the Wangu clan patriarch Wangu Yute heard Elder Wangu Chongqing say that Huang Xiaolong killed Mo Dingtian and Mo Su, as well as taking control of the ancient Devil Clan, he stood there dazed for a good while, unable to regain his senses for a long time. When he did regain his senses, his expression was filled with incredulity as never before. You're saying that Huang Xiaolong killed Mo Dingtian? I didn't hear incorrectly. Wangu Yute sought confirmation from Wangu Chongqing. Wangu Chongqing respectfully replied, Yes, Patriarch. This matter is absolutely true. The news has already spread throughout the City of Devils. Moreover, this news was released by an ancient Devil Clan Grand Elder himself. Huang Xiaolong not only reigned in the ancient Devil Clan, but also passed the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple. He is now the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief. As he was saying this, Wangu Chongqing revealed a bitter smile, mixed with shock and disbelief. He could remember clearly the scene where Huang Xiaolong was registering for the High God Advancement Tournament. That year at the Aeon Square, in the long lines of disciples registering for the High God Advancement Tournament, Huang Xiaolong was still a peak late 10th Order God Realm, not even a High God Realm Master. Yet now, barely 2 decades later, the kid from Day actually grew to this extent. When Wangu Yute heard that Huang Xiaolong actually passed the 5th section of the Sacred Dan Temple, formally becoming the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief, his heart was struck with another wave of shock. Any one of these news was enough to make him go crazy. Minutes later, Wangu Yute wryly smiled. Who would have thought that, in a short 10 years and some, Huang Xiaolong's strength would grow to this degree? We had severely underestimated him. Fortunately, our Wangu clan has always shown goodwill towards him. Wangu Chongqing also sighed with an indescribable feeling. Yes, just some days back, there was a rumor that the Fortune Gate chief Wang Yu and Grand Elder Sun Yi actually ascended to the divine world to escape Huang Xiaolong. At first, I didn't believe it, but now it seems to be true. Patriarch, what should we do next? Wangu Chongqing inquired. Wangu Yute answered without hesitation. Huang Xiaolong becoming the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief is an event worth celebrating. We naturally need to prepare a good congratulatory gift. Tomorrow, I shall personally head over to the Divine Dan world to congratulate him. However, Wangu Yute was in quite a plight, not knowing what gift was suitable. In the past, in order to show him their Wangu clan's goodwill, he had decisively sent a drop of sacred Qilin blood. However, the status and identity that the current day's Huang Xiaolong had were vastly different. Very soon, other super forces and prominent sects also got wind that Huang Xiaolong killed Mo Dingtian, reigned in the ancient devil clan, and became the Alchemist Grandmaster Union's chief. Time flowed by, half a year was gone in the blink of an eye. After half a year passed, Huang Xiaolong had already brought his family and wife to the Divine Dan city. However, he did not have them stay at the Union headquarters, purchasing a large residence close by. The residence was named Abundant Deities Manor. Obviously, only Huang Xiaolong was thick-faced enough to christen his residence Abundant Deities. In these 6 months, although Huang Xiaolong had been diligently cultivating, absorbing the gray energy summoned by the 4 divine fires, his cultivation marginally improved. He was still a long way from reaching peak mid-8th order high god realm. Naturally, other than cultivating, he rarely neglected his husbandly duties at night. He even found some ancient dual cultivation techniques of which he conducted in-depth experiments with Shi Xiaofei until the wee hours of the morning. In the beginning, Shi Xiaofei was so shy that her face turned red thinking about these intimate actions, adamantly refusing. After being cajoled by Huang Xiaolong with various methods, she finally gave in. With both of their physiques, any postures or angles were easily achieved. Due to their dual cultivation, in this half a year, Shi Xiaofei's cultivation saw a great leap, already becoming a 10th order god realm. Another small effect of dual cultivation was the fact that her charm seemed to have increased. At night, Huang Xiaolong was standing in the small garden, staring dazedly at the silver moon. Shi Xiaofei approached from his back, softly asking, "What's on your mind?" There is 1 more year until the dateline of the 5-year covenant with the ghost refining sect's young lord. Huang Xiaolong sounded subdued. Shi Xiaofei circled her arms around his waist from the back, comforting. "Don't worry too much, your master would be fine." Huang Xiaolong nodded. In recent days, he had been worrying about the old man, wondering if he was still all right. But he believed that, since there was a 5-year covenant with the ghost refining sect young lord, the old man should be safe for now. From what he found out later that year, other than his master, that ghost refining sect young lord had captured a number of superforces elders, grand elders, and core disciples, making the same 5-year covenant with various patriarch and chiefs. What was the ghost refining sect's young lord scheming? Making the same covenant with various superforces patriarchs and chiefs, luring them to the path to hell. The more Huang Xiaolong thought about it, the more he felt that things were more complicated than he assumed. Then, about younger sister Li Lu, what are you doing to do? Shi Xiaofei hesitated slightly before asking. With the dateline of the 5-year covenant coming up, I plan to drop by the Fortune Gate to see her in a few days. Shi Xiaofei nodded. The Fortune Gate's Wang Yu and Sunny have fled. The blame isn't with younger sister Li Lu. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. I'll definitely bring her back. Later on, the 3 of us can study the Extreme Moon Sutra. The Extreme Moon Sutra was an old dual cultivation the two of them have been studying. Shi Xiaofei's cheeks turned red in an instant, pouting at Huang Xiaolong. "You old rogue, you only know to take advantage of me." Looking at the blushing and extremely charming Shi Xiaofei, Huang Xiaolong smiled wickedly. "I feel like taking advantage of you right now." With that said, he lifted her in a princess embrace and headed towards the room. Shi Xiaofei let out a peal of giggles that soon turned into moans of ecstasy. 3 days later, Huang Xiaolong left the Divine Dan world, heading to the Everlasting Galaxy's Fortune Gate. Initially, he wanted to bring Shi Xiaofei along, but she said it might make Li Lu feel awkward. Thus she declined, sending Huang Xiaolong on his way alone. Huang Xiaolong did not use any transmission arrays, using greater space teleportation from world surface to world surface in a leisurely pace. Hence, he arrived 2 days later at the Everlasting Galaxy's Fortune world. Once there, Huang Xiaolong went to the Sacred Fortune Mountain instead of the Fortune Gate's headquarters, for this was where Li Lu cultivated. The sect and the mountain were at different locations. A few minutes later, he arrived at a large mountain range that spanned further than the eye could see, containing abundant spiritual energy. This is where the Sacred Fortune Mountain was located. Huang Xiaolong chose to descend at the foothills. However, the strange thing was that quite a number of cultivators gathered at the foothills of the Sacred Fortune Mountain. Judging from the crest on their robes, many of them came from other galaxies. Huang Xiaolong even spotted a few of the Eternal Galaxy's Mu clan and Zhou clan disciples. "What is happening here?" Huang Xiaolong looked around confused. "Brother, you're also here to register for the exam?" At this time, a cultivator beside Huang Xiaolong spoke. "What exam?" Huang Xiaolong was clearly ignorant of something like that. That person was surprised. "You're not? The Fortune Gate ancestor is receiving 10 disciples under his name, and all of us are here to take the exam. You don't know. The Fortune Gate ancestor wants to receive 10 in-name disciples?" Huang Xiaolong blanked. He really didn't know about this until now. He finally understood why there were so many cultivators gathered at the foothills of the Sacred Fortune Mountain. Although it was only in-name disciples and not personal disciples, based on the Fortune Gate ancestor's status and identity, it was sufficient to raise one's status greatly within their families. "Brother, you really didn't come here for the exam?" That family disciple asked Huang Xiaolong again. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "No. Then what are you here for?" That family disciple was bemused. "I'm here to see somebody." Huang Xiaolong did not mention Li Lu's name. At Huang Xiaolong's words, that person leaned back slightly, giving him a head-to-toe glance, then grinned mysteriously. "See someone? A woman, right? Is it perhaps that dreamy ice beauty Li Lu?" "Dreamy ice beauty Li Lu?" Huang Xiaolong was stupefied. "Dreamy ice beauty? Li Lu has this kind of title?" That person snickered good-naturedly at Huang Xiaolong's reaction. "Did I hit the bullseye? Don't try to deny it. In all truthfulness, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't think all of us are here only to vie for a chance to become the Fortune Gate ancestor's disciple. A lot of the present cultivators' main purpose in coming here is to get a glimpse of that dreamy ice beauty Li Lu. Those 10 in-name disciple spots are just too hard to get. I heard the exam is divided into 3 parts. The second part is handled by the dreamy ice beauty Li Lu. Even if you fail the exam, being able to see the legendary dreamy ice beauty Li Lu is still a wonderful memory. I heard she is so beautiful that any words used to describe her pale in comparison to reality. A Wangu clan disciple got lucky and saw Li Lu once. During cultivation, he was actually thinking of her and ended up suffering from cultivation deviation. He's now crazy in the head. That family disciple went on enthusiastically non-stop, his saliva flying all over, rendering Huang Xiaolong speechless. Although Li Lu was indeed an exceptional beauty, it wasn't to the extent of causing cultivation deviation. This was clearly over-exaggerating. A close-by family disciple chimed in. "Pity this top-grade white cabbage Li Lu was eaten by that boar Huang Xiaolong. We can only see from afar, but cannot touch." "Precisely, because that devil Sun Mo Su incessantly pestered Li Lu." Huang Xiaolong flattened him like meat paste with a slap, Killing him, the first family disciple added. Had it been us instead, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't even need to use his hand. Just the strength from half of his finger could send us to hell. Half of his finger? Huang Xiaolong doesn't even need to move his finger. Just one blow of air, and you're lining up to reincarnate. Some disciples near them couldn't resist adding their opinions after hearing Huang Xiaolong's name being mentioned. Huang Xiaolong was shaking his head inwardly as he listened, not getting upset at all. What do you guys think? Did Li Lu really get XXX by Huang Xiaolong? The first family disciple suddenly lowered his voice to a whisper, posing a question to the small group of disciples that had gathered around him, making a gesture with his hand. That's hard to say. The rumors everywhere claim that Li Lu and Huang Xiaolong are childhood sweethearts, that Li Lu had already been embraced by Huang Xiaolong when she was barely 20. A family disciple whispered in a barely audible voice. What fart? When Li Lu was participating in the Alchemist Grandmaster Union Grand Competition, although her face was concealed by a veil, many people could still see that she was still a virgin. Another family disciple refuted loudly. The discussion grew heated, more dramatic, and more exaggerated. Huang Xiaolong had a bitter smile. What nonsense are the people spouting? Huang Xiaolong coughed dryly, saying, The truth is, I've seen Li Lu's face. All the noises around him died abruptly, burning gazes fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Brother, do you cross your heart on that? The first family disciple doubtfully looked at Huang Xiaolong. I have held her hand as well, Huang Xiaolong admitted with a serious, deadpan face. The disciples who had been looking at Huang Xiaolong with great anticipation instantly scoffed loudly and directly ignored him. At this time, a group of Fortune Gate disciples descended from the sacred Fortune Mountain Peak, a group of mid-level High God Realm disciples. Having reached the foothills, a middle-aged man stepped forward, saying, All of you are here to take the disciple exam? Follow me. Hearing his words, all the present cultivators obediently followed behind them. Huang Xiaolong hesitated, then followed as well. Since the second part was overseen by Li Lu, he might as well join temporarily. It wouldn't take much of his time anyways. On the way, the middle-aged Fortune Gate cultivator briefly introduced himself. His name was Wu Zhen, the examiner in charge of the first part. Soon, following Wu Zhen's group of Fortune Gate disciples, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at one of the mountain peaks. On the front of this peak was a cave mouth that led directly to the back of the mountain. Wu Zhen pointed at the mouth of the cave, saying, The first part of the exam tests your willpower. You pass as long as you can walk out from this cave's illusion array within 1 day. As high as one's talent could be, if their will and determination were feeble, their future achievements would be limited. Therefore, a person's willpower was an essential factor in cultivation. The moment Wu Zhen finished, a number of various families' disciples were already rushing into the cave. Watching this, the rest followed. Amongst the latter group was Huang Xiaolong. Senior brother, among these cultivators, how many do you think would be able to pass the first stage? One of the Fortune Gate disciples asked Wu Zhen. There are more than 30,000 people that registered. Having 300 or so passing is already a good result, Wu Zhen roughly estimated. This cave's illusion array wasn't as simple as it sounded. An extremely strong will was required to pass through it. I heard senior brother Wu Zhen used merely 6 hours to pass through the illusion array, another Fortune Gate disciple said. Wu Zhen laughed. What, 6 hours? Junior sister Li Lu also went through this illusion array, but it only took her half an hour to do it. The Fortune Gate's ancestor had 7 personal disciples, and Wu Zhen was his 5th, whereas Li Lu was the 7th personal disciple. The other Fortune Gate disciples with Wu Zhen were merely in-name disciples. In half an hour, the disciples with Wu Zhen exclaimed in unison. Wu Zhen sighed as he nodded. Yes, in half an hour's time. During the eldest senior brother's time, he took 2 hours. There shouldn't be anyone who can break junior sister Li Lu's record. Right when Wu Zhen's voice fell, a rippling bright light shrouded the cave mouth. Wu Zhen and his junior brothers stared dazedly. What? Only when someone had successfully passed the illusion array would the light at the cave entrance ripple. Could it be? But didn't the group just enter not long ago? 3 minutes? Or was it 4 minutes? Subsequently, Wu Zhen's group saw a black-haired young man walk out from the cave mouth. Someone really passed the illusion array. They could feel their tongues freeze in their mouths, dumbfounded. Say, senior brother, could it be the illusion array malfunctioned? One of the disciples stammered dazedly. Wu Zhen recovered from his shock, shaking his head. Not possible. The illusion array couldn't have been malfunctioning. There were great waves of shock in his heart as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Then, should we report this matter to the ancestor? One of them asked. One could hear the disbelief in his voice. Wu Zhen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No need for the time being. If he really is a talented genius, he can surely pass the second part of the exam as well. In the third part, the ancestor will notice him anyway. In the third part of the exam, which was also the last part, the ancestor would personally assess these disciples. Senior brother Wu Zhen, why do you think the ancestor suddenly wants to receive 10 in-name disciples? One of the disciples asked, feeling curious. Wu Zhen's voice sounded solemn. Maybe it has something to do with Huang Xiaolong. As for Master's real intention, it isn't something we can make presumptions about. The several disciples with him nodded hastily in compliance. In the meantime, Wu Zhen had Huang Xiaolong stand quietly on the side as they waited for other cultivators to come out from the illusion array. After a little over 7 hours of waiting, a person disciple walked out from the cave. Although the second disciple took more than 7 hours to pass the illusion array, the level of his strong will could be considered as startling, unless one compared him to Huang Xiaolong. Coincidentally, the second disciple who came out was the very same person who struck up a conversation with Huang Xiaolong at the foothills. When he walked out and spotted Huang Xiaolong waiting outside, he couldn't help being surprised. He reached his side, laughing, "Brother, I really couldn't tell. You're actually the first one to come out. How much time did you spend? 6 hours? Maybe it was 5. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. No. That family disciple's expression turned a little strange. Then, for hours. Huang Xiaolong shook his head again. Suddenly, that family disciple burst into laughter, looking like he just had an epiphany. So, you just come out a moment ago. In his opinion, just like himself, Huang Xiaolong must have spent over 7 hours inside the illusion array, being just a second or two faster than him. Wu Zhen and the other disciples felt the corners of their mouth twitch by reflex. The day came to an end, and so did the first part of the exam. Like Wu Zhen estimated earlier, roughly 300 people passed. When Wu Zhen's group was about to lead the remaining group to the location of the second part, the group became noisy all of a sudden. From afar, a small group of Fortune Gate female disciples was flying towards them, and the person right in front was clad entirely in white, including the veil covering her face. In that moment, all the present disciples' eyes were on that female disciple's slender figure. Li Lu. A trace of complexity flitted across Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Seeing this, Wu Zhen and the several in-name disciples took a few steps forward. 7th junior sister is here. Wu Zhen greeted Li Lu. Despite being the last of the Fortune Gate ancestors' disciples, with barely over 200 years since she had joined the Fortune Gate, her status and identity were much higher than his. Li Lu nodded, returning his greeting. 5th senior brother. Wu Zhen smiled warmly. You've come just in time. I was about to bring those who have passed the first part to your place, but you were faster than me. This time, there's actually a disciple that took a shorter time than you to pass the illusion array. Slightly over 3 minutes. I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong. What? Just over 3 minutes. The family disciple who came out second couldn't help shrieking out loud. The other's attention fell on Huang Xiaolong. Li Lu's eyes slightly widened in astonishment, but when her gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong, her slender body trembled. Disbelief rose to her face. She was feeling surprise, guilt, and a little happiness. Li Lu secretly took a deep breath and slowly walked toward Huang Xiaolong. Even though there was a veil over her face, almost everyone could tell that she was excited. This stunned Wu Zhen. This black-haired young man might have passed the illusion array in a short 3 minutes. But 7th junior apprentice sister needn't not feel so excited. Huang Xiaolong looked at Li Lu where they stood, without blinking. "You're here." Stopping in front of Huang Xiaolong, her voice bore a hint of melancholy. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "I'm here. I came to see you." "Came to see you." Hearing the extremely simple sentence from Huang Xiaolong, yet brimming with affection, Li Lu's beautiful eyes turned red-rimmed, but she quickly recovered. Wu Zhen, the group of unnamed disciples, and the various cultivators present were all looking blankly at Huang Xiaolong. Li Lu actually knew this black-haired man, and judging from their interaction, the two of them seemed to be very close. Huang Xiaolong continued, "I would like to bring you back. Bring you back." Listen to him confessing in public. A moment of pure bliss shone from Li Lu's eyes. In the next second, however, she shook her head, declining. "I want to accompany Master, staying here at the sacred Fortune Mountain to cultivate." She smiled like a blooming flower, changing the subject. "Come, I'll bring you to see Master. He might really accept you as an unnamed disciple." Watching Li Lu's mischievously cute expression, it reminded Huang Xiaolong of her past self. But her latter joking words put a wry smile on his face. This girl knew full well that he didn't come here to take some disciple exam. Even if he really took the exam, would the Fortune Gate ancestor dare to take him in as a disciple? However, since he was already here at the sacred Fortune Mountain, paying his respects to the elders was courtesy. Moreover, he did have a purpose in seeing the Fortune Gate ancestor. Just as Li Lu was about to lead Huang Xiaolong to her master's place, Wu Zhen, who had been standing at the side, blocked their way, saying to Li Lu, "7th junior sister, he hasn't passed the second part of the exam. Suddenly bringing him to see Master? Isn't the sequence wrong? If Master is angered at that time." Li Lu pointed at Huang Xiaolong, very simply stated, "His name is Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong. Wu Zhen and the disciples around him were stunned at first, then shocked, then filled with dread. Wu Zhen retreated several steps back in reflex, as if Huang Xiaolong was a giant desolate beast. And those cultivators who discussed right in front of him whether he and Li Lu had already XXX, felt their legs give out, nearly pissing their pants. Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at these people, following closely at Li Lu's side as both of them flew toward the Fortune Gate ancestors' cultivation dwelling in the sacred Fortune Mountain. The Fortune Gate ancestors' cultivation dwelling wasn't located at the peak of the mountain, but halfway up. A dozen minutes later, the two of them arrived. On the way here, neither of them spoke a word. Huang Xiaolong was enjoying the faint fragrance coming from Li Lu's body. After waiting momentarily outside the elders' cultivation dwelling, Li Lu, who had gone in, returned in less than a minute following behind a lean, black-haired old man. The Fortune Gate ancestor stopped several steps from Huang Xiaolong, greeting, "Union Chief Huang comes from afar. This Xu Yong is late in welcoming. I hope Union Chief Huang forgives." The Fortune Gate ancestor introduced himself as Xu Yong in front of Huang Xiaolong, humbling himself. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Li Lu, seeing that she was looking at him as well, albeit nervously. He understood that she was afraid of any conflict arising between him and her master. Huang Xiaolong smiled, reassuring her, then nodded and exchanged a few polite words with the Fortune Gate ancestor. Li Lu was visibly relieved. The Fortune Gate ancestor then invited him inside. Huang Xiaolong's purpose coming here, other than to see Li Lu, was related to the Vermilion Bird Institute principal Qiu Baifei, as well as ancestors and patriarchs from the 4 galaxies who had come to submit to the Fortune Gate in the past and were still hiding behind the Fortune Gate's walls. The other purpose was to tie up this loose end. The Fortune Gate ancestors' cultivation dwelling wasn't surrounded by rare spiritual herbs or fruits. It was merely the most common dried grass hut, built with easily obtained ordinary wood, simple, plain, very much resembling a hidden Shangri-La. This was something unexpected for Huang Xiaolong. In all truthfulness, he had assumed that with the Fortune Gate ancestor status, His cultivation dwelling would be grand and lavish, majestic, closer to a heavenly palace. Shortly after he and the Fortune Gate ancestor sat down, Huang Xiaolong stated the purpose of his visit. After stating his intention, the Fortune Gate ancestor barely hesitated. He turned slightly towards Li Lu, who was standing close to him. "Luer, take my fortune medallion and make a trip with Union Chief Huang to the Tong Prefecture City." The Vermilion Bird Institute principal Qiu Baifei and others from the 4 galaxies were precisely hiding in the Fortune World's Tong Prefecture City. Having Li Lu to accompany Huang Xiaolong indicated that the Fortune Gate ancestor agreed to Huang Xiaolong's request to round up Qiu Baifei's group and let him do as he saw fit. This was within Huang Xiaolong's expectations. Qiu Baifei's group weren't Fortune Gate disciples, only a batch of people that came seeking their protection. Moreover, that group of people merely consisted of low-level High God Realm cultivators. As long as the Fortune Gate ancestor did not have something wrong with his head, it would be impossible for him to offend Huang Xiaolong just for that. Li Lu received the fortune medallion from her master's hand and respectfully saluted before leaving, leading Huang Xiaolong out from the sacred Fortune Mountain to the Tong Prefecture City. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Tong Prefecture City, Qiu Baifei and He Fifan were dual cultivating with several Fortune Gate female disciples. When they saw him appear, their faces drained of color and everything else wilted. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong had cleansed the world off Qiu Baifei, He Fifan, and then some. With Li Lu holding the fortune medallion, no one tried to hinder or attack Huang Xiaolong, greatly reducing his troubles. After dealing with Qiu Baifei's group, Huang Xiaolong did not leave the Fortune World in a hurry, staying at the sacred Fortune Mountain for 10 days. In these 10 days, he had 3 sparring sessions with the Fortune Gate ancestor. As for the result, no one knew except the 2 of them. Since the Fortune Gate ancestor did not reveal anything, Li Lu and his other disciples dared not ask. However, after each sparring session, the Fortune Gate ancestor seemed much older than before. On the 11th day, Huang Xiaolong stood in front of the Fortune World's transmission array, looking at Li Lu. "You really aren't willing to return with me? Father and Mother both miss you, especially Mother. There's also Huang Min." Li Lu avoided Huang Xiaolong's gaze, subconsciously biting her lips, but she shook her head in the end. "Let's talk about this later." Huang Xiaolong sighed silently in his heart, knowing it was of no further use trying to persuade her. Thus he did not continue. They had time. What's more, this matter couldn't be rushed. At the very least, Li Lu wasn't averse to spending time alone with him. More importantly, when they were alone, there was no veil covering her face. To Huang Xiaolong, this was good enough for now. As an afterthought, he took out a spatial ring. As he gave it to Li Lu, he said, "Inside this are 10,000 sacred grade immortal spirit stones, and 10 batches of rank 10 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills that I refined myself. 10,000 sacred grade immortal spirit stone. 10 batches of rank 10 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills." Waves of astonishment struck Li Lu's heart. Li Lu's natural reaction was to decline. Huang Xiaolong gently shook his head at her. "I know what you want to say, but I have ample amounts of sacred grade spirit stones and rank 10 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pills." He turned and stepped into the transmission array. The transmission array activated, and Huang Xiaolong's figure was already gone when its light dimmed, leaving only an echo of his words in the air. "I'll come see you again." Li Lu stared dazedly at the empty transmission array, her heart feeling similarly empty. She stood there dazed for a long time before her calm returned. Clenching the spatial ring tightly in her palm, she turned and flew back to the sacred Fortune Mountain. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong was back in the Divine Dan City. Even though he was back in the Abundant Deities Manor, Huang Xiaolong was reminiscing about the 10 days he spent with Li Lu at the sacred Fortune Mountain. The lines of her delicate face, every faint smile of her cherry lips replayed before Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Shi Xiaofei approached him from behind, her voice soft and comforting. "About younger sister Li Lu's matter, don't think too much about it. She will come around." Huang Xiaolong nodded, quietly reaching out to hold Shi Xiaofei's small hands in his. He broke the silence 5 minutes later, saying, I'll set off for the path to hell the day after tomorrow. It may take 3 years or even longer. In my absence, you, father, mother, and everyone else shouldn't leave the divine Dan City. Although with Huang Xiaolong's current status and influence, there shouldn't be anyone who would dare harm his family. Being extra careful wouldn't hurt. Sure, Xiaofei nodded in an obedient manner. Don't worry about us. We'll take care of ourselves. The path to hell is laden with dangers at every corner. Be very careful. You must safely return. Huang Xiaolong pulled Shi Xiaofei into his arms. Don't worry. I'll definitely come back. The icebound galaxy stood out as one of the most bizarre places amongst numerous galaxies in space. This was due to the peculiar black ice present everywhere. Black ice drifted down from the void above, raging endlessly over the icebound galaxies, several tens of thousands of world surfaces and planets. This black ice contained vigorous yin-chi that was hard to block out even for a late 10th order God realm cultivator. In less than a quarter of an hour, they would be reduced to an ice sculpture. That was why only high God realm masters dared to venture into the icebound galaxy. Most of all, located at the far end of this place was the infamous path to hell. Space rippled above an uninhabited planet within the icebound galaxy as a figure stepped out. It was Huang Xiaolong. He spent 2 days with his family in Divine Dan City after returning from the Sacred Fortune Mountain, then set off to the path to hell. Huang Xiaolong maneuvered through the icebound galaxy's drifting black ice, passing through countless stark, gloomy, and cold world surfaces as they became smaller and smaller behind him. He continued on without using the 4 divine fires or any other flames to dispel the coldness from the black ice, allowing it to fall on his body. Increase the yin-chi in these sheets of black ice by 100 times and they still wouldn't be able to weaken Huang Xiaolong's current true divine dragon physique. He didn't transform into his primordial divine dragon form, nor did he hurry using greater space teleportation, just flying across space normally. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong reached the other end of the icebound galaxy. A path that stretched wider than the eyes could see, built from entirely black soil. The path to hell was in sight. A purplish chi shrouded most of the path to hell, akin to a giant chaos space beast concealing itself in the vast space with its mammoth of a black hole-like mouth stretched wide waiting for prey. Huang Xiaolong continued flying toward the path to hell. As he was getting closer, at the Sacred Fortune Mountain, a Fortune Gate female disciple was reporting to Li Lu. Senior sister, we've discovered that only one place has yin-yang godly water, the path to hell. As for where exactly, we were unable to find out. Li Lu's brows wrinkled a little. The path to hell. All right, you can leave. Yes, senior sister. After the female disciple left, Li Lu muttered to herself. It seems I need to make a trip to the path to hell. Since the yin-yang godly water could only be found in that place, she absolutely had to go. As long as she acquired the yin-yang godly water, she would be able to balance the yin and yang forces inside her to the most optimum state. Not long after the Fortune Gate female disciple left, a young man clad in a light blue robe with a holier-than-thou air walked in. Eldest senior brother. Seeing this young man appear, Li Lu greeted. This light blue-robed young man was precisely the Fortune Gate ancestor's eldest disciple, Panjin. Junior sister, I heard that you're searching for the whereabouts of yin-yang godly water, said Panjin. Li Lu did not conceal the matter. Yes, I've just found out that it's on the path to hell. I'm planning to make a trip over there. Panjin's expression immediately turned grim. The path to hell. Junior sister, you have no idea how perilous the path to hell is. Even a 10th order high god realm master cannot guarantee the certainty of coming out alive once entered. And you? Li Lu's attitude did not waver. Determination shone in her eyes as she shook her head at Panjin. Eldest senior brother, don't try to persuade me. I've already decided. Panjin sighed, sounding unusually heavy. You really don't have the slightest feelings for me? Li Lu shook her head again, saying, Eldest senior brother, I have said it very clearly to you. I know you've been very good to me in the years I've been here, but I only see you as my brother. Panjin's voice became gloomy with an edged sharpness within. Is it like the rumors outside are saying? Because of that Huang Xiaolong? Pan Zhun had always thought that as long as he persevered, there would be a day when his feelings would get through to Li Lu, but the heavens seemed to be playing him. Over a decade ago, during the Alchemist Grandmaster Grand Competition, rumors about Li Lu and Huang Xiaolong suddenly began flying around. At that moment, Pan Zhun finally understood why she had been refusing him in the past. That was because there was already a man in her heart, and he had always occupied her heart. Li Lu didn't answer, sighing, "Eldest senior brother, why do this to yourself?" Anger seeped into Pan Zhun's voice. "I won't give up on you. Even if that Huang Xiaolong kills me, I'm not giving up." He turned briskly and left. Li Lu watched the blue-robed figure disappear from view. Back in his own cultivation dwelling, Pan Zhun tersely sat down, a chilling coldness in his eyes. Without any indication, his fingers crushed the wine cup close to his hand into fine dust. His face distorted due to anger, bordering insanity. "Huang Xiaolong, if I can't get it, you won't be able to get it either. Since it's like that, Li Lu, don't blame this eldest senior brother for being ruthless. Even though I can't get your heart, your body is mine. I'll wait until she arrives at the path to hell before making a move." The echoes of delirious laughter traveled out from Pan Zhun's cultivation dwelling. Icebound galaxy. Huang Xiaolong slowly floated down onto the start of the path to hell. Looking onward, the path in front of him was shrouded with a thick layer of Yin ghost qi. One could hardly see if there was really an end to this road. As it was built from black star soil, the path itself was mottled with faint glittering starlight. However, the starlight here was different from the usual romantic concept in the world outside, clear and bright. The starlight on this path gave a nefarious, frigid feeling. Huang Xiaolong entered the path to hell in a flicker, flying onward. The thick Yin ghost qi floating in this place was highly corrosive and toxic, but Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to create a protective god force barrier around himself, letting it brush past his true divine dragon physique as he flew further in. At this point, here in the lower realm, there were very few things that could physically harm Huang Xiaolong's body. As he continued flying deeper in, all that entered his sight was withered grass, black dead tree trunks, and barren hills. Occasionally, he could see one or two bones of some beast that he didn't recognize. Not a trace of life could be seen around him. It was a desiccated landscape filled death and desolation. Half a day's time went by swiftly. Even so, Huang Xiaolong was still on the periphery of the path. Thus he rarely ran into any Yin ghosts. It was as if there was no end to this path to hell. It was a vast mainland in itself, exceeding the 4 galaxies combined by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. It was hard for Huang Xiaolong to imagine how this path to hell came to be. Just how much black star soil was used to form such a vast and boundless land. The crucial question was, what kind of power made such a vast amount of black star soil merge together, forming this path to hell? Everything was a mystery. Daylight in the path to hell gradually diminished. This place also had day and night. Although there was no sunlight on the path to hell, the surrounding environment was usually dark gray. When night fell, the waves of Yin ghost qi rushing out from the void above were 10 times denser than the day, truly a blanket of the darkness. When night came, it was akin to falling into the darkest abyss. Huang Xiaolong immediately discovered that both his divine sense and the extent of his eyesight was greatly impeded at night. Well, at least his god force was spared. He looked around and decided to find a place to rest for the night, continuing onward when daylight arrived. After all, there were about 7 months left until the said 5-year deadline. There was no haste. Huang Xiaolong surveyed his current surroundings, descending to an empty space in front of a high cliff wall. With a punch, he quickly created a cave and entered it in a flicker. The mountains in the path to hell were extremely hard, reaching the point where a low-level high god realm master could hardly shatter a 10-meter-tall boulder. What Huang Xiaolong had just done, punching out a resting cave with his fist while not affecting other areas of the mountain, was unheard of. Huang Xiaolong arranged a simple defensive formation around the cave entrance, then sat down cross-legged to meditate, circulating his 4 divine fires. The shimmering gray energy flowed out, entering his body. Although he had a defensive formation set up, he still separated a fraction of his attention to keep watch outside the cave. Roughly 3 hours later, the defensive formation glowed from an impact, enduring an attack from something. Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating, got up on his feet, and went out to the entrance. When he reached the cave entrance, he saw several Yin ghosts gathering their ghost force to attack his defensive formation. The Yin ghosts on the path to hell were about 3 to 4 times the size of a human with flesh and blood. However, both their flesh and blood were as black as ink. The group of Yin ghosts attacking his defensive formation was average in terms of strength, between mid and late 10th order God realm. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to move his hands, directly sending out a soul force sword that pierced through their bodies, completely destroying their souls. However, several hours later, another group of Yin ghosts came knocking at his cave. Huang Xiaolong frowned, obviously upset. How did these Yin ghosts find him? Logically speaking, with the defensive formation outside his cave, these Yin ghosts that only had God realm strength shouldn't be able to detect him. The troubling thing was that these Yin ghosts' soul did not retain memories like a human did. Even if Huang Xiaolong scoured their souls, he wouldn't find much information. After several groups of Yin ghost attack, morning arrived. Huang Xiaolong continued traveling onward. As he got deeper into the path to hell, the frequency of Yin ghosts appearing greatly increased, some even having strength equal to low-level high god realm human cultivators. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong descended on a mountain peak. He had just spotted a small village across the foothills of the mountain opposite him. There was actually a village like this on the path to hell? This was truly a surprise for Huang Xiaolong. He observed for a moment before flying towards the village. 2 breaths later, Huang Xiaolong reached the village's entrance. It seems there were several defensive and attack formations laid out around the village's perimeter. Those formations might be able to keep out those God Realm and low-level High God Realm Yin ghosts, but in Huang Xiaolong's eyes they were non-existent. As he did not conceal his presence when descending at the village entrance, Huang Xiaolong's arrival immediately alerted the villagers inside. Several figures flew out from various directions, blocking his entry. "Who are you? What is your purpose coming to our ghost curb village?" Several people bellowed at Huang Xiaolong, extremely wary. Judging from their expressions, they were ready to pounce on him if he dared to make any uninvited moves. Huang Xiaolong wasn't upset by their reactions. These people in front of him were wearing clothes made from some unknown beast's skin, inscribed with profound symbols that actually formed a kind of defensive formation. The weaker ones have cultivations of first order and second order high god realm on average. Huang Xiaolong thought as his gaze swept over them. "I've just entered the path to hell from outside, passing by this place by coincidence. So I approach hoping to inquire some information about the ghost refining sect." Huang Xiaolong was frank from the upfront. The ghost refining sect. The moment these villagers heard the ghost refining sect's name, their faces became several shades whiter due to extreme fear, their pupils constricting. "I see. A newly arrived guest from outside, but we don't know anything about the ghost refining sect. You'd better hurry and leave," one of the villagers, a middle-aged man, advised. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong was someone who came from outside the path to hell, these villagers were clearly relieved, their tension and wariness slightly reduced. However, the mention of the ghost refining sect brought another kind of fear in them, strongly refusing to talk to Huang Xiaolong about it. Huang Xiaolong did not leave immediately as requested. Instead, he took out 10 top divine grade spirit stones, letting them float in the air, saying, "Answer me one question, and I will give you 1 top divine grade spirit stone." He enticed. Top divine grade spirit stone. Staring fixedly at the 10 top divine grade spirit stones floating in front of Huang Xiaolong, the villager's eyes turned feverish. "What do you want to know?" A few minutes passed in hesitation before the same middle-aged villager finally spoke. "I want to know where the ghost refining sect is." Huang Xiaolong asked. It was crucial to know the location or at least the general direction of the ghost refining sect. The middle-aged villager shook his head. "This we don't know. Not only us, among the other villages or sects here in the path to hell, no one does." He took a quick glance at the 10 top divine grade spirit stones in front of Huang Xiaolong. But there's a person that might know. Huang Xiaolong inwardly brightened. Who? The middle-aged villager replied, The infernal ghost messenger. The infernal ghost messenger? Huang Xiaolong looked bemused by the term. Watching Huang Xiaolong's expression, the middle-aged villager explained, The infernal ghost messenger is, in fact, a cultivator of the ghost refining sect. After a period of time, the ghost refining sect will send out infernal ghost messengers to the villagers and sects in the path to hell to collect top-grade infernal soul stones. However, these infernal ghost messengers are very strong. The word is, every infernal ghost messenger has the strength of a peak late 10th order high god real master. Peak late 10th order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong was a little amazed. Just the ghost refining sect's infernal ghost messengers possessed such level of strength. When are these infernal ghost messengers coming out next? Huang Xiaolong asked. The middle-aged villager glanced at the floating top-grade divine spirit stones, not answering Huang Xiaolong. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong flicked 2 spirit stones toward him. Holding the 2 top divine grade spirit stones in his hands, the middle-aged villager's face split into a wide grin and went on to answer Huang Xiaolong's previous question. We cannot say for sure when those infernal ghost messengers will come out next time, for the times the messenger is sent out varies. The shortest gap in between was 10 years, sometimes it was 20 years, even 30. Last time the infernal ghost messengers came out was 8 years ago. I'm familiar with an elder of the Golden God Shrine, that is how I came to know this. Whereas, of the other village's people, not many will know these things. A faint frown appeared between Huang Xiaolong's brows. 8 years ago? That is to say, the next time those infernal ghost messengers come out will be at least 2 years later. But there were only several months left until the agreed fight he had with the ghost refining sect young lord. He couldn't afford to wait another 2 years. Huang Xiaolong subsequently asked the middle-aged villager more questions related to the ghost refining sect and other things, which the middle-aged villager answered what he knew. But there were few questions he didn't know the answer to. Over an hour later, Huang Xiaolong left the village. Although the middle-aged villager did not have a lot of information related to the ghost refining sect, his answers were enough to provide Huang Xiaolong a general understanding of the path to hell. Even though there weren't many sects established in the path to hell, counting the small and medium-range forces, there were more than 3,000. Amongst them, over 100 were first-rank forces. There was only one super force here. It stood at the top of the hierarchy, the monarch of path to hell, the ghost refining sect. In truth, there were actually 6 super forces in this place. Several tens of millennia ago, the ghost refining sect subjugated the other 5 super forces, integrating them into their own sect. It was unknown how they accomplished that. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong's expression grew pensive. The ghost refining sect's overall strength was far more formidable than he had imagined. Imagine how powerful 5 super forces that stood at the same height as the Fortune Gate or Wangu clan were combined. Not to mention that the ghost refining sect was already a super force itself to begin with. They now possessed the unified strength of 6 super forces. Huang Xiaolong guessed that those infernal ghost messenger status inside the ghost refining sect was probably quite high, most likely only taking orders directly from the sect master. Another point was, the ghost refining sect may have a great number of high god realm masters, but not many of them were peak late 10th order high god realm. Huang Xiaolong believed that, with his current strength, he would be able to defeat the ghost refining sect young lord if they battled again. What he was worried about right now was the current sect master. Some time back, when he was at the Sacred Fortune Mountain visiting Li Lu, he had asked the Fortune Gate ancestor about the ghost refining sect's power. The Fortune Gate ancestor told him that the Wangu clan ancestor had ventured inside the path to hell several thousand years ago, where he came across the ghost refining sect master. They battled, and the Wangu clan ancestor lost miserably. It was a fortunate matter that the Wangu clan ancestor was wearing their Wangu clan's heritage divine armor and cultivated an ancient escaping art, escaping death by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, he would forever remain in the path to hell. This incident sent waves of shock through the world. After all, the Wangu clan ancestor was hailed as the strongest person in numerous galaxies. A person of that standing barely escaped from the ghost refining sect master's hand? At one time, mentioning the ghost refining sect master, the Wangu clan ancestor said this, "Not a heavenly god yet more powerful than a heavenly god. Not a heavenly god yet more powerful than a heavenly god." Meaning to say, although the ghost refining sect master was still in the high god realm, his true strength had exceeded the average first-order heavenly god masters. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of a ruined city. More likely than not, this ruined city was the remnant of an exterminated sect. In this half a month, Huang Xiaolong had been searching tirelessly for the ghost refining sect's location, but to no avail. He did come across some disciples from small and medium forces with deplorable knowledge about the ghost refining sect. Shortly after Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of this ruined city, there was someone fleeing out from it at rapid speed. Chasing right behind him were several fierce beasts with their jaws wide open, snapping with their sharp teeth. While chasing their prey, these several fierce beasts breathed out black ghost chi from their mouths, with hints of poisonous green chi amongst it. As that figure spotted Huang Xiaolong, excitement spread over his face as he accelerated in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Watching that figure accelerating towards him, Huang Xiaolong's forehead creased slightly. He could already guess what scheme the other side was trying to play out. It was clear as day that the figure wanted to unload those fierce beasts chasing him onto Huang Xiaolong, using Huang Xiaolong as a shield to block those fierce beasts so he could escape. Even if Huang Xiaolong's strength wasn't sufficient, it would be enough to delay those fierce beasts for a short while, which was enough to increase his own chances of escaping. As the fleeing figure closed in, Huang Xiaolong could see that he was a middle-aged man with a round face and small beady eyes. A single look at this middle-aged man and one could tell this was a scheming, calculating person. From the distance, the middle-aged man shouted, "Hey brother, which sect's disciple are you from? How about we cooperate and kill these ignorant, fierce beasts? I'll split half the treasures inside the city with you." Afraid that Huang Xiaolong would not help him, the middle-aged man threw out a bait, claiming there was some sort of treasure. Huang Xiaolong suddenly lifted an arm, his palm striking out. In one move, the several fierce beasts that were pursuing the middle-aged man split into pieces. Flesh and blood shot out like arrows. In the next second, several black shadows escaped from the divided body parts. The fierce beasts in souls. The fierce beasts in the path to hell didn't have godheads. Only the Een soul. Their Een souls were similar to the ghost souls of ghost creatures. The ghost chi within the fierce beasts from the path to hell was an innate factor. Due to this, they were also called ghost beasts. Seeing the several fierce beasts Een souls trying to flee, Huang Xiaolong's hand extended, causing a powerful attractive force to bind them and bring them to him. Then, his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power came to life, swallowing them in an instant, converting them into god force. In fact, Ghost King's blood pact mandate that Huang Xiaolong had obtained back in Martial Spirit World also allowed him to devour all kinds of ghost creatures. It was just that the technique's devouring speed was a lot slower compared to his archdevil supreme godhead. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong did not use the blood pact mandate technique. The middle-aged man watched with mouth agape. Then his body couldn't stop shuddering. Each one of those fierce beasts chasing him just now was almost as strong as a fourth-order high god realm human master. But all of them were killed in an instant, and that black-haired young man could actually devour their Een souls. Could he be? The middle-aged man's throat suddenly felt itchy from dryness. He swallowed several times before very cautiously stepping toward Huang Xiaolong, extremely polite as he inquired, "May I know which sect senior is from?" "This one is a spiriting demon gates elder, Zhao Yuqing." Spiriting demon gates elder Zhao Yuqing? Huang Xiaolong observed the middle-aged man for a moment, then said, "I just entered the path to hell from outside. Tell me, what is that so-called treasure you mentioned just now?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Then an obvious expression of relief appeared on his face when he heard Huang Xiaolong say he was from the outside. He then hurried to answer, replying to Senior's question, "This ruined city used to be the path to hell's mad ghost sect, a first-rank force in the path to hell in the past. Its overall strength was the highest after the 6 super forces, but it was destroyed by the ghost refining sect later on. But some time ago, I happened to read from an old record that the Mad Ghost sect has one secret treasury hidden somewhere in the city. That's why I am here, trying to search for it. But who would have thought that several fierce beasts would appear just as I found the treasure? Fortunately, there was Senior to lend a helping hand just now. Otherwise, I'd have been torn to pieces by them. Mad Ghost sect? Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. Take me there. Yes, Senior. The spiriting Demon Gate's elder Zhao Yuqing immediately complied with respect and dared not play any tricks. He flew into the ruined city, leading the way for Huang Xiaolong. As they flew into the city, Huang Xiaolong observed his surroundings. Although the city was badly damaged, from the architecture of these buildings, he could see the majestic shadow of a powerful, ancient sect. On the way, they ran into a few ghosts of third-order high god realm strength. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered with this level of prey, flicking out a sliver of fire element god force to incinerate them in an instant. Low-level high god realm ghost's energy was too poor in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Even if he devoured 10,000 of them, his strength would barely increase. Watching Huang Xiaolong easily exterminate a group of third-order high god realm ghosts, Elder Zhao Yuqing was so terrified that he dared not even think about anything else. Roughly a little more than an hour later, he brought Huang Xiaolong to a desolate courtyard. Upon arriving, Elder Zhao Yuqing made a hard-to-understand hand seal, hitting it to the air. A black space tunnel appeared in front of them. Without delay, both of them flashed into the tunnel. The scenery changed before their eyes. They had arrived in a several thousand square meters magnificent hall. All the drawers lining up the four walls were filled to the brim with various kinds of medicinal pellets. With a sweep of his divine sense, Huang Xiaolong discovered that more than half of these medicinal pellets were sacred-grade divine pills that had been lost in the flow of time. Moreover, most of them were rank 8 and 9 tribulation-grade divine pellets. Right at the center of the great hall was a bone-thin old man, sitting cross-legged. From the appearance of his attire, he had probably been a Mad Ghost sect expert, a peak late 10th order high god realm master before his death. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense swept over the old man, confirming that he was truly dead. The old man's godhead was shattered into a dozen pieces. Shattered by a person's palm force. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly shocked. This Mad Ghost sect expert had been a peak late 10th order high god realm master before his death. The person who could shatter his godhead with a single palm. How terrifying was their strength. Huang Xiaolong had to admit that he himself might not be able to do it. In comparison to this old man who was a peak late 10th order high god realm master, the Devil Clan Patriarch Mo Dingtian, a mid-10th order high god realm master, was still significantly weaker. Had this old man been killed by the ghost refining sect master? The possibility flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. On the other hand, ever since he entered, Elder Zhao Yuchong had been staring at the drawers filled with top sacred-grade divine pellets with sparkling eyes. However, without Huang Xiaolong say so, he dared not touch them. Cultivation manuals were stacked high in a corner of the Great Hall. From the looks of it, most of them were the Mad Ghost Sect's Heritage Foundation. Huang Xiaolong put all the cultivation manuals and the Mad Ghost Sect expert's body into his Azure ring. As for the medicinal pellets, he took half and left the other half to Zhao Yuqing. Zhao Yuqing quickly thanked Huang Xiaolong, full of gratitude, without a word or a flicker of dissatisfaction. Of course, even if he did feel any resentment, he wouldn't dare to show it in front of Huang Xiaolong. Half an hour later, the two people exited through the black space tunnel. Huang Xiaolong asked his question casually. I have something else to ask you. Do you know where the Ghost Refining Sect's location is? Senior wants to go to the Ghost Refining Sect? Zhao Yuqing was flabbergasted. Yes. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Zhao Yuqing lowered his head, then said, Senior, although this junior doesn't know where the Ghost Refining Sect's location, I do know something. The other day, the Ghost Refining Sect sent a message to our spiriting Demon Gate's ancestor and patriarch, ordering them to head to the Ghost Refining Sect to participate in their next sect master succession ceremony. Huang Xiaolong really didn't have hopes he'd get any useful information, merely asking in an offhand manner. But the result was surprising. If Senior wants to go to the ghost refining sect, I can bring Senior to see my spiriting demon gate's ancestor and patriarch, Zhao Yuqing added. Receiving Huang Xiaolong's nod of agreement, Zhao Yuqing led him out from the ruined city, rushing back to the spiriting demon gates. As they traveled, Huang Xiaolong asked Zhao Yuqing about matters related to the upcoming ghost refining sect master succession ceremony. Although what Zhao Yuqing knew was limited, from their conversation, Huang Xiaolong was able to gather that it wasn't just the spiriting demon gates that received the order. Other first-rank forces also received it. To Huang Xiaolong, this was a piece of good news. The higher the number of people who attended, the less conspicuous Huang Xiaolong would be, increasing his chances of rescuing the ascending moon old man. 2 days later, led by Zhao Yuqing, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the spiriting demon gates. One thing he did not expect was the fact that the spiriting demon gates was built in the middle of a primeval forest. Clusters of high and low buildings weaved between ancient towering trees. The spiriting demon gates prohibited outsiders from entering their grounds, but with Zhao Yuqing's elder status, those patrolling spiriting demon gates disciples dared not block their way. Although they dared not block Zhao Yuqing and Huang Xiaolong's way, one of them was sent to quickly inform the elder on duty. Thus, a short while after Huang Xiaolong appeared in the spiriting demon gates, a figure flew toward them from their front, halting Zhao Yuqing and Huang Xiaolong in their steps. This person blocking their path wore the same spiriting demon gate's elder robe as Zhao Yuqing's. He had a bear of a figure with a long face and small eyes. His face truly resembled a giraffe's face. Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Yuqing's face darkened in an instant, speaking in a low, threatening tone. Ever since Zhao Yuqing injured this Yuan in the last spiriting demon gate's internal competition, they had been butting heads everywhere. Yuan chuckled, laced with menace as he glanced at Huang Xiaolong before turning back to Zhao Yuqing, saying, Zhao Yuqing, it's not like you don't know that our spiriting demon gates prohibits outsiders from entering the grounds unless they have the patriarch or ancestor's token. Zhao Yuqing's expression turned ugly. Yuan turned to Huang Xiaolong again. His voice hardened. Brat, you've heard me. Without the patriarch or the ancestor's token, no outsider is allowed to enter our spiriting demon gates. You can get lost now. Otherwise, you're deliberately trespassing into our spiriting demon gates territory. You know the consequences. Get lost. Hearing Yuan actually telling Huang Xiaolong to get lost, Zhao Yuqing became ashen, anxiously interjecting, Yuan, this senior is here to see our patriarch and ancestor. Immediately give way. Yuan laughed instead at Zhao Yuqing's words. Huh, what did you say? Just this skinny brat wants to see our patriarch and ancestor? Zhao Yuqing, do you think any stray cats or dogs you bring inside are qualified to meet with our patriarch and ancestor? At this time, Huang Xiaolong, who had been quiet so far, suddenly raised his hand and made a grabbing motion with his fingers. An overpowering force pulled Yuan right up to Huang Xiaolong, lifted into the air by his neck. Yuan was outraged and shocked at the same time, but his body's god force was suppressed by an unknown force, unable to struggle at all. You mongrel, release me now. How dare you come to my spiriting demon gates? Yuan roared, but before he could finish what he wanted to say, Huang Xiaolong exerted some force, crushing his neck. Subsequently, strands of god force flowed into his body, shattering Yuan's godhead, erasing him from existence. Without another look, Huang Xiaolong threw the body to the side. The spiriting demon gates patrolling disciples were dumbfounded seeing a corpse wearing the elder robes falling down on them. All of them were frozen in place from shock, forgetting to react. Zhao Yuqing was pale as a corpse. It happened so fast that it failed to register in his brain until it was too late. Go on. Huang Xiaolong nudged Zhao Yuqing. Yes, say senior. Please, this way. Zhao Yuqing snapped back to his senses, nodding fearfully, feeling flustered. Zhao Yuqing and Huang Xiaolong left, yet for a long time, the patrolling disciples were still rooted where they were. A short while later, Zhao Yuqing brought Huang Xiaolong to their patriarch's cultivation palace. However, their arrival was also blocked at the entrance by the guarding disciples. One of the disciples said, The patriarch and ancestor are discussing important matters. They aren't not seeing anyone right now. Huang Xiaolong walked straight in as if he did not hear him. Just as that disciple wanted to reprimand Huang Xiaolong, he realized to his horror that his entire body was out of his own control, unable to move even a finger. He couldn't utter a sound. Watching Huang Xiaolong stride in without a care, Zhao Yuqing's heart constricted with anxiety. Unable to think of a solution, he gritted his teeth and chased up to Huang Xiaolong, entering as well. Inside the palace hall, the spiriting demon gate's ancestor Gao Yuan and patriarch Fan Yuxiao were in the midst of discussing the upcoming ghost refining sect master succession ceremony when a flustered Zhao Yuqing swaggered in behind a black-haired young man. After a split second of being caught off guard, the two most distinguished people in the spiriting demon gates were enraged. Insolent! Zhao Yuqing, who gave you the guts to barge in here? The spiriting demon gate's patriarch Fan Yuxiao bellowed. Zhao Yuqing flinched, turning bloodlessly white. He was kneeling, stammering, "Patriarch, I'm wrong da. It's. After what seemed half a day of its, Zhao Yuqing pitifully found that he didn't know how to answer. Right at this moment, there was a reaction from Patriarch Fan Yuxiao's communication talisman. When he took it out and checked, his face darkened. A piercing cold glint appeared in his eyes as he glared daggers at Huang Xiaolong. "Brat, you really have guts. Trespassing into my spiriting demon gates and killing an elder." Just now, he received a disciple's report that the black-haired young man had killed Elder Du Yuan. Hearing what Fan Yuxiao had said, Ancestor Gao Yuan rose to his feet, God force surging around him. His eyes narrowed coldly. "Mid-8th Order High God Realm? Should I say you're courageous to make trouble in my spiriting demon gates with this level of strength? Little runt, which sect are you from?" His divine sense was locked onto Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong dared to make any move, he would not hesitate to end Huang Xiaolong's life there and then. Gao Yuan himself was an early 10th Order High God Realm master. It was only natural for him not to put a mere mid-8th Order High God Realm runt in his eyes. Zhao Yuqing was unable to see through Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. He had assumed that Huang Xiaolong was a 10th Order High God Realm master, but hearing from his ancestor's mouth that he was just a mid-8th Order High God Realm master, his hanging heart relaxed. Then, he quickly stated, "Patriarch Ancestor, this brat has just entered the path to hell from outside." "Oh, from outside." The small feeling of scruple Patriarch Fan Yuxiao had was wiped away, the look in his eyes growing increasingly icy. Initially, had Huang Xiaolong been a grand elder of other first-rank forces in the path to hell, Fan Yuxiao might need to consider it twice before killing him. Now, all that was irrelevant. "Ancestor, Patriarch, I happen to know that this brat has a kind of secret art that can devour souls." Zhao Yuqing spilled out, trumpeting his meritorious deed. Zhao Yuqing saw Huang Xiaolong devour those souls before and assumed it was due to a certain art he cultivated. An art that can devour souls. Both the spiriting demon gate's patriarch and ancestor trembled with ecstasy. They knew very well that one of the reasons why the ghost refining sect master was so powerful was precisely because they cultivated an art that allowed them to devour the souls of ghost beasts and ghosts. In this path to hell, what they didn't lack were ghost beasts and ghosts. As long as they acquired an art that could devour souls, it was equal to coming into possession a horrifying amount of cultivation resources. Possessing a peerless method that could increase their strength at rapid speed. The spiriting demon gate's ancestor was generous in his praise. "Elder Zhao, after I detain this runt and scour his soul, if it is proven that there is indeed such an art, you can freely choose 10 items from the spiriting demon gate's treasury." Zhao Yuqing beamed. "Many thanks, Ancestor." The spiriting demon gate's ancestor Gao Yuan turned his attention back to Huang Xiaolong. "Runt, what are your last words? Today, this ancestor's mood isn't bad. I can give you a chance to say your last words." But Huang Xiaolong shook his head silently and struck out with his palm. In the next second, the good mood of ancestor Gao Yuan disappeared as he was sent flying across the hall, half embedded into a stone pillar. Huang Xiaolong had excellent control over the amount of force he exerted in that palm strike, so it didn't instantly kill the spiriting demon gate's ancestor in one strike. merely shattering all of his bones and internal organ. This abrupt change in front of them dazed Patriarch Fan Yuxiao and Zhao Yuqing, who was still immersed in the joy of the spiriting Demon Gate's ancestors' promise of 10 items from the treasury. The hall fell into a strange, heavy silence. A dozen of breaths later, Patriarch Fan Yuxiao and Elder Zhao Yuqing recovered from their shock, finally registering what just took place. Their faces were ashen gray and their bodies started shaking unknowingly. Unprecedented fear seized their hearts. Zhao Yuqing's legs weakened in fear, dropping to his knees and pleading, Say, Senior, have mercy, just end now, I wasn't what? Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed with coldness. Zhao Yuqing's mouth opened and closed, unable to come up with a suitable answer, causing his trembling to worsen. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed with renewed iciness. I hate ungrateful people like you the most. After all, Huang Xiaolong had saved him from being ripped apart by ghost beasts. And now, Zhao Yuqing was quick to repay kindness with evil without hesitation. With that said, Huang Xiaolong's absolute soul finger, combined with a fraction of the black tortoise divine fire, shot out, penetrating Zhao Yuqing's forehead. The black tortoise divine fire incinerated his soul, then spread throughout his body. In a split second, only a pile of gray ash was left of Zhao Yuqing. However, Huang Xiaolong kept the spiriting Demon Gate's patriarch and ancestor alive, giving them the option of submitting to him. After witnessing Huang Xiaolong's horrifying strength, both men chose to submit. This result came as no surprise to Huang Xiaolong. He threw a rank 9 tribulation grade myriad cure holy pill to the spiriting Demon Gate's ancestor to heal his injuries. Then he branded their soul seas. When this was done, Huang Xiaolong had them assemble all Grand Elders and Elders in the hall. Under the joint orders from the Patriarch and Ancestor, all of the spiriting Demon Gate's Grand Elders and Elders assembled in the hall under 10 minutes. However, when they arrived at the hall and saw that the person sitting in the Patriarch's chair was a strange black-haired young man while their Patriarch and Ancestor were respectfully standing at both sides, their hearts drummed with astonishment and suspicions. No one was able to guess Huang Xiaolong's identity, and at the same time, no one dared to reprimand him for sitting there. But the tension finally exploded when their Patriarch and Ancestor referred to Huang Xiaolong as Master, telling them to submit to Huang Xiaolong. What? You want us to submit to an 8th Order High God Realm snot-nosed kid? Calling him Master? That's impossible. Almost immediately, an early 9th Order High God Realm Grand Elder thundered in fury. My words exactly. An 8th Order High God Realm brat, what qualifications does he have to want us to submit to him? This is literally the biggest joke in the universe. Since it's like this, I would rather withdraw from the spiriting Demon Gates. Another early 9th Order High God Realm Grand Elder took offense. More and more Grand Elders echoed the same sentiment. The hall turned rowdy in an instant. The Elders remained quiet, standing where they were, planning to act according to the situation. Although the spiriting Demon Gates was one of the Path to Hell's first-rank forces, many of these Grand Elders were rogue cultivators to begin with, joining the sect at one point or another in their lives. Therefore, their sense of belonging to the sect wasn't strong at all. For these Grand Elders, withdrawing from the spiriting Demon Gates and joining other prominent sects was the same thing. After all, with their strength, any sect they went to in the Path to Hell was sure to welcome them with open arms. Huang Xiaolong shot a glance at the spiriting Demon Gate's Patriarch Fan Yuxiao and Ancestor Gao Yuan, who had ugly expressions on their faces. Sensing Huang Xiaolong's gaze, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. At this point, the first early 9th Order High God Realm Grand Elder who spoke out in objection turned and flew out from the hall, planning to leave. Huang Xiaolong didn't even look at his figure. His palm pressed down in the air and the early 9th Order High God Realm Grand Elder was smashed to the floor, causing the entire main hall to violently shake. The others in the hall saw that the Grand Elder who wanted to leave had lost his human shape. He was absolutely dead. Flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs were smeared across the floor, causing those who were about to do the same feel goosebumps down their necks, trembling quietly. Anyone else wants to leave? Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice sounded like the devil's whisper in their ears. Those who were clamoring they wanted to leave dared not move an inch. 1 hour later, other than a few grand elders who thought they were luckier than others and were killed by Huang Xiaolong as they tried to sneak away, the rest submitted without any suspense. After reigning in these spiriting demon gates grand elders and elders, Huang Xiaolong sent them away, leaving only the patriarch and ancestor in the hall. He took this time to understand more about the ghost refining sect and the upcoming sect master succession ceremony. Alas, what they knew was similar to what Huang Xiaolong had already heard from Zhao Yuqing. According to Fan Yuxiao and Gao Yuan, the ghost refining sect's order was to wait at a place called Blood Rain Valley 5 months later together with other first-rank forces heads and ancestors. When the time came, a ghost refining sect disciple would lead them where they need to go. 5 months. Huang Xiaolong repeated to himself this was the fastest and easiest method for now. He could only wait. At that time, he would change his face into the spiriting demon gate's ancestors and attend the ceremony with Patriarch Fan Yuxiao. Then, Huang Xiaolong inquired about the ancient devil clan's ancestor, Moisher. The ancient devil clan's ancestor Moisher. At the mention of Moisher's name, Fan Yuxiao and Gao Yuan had an incredulous expression. What is it? Huang Xiaolong urged after seeing their reaction. Replying to Master, this Moisher did appear in the path to hell some years back. The spiriting demon gate's ancestor was the one who answered Huang Xiaolong. At that time, a 5th Nether Sect's Grand Elder wasn't aware of his identity and offended him. Later on, in fury, he slaughtered his way to the 5th Nether Sect alone, gravely injuring their chief and ancestor. He also killed half of the 5th Nether Sect's masters. If it wasn't because they had help, I'm afraid the 5th Nether Sect would have been uprooted on that day by Moisher. Following that incident, Moisher disappeared. Some say he had entered the deepest region of the path to hell, the Sea of Hell, Gao Yuan added. Huang Xiaolong's brows were locked tightly together. This ancient devil clan ancestor actually entered the Sea of Hell. He knew of this place. According to rumors, as long as one crossed the Sea of Hell, they would arrive at the sealed entrance of Hell's ghost plane. However, the Sea of Hell was an extremely dangerous place. Although countless years had passed, there hasn't been anyone who succeeded. Since the ancient devil clan ancestor Moisher had gone to the Sea of Hell, Huang Xiaolong's course of action was limited. First came the matter with the refining ghost sect, rescuing his master, then he would go deal with Moisher at the Sea of Hell. Huang Xiaolong asked a few more questions related to the path to Hell's other first-rank forces before sending Fan Yuxiao and Gao Yuan away. Late night, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged at the center of the main hall, enshrouded in a radiant light. In front of him was the floating corpse of the Mad Ghost sect expert. Subjected to the Archdevil Supreme Godhead's devouring power, streams of blood essence and god force flew out from the Mad Ghost sect expert's corpse into Huang Xiaolong's body. Although this Mad Ghost sect expert had been dead for a long time, thus a fair amount of blood essence and god force had dissipated. They were far more powerful and abundant than someone like the ancient devil clan patriarch Mo Dingtian could possess. There was a seemingly small difference of a single level between late 10th order and peak late 10th order high god realm. However, in truth, the gap between the two was truly great. As Huang Xiaolong refined the Mad Ghost sect expert's blood essence and god force, gradually, gray-black vapors gathered around him. This was the frigid coldness expelled from Huang Xiaolong's body, as his infinite Buddha Supreme Godhead purified the ghost chi contained within the god force he absorbed. Thus, he remained in the spiriting demon gates, refining blood essence and god force as well as the rank 8 and 9 tribulation grade divine pellets he had found in the Mad Ghost sect's treasury. The days sped by and soon 1 month was gone. After completely refining the Mad Ghost sect expert's corpse and all the tribulation grade divine pellets, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had finally reached peak mid-8th order high god realm. Just one small step and he would be able to advance to late 8th order high god realm. When he finished refining the last rank 9 tribulation grade divine pellet, he shook his head wryly. These rank 8 and 9 tribulation grade divine pellets would be considered priceless treasure outside. the likes of which peak late 10th Order High God Realm Masters would fight head and fists for. An average 8th Order High God Realm Master would have advanced to late 9th Order, or even peak late 9th Order High God Realm after refining such a large amount of rank 8 and 9 Tribulation grade divine pellets. Yet his own cultivation merely rose to peak mid-8th Order High God Realm. The higher his cultivation reached, the more terrifying the amount of energy his 3 supreme godheads needed became. With every small improvement, the amount of energy he required made his heart palpitate. Huang Xiaolong had begun to suspect that he wouldn't be able to break through to 10th Order High God Realm in the lower realm. The amount of energy he would need to break through from peak late 9th Order to 10th Order High God Realm would exceed the amount any peak late 10th Order High God Realm would require to become a heavenly god by 10,000-fold. It could even reach 100,000-fold. Then, a thought wriggled its way into Huang Xiaolong's mind. With sparkling eyes, he wondered under his breath. I wonder what kind of treasures are inside the ghost refining sect. A sect that has ruled the path to hell for over 10 million years should definitely have some good things. Other treasures aside, just those top-grade infernal Een soul stones were good stuff that was hard to come by. The infernal Een stones were a kind of spirit stone naturally formed from the hell's cold Een spiritual energy. The formation of a single top-grade infernal Een stone took 3 to 4 million years. According to what the spiriting Demon Gate's ancestor told him, all the first-rank forces were required to pay a tribute of 1 top-grade infernal Een soul stone to the ghost refining sect every 10 years. In other words, in 10,000 years, they would receive 1,000 top-grade infernal Een soul stones. There were over 100 first-rank forces in the path to hell, drumming the numbers up to 100,000 and more. The ghost refining sect had lorded over the path to hell for more than 10 million years. Inside its treasury, the remaining top-grade infernal Een soul stones definitely reached a shocking amount. Even taking into consideration the ghost refining sect's sizable consumption, there would still be a lot remaining. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong decided that he must take a detour to the ghost refining sect's treasury when going there. If he could utilize all the resources inside the ghost refining sect's treasury, he had a feeling he could reach late 8th Order, peak late 8th Order, maybe even break through to 9th Order High God Realm. In the next 4 months, Huang Xiaolong would stay in at night, absorbing the shimmering gray energy. Whereas during the day he would go out, specifically searching for places where Een ghosts gathered, devouring those mid-level and above High God Realm Een ghosts. Later on, he became selective, no longer caring about the mid-level High God Realm Een ghosts. Only the high-level ones could enter his eyes. After 4 months, Huang Xiaolong's peak mid-8th Order High God Realm strength increased by a large margin, but it was still far from advancing to late 8th Order. During these months, under Huang Xiaolong's heavy investment of sacred-grade divine pellets and sacred-grade immortal spirit stones, the spiriting Demon Gate's elders and Grand Elders' strength rose at rapid speed. Even the spiriting Demon Gate's patriarch and ancestor Gao Yuan's strength saw visibly enhancement. On this day, Huang Xiaolong summoned the spiriting Demon Gate's patriarch and ancestor, instructing the ancestor to stay behind in the sect. Whereas Huang Xiaolong himself altered his physical appearance into Gao Yuan's and left with Patriarch Fan Yuxiao to the Blood Rain Valley. Although the Blood Rain Valley was a great distance away from the spiriting Demon Gate's primeval forest, with Huang Xiaolong using consecutive greater space teleportations, the two of them arrived at their destination in a short 2 hours. The Blood Rain Valley itself could only be considered a small valley several hundred li in radius. However, it was famous in the path to hell due to the blood rain that fell throughout the year here, never ending. By the time Huang Xiaolong and Fan Yuxiao arrived, there were already a good number of other first-rank forces ancestors, chiefs, and patriarchs waiting. Hee, spiriting demon ancestor, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive, ah. I thought you had already bid farewell to us. Huang Xiaolong had just arrived when an unpleasant voice sounded. He looked over to the owner of this voice. The person who had spoken was an old man in a black brocade robe, with a pallid complexion. This old man's face is more sinister than a dead man's. In the last few months, both the spiriting demon ancestor and patriarch Fan Yuxiao had informed Huang Xiaolong about the characteristics of other first-rank forces ancestors, patriarchs, and chiefs. Therefore, when Huang Xiaolong saw the pallid complexion of the old man, he instantly put a name on that face. He Wuchang. self-styled ancestor Wuchang from the Wuchang cult, standing toe-to-toe in terms of strength with the spiriting Demon Gate's ancestor. Naturally, both sects' grudges ran quite deep. Huang Xiaolong sneered in return, scoffing, "Old geezer Wuchang, with that corpse face of yours, those who don't know better might think you've been long dead." Ancestor Wuchang was enraged. "You!" Before he even finished his words, his finger stabbed towards Huang Xiaolong. Thick corpse qi surged from this finger, emitting a nauseating stench. This was Ancestor Wuchang's poisonous corpse finger. Watching this, Huang Xiaolong countered with a palm without any changes to his expression. Because Huang Xiaolong hid his strength, displaying the same level of cultivation as the spiriting demon ancestor, he and He Wuchang both staggered several li back from the impact. The other ancestors present stood at the sides watching. No one had the intention of pacifying the situation at all. Thinking that both sides might end up gravely injured in front of this pack of hyenas if they continued fighting, He Wuchang issued a cold harumph and stopped. Right at this time, the sounds of whistling wind came from the distance as a middle-aged man wearing a black brocade robe with the crest of a blood-colored ferocious ghost head on his chest flew toward the Blood Rain Valley at rapid speed. "The infernal ghost messenger," one of the ancestors blurted out after getting a good look at the middle-aged man. The other ancestors present were just as shocked. They didn't expect the ghost refining sect cultivator they sent out to pick them would be an infernal ghost messenger. In the blink of an eye, the infernal ghost messenger arrived above the waiting group of people. "We greet the infernal ghost messenger." The ancestors were the first group to step forward in greeting with flattering smiles on their faces. The infernal ghost messenger stood high in the air with his hands behind his back. His haughty gaze swept over the people below, and he gave a light nod accompanied by a low hum of acknowledgement. In the next second, he bellowed with anger, "Only 163 people are here. This messenger shall wait for 10 minutes. After which, those that haven't arrived need not come in the future." At the infernal ghost messenger's stern warning, the ancestors and patriarchs below inwardly shuddered. Standing amongst the group of people, Huang Xiaolong secretly observed the infernal ghost messenger. With his powerful soul force, Huang Xiaolong already saw through this person's strength. This infernal ghost messenger was indeed as rumored, a peak late 10th Order High God Realm Master. Furthermore, this middle-aged man in front of him was close to reaching perfection stage 10th Order High God Realm. The vast amount of God force contained in his body was astounding. Although most of the present ancestors were of early 10th Order High God Realm cultivation, some even mid-10th Order, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the infernal ghost messenger even if all of them joined forces and attacked. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong himself was confident that, even without resorting to his primordial divine dragon form, he could defeat this infernal ghost messenger. That was only defeating, not killing. Only by transforming into a primordial divine dragon would he have 100% grasp of killing him. In the time Huang Xiaolong was observing the infernal ghost messenger, more ancestors and patriarchs of first-rank forces had arrived. Soon, the 10 minutes came to an end. The infernal ghost messenger's stern gaze swept over the final number of people, his voice akin to a reptile sliding down one's back. "Very good. There are 6 forces people missing. There's no need to wait any longer. Let's go." His words gave no room to refute as he turned and flew off. The ancestors and patriarchs present quickly chased up to him. As for the 6 forces people that had yet to arrive, they could already imagine their ending not far into the future. Once the ghost refining sect master succession ceremony was completed, those 6 forces would be erased from the path to hell. Huang Xiaolong and the rest flew behind the infernal ghost messenger. 3 hours later, they finally stopped upon reaching a virgin forest. The infernal ghost messenger looked at the group behind him and said, "Don't say I did not remind you lot. There are layers of restrictions in this forest and there are space fissures everywhere. Remember to follow me closely." Space fissures. Everyone looked grim in an instant. Even though they were confident in their own strength, that didn't make them feel any better at all. Being caught in a space fissure was extremely troublesome, for it wasn't so easy to escape. The infernal ghost messenger ignored these people's reactions. disappearing into the virgin forest in a flicker. Watching this, the others immediately followed right behind him. The path the infernal ghost messenger led them through was filled with twists and turns, messy and confusing. On top of that, there was a layer of poisonous miasma over the forest that hindered divine sense, preventing one from memorizing the way. The group flew for a full day. When the sky darkened, the poisonous miasma in the virgin forest seemed to come alive, exuding a whelming coldness that felt like it could freeze one's soul. Some peak late Ninth Order High God Realm patriarchs had to circulate their god force continuously to block out this cold air. But even so, it was exhaustive. Suddenly, the infernal ghost messenger in front of the group stopped and ordered everyone to rest at that location, continuing onward the next day. His words sounded like music in everyone's eyes. Their fraying tension finally relaxed. After a night of rest, the group moved on, traveling during the day and resting at night. About 8 days later, the scenery in front of them changed. The seemingly endless forest they had been flying through vanished from sight as they arrived at an ice field. What amazed these people was the huge asteroid floating above the ice field. They were unable to describe in words just how huge this asteroid was. On top of that, its surface was filled with cities. There were a lot of them, with numerous tall buildings. People were flying in and out from the cities akin to ants around an ant hill. Even Huang Xiaolong was astonished by the sight. Who would have imagined that the ghost refining sect that made the countenance of countless galaxies ashen, just at the mere mention of its name, was built on a huge asteroid? This asteroid was definitely not any smaller than the heavenly mountain he obtained years back. It was these ancestors and patriarchs' first time coming to the ghost refining sect. Looking at the sight before them, the astonished expressions on their faces were quite similar to Huang Xiaolong's. "Come on!" Not waiting for them to recover, the infernal ghost messenger was already urging them to follow up as he flew straight toward the huge asteroid. Everyone hurried behind him. As they approached the asteroid, Huang Xiaolong noticed that there seemed to be an energy nucleus at the core of it. If this energy nucleus exploded, it could probably wipe out all the life forms in a galaxy. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered thinking of this. The infernal ghost messenger led the group, descending at one of the cities on the asteroid. Huang Xiaolong looked slightly above the city gates where 3 ancient characters stated, "Ghost Refining City." They easily entered into the city with the infernal ghost messenger leading them. No patrolling disciples or those guarding the gates stopped to check them. After entering the ghost refining city, Huang Xiaolong saw that all the buildings inside the city had grotesque appearances, dark and sinister. Many of the buildings' outer appearance actually took the form of a human skull. Some were in the shape of internal organs, eyeballs, from severed hands to severed legs. There were also a few ghost and ghost beast buildings with their open mouths fashioned into the building's entrance. The ancestors and patriarchs in Huang Xiaolong's group were trembling with fear and apprehension as they arrived at a magnificent palace complex that took up almost the entire space of Ghost Refining City. One could hardly see the other end of the walls. Huang Xiaolong estimated this palace complex was as big an empire on the old wind snow continent. The group entered the palace complex, where the infernal ghost messenger instructed 2 disciples to arrange accommodations for Huang Xiaolong's group. He then left, but not before leaving a warning to them not to leave the complex they were in. If found, regardless who it was, they would be killed without mercy. He would come pick them when it was the day of the sect master succession ceremony. Right before the infernal ghost messenger disappeared from view, Huang Xiaolong secretly attached a strand of divine sense onto him. Leaving Huang Xiaolong's group, the infernal ghost messenger flew toward the center of the palace complex, descending and entering the biggest building. On the dais of the hall stood a young man, the same one that Huang Xiaolong had the 5-year covenant with, the ghost refining sect's young lord. He was also the person who was going to take over the ghost refining sect as sect master. Huang Xiaolong discovered that this young lord had grown stronger from the time they last met 5 years ago. His cultivation already reached peak late 10th Order High God Realm. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. How did this ghost refining sect's young lord raise his strength so fast? Young lord. Upon entering the hall, the infernal ghost messenger stopped several feet away, greeting respectfully. The ghost refining sect young lord nodded. Uncle Luo Yun? Those ancestors and patriarchs all came? The infernal ghost messenger replied. 6 forces did not arrive at the stipulated time. After the succession ceremony ends, I'll send people to clean them up. Speaking of this, the ghost refining sect young lord's brows furrowed deeply. There are 13 days left until the ceremony, but the sect master is still not back yet. Young lord, be at ease. With the sect master's strength, there will be no mishaps. Maybe the sect master has already come out from the sea of hell and is won the way back. The infernal ghost messenger persuaded. Huang Xiaolong blanked. The ghost refining sect master wasn't here. Huang Xiaolong rejoiced at the news. The current ghost refining sect master being away at this time was an unexpected surprise for him. This was truly a golden opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The one person he was most wary of in the whole ghost refining sect was its current sect master. With the sect master absent, it was one big worry off Huang Xiaolong's mind. Oh right. Are there any news of that Huang Xiaolong? The ghost refining sect young lord changed the subject all of a sudden. The ghost messenger shook his head. We've confirmed that he came to the path to hell. As for where he currently is, we still haven't found out. A faint green light glimmered in the depths of the young lord's eyes. This Huang Xiaolong makes me uncomfortable. I can't feel at ease if I don't kill him. Pass down my order. Have the various sects experts in the path to hell pay attention to this Huang Xiaolong's whereabouts and immediately report to me once they have any news of him. Also, none of you are to make any moves. I'd like to kill him personally. As you wish, young lord. The infernal ghost messenger nodded in acknowledgement. Have people look after that ascending moon old man and the rest well. After sacrificing them and offering their blood essence, I believe my ghost god's injuries will heal rapidly. The ghost refining sect young lord added. Rest assured, young lord. The ghost prison is built with layers of restrictions. Even if no one is guarding them, those people won't be able to escape. Even if they somehow manage to do it, they still wouldn't make it out of our ghost refining sect's door. Worse still, there is also the nightmare forest. The ghost messenger scoffed. Their discussion moved into other matters related to the upcoming ceremony. A short while later, the ghost messenger took his leave, returning to his own cultivation palace. Huang Xiaolong sat in a meditating posture in the yard arranged for him, in deep thought. His plan in order of importance was rescuing his master ASD, then look for a chance to enter the ghost refining sect's treasury. However, the question hanging in the air was, when was the ghost refining sect master coming back? Time was of the essence, therefore, Huang Xiaolong had to find the location of the ghost prison they spoke of as soon as possible. Both the ghost messenger and the ghost refining sect young lord were powerful adversaries. If Huang Xiaolong fought them, the disturbance would definitely alert other ghost refining sect members. Thus, trying to get information about the ghost prison from either one of these people was obviously unwise. He would have to try his luck with other ghost refining sect cultivators. Huang Xiaolong used some tricks to bypass the restrictions around the courtyard and specifically instructed the spiriting Demon Gate's patriarch to stay inside before vanishing from the palace building. After exiting the palace building, Huang Xiaolong altered his physical appearance to match the ghost messengers after a quick thought. He then walked out from this palace complex that was the ghost refining sect headquarters. Outside, he carefully spread his divine sense. Everything within a million-li radius of the ghost refining city appeared clearly like a map in Huang Xiaolong's mind, including all the secret cultivation chambers hidden in dark corners of the city residences, as well as all the ghost refining sect's high-level high god realm masters in the city. In a flicker, he appeared inside a residence's secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, the 8th Order High God Realm Master's eyes suddenly opened wide. The first thing that entered his sight was Huang Xiaolong's figure. Lord Ghost Messenger. That ghost refining sect master was flabbergasted, hastily kneeling despite feeling bemused. Normally, had the ghost messenger wanted to see them, he would summon them through the communication talisman. Lord Ghost Messenger had never come looking for them personally. But before his thoughts could go any further, he felt himself being forcefully pulled forth by an overwhelming force coming from Lord Ghost Messenger. A purple light glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as the symbol for Soul Hun penetrated into the ghost-refining sect master's mind, scouring his soul for information. A few minutes later, the soul scouring ended. His archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power rushed out, turning that ghost-refining sect master into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. However, he was still alive. Huang Xiaolong merely had him fall into an eternal coma. High-level masters like this usually had a soul token kept within the sect, which would shatter if the corresponding master died. This would definitely alert the ghost-refining sect of intruders. From this person's memories, Huang Xiaolong came to know that the number of 7th-order High God Realm Masters and above that had joined the ghost-refining sect was more than 30,000. Just the 10th-order High God Realm Masters were more than 1,000. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely dumbfounded. The ghost-refining sect's strength was truly terrifying. Even the ancient Devil clan merely had a little over 1,000 High God Realm Masters overall. Amongst them, the number of 7th-order experts and above was pitifully small, less than 50. The person he just soul-scoured was an elder of the Ghost Rearing Hall that didn't know the location of the ghost prison. Only the Enforcement Hall's elders and Grand Elders would know. The Enforcement Hall's elders and Grand Elders. Huang Xiaolong repeated under his breath as his divine sense locked onto an 8th-order High God Realm Enforcer elder not far from where he was. 10 minutes later, using the same method, Huang Xiaolong finished scouring the Enforcement Hall elder's soul, devouring his blood essence and god force and putting him into an eternal sleep. South of the city, a flash of joy glimmered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. It turns out this ghost prison was right under a certain residence in the south side of the city. At first, Huang Xiaolong was worried it would be inside the ghost refining sect headquarters. Had it been so, rescuing the old man would be many times harder. However, Huang Xiaolong did not hurry over. He soul-scoured another 5 Enforcement Hall elders and 1 early 10th Order High God Realm Grand Elder. From that Grand Elder's memories, he learned the way to deal with the layers of restrictions and unexpectedly also discovered the location of the ghost refining sect's treasury. The problem was, the treasury was guarded by 4 protectors, each possessing strength comparable to an infernal ghost messenger. More importantly, only 3 people knew the method of opening the treasury. One was the current ghost refining sect master, while the other 2 were that young lord and the infernal ghost messenger. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased in a deep frown. Obviously, it was impossible to dig out the way to open the treasury from the ghost refining sect master's mouth, leaving him 2 choices, either the young lord or the infernal ghost messenger. The problem was, if these 2 remained inside the headquarters, he wouldn't be able to find a window of opportunity to obtain the information from them. Forget it. I'd better go save the old man first. Huang Xiaolong's brows smoothened. After all, his primary intention in coming here was to save the ascending moon old man. The rest was secondary. Having decided, Huang Xiaolong made his way toward the city's south side according to the path he obtained from the Enforcement Hall elder's memories, finding the hidden door leading to the ghost prison entrance under the residence. There were more than 20 disciples guarding the ghost prison entrance below, but they weren't that strong, most of them being mid-level High God Realm Masters. Without raising any attention, he easily and swiftly dealt with the guards, resolved the restrictions placed on the entrance and flashed inside. There were 7 floors in the ghost prison. The more one descended, the stronger the restrictions placed around it became. The ascending moon old man was held on the 2nd floor. What Huang Xiaolong saw next dumbfounded him. When he appeared at the 2nd floor in front of the ascending moon old man's cell, the old man was leaning back with 1 foot swaying in rhyme with the little tune he was humming while enjoying wine. From the looks of it, his days had been quite comfortable, nothing like a prisoner at all. "Old man, where did you get wine from?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Huang Xiaolong's voice frightened the old man so much he jumped out of his bed. But when he saw it was Huang Xiaolong, the old man's face beamed. He pounced on Huang Xiaolong, giving him a great big hug while laughing madly. "Sissy fudges. Kid, I knew you'd definitely come save me, your master. You've finally shown up." Hearing the old man's signature phrase, Huang Xiaolong couldn't resist grinning. "I say, old man, it looks like your days were very nourishing. There's even good wine accompanying you." The Ascending Moon old man refuted. Nourishing my ass. I'm being reared like a pig here every day. That wine is part of my collection from before, and it's about to finish too. If you still hadn't shown up, I really don't know where I was supposed to go looking for wine to pass my days. Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless. In fact, there was also a restriction on the old man's body, binding his god force, but this wasn't a problem in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In just a few minutes, he had undone the restriction on the old man. The moment the restriction on his body disappeared, the Ascending Moon old man did several chest-pumping actions, grinning sheepishly. That thing nearly suffocated this old man to death. Old man, come on, let's leave this place, Huang Xiaolong said. The Ascending Moon old man hesitated, saying, on this prison's second and third floors, there are quite a few masters from the Wangu clan, giant tribe, and other forces being detained. Should we? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. We'll discuss this later. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to leave the ghost refining sect at this point in time. If he rescued too many people at once, it would only increase the risk of exposing himself. Therefore, the others would have to wait for their chance when he wanted to leave. The Ascending Moon old man pondered Huang Xiaolong's words and did not say anything further. Thus, bringing the old man with him, Huang Xiaolong executed a greater space teleportation to leave the ghost prison. When they appeared again, they were in the courtyard arranged for the spiriting demon gate's ancestor. Although he had rescued the Ascending Moon old man from the ghost prison, Huang Xiaolong couldn't afford to relax his vigilance. The ghost refining sect would very soon discover the absence of a prisoner. At that time, they would surely conduct a thorough search of the city. Huang Xiaolong was certain that the group of patriarchs and ancestors would also be suspected, which was why he had to find out the method of leaving the Nightmare Forest before the ghost refining sect discovered that the Ascending Moon old man had been rescued. The Nightmare Forest was precisely the dangerous old-growth forest they had to cross to arrive at the giant meteorite. Without the accurate path of leaving the Nightmare Forest, Huang Xiaolong himself could only be trapped within the ghost refining sect's territory. From the several enforcement hall's elders and grand elders' memories, he similarly found out that only the same three people knew the way of leaving the Nightmare Forest: the sect master, the young lord, and that infernal ghost messenger. Still, Huang Xiaolong decided to wait. Wait for a chance. Wait for either the young lord or the infernal ghost messenger to leave the ghost refining sect headquarters. Huang Xiaolong's divine sense followed their movements at all times. Soon, nightfall arrived. Huang Xiaolong's anticipation ended with disappointment. Both of his targets remained inside the headquarters, barely taking a step outside. The same thing happened on the second day. At this point, there were only 11 days until the ghost refining sect master succession ceremony. 11 days. The ghost refining sect master could be returning at any moment. Huang Xiaolong grew more anxious as time passed. By the third day, just as Huang Xiaolong decided to risk it and take action, the young lord who had been inside the palace complex all this time finally went out. Stepping out from the headquarters, the ghost refining sect young lord directly headed out from the city, away from the meteorite land and toward the edge of the ice field. Huang Xiaolong inwardly heaved in great relief as he secretly followed behind. As they got closer to the edge of the ice field, it dawned on Huang Xiaolong what the young lord wanted to do here. At the edge of this ice field was a naturally formed spiritual energy pond. Although the frigid chi from the pond could be harmful, for those cultivating in yin and cold element techniques, practicing inside this pond would enhance their strengths by leaps and bounds. This was precisely what the young lord came here to do. The ghost refining sect had constructed a small palace building around the spiritual pond, entirely fencing it, named Spiritual Pond Palace. The entrance was guarded by two 10th Order High God Realm Masters. Young Lord. When the ghost refining sect young lord appeared at the entrance, the guardians took a step forward and saluted on a single knee. The young lord nodded and strode into the spiritual pond palace in large strides. The smile on Huang Xiaolong's face deepened watching the young lord's figure disappearing into the palace. He then took out and released the god-restricting golden silk thread rope, letting it integrate with the surrounding space. With the spiritual pond palace as the center, the surrounding 10,000 li were completely separated from the outside world, unknown to the people inside. Only then did Huang Xiaolong emerge into the open, slowly walking toward the two guardians. The two 10th Order High God Realm Guardians were stunned when a black-haired young man suddenly appeared in their line of sight. They had been guarding the spiritual Pond Palace for hundreds of millennia, and this was the first time they saw someone other than their young lord approaching this place. The spiritual Pond Palace was one of the forbidden lands of the Ghost Refining sect, and disciples were not allowed to approach more than 10,000 li. This was the reason why no disciples dared to ignore this rule and trespass. What baffled the two guardians even more was that Huang Xiaolong's figure disappeared in a flicker. In the next second, the black-haired young man reappeared right in front of them. As fast as lightning, Huang Xiaolong's hands were already gripping both guardians' throats as his archdevil supreme godhead's devouring power came to life. Inside the spiritual Pond Palace, the Ghost Refining sect young lord sat cross-legged in the hall. He hadn't even begun to cultivate when the energy fluctuations outside alerted him. There is actually someone who dares to trespass into the spiritual Pond Palace? A brief moment of surprise later, a smile spread over his face. It's been a long time since something intriguing happened. However, his confidence in his own strength prompted him to continue meditating cross-legged at the center of the hall, waiting for that person to come in. He looked forward to seeing who it was. Just a bit over a minute later, he saw a figure walk into the palace from outside. When the young lord saw the face of the person walking in, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Huang Xiaolong!" Walking into the spiritual Pond Palace, Huang Xiaolong saw the central part of the main hall, which was a black-purplish pond. Above it was faint roiling spiritual energy so dense that it became fog. An overwhelming frigid qi was radiating from the pond water. This was the spiritual energy pond. The Ghost Refining sect young lord was currently sitting cross-legged in the air above it. Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell onto the young lord, greeting with an aloof tone. "Ghost Refining sect young lord, we meet again. I'm not late for our 5-year covenant, right?" The Ghost Refining sect young lord got up on his feet, laughing heartily at Huang Xiaolong's words. "Huang Xiaolong, you really have guts to come." Hai paused briefly then surmised. "You probably snuck in through that group of ancestors. My ghost god is coincidentally lacking the blood essence of someone with a powerful physique. You came at the right time." Saying this, a black light glimmered behind him as a giant ghost shadow appeared. The shadow was 10 zhang tall and bore a close resemblance to the young lord, exuding an overpowering ghost qi. Every core disciple of the Ghost Refining sect practiced a secret art that enabled them to rear a ghost god. Naturally, each ghost god had a different level of innate talent and abilities. Thus, there would also be differences in strength between one ghost god to another. The ghost god reared by the Ghost Refining sect young lord had a similar aura to the young lord. In fact, it could be said that the ghost god's strength was slightly above his. Even so, Huang Xiaolong could see that the ghost god's soul was injured, which reduced its true battle strength. "Go!" the Ghost Refining sect young lord said to the ghost god behind him. Receiving his order, the ghost god lunged at Huang Xiaolong with its mouth opened wide as if wanting to take a bite out of him. Before it arrived, waves of ghost qi washed over Huang Xiaolong, threatening to drown him within. Instead of dodging, Huang Xiaolong rushed forward, his infinite Buddha supreme godhead rotating at rapid speed as he sent out an earthen Buddha palm attack. Just as he and the Ghost Refining sect young lord's battle began, above the Ghost Refining city, a figure exuding a majestic aura appeared out of nowhere. Sensing this aura, the infernal ghost messenger flew into the air in an instant. "Sect Master, you've returned." Arriving before that figure, the infernal ghost messenger bowed respectfully in salute.